Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 4099 to Chapter 4287. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang had stood up, Mo Yunjue had been paying attention to Bailey Hongzhuang's actions. Faintly, he also felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's actions were a little strange. When he saw Bailey Hongzhuang directly slam into the wall, he hurriedly rushed over and shouted, "Hongzhuang, what are you doing?" However, in the next second, he realized that Bailey Hongzhuang had actually passed through the wall and disappeared. When Ziren and the others heard Mo Yunjue's words, they all exited their cultivation state. With one look, they realized that Bailey Hongzhuang had actually disappeared behind the wall. With one look, everyone could not help but be dumbfounded. They had never realized that the wall could actually be passed through directly. Could it be that behind the wall was a brand new place? Or perhaps the owner of the ruins had other inheritances. Everyone's hearts were filled with astonishment. They never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's intuition was right. There really was another special place in the ruins. After Mo Yunjue rushed in front of the wall, he did not hesitate to charge forward. However, what surprised him was that he could not pass through the wall at all. Instead, he was directly blocked by the wall. The pain from his forehead clearly told him that the wall was real and not a simulation. Shangguan Yingying and the others also came to Mo Yunjue's side. They stretched out their hands to touch the wall in front of them. They realized that the situation was the same as what Mo Yunjue had encountered. They could not pass through at all. What's going on? Why can Hongzhuang directly pass through but we can't? Shangguan Yingying's face was filled with confusion. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would have found it very difficult to believe that all of this was real. Mo Yunjue gently shook his head. His heart was also filled with mixed feelings. That shouldn't be. Ao Lingxiao frowned. Since junior sister Bailey can enter, logically speaking, we should be able to too. Why is it stopping us outside? My eyes shouldn't be playing tricks on me just now, right? Ren Zime was still somewhat unable to react. This was a perfectly fine wall. How could they suddenly pass through it? Let's try again. Maybe if this wall doesn't work, another wall will do. Ziren suggested. Right now, he only felt that the ruins were really incomparably strange. Anything could happen. In a moment, everyone began to search. Mo Yunjue looked at the backs of the people searching and had a guess in his mind. Previously, the owner of the ruins specially left a message to Bailey Hongzhuang. This thing should only be related to Bailey Hongzhuang. The rest of them probably did not have a chance to get it. As expected, no matter how hard they searched, they searched. What? Yuza's Yingying's disappeared. Yingying looked. Yingying. Shangguan Yingying's face was filled with helplessness. Bewitching had disappeared because he had received the dark inheritance. But what about Bailey Hongzhuang? Hongzhuang should have her own encounter. Let's wait here. Mo Yunjue's voice was steady and certain. When the time came, he believed that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching would come out. I hope so. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw everything in front of her, her eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of surprise. In the ruins that were filled with the power of darkness, the light had always been very dim. They could not see anything that was slightly further away. However, the place in front of her was unusually bright. It was so bright that she felt as if her eyes were shining. She even felt that this was another place and did not belong to the ruins at all. I never thought that there would be such a place here. How astonishing. Xiaohei could not help but sigh. Her voice was filled with astonishment. That's right. This style is very different from before. However, I feel much more comfortable here. Xiaobai smiled faintly. Master, I sense a very powerful demonic beast's aura here. You must be careful. Baisher's voice rang out. As a beast king, he was very familiar with the aura of demonic beasts. However, the aura that he sensed was unusually powerful. He could not help but feel worried. Hearing Baisher's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze turned solemn. Since Baisher had warned her, it meant that there could be danger here. Within her line of sight, there was an extremely spacious stone room. It was very different from the layout of the ruins. Everything here was white as if it was a completely different world. As far as the eye could see, this place was completely empty. There was nothing at all. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked through the stone room as her eyes constantly scanned her surroundings. All she wanted to know was where the aura that Baishar had warned her to be careful of was. At the same time, she was secretly pondering. Since the owner of the ruins had asked her to come here, what could she possibly gain from this place? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out in Bailey Hongzhuang's ears. "Insolent human, how dare you come here?" Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned. Her pitch-black phoenix-like eyes instantly focused as she scanned her surroundings. However, she could not see the other party's figure. "Who are you?" "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that you will soon become my food." Baishar appeared next to Bailey Hongzhuang in an instant and roared at the aura that was approaching her. Roar. The Beast King's aura caused the entire stone room to tremble. Baishar's eyes filled with sternness. Even though he could sense that this aura was very powerful, he would never allow it to attack his master. Beast King? The aura immediately recognized Baishar's identity, and his voice was filled with astonishment. Since when has a Beast King become a human's contract beast? If the previous Beast King finds out about this, he would certainly die of anger. "You're none of your business's business." White Lion did not hold back. "If you have the ability, then come out and meet me." "What kind of ability is it to be cowering there?" Little Black and Little White jumped down from Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulders, their bodies suddenly becoming bigger. They looked around and said coldly, "Since you don't need to hide from us, then come out." "Ah. They're actually the Black and White light spirits?" Upon seeing Xiao He and Xiao Bai, the other party was clearly stunned and its voice was filled with disbelief. "Black and White light spirits?" Bailey Hongzhuang repeated the other party's words as a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. "Are the Black and White light spirits you're talking about Xiao He and Xiao Bai?" All this while, she had no idea what kind of mystical beasts Xiao He and Xiao Bai were. Regardless of whether she had flipped through books or asked others, she had not been able to find anything. It was as if such mystical beasts had never appeared in the history of the Xianxia continent. She had always felt that this was very strange. Due to this, she had even specially researched with Long Yanwei. As a sealing master, Long Yanwei had a great understanding of mystical beasts. However, even after researching for a long time, the two of them had been unable to confirm Xiao He and Xiao Bai's identities. They had never heard of such special mystical beasts. Hence, Bailey Hongzhuang had always felt very helpless about this. These two little fellows were also unclear about their own identities. They only remembered that they had always been in the Chaos Ring and knew very little about anything else. However, this time, she had actually heard about Xiao He and Xiao Bai's identities from a mystical beast's mouth. This had truly shocked her. That's right. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a gust of wind sweep past her. Soon after, an astonishingly large figure appeared in front of her. A dragon. It's a dragon. Bailey Hongzhuang stared blankly at the figure before her. This was a real dragon and it was a white dragon. The dragon clan had always existed in the Xianxia continent but they rarely appeared in front of cultivators. Bailey Hongzhuang had always known about the existence of the dragon clan but this was the first time she had actually seen one. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were stunned when they saw that the other party was a dragon. Even though the White Lion had warned them that the other party was very powerful, this dragon's identity was truly unexpected. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up the white dragon in front of her. She saw that its entire body was covered in white scales which reflected a resplendent luster under the bright light. She had to admit that this was a very good-looking dragon. She finally understood why the stone room in front of her was so large. Based on the dragon clan's reminder, if the stone room was not so large, it would not be able to stay here any longer. However, how could there be such a white dragon in the ruins? Based on her guess, these ruins have been sealed underground for many years. Doesn't this mean that this dragon has been here for many years as well? However, this white dragon was clearly more interested in Xiao He and Xiao Bai. It completely ignored Bailey Hongzhuang and charged directly towards Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Its large dragon head then faced Xiao He and Xiao Bai. "Why are you here?" Xiao He and Xiao Bai were clearly shocked by the dragon's identity. When they heard the other party's question, they could not help but ask, "What? What do you mean by why are we here?" We only knew that there were ruins here, so we accompanied our master to take a look. If we were to ask a question, shouldn't we be asking you why a huge dragon like you is here? Master? The white dragon was a little astonished. Its gaze then landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. She's your master? That's right. Xiao He and Xiao Bai replied. How is he not worthy? Xiao He placed her hands on her hips. Her face was filled with indignation. Let me tell you, don't think that you're so great just because you're a dragon. What right do you have to look down on my master? A human who has just entered the starlight state not too long ago has become your master. The white dragon shook its head speechlessly. It was obvious that it had just witnessed something unbelievable. Bailey Hongzhuang had been paying attention to the white dragon in front of her. Even though it had looked down on her, she did not mind. In reality, the dragon clan was a very powerful existence. The dragon clan was different from human cultivators. Humans did not have any cultivation at all and needed to cultivate step by step to increase their cultivation. However, the dragon clan was born with great power. Hence, most of the time, humans were very insignificant in front of the dragon clan. However, there were also some powerful cultivators who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the dragon clan. They could even make a dragon their contracted beast. I had wanted to make you my food, but now it seems that you're a little special. The white dragon sized up Bailey Hongzhuang. You're quite capable to be able to make the Beast King and the black and white light spirits your contracted beasts. Bailey Hongzhuang was very calm as the white dragon sized her up. At this moment, she could also sense that the dragon's aura was extremely powerful. However, she could also vaguely sense that the dragon seemed to be injured. Otherwise, based on the dragon's aura and the power it possessed, it should not have been trapped in the ruins for so long. Can you tell me why they're called the black and white light spirits? Are they a species of monstrous beasts? This was what she wanted to understand the most. Hearing this, the white dragon chuckled. A species? No, there's only this pair of black and white light spirits in this world. Just like the Beast King, they're unique. Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. No wonder no one knew about Xiao He and Xiao Bai's identities. They were actually unique monstrous beasts in this world. Then how do you know about them? Can you tell me about their origins? Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but ask. Xiao He and Xiao Bai also said, yes, since you know, tell us. Black and white light spirits. The white dragon muttered Xiao He and Xiao Bai's names. Then, its aura suddenly changed, and its sharp eyes suddenly became confused. That's right. Why do I know your names? Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards you? Why is that? Why can't I remember anything? The white dragon stared blankly at everything in front of it. Then, it suddenly transformed into its human form and clutched its head tightly with both hands. How could this be? Who am I? Why am I here? Ah! The white dragon screamed and rolled on the ground as if it was in great pain. The dragon's face was extremely ugly. Bailey Hongzhuang and the three beasties stared blankly at this scene, unable to come back to their senses for a moment. What's going on? Xiao He was speechless. Initially, she thought that this dragon was extremely dangerous. She never thought that this dragon would torture itself to the point of insanity before they could even do anything. Perhaps this dragon's mental state isn't very good. Xiao Bai shrugged. It was rather speechless about this situation. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up the white dragon in front of her, who was almost in a deranged state. Her eyes flickered with a thoughtful light. Master, what are you thinking about? Xiao He saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had been staring at the black dragon and her eyes flashed with confusion. It must have been severely injured and its mental strength has been damaged. That's why it can't remember a lot of things. She had seen this situation before. People whose mental strength had been damaged may not have any problems on normal days, but they would have a splitting headache at the mention of things that they could not remember clearly and end up in a situation like this. It's been severely injured? Xiao Bai was stunned. This dragon's aura is so strong, yet someone was able to severely injure it. Isn't that a little too frightening? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with certainty. I believe that my judgment is not wrong. Perhaps, it's because of this that it has been trapped in this place. Master, the owner of the ruin said that the possible reward you might have obtained from coming here couldn't be related to this dragon, right? Baisher was a little helpless. This dragon in front of him was on the verge of schizophrenia. Could this be considered a reward? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang looked around and said, there doesn't seem to be anything else here. I think it's this dragon. But, what kind of reward is this? I don't know anything at all. Xiao Hei's eyes widened. This so-called reward had almost cost her her life. Although she seemed to have saved her little life, it was completely useless. I don't know either. Bailey Hongzhuang spread her hands. The only reward should be that I know your and Xiao Bai's names. According to the white dragon, you're a black light spirit and Xiao Hei should be a white light spirit. I just don't know what that means. It's better than nothing. The corners of Xiao Bai's mouth twitched. Whether they knew this or not did not have much of an impact on them. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked towards the woman who was rolling on the ground. When she got closer, she realized that the white dragon's transformation was very beautiful. It could be said to be a first-class beauty. She placed her hand on the white dragon's pulse. After understanding the situation, she took out a pill and fed it to the white dragon. After taking the pill, the white dragon's mental state gradually recovered and it calmed down. The white dragon looked helplessly at Bailey Hongzhuang. I had wanted to eat you. Since you've helped me, let's cancel it out. Hey, white dragon, why do I feel that you have no conscience when you speak? Blackie looked at the white dragon with dissatisfaction. You look like you've been locked up here for a long time. You should be happy that we can chat with you. Besides, my master saved you. The white dragon snorted, you really have a lot of opinions. Be careful or I'll eat you. I think you're too hungry. Why do you keep talking about food the moment you open your mouth? Xiao Hei. Bailey Hongzhuang called out to Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei then shut her mouth. White dragon, why are you here? Bailey Hongzhuang asked tentatively. She really could not figure out the dragon's temper. The only thing she knew was that the possibility of the white dragon killing her was not very high. The prerequisite was that she did not provoke this fellow. You don't even know how long you've been in here? Baisher furrowed his brows. Based on their judgment, these ruins have been here for who knows how many years, at least a few hundred years. Doesn't this mean that the white dragon has been trapped here for hundreds of years? Furthermore, it had done so willingly. It's only because dragons have long lives. If it had been any other mystical beast, they might have been waiting for death here. Xiaobai could not help but sigh. The dragon clan had the longest lifespan and could easily live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. However, the dragon clan also had a problem, and that was the difficulty of reproduction. Therefore, there were very few of them. The heavens were just that fair. If the dragon clan's reproductive abilities were very strong, then the Xianxia continent would belong to the dragon clan. Bailey Hongzhuang gently nodded, indeed, it's been a long wait. However, I don't know who you're waiting for. The white dragon's expression was rather vacant, I don't know either. As long as someone can take me away, that person will be my master. However, I've been waiting here for so many years and no one has appeared. You're the first person I've met. Unfortunately, you're very weak. It's impossible for you to take me away from here. What right do you have to look down on my master? My master is already very powerful. Xiao Hei retorted unwillingly. The white dragon shook its head, perhaps to you, she's not weak at all. However, to me, she's still not strong enough. There's a restrictive spell here. Cultivators of the Starlight Realm can't break it at all. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang understood and said, I hope you'll be able to meet your master soon. I will. The white dragon's expression was resolute, I believe that as long as I wait, she'll appear. Are you the only one here? Is there nothing else? Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with hope as she asked. I'm the only one here. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly rose to her feet. She did not know why the master of the ruins had directed her here. Could it be that the master of the ruins believes that she's the one who can take the white dragon away? However, with her strength, she couldn't do this at all. Perhaps the owner of the ruins thought too highly of her. After confirming this point, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was somewhat lost. It would be great if Bai Long's mental strength was not damaged. Then, she would be able to learn more about Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be gained now. Now, she could only hope that after they went to the upper realm, they would be able to meet cultivators or monsters who knew something about Xiao He and Xiao Bai. That would solve the confusion in her heart. Let's go back. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the three beasts beside her. She had mysteriously disappeared just like that. Everyone must be very worried about her. Since there was nothing to gain here, there was no point for her to continue staying here. She might as well go back. You're leaving now? When the white dragon saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were planning to leave just like that, a trace of loneliness flashed in its eyes. She had stayed here alone for many years. It was really too lonely. It was not easy to meet a few people who could talk to her. She did not expect that they would leave again. She felt a little disappointed. It's not easy for me to see someone here. If you're not in a hurry to leave, why don't you stay here and chat with me? I'm simply too bored. After Bailey Hongzhuang had stepped in to save her, the white dragon had let down its guard against Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Since she could not be eaten, she could at least chat with her to relieve her boredom. After they left, she didn't know when the next time she would meet people would be. Seeing the white dragon's lonely expression, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart softened. This fellow had been alone for so many years. It had not been easy. This was also because the dragon clan had a long lifespan and were patient. If it were a human, they would probably go crazy from waiting for such a long time. Master, let's stay here and accompany her for a while. Xiao Bai spoke slowly. Putting aside her previous dissatisfaction with the white dragon's attitude, everything else was pretty good. The white dragon nodded as well. Master, why don't you help think of a way to break this restriction? I think that since the master of the ruins had specially instructed you to come here, he must have his reasons. Perhaps? You're the person that the white dragon has been waiting for. Impossible. This restriction cannot be broken by someone at the Starlight Realm. The white dragon immediately denied. Xiao He raised her brows. White dragon, you're more powerful. Why don't you try to break this restriction? The white dragon shook her head. I've already tried. I can't break this restriction by myself. It can only be broken by someone else. Don't underestimate my master. She's very powerful. Otherwise, we and the Beast King would not be contracted beasts of my master. The white dragon had not thought much of it at first. But after hearing Xiao He's words, her expression changed. Indeed, the Beast King had always been arrogant. It was the king of the demonic beasts. Logically speaking, it would not care about humans. Who would have thought that it would become a human's contracted beast? Just this point alone was enough to make the white dragon feel incredulous. Although she could not recall the origins of the black and white light spirits, she had the impression that they were very powerful demonic beasts. They would not be easily subdued by human cultivators. For Bailey Hongzhuang to be able to do this, she indeed had some ability. If you can really take me out of here, that would be great. Bai Long shrugged. She had been trapped here for too many years. Now, what she wanted most was to leave this place. If it continued to stay like this, it would soon forget what the outside world was like. She even felt that, perhaps she would never be able to wait for the person who could take her away to leave. Bailey Hongzhuang knew that Bai Long wanted to leave this place. She nodded and said, I'll try. Let's see if I can get you out of here. Where is the restriction? Right there. Immediately, Bailey Hongzhuang began to study the restriction, hoping that she could find a way to break it. After Li Buayo and the others left the ruins, they headed in the direction of the Red Moon sect. During the process, they did not even bother to say goodbye to Wan Yanling and Bai Tian. Bai Tian and Wan Yanling didn't care about this at all. Li Buayo had really suffered a double loss this time. After this, they would probably never see each other again. Li Buayo and the others didn't return to the ruins immediately. They walked for a while before stopping. Senior brother, they should have gone far. They won't suspect us anymore. Qian Feilong looked around and said. Li Buayo's eyes were deep. Wan Yanling is a very cautious person. We should be more careful. Now, he only had one chance to take revenge. If he didn't succeed, it would be very difficult to take revenge in the future. Now that he was a cripple, there was no point in living. He might as well take this opportunity to take revenge for his brother. At least he would have the face-to-face Li Yunyu when he went to the underworld. That's usually the case. This time, none of us got the inheritance. Plus, something like this happened. I'm afraid he won't think of this. Qian Feilong thought clearly. If it was in the past, Wan Yanling would be very afraid of him. But now, Li Buoyo had become a cripple. Such a Li Buoyo was no threat to Wan Yanling at all. He also didn't think that Li Buoyo, who had become like this, would have the mind to take revenge on Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Senior brother Qian is right. They won't follow us anymore. Qing Jianqing also said. They had walked for hundreds of miles and didn't feel any aura following them. So, they could basically rule out this possibility. Li Buoyo thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, let's go back. This time I really have to thank everyone. I'm really grateful that you're still willing to help me at this time. Li Buoyo looked at the people around him. He couldn't help them anymore, but they were still willing to help him. This was also because of their past friendship. Senior brother, you've always taken care of us. This time, we didn't want to see it happen. But since it has happened, we can only do our best to help you. But don't worry, we'll definitely do it. Qian Feilong said. Everyone nodded. Li Buoyo had been their leader for so long. Naturally, he had feelings for them. For this matter, everyone must do it cleanly. After you go, try not to let a single person go. That Bewitching has obtained the inheritance of the dark force, and may become extremely powerful in the future. Therefore, our best option is to capture Bailey Hongzhuang and the others in one fell swoop. This way, even if Bewitching wants to seek revenge in the future, he won't know who did it. Li Buoyo's eyes flashed with a sinister and cold light. Even if he became a cripple, he must bury Bailey Hongzhuang and the others with him. At the very least, this would make him feel better. Mo Yunjue and the others had been waiting in the Great Hall. On one hand, they did not know when Bewitching would finish accepting the inheritance. On the other hand, they did not know when Bailey Hongzhuang would come out. Therefore, the only thing they could do now was to wait. However, just as they were waiting, the sound of footsteps suddenly entered their ears. Noticing the footsteps, everyone could not help but look at each other. Their eyes flashed with a trace of suspicion. Mo Yunjue and the rest looked at each other. It was unbelievable that a team would suddenly appear at such a time. Judging from the footsteps, there are quite a number of people here. Xiren's face darkened. I have a feeling that they are not friendly. Mo Yunjue nodded. Indeed. Now that the legacy has ended, the other party has suddenly returned. They might be from Crimson Moon sect. His dark eyes shone with a solemn light. Although it was just a guess, Mo Yunjue was certain. That was because, at such a time, other than the people from Crimson Moon sect, there was no reason for the others to continue to come here. Could it be that Li Buoyo is not satisfied and has come to take revenge on us? Shang Guanying suddenly opened her eyes wide. Although she had always wanted to kill Li Buoyo personally, she knew that Crimson Moon sect's team was very powerful. Now that Wan Yanling and the rest were not around, Crimson Moon sect's team had more people than theirs. If they really did return, then this matter would be really troublesome. Everyone looked at each other, but their hearts could not help but sink. Very quickly, Li Buoyo's team appeared in the main hall in a grandiose manner. When he saw that Mo Yunjue and the rest were still there, Li Buoyo could not help but smile proudly. Li Buoyo, why did you come back? Ran Ziheng looked at Li Buoyo coldly. He felt that Li Buoyo was really a scourge. Why did I come back? Li Buoyo chuckled. Naturally, I came back to take your lives. With Li Buoyo's words, everyone's faces suddenly changed. Even though they had already guessed this, their hearts still couldn't help but sink when they saw Li Buoyo's stance. However, after Li Buoyo sized up Mo Yunjue and the rest, he realized that Bailey Hongzhuang was not in the team. He could not help but frown and said, "Where is Bailey Hongzhuang?" "I'm not telling you." Shang Guanying said coldly. "Not telling me?" Li Buoyo snorted, when you're about to die, I'd like to see what you'll tell me. In the next moment, Li Buoyo directly shot a glance at Xianxia and the others by his side and said, don't leave a single one alive. Kill them. Xianxia and the others immediately drew their weapons and stared at Mo Yunjue and the others. Clearly, they had locked on to their opponents. Mo Yunjue's group of 7 looked at each other. Originally, Li Buoyo's team had more than 20 people. Even though a few of them had died, there were still 18 people left. Excluding Li Buoyo, each of them had to deal with 2 people. Moreover, the other party was not a simple team. They were the strongest team in the Crimson Moon sect. Earlier, when they were fighting with Skeleton, they already had an understanding of their opponent's strength. The Crimson Moon sect had a total of 5 cultivators at the Astral Radiance realm and above. On the other hand, their team only had Mo Yunjue. Aside from the Astral Realm cultivators, most of them were either at the 8th or 9th level of the Purple Realm. In comparison, the strength of their team was too weak. If we fight them head-on, we're no match for them at all. Xiren's face darkened. He did not expect Li Buoyo to be so despicable. Previously, they pretended to leave in order to deceive Wan Yanling and the others. They purposely waited until the other party left before returning. Indeed. Ran Ziheng nodded. With such a huge disparity in strength, they were practically doomed. The only thing we can do now is to run. Even though the situation before them was extremely grim, Mo Yunjue was still very calm. We'll split up and try our best to scatter their team. At least this way, we'll have some chance of survival. They knew very well that if they faced the enemy head-on, with their current strength, they would definitely be wiped out. On the other hand, if they split up and fled, at least there would be some hope of leaving alive. That's the only thing we can do now. Xiren's eyes were malicious and ruthless. I really can't take this lying down, that's a good idea. As long as we run out, they won't be guarding here. I hope they won't find Hong Zhuang. Shang Guanying's expression was complicated. It would be very difficult for them to survive this time. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't here, she could only hope that Bailey Hongzhuang would be safe. Mo Yunjue and the others looked solemn. Bailey Hongzhuang was different from Bewitching. Bewitching had received the inheritance and wouldn't be done for a while. However, Bailey Hongzhuang could come out at any time. Therefore, they could only pray that Bailey Hongzhuang would be safe. You don't have to think of a way. Today, all of you will die. Li Buoyo looked coldly at Mo Yunjue and the others in front of him. He didn't mind giving them some time. After all, they would all go to see the King of Hell today. Li Buoyo, you'll die a horrible death. Shang Guanying cursed. That's none of your business. Anyway, you'll all die first. Li Buoyo waved his hand and said, kill them all. Remember to ask them about Bailey Hongzhuang's whereabouts. In this entire team, the ones he wanted to kill the most were Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. However, Bewitching had received the inheritance of the Dark Force. It would be very difficult to deal with him in the future, so he decided not to think about it. He didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't here at the moment. This was really out of his expectations. Kill. Xianxia and the others didn't waste any more time. They immediately brandished their weapons and charged forward. The battle broke out in an instant, and the two sides immediately exchanged blows. Li Buoyo and the rest obviously knew that Mo Yunjue was the strongest person in their group. Other than him, who was in the Astral Radiance realm, the others were not a concern. Therefore, they directly sent 2 Astral Boundary cultivators to surround and attack Mo Yunjue. As soon as Mo Yunjue exchanged blows, he discovered that one of the opponents was a level 4 Astral Radiance warrior, while the other was a level 2 Astral Radiance warrior. Under the siege of these 2 people, it was not easy for him to escape. Everyone did as they had thought before. Even if their strength was no match for the other party, they would still try their best to escape from this ruin. As long as they managed to escape, they might still have a chance to live. Everyone's will to live was incomparably strong. Therefore, everyone exploded with their strongest strength in that instant, using their fastest speed to escape outside. Catch them, don't let them escape. Li Buoyo hurriedly shouted. This was a battle where they had an overall advantage. If they let the other party escape, it would be too much of a pity. The white dragon was chatting happily with the three beasties. It had not talked to a demon beast for a long time. Now that there was finally someone to talk to, it was naturally very happy. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the four beasties who were chatting happily. She could not help but smile. Sure enough, demon beasts had more in common with other demon beasts. The white dragon's attitude was so unfriendly to her before, but it was quite friendly to the three beasties. After the white dragon's reminder, she had already found the existence of the restriction. Sure enough, this restriction was just as the white dragon had said. It required an extremely powerful force to break it. She had tried to use her strongest force to attack this restriction, but unfortunately, it did not have any effect. After she attacked, the restriction did not even have the slightest ripple. It was clear that her strength was too insignificant to this restriction. I didn't expect this restriction to be so strong. Bailey Hongzhuang looked emotional. Sure enough, cultivators who could take a dragon away must be extremely powerful. The white dragon glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang and said lazily, I told you, without enough strength, it's impossible to break this restriction. If you want to break this restriction, I'm afraid you'll have to cultivate for many more years. White dragon, why do I see that you're so calm? Xiaohe looked at it in confusion. If my master can't help you break this restriction, you'll have to continue to stay here after we leave. The white dragon sighed helplessly, I don't want to, but there's no other way. I knew from the beginning that your master won't be able to help me break this restriction, so I'm more calm. After all, it did not have much hope in the first place, so naturally, it was not disappointed. Have you tried to walk out yourself? Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but ask. The white dragon nodded, I've tried, but every time I try, I'll be fiercely attacked by it, so I gave up. Why don't you try to attack this restriction with me? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. No. The white dragon resisted. This restriction is very powerful. The last time I tried it, I was in a coma for a few years. I don't want to try it again. It doesn't feel good. How many years has he been unconscious for? Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. This white dragon should be very strong, but this restriction could make the white dragon unconscious for so long. Wasn't it too powerful? Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's incredulous expression, the white dragon couldn't help but explain, actually, this restriction isn't that exaggerated. It's just that I've been imprisoned here all these years, so my body is a little weak. Also, I seem to have suffered a serious injury, and I haven't recovered from it yet. You don't look like bad people, so I'll tell you directly. In fact, although my aura is still very strong, I've lost a lot of my strength and will need some time to recover. What's more, since I've already tried and there's no effect, I'm afraid there won't be any effect even if I add your power. White dragon, even if there's a glimmer of hope, we still have to try. Xiaohe couldn't help but say. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand slightly, since the consequences are so serious, let's just forget about it. If the white dragon was to sleep for a few years because of this, she would feel guilty. The white dragon sighed, if I'm only unconscious for a few years, it's no big deal to me. However, what if I meet someone who can take me away while I'm unconscious? Wouldn't that be terrible? Sometimes I even wonder if the reason why I haven't met anyone who can take me away for so many years is because I missed the last time I fainted. Looking at the white dragon's pondering face, Xiaohe couldn't help but chuckle, I think you're thinking too much. If someone really did come and saw an unconscious dragon like you, they might just cook you and eat you. It's said that dragon meat is a great tonic for humans. Even if they didn't eat you, they would at least take away 2 dragon scales. Hearing this, the white dragon didn't get angry, actually, what you said makes sense. I'll try to figure out if we can avoid this restrictive spell and get out. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the restrictive spell again. She understood that the white dragon was certain that she wouldn't be able to bring it out. However, she didn't care. There was no harm in trying anyway. Besides, Bewitching wanted to accept the inheritance and it wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two. It wasn't a bad idea for her to stay here and accompany the white dragon who was about to suffocate to death. After Mo Yunjue and the others escaped from the ruins, they immediately split into 3 groups and ran in different directions. Wen Ziren and Sheng Guanying were in one group. Mo Yunjue and Ao Lingxiao were in another group. Ren Ziheng, Ren Zimei, and Chu Jinfeng were in another group. Qian Feilong and the others chased after them and saw that they were running in 3 different directions. Since they had promised Li Duoyou, they couldn't leave anyone alive. When Xiren and Shangguan Yingying ran as fast as they could. Their faces were ugly. Once the other party caught up to them, it would be too difficult to face the enemy head-on. So, the best way was to prevent the other party from catching up to them. Damn it, there's nothing to hide in this broken place. It's too difficult to avoid being killed. Shangguan Yingying cursed as she ran. If they were in another place, they might be able to avoid the other party. Unfortunately, not a single blade of grass grew in this training ground. They were simply too conspicuous here. Yingying, if they catch up to us later, I will try my best to stop them for a while. Don't look back, just run, understand? Xiren's expression was solemn and nervous. A complicated light flickered in the depths of his eyes, and his tone was unusually serious. It would be too difficult for them to escape today. But no matter what, he would risk his life to protect Shangguan Yingying. Hearing Xiren's words, Shangguan Yingying quickly shook her head. No, I will never leave you alone. Yingying, you have to listen to me. The Crimson Moon Sect's team is very strong. Even though we are good at speed, their cultivation level is higher than ours and their speed will only be faster than ours. It is almost impossible for us to escape from their pursuit. The only thing I can do is to hold them back for as long as possible. This is our only chance. No. Shangguan Yingying shook her head with all her might. Her eyes were filled with tears and her voice was sobbing. You said that you would stay with me no matter what. You can't abandon me like this. I'd rather die with you than live alone. Ever since she embarked on the path of cultivation, she knew that it was very likely that she would lose her life. However, when the scene was right in front of her eyes, what hurt her the most was that she could no longer be with Xiren. Even if it meant death, she was not afraid. As long as she could be with Xiren, that was all that mattered. Yingying. When Xiren frowned. Between his brows, there was a hint of emotion and reluctance. Don't say such silly things. You have to listen to me later. As long as you're alive, you can avenge me in the future. Shangguan Yingying couldn't control her tears. But, what if when that time comes, I can't find you in the underworld? Don't be silly. I'll always be waiting for you. So you have to live well. Do you understand? When Xiren held Shangguan Yingying's hand tightly. His eyes were slightly red. The person he was most worried about was Shangguan Yingying. However, at a time like this, he could no longer think about the future. Shangguan Yingying's eyes were still red, but she didn't answer. She couldn't imagine how bleak the world would be without Xiren. Don't waste your energy running away. None of you will be able to escape today. Qing Jianqing looked at the 2 figures in front of him who were running away quickly. There was a hint of mockery in his voice. Previously, these guys had almost caused him to lose his life. Fortunately, the initiative was now in his hands. He was very happy. Don't talk nonsense. Just kill them. Another cultivator said. I heard that they have a good position in the Punlai Palace. They might have a lot of treasures on them. The sooner we kill them, the better. When Xiren looked at the 4 cultivators in front of him. If he remembered correctly, one of them should be at the 1st level of the Star Realm, one at the 9th level of the Purple Realm, and 2 at the 8th level of the Purple Realm. He and Shangguan Yingying were both at the 8th level of the Purple Realm. Facing 2 8th level Purple Realm cultivators and 1 9th level Purple Realm cultivator, they could still fight. However, facing a Star Realm cultivator was a lot of pressure for them. The gap between the Purple Realm and the Starlight Realm was not small. Moreover, he still had to face 4 cultivators. Even if he fought with his life on the line, he probably wouldn't stand a chance. Yingying, I'll hold them back. You find an opportunity to escape. When Xiren said. Shangguan Yingying stubbornly shook her head. No, leave the revenge to Beichen and Hong Zhuang. They will definitely avenge us. Now, I want to fight alongside you. Even if we die, we will die together. Yingying. Xiren frowned. He didn't expect Shangguan Yingying to be so stubborn at this time. Xiren, you don't have to say anything more. I've already decided on this matter. Shang Guanying's expression was firm and resolute. The worst that can happen is death. When we decided to come to Pulai Island, weren't we already mentally prepared for this? If I was afraid of death, I wouldn't have insisted on coming here with you. Now that I'm here, I will definitely be with you. Shang Guanying's delicate and fair face shone with a resolute light. A smile even appeared on her lips. In this life, being able to meet you is already my greatest fortune. Moreover, although the situation in front of us is very troublesome, it's not like we don't have any strength to fight. Please enter the text. Shang Guanying's eyes were filled with viciousness. Even though they were already at a disadvantage, if the other party wanted to take their lives, they would let the other party know that they were not easy to chew on. If the other party wanted to kill them, they would have to pay the price. Seeing Shang Guanying's determined look, Xiren's eyes changed a little, then he nodded affirmatively. All right. Since you've said so, then let's fight together. They had to be together in life, and they had to be together in death. Now that even Shang Guanying was fearless, what was there for him to be afraid of? Xianxia and the others looked at Shang Guanying and Xiren's resolute faces and found it funny. Since the two of you are so deeply in love, then I'll let the two of you die together. Unfortunately, no matter how deep your love is, it's useless. In the end, you'll still die in this place filled with skeletons. You damned bastard. It's all because of you. Shang Guanying stared at Xianxia. She remembered very clearly that if it weren't for Xianxia, Li Buoyo wouldn't have come looking for them, and naturally, they wouldn't be in so much trouble now. Don't blame me. Xianxia sneered, I did see that incident with my own eyes. This isn't something you can deny just because you want to. An eye for an eye, I can only say that you have to pay the price for what you've done. Even if I'm going to die, I'll drag you down with me. Shang Guanying's gaze was fierce and ruthless. Her dark red eyes stared at Xianxia, as if she couldn't wait to skin him alive. After Xianxia noticed Shang Guanying's gaze, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. This bastard's gaze was really terrifying. In the next moment, the battle between the two parties erupted. Shang Guanying directly fought with Xianxia, while Xiren fought with the Purple Realm 8th level and the Purple Realm 9th level Cultivator. Originally, when Xiren thought that as long as that Star Radiance Realm Cultivator made a move, their situation would definitely become very bad. However, he did not expect that the Cultivator would not even bother to attack them. He merely stood aside and watched the show, leaving the matter to Xianxia and the other two to settle. Noticing this, Xiren couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. As long as the other party watched the show for a while longer, they would have more hope. Many people lost because of their carelessness. As long as the other party continued to be so careless, there might be a chance to change the outcome. Bang bang bang. The five of them quickly clashed together. As their origin energy collided, one after another, martial skills exploded out continuously. Xiren and Shang Guanying had grown up together, and they usually cultivated together, so when the two of them worked together, their fighting strength was very outstanding. It was precisely because of this that the two of them were able to withstand the attacks of the other three without falling into a disadvantageous position under such circumstances. Xianxia and the others obviously didn't expect such a situation to occur, and their expressions immediately turned ugly. I was still wondering how strong you were. It turns out that you're completely at the bottom of this team. Xiren directly stabbed Xianxia with his sword. This meddlesome bastard had become the person they hated the most. Xianxia could also feel Shang Guanying and Xiren's murderous intent towards him. A haze flashed across his eyes as he panicked. He had thought that he could easily get rid of them. However, he did not expect the two of them to be so powerful when they joined forces. It had completely exceeded his expectations. Now, he had been injured by them even though he had the advantage in numbers. This was really embarrassing. He even felt that if this continued, when Xiren and Shang Guanying might really kill him. Muze, hurry up and help. Xianxia turned to look at Muze, who was watching the show. Muze was the only Starlight Jing expert among the four of them. As long as Muze intervened, when Xiren and Shang Guanying would definitely die. Hearing Xianxia's words, Muze glanced at him lazily. There was disdain and contempt between his brows. Xianxia, the other party's cultivation is not any weaker than yours. However, you can't even handle them. This level of strength is really terrible. I'm giving you a chance to improve. Fighting with them is a good way to train your battle power. Muze still had his arms crossed in front of his chest. It was obvious that he was planning to continue watching the show. He had no intention of intervening immediately. Seeing Muze like this, Xianxia's expression turned extremely ugly. He could not help but curse in his heart. This damned fellow. He's purposely trying to see me get injured. Xianxia knew very well that many people were dissatisfied with his decision to join Li Bueyo's team. After all, his strength could only be considered average in the Crimson Moon sect. There was still a large gap between him and Li Bueyo's team, which was at the top. It was only because he had provided Li Bueyo with information that Li Bueyo had agreed to let him join the team. Even so, there were still many cultivators in the team who looked down on him. Muze was one of them. Now that Li Bueyo had become a cripple, there was no way for him to take care of him in the future. That was why Muze had done this. When Xiren and Xianxia could not help but look at each other when they saw this. They never thought that there would be some conflict between the four of them. This had given them an opportunity. Ying, we have to seize this opportunity. Xianxia nodded, and the ruthlessness in her eyes intensified. All right. Bang. Xiren and Xianxia unleashed a joint martial skill at the same time. A tyrannical burst of energy erupted, and an incomparably dazzling golden light quietly appeared, and mercilessly attacked Xianxia. Noticing this terrifying light, Xianxia couldn't help but widen his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock. Such a terrifying force had completely exceeded the limits of what he could endure. After the other two cultivators noticed this scene, their faces flashed with shock. They did not expect that Xiren and Xianxia's combined martial skill would be so powerful. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion resounded, and the violent force directly blasted Xianxia's entire body, flying backward. Poochie. After falling to the ground, Xianxia involuntarily coughed out a mouthful of blood. Immediately after that, his aura weakened. From the looks of it, he didn't have long to live. The other two cultivators were lucky to have dodged in time. Otherwise, their fates would not be much better than Xianxia's. Xianxia stared blankly at when Xiren and Xianxia not far away. He never thought that he would lose his life at a time like this. This was clearly a sure-win situation, but why did it end up like this? Looking at the burning anger and hatred in the other party's eyes, he could not help but feel a little regretful. If he had known that this would be the outcome, he would not have told Li Bueyo about this. If that was the case, there wouldn't be so many things happening. After Xianxia's death, Muze and the other two cultivators only glanced at him indifferently, their expressions indifferent. This guy had only joined their team later on. They did not have any feelings for Xianxia at all. On the contrary, they only thought that Xianxia's joining had lowered their standards. Now that Li Bueyo could no longer stay in this team, it was good that Xianxia was dead. He was not suitable to stay here at all. Muze slowly walked in front of Xiren and Xianxia. All right, I've fulfilled one of your wishes and let Xianxia be your scapegoat. Now that Xianxia is dead, it's time for you to die together. After all, this is what we promised eldest senior brother. Hearing Muze's words, Xianxia and Xiren could not help but feel their hearts sink. It seemed that Muze was going to make a move. Li Bueyo is now a cripple? Why would you attack us for a cripple like him? To be honest, what we can give you is much more than what Li Bueyo can give you now. Xiren stared at Muze. He wanted to try and see if he could persuade the other party. After all, as long as he could keep his life, that was enough. Eldest senior brother does not have much ability now, but he has helped me a lot in the past. Even if it's for the sake of our past friendship, I should still help him complete this last task. Muze slowly said. That's nothing more than friendship, Xiren said slowly. He helped you, but didn't you help him as well? As long as you let us go, we will definitely give you something that you will be satisfied with. Muze chuckled. Don't talk to me about these useless things. As long as I kill you, your things will also be mine. No. Xiren shook his head. Muze frowned. What do you mean? You should know that Hong Zhuang is an outstanding doctor and has made such a great contribution to Punlai Palace. She has the most treasures. As long as you let us go, we can give you our Qianquan bags and give you a lot of spirit stones. With these spirit stones and cultivation resources, your chances of success in the future will be greater. This is definitely a good thing. Shang Guanying also said, Hong Zhuang and I are like sisters. We don't distinguish between you and me. As long as we ask for something from Hong Zhuang, she will definitely agree. Rather than helping a cripple who is of no help to you, why don't you agree with us? This way, your path will be smoother. Wen Xiren and Shang Guanying looked at each other. At present, they could only think of ways to deceive the other party. At least they could delay it for a while. After all, after the previous battle, they had consumed a lot of yuanli. They could take advantage of this time to recover a little. The current Li Bueyo was indeed of no help to them. On the contrary, spirit stones were indeed what cultivators needed the most. Even though they were the strongest team in Punlai Palace, they still had to work hard to obtain enough cultivation resources. However, with their current need for spirit stones, the number was still not enough. It was precisely because of this that they had to think of other ways to earn spirit stones. After all, in order to maintain their current status, their strength must be steadily improved. Otherwise, if they were slightly slower, others would catch up to them. This was not a result they wanted to see. When Xiren and Shang Guanying saw that the other party did not refuse immediately. On the contrary, they began to think about it and were secretly delighted. Li Bueyo believed that he still had that kind of appeal, but in fact, from the moment his dantian was destroyed, his previous appeal had disappeared. This world had always been so cruel. As long as you had no strength, you were a complete waste. If the other party helped you because of old feelings, that was affection. However, if the other party did not care about old feelings, that was also their duty. Mu Zhe looked at Wen Xiren and Shang Guanying in front of him and said, Why should I believe what you said? I can swear. Wen Xiren said, I can give you the Qianquan bag now. As for what we promised you, we will definitely do it. What's more, you are so strong that we are no match for you at all. If we don't fulfill our promise, you can come to us. What if you stay in Punlai Palace and don't come out? Mu Zhe asked in a deep voice. Impossible. No matter who it is impossible to stay in one place and not come out. In addition, we have to come to the training ground on weekdays. Even if we can hide for a while, can we hide for a lifetime? Wen Xiren said. At this time, another cultivator next to Mu Zhe said, Words are no guarantee. You can write down how many spirit stones you owe us on the note now. This way, if you go back on your word, we can take this note and go to Punlai Palace. Hearing this, Mu Zhe's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded, Not bad, this is a good idea. As a cultivator, face was the most important thing to them. If someone were to come knocking on their door like this, it would be extremely embarrassing. He believed that under such circumstances, Xiren and Wen Jiabao would not dare to go back on their word. Alright, no problem. Xiren nodded. Right now, the most important thing for them was to stay alive. Everything else was secondary. After Wen Xiren finished writing the note and handed it to Mu Zhe's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction when he saw the number of spirit stones written on it. This amount of spiritual stones was truly a huge sum of money. He had long heard that Bailey Hongzhuang of Punlai Palace was the richest. With these spirit stones, he could catch up with other practitioners in the future. We'll let you off today. However, you have to leave this place immediately. Don't let anyone from the Crimson Moon sect discover you, Mu Zhe said in a deep voice. Don't worry, we'll leave immediately. Wen Xiren and Shang Guanying looked at each other before the two of them quickly left. After Wen Xiren and Shang Guanying left, the two cultivators could not help but look at Mu Zhe. Mu Zhe, if we let them go just like that, will we? Please enter the text. They knew very well that Li Bueyo would no longer be a disciple of the Crimson Moon sect after this trip. It would be very difficult for him to continue staying on the Punlai Island and he would have to return to the outside world. Under such circumstances, what else could Li Bueyo say? Instead of being thanked by someone who had no future, it would be better for them to get some substantial rewards. This would be better for their future. Moreover, we don't know where Bailey Hongzhuang is. If Bailey Hongzhuang is not dead this time and survives. If that happens, we might have to endure Bailey Hongzhuang's crazy revenge. A powerful doctor's appeal is not small. I don't intend to get into such trouble for a cripple. Hearing Muse's words, the other two cultivators nodded. Muse, you're right. That's the best way. On one hand, they would gain enough benefits. On the other hand, the other party would not hold a grudge. It was a win-win situation. After Xiren and Shang Guanying had distanced themselves, both of them felt a little relieved. Xiren, it's all thanks to you that we managed to convince them. Otherwise, if we were to fight, our situation would not be optimistic. Shang Guanying could not help but sigh. Her eyes shone with excitement. Just dealing with Qing Jianqing and the other two had already exhausted a lot of their energy. If Muse were to intervene, they would not have any hope of winning. They did not expect that Xiren would only move his lips and they would be able to escape from such a dangerous situation. Until now, she still felt as if she was in a dream. It did not feel real at all. When Xiren chuckled, actually, this situation isn't strange. Li Buoyo no longer has any meaning to these people. They only chose to help because of their past relationship with him. However, when it came to friendship and benefits, it was much weaker. We were lucky. Although these people have a certain level of friendship with Li Buoyo, it is not very deep. That's why we took advantage of this loophole. If we had met someone who had a good relationship with Li Buoyo, I'm afraid it would not have been so easy. Shang Guanying nodded slightly. Indeed. What should we do now? Yunju, Zimei, and the others are probably still in danger. If they left like this, the two of them would naturally be safe. However, Mo Yunjue, Ren Zimei, and the others would still be in danger. However, once they joined in, they might also be in danger. Let's go find them. Xiren's eyes flashed with a resolute and determined light. They were a team, so they naturally could not abandon each other. Moreover, according to their previous situation, the number of people chasing them was basically twice their number. If the two of them joined in, then the other party's advantage would not be so obvious, and they might even have a chance of survival. Okay. Shang Guanying's eyes were as bright as the stars. This was also her idea. The next moment, when Xiren and Shang Guanying began to look around, they only remembered that the three teams had run in different directions. Now, they couldn't immediately find each other's location. They could only look around and hope to find each other as soon as possible. Ren Ziheng, Ren Zimei, and Chu Jinfeng fled as the pursuers behind them relentlessly chased after them. There were only 3 of them, but the pursuers behind them had 5 people. Among them, 4 of them were about the same strength as them, but there was still an astral radiance realm cultivator. This made them feel even more pressured. If it was Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, they might not feel too anxious when facing such an opponent. However, they did not have the abnormal battle prowess of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Hence, it was practically impossible for them to escape from such a situation. Stop running. You can't escape anymore. Qian Feilong looked at the 3 figures bitterly trying to survive as a trace of disdain and indifference surfaced in his eyes. Ren Ziheng and the others looked at each other as their expressions became extremely ugly. An indescribable panic spread in their hearts, but they did not stop because of this. Seeing that Ren Ziheng and the others were still fleeing, Qian Feilong's figure flew and blocked their path. I've already said that none of you can escape. Rather than stubbornly resisting like this, you might as well just kill yourselves. At least this way, you will have a quick death. Seeing this, Ren Ziheng and the others were forced to stop. The pursuers had practically surrounded them in an instant. Qian Feilong, there is no enmity between us. Why must you force us to do this? Ren Ziheng's expression was ugly. As a rather famous cultivator in the Crimson Moon sect, Ren Ziheng naturally knew of Qian Feilong's reputation. However, he never imagined that there would be a day when they would cross paths like this. There is indeed no enmity between us. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being in the same group as Bailey Hongzhuang. The reason why you have ended up like this is because you have been dragged down by her. Qian Feilong shrugged his shoulders. He had no interest in Ren Ziheng and the others. To him, these fellows were not even worthy of being called opponents. Using them to deal with them would only be a waste of time. I'll give you a chance now. End yourselves. At least you can preserve some dignity. Otherwise, once you fall into our hands, you will suffer a little. Qian Feilong said coldly. Ran Ziheng and the others looked at each other, and their expressions revealed struggle and hesitation. They knew very clearly in their hearts that they weren't a match for Qian Feilong, who was at the Starlight Realm. However, they were also unable to accept the fact that they had to self-destruct like this. At this time, Chu Jinfeng gave Ren Ziheng and the other two a meaningful glance. He quietly took out something with his right hand and shouted, "Run." Although Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei did not react to what Chu Jinfeng had taken out, with their tacit understanding, they did not hesitate to run forward when Chu Jinfeng shouted that word. Qian Feilong and the others naturally didn't expect Chu Jinfeng to take out something at this time. However, Qian Feilong's reaction speed was also very fast. When he saw Chu Jinfeng move, he quickly retreated a little. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the ground where Chu Jinfeng and the others had been standing had been blasted into a huge crater. Smoke and dust filled the air. The Crimson Moon sect cultivators who were closer to the crater were immediately sent flying by the explosion. Although Qian Feilong had sensed that something was amiss and had retreated a little, the area of effect was very wide. He was still injured. At the same time, Chu Jinfeng and the other two quickly ran away. This was their only chance. After hearing the huge commotion behind them, Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei could not help but gasp in amazement. Clearly, they did not expect Chu Jinfeng to have such a trick up his sleeve. Jinfeng, are these the explosives that junior sister Bailey had made? Ren Zimei immediately recognized the source of these things. When they had first seen Bailey Hongzhuang using these explosives, they had been deeply shocked by its effects. Chu Jinfeng nodded gently. Junior sister Bailey had made some previously and I had kept a copy with me in case of an emergency. I never thought that I would actually have to use it this time. The power of these explosives is truly extraordinary. Ran Ziheng's eyes were filled with admiration. Bailey Hongzhuang was truly a genius to have been able to make such explosives. However, Qian Feilong and the others are no ordinary people either. I hope that these explosives can seriously injure them. Otherwise, once they catch up to us, I'm afraid that our situation will become even worse. Big brother, we've already come this far. How bad can it get? At most, we'll lose our lives. At this moment, Ren Zimei had become much calmer. The other party had wanted their lives in the first place. Now that they had come this far, the worst that could happen was that they would lose their lives. On the contrary, as long as they could make the other party pay a price, that would be good enough. You're right. Ran Ziheng nodded. I hope that we can take advantage of this opportunity to escape. Ran Ziheng and the other two unleashed their greatest speed and fled forward. At this moment, they felt a little depressed. The teleportation formation was so far away from them. If they were close enough, they would still have a chance of survival. However, the teleportation formation was so far away that it would be difficult for them to reach it. If the other party were to catch up to them during this period of time, they would be completely finished. When Qian Feilong and the others regained their senses, they realized that they were all injured. Qian Feilong's arm was dripping with blood. His eyes were gloomy and vicious. I didn't expect these guys to have such powerful treasures. Damn it. The situation of the other four cultivators was even worse than Qian Feilong's. One of the cultivators had been seriously injured by the explosion and his aura had already withered. Even though he had consumed a life-saving elixir immediately, his complexion did not improve at all. Another cultivator's legs were injured by the explosion and he fell to the ground, unable to stand up. Senior brother Qian, you must avenge us. The cultivator whose legs were injured had an ugly expression on his face. He had thought that he could toy with the other party for a while, but he did not expect that they would fail miserably and pay such a huge price. Qian Feilong felt embarrassed when he saw them like this. He immediately nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely kill them." Immediately after, only 3 people were left from the original 5-man team. However, compared to their previous rather lazy appearance, the eyes of the 3 people were now filled with killing intent. As long as they caught up to him, they would kill him immediately. Please enter the text, damn it. They're catching up again. Chu Jinfeng's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with despair. He could feel the other party's aura getting closer and closer. His wishful thinking had been extinguished as the other party had caught up. Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei's faces were also ashen. At this moment, they really had no other choice. Forget it. Since we've already come this far, there's nothing we can do. Why don't we just fight? At most, we'll be men again after 18 years. Ren Ziheng steeled his heart and his eyes became sharp and resolute. As a cultivator, he had long been prepared to lose his life at any time. Rather than cowering and dying, it was better to fight fair and square. This way, at least their deaths would be worth it. Ren Zimei nodded, all right. Let's fight to the death with these despicable bastards. Chu Jinfeng looked at Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei beside him and said, you two run first. I'll think of a way to draw them away and give you a chance to live. Hearing Chu Jinfeng's words, Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei were stunned and immediately rejected Chu Jinfeng's suggestion. No. Why not? Chu Jinfeng quickly said, since we've already prepared to die, if I die alone, the three of us die together, we die too. Why don't you let me fight and see if I can buy you some time? As long as you can successfully escape, my sacrifice will be worth it. From the aura of the other party, they're still some distance away from us. I'll raise my aura and draw them in another direction while you two run for your lives. Do you understand? Chu Jinfeng's expression was resolute and resolute. He had already thought of this. As a man, his strength may not be comparable to others, but he would definitely do his best to protect the woman he loved. Jinfeng, you can't. Ren Zimei quickly shook her head, her expression becoming incomparably resolute. Chu Jinfeng's lips curled into a smile. Zimei, I've said before that no matter what, I'll protect you. For you to agree to be with me is the happiest thing that has happened to me in all these years. Although we haven't been together for long, it's already very satisfying for me. I don't know if I can let you live by doing this, but I will do my best. He knew very well that he was no match for Qian Feilong and the others. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to try his best to delay them, hoping to fight for a chance for Ren Zimei and the others. I don't agree. Ren Zimei was very determined. Tears quietly appeared in her eyes. Although she had always liked to say that Chu Jinfeng was indecent and unreliable, at this moment, what Chu Jinfeng had done shocked and touched her heart. An indescribable feeling of gratitude spread through her heart. It was this guy who usually didn't behave properly, who was willing to risk his life for her at this time. When Chu Jinfeng saw Ren Zimei's state, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to Ren Ziheng. Ziheng, I'll leave Zimei to you. You must find a way to survive. Ren Ziheng frowned. His eyes were bloodshot, but in the end, he nodded. All right. He couldn't let down Chu Jinfeng's good intentions. Now wasn't the time to think about all this. As long as there was a chance of survival, he had to fight for it. Please enter the text. The next moment, Chu Jinfeng glanced at Ren Zimei reluctantly and then quickly turned in another direction. At the same time, the traces of his aura also became stronger. Seeing Chu Jinfeng leave like this, Ren Zimei's tears suddenly burst out and she hurriedly shouted, Jinfeng. However, Chu Jinfeng seemed to have made up his mind and disappeared from Ren Zimei and Ren Zimei's sight without looking back. Ren Ziheng pulled Ren Zimei and quickly left, saying, Zimei, you must not disappoint Jinfeng's good intentions. Now, as long as you can still live, that is the best. Ren Zimei left in another direction under Ren Ziheng's strength, but her tears could not help falling. The scenes of her time with Chu Jinfeng flashed across her mind one by one, causing her heart to tremble constantly. She could not help but regret. If she had known, she would have treated Chu Jinfeng better. At least, she would not have left the regrets today. Or, if she died with Chu Jinfeng like this, perhaps she would be more relieved. Otherwise, facing such a Chu Jinfeng, how could she be happy? Not long after Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei left, they heard the fluctuation of essence power coming from afar. The two people's hearts immediately sank. They understood that Chu Jinfeng had been caught up by the other party. Ren Zimei could not help but sob, her heart aching to the extreme. Ren Ziheng looked at Ren Zimei's appearance, and a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, saying, Zimei, do you want to go back? He was very clear that the relationship between Renzime and Chu Jinfeng did not come easily. They had known each other for so long, and it was only during this period of time that they truly got together. Even though this time together was not considered very long, their feelings were extremely deep. Hearing Renziheng's words, Renzime was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, yes. Even if the result after going was death, she was also willing, as long as she could die together with Chu Jinfeng. Okay, then let's go back together, Renziheng said. He found that he also could not harden his heart and could not watch Chu Jinfeng die for them. If they were together, at least they could still fight. As early as when he had just joined Punlai Palace, he had already become friends with Chu Jinfeng. After these years of getting along, they were already real brothers. If he was so afraid of death, he would not be able to forgive himself. Big brother, you should go. I will go alone, Renzime said. She no longer cared about life and death, but she could not implicate Renziheng. Renziheng smiled faintly. Now that things have come to this, could it be that I can still let my little sister go alone? Let's go together. No matter what the result is, we have to give it our all. Big brother. Renzime's eyes were red. This feeling was too painful. On one side was Chu Jinfeng, and on the other was Renziheng. She really couldn't make up her mind. Don't think too much. Let's go back. It's fine as long as we don't regret it. Renziheng looked at Renzime with eyes full of tenderness and love. He only had Renzime as his family. All along, what he had hoped for the most was to help Renzime find a good man. As long as Renzime was happy, everything was fine. Although he knew that this decision was impulsive and irrational, he still made the decision. Most of the time, humans were still emotional. If they could maintain their rationality all the time, they wouldn't be human anymore. After making their decision, Renziheng and Renzime no longer hesitated and immediately rushed in the direction of the Yuanli movement. Qian Feilong and the rest caught up to Chu Jinfeng only to find that he was alone. They could not help but frown. They did not expect him to play such a trick at such a time. You're quite self-sacrificing, aren't you? You'd rather die to protect them? Qian Feilong stared coldly at Chu Jinfeng, his eyes filled with icy murderous intent. He hated Chu Jinfeng to the extreme. If it was not for this damned bastard's sneak attack, he would not have been injured. Chu Jinfeng's face was gloomy and his eyes flickered with intense hatred. So what? Do you think I'll be as cold-blooded as a despicable and shameless bastard like you? Humph, Qian Feilong snorted coldly. Do you think you'll be able to buy enough time for them? This training ground is so big. If they want to escape to the teleportation formation, it won't be done in a short time. In this time, it'll be enough for us to catch up to them. When that time comes, they'll still be on the road to death. Looking at Chu Jinfeng's fearless look, the malicious light in Qian Feilong's eyes intensified. Originally, I only wanted to give you a quick death. However, your actions just now have thoroughly angered me. So, I've decided to let you experience what it means to live a life worse than death. Hearing Qian Feilong's words, Chu Jinfeng could not help but frown. He asked, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Qian Feilong noticed the change in Chu Jinfeng's expression and the smile on his lips widened. According to my judgment, you should like the woman who came with you very much, right? Chu Jinfeng's expression changed slightly. Why are you asking this? In fact, he knew in his heart that although he had purposely changed the direction to buy some time for Renzime and Chu Jinfeng, it was still unknown whether he would succeed. What do you think is the most painful way to make a woman suffer? Qian Feilong's smile became even more wretched and smug. The two cultivators behind him also laughed evilly. Seeing this, Chu Jinfeng's expression suddenly turned ugly. He immediately charged towards Qian Feilong. You despicable and shameless fellow. Qian Feilong sent Chu Jinfeng flying with a punch and said disdainfully, you want to protect the woman you like with your little strength? Dream on. After we kill you, we'll send those two people to accompany you. It's just that woman might be a little late. After all, she's quite pretty. Chu Jinfeng's eyes turned red. He felt that Qian Feilong might really do such a thing. Whenever he thought of that possibility, he wanted to tear this fellow before him into pieces. Even so, he still couldn't vent his anger. "I'll kill you." Chu Jinfeng got up and charged at Qian Feilong once again, the sword in his hand, stabbing at his opponent without hesitation. Boom! With a flying kick, Qian Feilong snatched Chu Jinfeng's sword and stabbed it into his body. "You good for nothing, you'd better meet the king of hell as soon as possible." As the sword pierced his body, Chu Jinfeng's eyes widened. However, his hands were still wrapped tightly around Qian Feilong's leg, refusing to let the latter leave. Qian Feilong and the others originally did not put Chu Jinfeng in their eyes, but after seeing Chu Jinfeng's stubbornness, they could not help but frown. "This guy is really crazy." Qian Feilong looked at the guy who was hugging his legs tightly, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. "What a hateful guy, I'll let you die a quick death." Qian Feilong took out his weapon and immediately prepared to stab Chu Jinfeng. This kind of annoying dog skin plaster, he had to get rid of him completely. When Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei rushed back, they saw the scene, especially when they saw Chu Jinfeng vomiting blood and still hugging Qian Feilong's legs tightly, not letting him leave. Ren Zimei's tears flowed down like a broken string of pearls. "Stop!" Ren Ziheng shouted loudly. Hearing Ren Ziheng's voice, Qian Feilong could not help but turn his head. After seeing that Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei had actually returned, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so loyal, actually coming back at this time, just in time to save us a trip to chase you." Qian Feilong's face showed a trace of a satisfied smile. He might as well take advantage of this time to catch them all in one fell swoop, saving him a lot of effort. After seeing that Ren Zimei and Ren Zimei had actually returned, Chu Jinfeng's face flashed with a strong sense of surprise, and then said absent-mindedly, "Why did you come back?" He had done everything he could to buy some time with great difficulty, but Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei had returned. Didn't that mean that everything was in vain? Jinfeng. Ren Zimei looked at Chu Jinfeng with tears in her eyes. She clearly noticed that Chu Jinfeng's waist was constantly bleeding. Her heart was in so much pain, and it seemed that her whole person, even breathing, had become incomparably difficult. "You are too stupid." Chu Jinfeng sighed, his whole person looked unusually helpless, but his eyes could not help but redden. Ren Ziheng looked at the miserable Chu Jinfeng in front of him, and when he looked again at Qian Feilong, his eyes were also surging with hatred. "It's all because of these hateful guys. Jinfeng, even if we have to go underground together today, with us accompanying you, you won't be lonely." Back then, the three of them had been traveling together. Even if they went underground, the three of them should continue to be together. The corners of Chu Jinfeng's eyes gradually became moist. He hoped that Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei would be able to leave safely, but after seeing them return like this, he couldn't help but feel moved. "Papa." Qian Feilong clapped his hands with a smile and pretended to be moved. "What a scene of brotherly affection. It's really touching." The other two cultivators could not help but chuckle. A weakling would always be a weakling. The affection shown at this moment was nothing more than a joke in their eyes. Evil is doomed to destruction. "Qian Feilong, you will die a miserable death in the future." Ren Zimei's eyes were cold and ruthless. A bone-deep killing intent surged in her chest. The guy in front of her was the person she hated the most. Qian Feilong chuckled. "You don't have to worry about whether I will die miserably in the future. However, today, all three of you will die in my hands. Attack." Qian Feilong waved his hand and the two cultivators behind him immediately drew their weapons. Ren Zimei and Ren Ziheng were the first to step forward. The two of them were now completely surrounded by hatred. If they could, they really wanted to chop these fellows in front of them into minced meat. Qian Feilong looked disdainfully at Chu Jinfeng, who was sprawled on the ground, and said, "You're now at death's door. I'll give you a chance to see with your own eyes how they'll die to save you." This sentence undoubtedly pierced Chu Jinfeng's heart fiercely. If it were not for him, Ren Zimei and Ren Ziheng would not have rushed back at a time like this. Even though they might not be able to escape successfully, even if they escaped, at least they still had a slim chance of survival. However, they had given up this slim chance of survival for him. Bang, bang, bang. After Ren Ziheng and the others exchanged blows, the two of them unleashed their strongest battle prowess. Perhaps the hatred in their hearts was too strong, so when they exchanged blows, their auras were extremely shocking. The two cultivators had originally been very disdainful of Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei. However, after this exchange, they had no choice but to put away their contempt. This was because under such circumstances, if they were even the slightest bit careless, they could really capsize in the gutter. Although Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei were not considered top-notch experts in Punlai Palace, they often trained and their combat power was definitely not weak. What's more, the two of them were brother and sister. The tacit understanding between them was amazing. Boom, under the combined attack of Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei, one of the cultivators was sent flying. Blood flowed from the corner of his lips. Qian Feilong could not help but frown when he saw this. He had thought that the two of them would be enough to deal with Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei. He never thought that they would be the ones to teach them a lesson. His expression instantly turned very ugly. When Chu Jinfeng saw that Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei were actually able to defeat one of the cultivators, his eyes flashed with joy. Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei looked at each other, but they did not feel very happy about this situation. This was because they knew very well that even if the two cultivators were dead, they would not be able to deal with Qian Feilong alone. Everything that they had done now could only be said to be a little bit of payback. As long as they could make the other party unhappy, they would be happy. Two pieces of trash. Qian Feilong looked at his two teammates with dissatisfaction. Their cultivation was clearly not weaker than the other parties, but they still lost. How embarrassing. After being reprimanded by Qian Feilong, the faces of the two cultivators turned very ugly. However, when they thought about how much stronger Qian Feilong was than them, they could only swallow their anger even if they were unconvinced. Since they can't get rid of you, I'll have to do it myself. Qian Feilong slowly unsheathed his weapon and looked at Ren Ziheng and the other man in front of him. I didn't expect you two to have some ability in your last desperate struggle. However, in the face of absolute power, you two are still no match for me. Seeing that Qian Feilong was prepared to personally take action, the expressions of Ren Ziheng and the other man turned grave. Zimei, be careful, Ren Ziheng said. Ren Zimei nodded. Big brother, even if we lose our lives in the end, as long as we can get back some interest, that's good enough. Qian Feilong found it laughable when he saw the two of them giving it their all. If their cultivation was not high enough, it would be useless no matter how hard they tried. They could only blame themselves for not working hard enough in their cultivation, which caused their cultivation to be inferior to his. Ding! 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 Unfortunately, they'd already realized that Qian Feilong's strength was extremely powerful at the instant they'd fought against him. Merely his strength was already not something that they could contend against. The gap between the Starlight Realm and the Purple Realm was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Bang! Qian Feilong slammed his palm on Ren Zimei's body and she fell heavily to the ground. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The air was filled with the faint smell of blood. Seeing that Ren Zimei was injured, Chu Jinfeng and Ren Ziheng could not help but call out, Zimei. In the next moment, Qian Feilong attacked Ren Ziheng. He kicked Ren Ziheng's body several times in succession, causing Ren Ziheng's body to fall heavily to the ground, leaving a long trail on the ground. Qian Feilong stood up straight and looked at Chu Jinfeng and the other two who were all on the ground. The disdain in his eyes grew. A bunch of laughable trash. He clapped his hands and felt that it was as easy as blowing off dust. Ren Zimei struggled to get up. However, her internal organs were in so much pain that she could not even get up. Qian Feilong turned to look at Chu Jinfeng and said, haven't you always wanted to protect this woman? Then I'll kill her first and let you have a taste of pain. Chu Jinfeng and Ren Ziheng's expressions changed when they heard this. Ren Zimei's face turned pale as well. At this moment, she felt that death was very close. Qian Feilong held his sword and slowly walked in front of Ren Zimei. Ren Zimei could not help but step back. Unfortunately, she could not move much in her current state. Qian Feilong stood still and looked at the emptiness in Ren Zimei's eyes. He could not help but chuckle, don't be afraid. It won't be long before they join you. Ren Zimei stared at Qian Feilong in front of her, and her gaze gradually became firm. Big brother, Jinfeng, I'll wait for you underground. Qian Feilong, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Hearing Ren Zimei's words, Qian Feilong's face turned cold, and the sword in his hand stabbed out without hesitation. Die. Chi. Ren Zimei closed her eyes, but she did not feel any pain. On the contrary, she heard a groan in front of her. Ren Zimei quickly opened her eyes and looked in front of her. She didn't know when Ren Ziheng suddenly stood in front of her. Qian Feilong looked at Ren Ziheng and frowned. You're really in a hurry to die. Do you think? I won't kill her just because you're standing in front of her. Big brother. Ren Zimei looked at Ren Ziheng in horror. Her heart felt as if it had been squeezed by someone, and even breathing became difficult. Big brother, how are you? Big brother. Ren Ziheng turned his head and looked at Ren Zimei beside him. His voice was pale and weak. Zimei, Big brother will wait for you underground. Big brother. Don't die. Ren Zimei stared blankly at Ren Ziheng, who was lying in a pool of blood, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. Her heart ached and she was filled with regret. She was like a puppet who had lost its soul, and her heart was filled with pain. Her big brother had died because of her. If she had not insisted on returning, Ren Ziheng would not have fallen into such a state. Ever since they were young, Ren Ziheng had always taken care of her in every way possible. She had always hoped that Ren Ziheng would find a gentle and virtuous sister-in-law. However, Xiren had now died for her sake. She looked at Qian Feilong again and felt that this fellow was a demon. Because of this fellow, she had lost everything that she cherished the most. Chu Jinfeng looked at the scene and his face turned pale as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. Although he had already expected such a situation, seeing Ren Ziheng fall in front of him like this, he still felt that he could not accept it. Qian Feilong and the others looked at Ren Zimei and the others in agony, and their faces were filled with indifference. There was even a sense of satisfaction. Weaklings will always be weaklings. They could not even control their own life and death. You bunch of good-for-nothings, you should have expected this to happen. I'll give you some time to say your goodbyes. I'm afraid that you won't be able to find each other in the underworld. Haha. Ren Zimei glared fiercely at Qian Feilong. Her heart was filled with hatred. However, she was now a fish on the chopping block. No matter how much hatred she felt, it was useless. I know that you're not convinced. Qian Feilong laughed icily as his eyes fell upon Ren Zimei. You should be glad that I'm not interested in you. Otherwise, if I were to rape you and kill you, wouldn't you hate me even more? Hearing this, Ren Zimei's face changed and a sense of fear crept into her heart. She could not bear such humiliation. She would rather throw her life away. That would be easier. Noticing the change in Ren Zimei's eyes, the smile in Qian Feilong's eyes deepened. You can die with your big brother. Just as he spoke, Qian Feilong's sharp sword stabbed towards Ren Zimei. Ding! Just as Qian Feilong's sharp sword was about to stab Ren Zimei, suddenly, a throwing knife blocked his sharp sword. Only a crisp sound was heard, and his attack towards Ren Zimei did not succeed. This sudden turn of events shocked Qian Feilong and Ren Zimei. They couldn't help but look at the source of the flying knife. Mo Yunjue, Ao Lingxiao, Xiren, and Shang Guanying slowly appeared in their line of sight. Seeing the appearance of Mo Yunjue and the other three, Ren Zimei and Chu Jinfeng's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. They had helpers. Qian Feilong couldn't help but frown when he saw the latter. His eyes flashed with surprise. He could not understand. Everyone had clearly split up to chase after these fellows. Moreover, according to their distribution, they should have been confident enough to completely kill these fellows. How could these guys still be alive? Although the four of them were injured and their injuries weren't light, the fact that they could still appear here alive was already very inconceivable. Senior brother Ren. When Mo Yunjue and the others saw this scene, their faces could not help but darken. They had known Ren Ziheng for quite some time. As their senior, Ren Ziheng had always taken care of them. No matter what happened in Punlai Palace, Ren Ziheng would definitely inform them as long as he heard the news. For such a long time, Ren Ziheng had never held back from them. It was precisely because of this that they also treated Ren Ziheng as a good brother. However, when they saw Ren Ziheng like this, they also felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Their eyes gradually turned red as if something was going to fall at any time. When they looked at Qian Feilong again, their eyes were burning with raging flames of anger. This damned guy. Noticing everyone's expressions, Qian Feilong's gaze changed a little. Originally, he only treated Ren Ziheng and the others as playthings and wanted to see them in incomparable pain. However, the other party suddenly had so many helpers. Although the other party's injuries were not light, once they joined forces, their combat power would not be weak. If he remembered correctly, this Mo Yunjue was a Starlight Realm cultivator and his level was not low. Under such a comparison, he suddenly realized that the overall advantage that he originally had suddenly changed. On the contrary, the other party seemed to have gained a greater advantage. Qian Feilong was not the only one who realized this situation. The two cultivators behind him also realized this and could not help but retreat a little. Xiren, Yunjue, you must kill them. Shangguan Yingying's eyes were filled with anger. Previously, after they had escaped from their predicament, they had rushed over without stopping. At first, all of them were almost certain that they had no chance of surviving. It was only later that they realized that the situation was much worse than they had imagined. After escaping from Mu Zhe's hands, they immediately found Mo Yunjue and Ao Lingxiao. Although Mo Yunjue's cultivation was not comparable to the other parties, with the existence of the murderous aura, Mo Yunjue's ability to fight above his level was extremely powerful. This was clearly beyond the other party's expectations. Therefore, even when facing four cultivators, Mo Yunjue and Ao Lingxiao were still not at an absolute disadvantage. With the addition of Wen Xiren and Shangguan Yingying to the battle, the situation immediately changed. Therefore, after spending a lot of effort, they successfully escaped. However, they also paid a great price. After all, the counterattack of an Astral Radiance cultivator was still very terrifying. Even though they were already seriously injured, everyone didn't stop for even half a moment. They immediately rushed towards the direction of Ren Ziheng's group without stopping. Unfortunately, they were originally in different directions, so even if they rushed desperately, they still spent a lot of time. When they arrived, they saw this scene. Hearing Shangguan Yingying's words, Wen Xiren, Mo Yunjue and the others all nodded. Even though their combat strength had weakened, they were still confident in dealing with Qian Feilong's group of three. In the next instant, Mo Yunjue and the others took a step forward and charged towards Qian Feilong's group without hesitation. They were going to make those three bastards pay the price. Senior brother Qian, the situation doesn't look good. What should we do? The two cultivators from the Crimson Moon sect immediately thought of retreating. Faced with such a great disparity in their powers, if they were to fight recklessly and lose their lives here, it would not be worth it at all. Furthermore, they had only wanted to kill Ren Ziheng and the others out of respect for Li Buoyou. It had nothing to do with them at all. If they were to lose their lives because of this, it would not be worth it at all. When Qian Feilong saw Mo Yunjue and the others charging towards them, he shouted, "Let's go, quickly!" Qian Feilong immediately turned around and ran towards the back without any hesitation. At this moment, his heart was filled with confusion. He could not understand why these fellows would appear here together. Could it be that they had dealt with the other pursuers as well? If that was really the case, it would be too terrifying. Could it be that these fellows' powers have reached such a terrifying level? Mo Yunjue and the others quickly gave chase. However, they were already injured. On the other hand, Qian Feilong and the others were in peak condition. Hence, they could not catch up to them at all. After giving chase for some distance, Mo Yunjue and the others chose to give up and return to Ren Zimei's side. Ren Zimei hugged Ren Ziheng and was sobbing her eyes out. Ren Ziheng held Ren Zimei's hand and said, "Zimei, don't be sad. You must live on. I will watch over you from above with mother and father." Hearing this, Ren Zimei shook her head vehemently. "No. Big brother, don't leave me alone." Just then, Chu Jinfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as white as a sheet. When she saw Chu Jinfeng's state, Ren Zimei could not help but look at him and ask, "Jinfeng, how are you?" Chu Jinfeng shook his head. "Zimei, don't be sad. Everyone will die sooner or later. We will wait for you in the underworld. You will meet someone who will treat you even better." As he spoke, a dim light flashed across Chu Jinfeng's eyes. He had once hoped that it would be him. He never thought that he would not be able to do so in the end. When he thought of leaving Ren Zimei alone in this world, he could not help but feel his heart ache. No. No. Ren Zimei finally couldn't control herself and burst into tears. "I don't want to live alone in this world. I don't want. The two most important people to her in this world were Ren Ziheng and Chu Jinfeng. However, today, the two most important people in her life were going to leave her together. How could she accept this? Shang Guanying hurried to Ren Zimei's side. At this moment, she felt as if Ren Zimei had fallen into darkness, and no light could save her. Zimei, be strong, Shang Guanying said with concern. Ren Zimei shook her head. No matter how strong she usually pretended to be, in the face of this scene, how could she be strong? As long as Ren Ziheng could survive, she would rather not learn to be strong for the rest of her life. Seeing that Ren Zimei was completely immersed in grief, Shang Guanying's eyes were slightly red. She immediately took out a bottle of pills from her Qianquan bag and fed it to Ren Ziheng without hesitation. This was given to me by Hong Zhuang. She said it's a life-saving pill. Now that Hong Zhuang isn't here, I can only try using this pill. Ren Zimei had been completely immersed in grief and did not hear anything that Shang Guanying had said. However, when she saw Shang Guanying's actions, her eyes lit up a little, and a hint of hope appeared in her eyes. Junior sister Shangguan, is this pill effective? Actually, I'm not too sure. Shang Guanying's expression showed some hesitation. This was given to me by Hong Zhuang. She said it was for emergencies and to prevent us from being separated. However, I'm very confident in Hong Zhuang's pill refining skills. She's a high-level pill refiner and has mastered many incredible pill recipes. Since it was given by her, it must be a treasure. I hope it'll be effective. As she spoke, Shang Guanying's gaze fell upon Ren Ziheng and Chu Jinfeng. She could only hope that this pill would be effective. However, since Bailey Hongzhuang had given them this pill, they had not used it, so she could not be sure of the pill's specific effects. Ren Zimei nodded repeatedly. She seemed to be grasping at a life-saving straw. Her eyes were fixed on Ren Ziheng and Chu Jinfeng as she prayed in her heart. Now, she could only hope for a miracle. She hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang's pill would really be effective. If Ren Ziheng and Chu Jinfeng could survive, she was willing to give her life to Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying. After Ren Ziheng and Chu Jinfeng had taken the pill, they felt a warm energy spread throughout their bodies. This energy was very gentle and nourished their bodies. Their bodies, which had been gradually losing their vitality, slowly recovered under the effects of this pill. The two of them could not help but feel astonished. Shang Guanying and Ren Zimei had been watching over Ren Ziheng and Chu Jinfeng until Mo Yunjue and the others returned. Shang Guanying then stood up and asked, "How was it?" Xiren shook his head. "They ran away. That damn Qian Feilong. Don't let me find the chance or I'll kill him." Ren Zimei's eyes were fierce and persistent. "I'll kill Qian Feilong with my own hands. Cut him into 1,000 pieces and tear him to pieces." How are senior brother Ren and the others? After when Xiren sized up Ren Ziheng and Shang Guanying, he then looked at Shang Guanying. Judging from the situation, although Qian Feilong had left them on the verge of death, they did not die immediately. Maybe there was still a glimmer of hope. Shang Guanying spread out her hands and said, "I fed them the life-saving pills that Hong Zhuang gave us, but I can't tell how effective they are." Hearing this, Wen Xiren nodded slightly and said, "Senior Ren, Hong Zhuang's medicine has always been very effective. Don't be too sad, maybe there's still a chance." Ren Zimei nodded, but she was still somewhat absent-minded. Her hands were tightly clenched together. She was obviously nervous to the extreme. Just as they were conversing, Mo Yunjue suddenly groaned and his face became abnormally ugly. Noticing the change in Mo Yunjue, Xiren's expression changed. He quickly helped Mo Yunjue to sit down and asked, "Yunjue, what's wrong?" Mo Yunjue waved his hand and took out a pill and swallowed it, saying, "I'm fine. It's just that at that time, junior apprentice brother Mo forcefully endured all of this and didn't say anything." Ao Lingxiao's face was filled with guilt. Previously, he did not have a good impression of Mo Yunjue. He only felt that this fellow was too cold and unapproachable. However, he did not expect that Mo Yunjue would be injured in order to save him. It was only at that moment that he realized that Mo Yunjue was actually a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Hearing Ao Lingxiao's words, Xiren and Shang Guanying finally came to their senses. They did not notice that Mo Yunjue's injuries were so serious. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with concern, Mo Yunjue waved his hand and said, it's a good thing that Qian Feilong did not see through it. Otherwise, if we really fought, the situation would be terrible. In fact, he was already at the end of his rope. He was only forcefully suppressing the situation in his body. He was originally certain that Qian Feilong would choose to leave after seeing them in such a state. If Qian Feilong did not do so and instead fought them head-on, they would be finished. Yunjue, so you've been forcefully holding on all this time. Shangguan Yingying's eyes flickered with a complicated light. I'm really too stupid. I actually did not see through it all this time and even let you chase Qian Feilong for so long. I deliberately did not tell you. That was the only way to fool Qian Feilong. Mo Yunjue's expression was heavy. Although Qian Feilong has left, we are not safe now. In my opinion, we should leave as soon as possible or find a place to hide. Otherwise, once their people gather and find trouble with us, none of us will be able to escape. He knew very well that the two Starlight cultivators from before were not simple. As a cultivator from such a sect, almost none of them were simple. Although he had defeated them, he had also paid a huge price. However, he did not like to show his weak side in front of everyone. If he did not find a place to rest properly, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold on any longer. Hearing Mo Yunjue's words, everyone came to their senses. Xiren and Shangguan Yingying couldn't help but look at each other. They couldn't help but think that once Qian Feilong returned and communicated with Mu Zhe and the others, the matter of Mu Zhe letting them go would probably be exposed. At that time, once they came together, the situation would be extremely terrible. Carry Senior Brother Ren and Senior Brother Chu, let's leave quickly. Xiren hurriedly said. What about Beichen and Hong Zhuang? Will they be in danger? Shangguan Yingying's eyes were filled with worry. Although the people from the Crimson Moon sect were chasing after them, she also understood that the people Li Bueyo wanted to kill the most were Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang. Hearing this, Mo Yunjue could not help but frown. Under such circumstances, Hong Zhuang is in great danger. No one knew when exactly Hong Zhuang would come out. It would be fine if she stayed in there for a long time. However, if she stayed in there for a short time, wouldn't she run into Li Bueyo and the others as soon as she came out? If she really fell into such a situation, it would be impossible for her to keep her life. Everyone looked at each other, looking unusually troubled. When Xiren's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. Their team was now either injured or crippled. They could not be of any help at all. Moreover, there was no shelter in this training ground. Once the other party caught up to them, they would not be able to find a place to hide. Ao Lingxiao nodded. Indeed, with our current state, we really can't be of any help. Everyone sighed. If they went back now, they would not be of any use other than sending themselves to their deaths. They might even drag down Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang. Rather than that, they might as well go back and heal their injuries first. It would be best if they could get the cultivators from Punlai Palace to come and help. That would be the best solution. If it were any other day, it would be a little troublesome to get the cultivators from Punlai Palace to come and help. However, this time it had escalated to the level of trouble between Punlai Palace and the Crimson Moon sect. They believed that the cultivators from Punlai Palace would definitely do their best to help. Mo Yunjue frowned. He could not bear the thought that Bailey Hongzhuang might be in danger. However, looking at his trembling hands, he really did not have any strength left. Yunjue, don't worry. Hong Zhuang has the ability to protect herself. Trust me, I won't lie to you. Xiren stared at Mo Yunjue. He understood how important Bailey Hongzhuang was to Mo Yunjue. If he could not guarantee Bailey Hongzhuang's safety, Mo Yunjue would not be able to leave with peace of mind. The reason why he was not too worried was because he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had the Chaos Ring. If she was being hunted down, as long as there was a chance, Bailey Hongzhuang could escape into the Chaos Ring. As a result, it would be impossible for Li Bueyo and the others to find her. Mo Yunjue was originally unwilling to leave, but after seeing how confident Wen Xiren was, he nodded hesitantly. Based on his understanding of Wen Xiren, the latter had always been very concerned about Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. Since he was so sure, he must have his reasons. Although he didn't know what it was, he believed that it couldn't be wrong. After making the decision, everyone rushed in the direction of Punlai Palace. They had to hurry. When Qian Feilong and the other two saw that Mo Yunjue and the rest did not chase after them, they finally relaxed. Immediately, they heaved a deep sigh of relief. I didn't expect these guys to still be alive. What's going on? Qian Feilong's face was filled with confusion. He just couldn't understand. In my opinion, something must have happened. We should hurry back and take a look. Hearing this, Qian Feilong nodded. Now, they had to hurry back to understand the ins and outs of this matter. After seeing that everyone had gone after Ren Ziheng and the others, Li Buoyou had been waiting outside the ruins for them to return. In fact, he didn't dare to stay in the ruins because he didn't know where Bailey Hongzhuang was. If Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly appeared, he, who had his Dantian destroyed, was no match for her. Although he was now a cripple, he still didn't want to die like this. At least, it was good to be alive. While waiting, he finally saw Muze and the other two slowly walking back. A trace of joy immediately appeared on his face. Muze, you're back. How was it? After hearing Muze's answer, Li Buoyou's face suddenly revealed a joyful smile. Although they had not found Bailey Hongzhuang's whereabouts yet, as long as Bailey Hongzhuang knew that everyone else was dead, it would definitely be a great blow to her. Even if they could not find Bailey Hongzhuang, it would be good to make Bailey Hongzhuang feel extreme pain. The most depressing thing was that he could not kill either Bailey Hongzhuang or Bewitching. As long as one of them died, the other would definitely be in so much pain that he would rather die, just like how he was now a cripple. This was the situation he wanted to see the most. Muze, thank you. Li Buoyou said gratefully. Facing Li Buoyou's grateful gaze, Muze did not feel guilty at all. In this situation, he was still willing to deceive Li Buoyou. This was already very polite to him. Eldest senior brother, are we the only ones who came back? The other teammates didn't come back? Muze looked around and after discovering that there were no other cultivators besides them, he could not help but frown. Li Buoyou nodded slightly, I've been waiting here for you to come back. Other than you, the others did not come back. Then their speed is really slow. Another person said with a smile, feeling a little guilty in his heart. They did not attack Xiren and Bewitching at all. It was because of this that they were the fastest. Eldest senior brother, you've been here for so long. Did you see Bailey Hongzhuang? No. Li Buoyou frowned, there was no movement at all. I really don't understand where Bailey Hongzhuang went. By the way, when you were fighting with Wen Xiren and Bewitching, did you ask about Bailey Hongzhuang's whereabouts? Hearing Li Buoyou's question, the other two cultivators couldn't help but look at Muze. Previously, they were only thinking about how to obtain more benefits from Xiren and Wen Xianxia. They had long forgotten about Bailey Hongzhuang's whereabouts, so why would they even think of asking? Muze, on the other hand, was very calm. I asked them, but they were very tight-lipped. No matter how I asked, they refused to tell me. In the end, I could only kill them. So that's how it is. Li Buoyou did not suspect anything. I didn't expect these guys to be so loyal. Let's wait for the others to come back and ask them if they have found the whereabouts of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Alright. After waiting for a while, Qian Feilong and the others slowly appeared in front of Li Buoyou and the others. When they noticed that Qian Feilong and the others had returned, one of the cultivator's legs was injured and had to be carried back directly. As for the other cultivator, he was nowhere to be seen. Everyone could not help but reveal a trace of shock on their faces. Junior brother Qian, what happened to you? Li Buoyou could not hide the shock on his face. According to his judgment, Ren Ziheng and the others were not very strong. Qian Feilong and the others should have no problem chasing after them. How could someone be injured now? We were tricked. Qian Feilong sighed, his face full of bad luck. I didn't expect those three guys to have a trump card. They caught us off guard. Junior brother Li has fallen. How could this be? For a moment, Li Buoyou felt a little guilty. After all, Qian Feilong only helped because of their past relationship. Junior brother Li actually lost his life because of this. How could he not feel guilty? These guys don't seem to have much ability, but they can't be underestimated. If we're not careful, we'll fail miserably. Qian Feilong sighed and shook his head. Recalling the previous scenes, he still felt that it was a loss. It was originally a problem that could be solved completely, but it kept on causing trouble. Now, not only were they unable to solve these problems, they even had to run back. It was really embarrassing. Senior brother Qian, did you kill them all? Mu Zhe asked. Qian Feilong shook his head. Ren Ziheng and Chu Jinfeng should have been killed by me, but Ren Zimei is still alive. Why? Li Buoyo's face was full of confusion. Obviously, he couldn't understand why Qian Feilong would choose to leave one person behind in such a situation. Wasn't this leaving trouble? Their helpers are here. Punlai Palace's people are here? Wan Yanling and the others? Li Buoyo quickly asked. If Wan Yanling and the others were here, then this matter would be a little troublesome. No. Qian Feilong's gaze then turned to Mu Zhe. Speaking of which, I don't understand. Mu Zhe, didn't you chase after Wen Ziren and Chu Jinfeng? Why didn't you succeed? Instead, you gave them the chance to rescue Ren Ziheng and the others? Following Qian Feilong's words, Mu Zhe was stunned. Li Buoyo was also stunned. What did you say? Li Buoyo said in a daze, you said that Wen Ziren and Chu Jinfeng are still alive. Qian Feilong nodded. Not only are they still alive, Mo Yunjue and Chu Jinfeng are also still alive. I thought that they wouldn't appear. Who would have thought that they would appear together to save Ren Ziheng and the others? The other side had more people, so we came back and only killed Ren Ziheng and Chu Jinfeng. Ren Zimei didn't have time to do anything. Li Buoyo's gaze couldn't help but turn to Mu Zhe. The gratitude in his eyes suddenly changed a little and his expression became very complicated. Mu Zhe, didn't you say that Wen and Ziren had already died in your hands? What? Qian Feilong was surprised as he looked at Mu Zhe in astonishment, obviously not having expected such a situation. Instantly, Mu Zhe and the two cultivators behind him fell into silence. They did not expect that Ziren and Wen Liang would actually run over to help others after leaving. This was truly beyond their expectations. According to their thinking, it was already not easy for Wen Ziren and his companion to escape with their lives in such a situation. Why would they run to their deaths? However, these two people just didn't play by the rules, so their situation was discovered by others. It was really depressing. However, in the current situation, with Qian Feilong confronting them, no matter how they tried to cover up their lies, it would be impossible for them to succeed. Thus, they decided to remain silent. When Li Buoyo saw Mu Zhe and the others fall into silence, he already understood. There was no need to explain because it was already very obvious. They were the ones who had let Wen Ziren escape. Qian Feilong frowned and looked at Mu Zhe in confusion. Why would you do that? Mu Zhe remained silent. Now that the matter had been completely exposed, there was no way to explain, so he was too lazy to explain. Looking at Mu Zhe's appearance, Qian Feilong could not help but sigh. According to this explanation, only 2 of Ren Ziheng's group of 7 died, and the rest were completely let go. I know that with my current appearance, I'm no longer of any use. Li Buoyo could not help but feel disappointed. He had already expected this to happen in the future, but he did not expect that the person he had always treated as a brother would not even care about this little bit of friendship. Seeing this, Mu Zhe's expression became complicated. Eldest senior brother, I've really let you down in this matter. You wanted to kill Bailey Hongshuang, so I'll accompany you in this ruin to find Bailey Hongshuang. What do you think? Originally, he still hoped that Bailey Hongshuang could return alive because only then would he be able to obtain enough spirit stones. However, Ziren and Shang Guanying obviously did not abide by their agreement, so he did not intend to continue to abide by it. It would be fine if he was not discovered, but now that he was, he naturally still wanted to save face. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to get along with Qian Feilong and the rest in the future. Mu Zhe, I won't force you. Li Buoyo waved his hand, looking completely disheartened. I'm not forcing you, I'm willing to do this. Mu Zhe said solemnly. Qian Feilong looked at Mu Zhe and understood that Mu Zhe was sincere. He immediately said, this time, you can't cause any trouble. Eldest senior brother has helped us a lot, this is his last wish, we can't let him down. Hearing this, Mu Zhe nodded. Okay. There are a few other guys, when they come back, I'll have to talk to them. Qian Feilong said helplessly. Li Buoyou and the rest immediately waited outside the ruin. However, they waited for a long time and did not wait for the few cultivators to return. They could not help but look at each other, and a bad feeling arose in their minds. They haven't returned after such a long time. Could something have happened to them? Qian Feilong asked doubtfully. Muze frowned. With their cultivation, logically speaking, there shouldn't be any danger. Let's go take a look. It's strange that nothing has happened for so long, Li Buoyou could not help but say. Even if they let Mo Yunjue and Ao Lingxiao go, it was impossible for them not to come back. At the very least, they would make up a lie like Muze. As long as no one exposed it, no one would know. In the next moment, Li Buoyou and the others immediately set off to search. Bailey Hongzhuang was still studying this restriction. According to her understanding, this restriction required a powerful cultivation to break it. With her current cultivation, she was clearly not qualified, so there was no point in using force. Only by outsmarting her would there be a chance. Bai Long originally did not have any hope for Bailey Hongzhuang, but after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's perseverance in her research, his expression could not help but change a little. Hey, human, you've been studying for so long, have you made any progress? Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the white dragon could not help but sigh. I saw that you've been concentrating on your research for so long and I thought that you would have discovered something. It seems that my judgment was right, you can't do it. Even though the white dragon had denied everything, Bailey Hongzhuang did not seem to mind at all. Her delicate, jade-like face rippled with a faint, gentle smile. You're so powerful, but haven't you also been trapped here for so many years? I've only been researching for a short while, isn't it normal that I haven't discovered anything? The white dragon could not help but be shaken. It had wanted to mock Bailey Hongzhuang, but it was suddenly unable to say anything. Indeed, it had been researching here for so many years and had not succeeded. What right did it have to criticize Bailey Hongzhuang? The three beasties watched as the white dragon was rendered speechless by Bailey Hongzhuang's words and could not help but chuckle. Master was indeed master. She usually did not speak, but when she did, she could shut the other party up. I can't be bothered with you. The white dragon pursed its lips. Then you can slowly research here. If you can really break this seal, I'll acknowledge you as my master. Why do I remember you saying that whoever can take you away would be your master? If I can take you away, I'm already your master. Why would I need you to acknowledge me as your master? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a sly light. She had also discovered that although this white dragon had a tough appearance, it was actually very naive and easy to coax. She could tell that from the few words it had exchanged. The white dragon was dumbfounded and its brain could not wrap itself around the situation. It had clearly felt that what it had said was quite reasonable, but why did it feel that it was in the wrong after hearing what Bailey Hongzhuang had said? Sigh. White dragon, my master is right. What you've said is nothing. Xiaohei quickly spoke up. All right. The white dragon, who had transformed into a woman, puffed up her cheeks and said gloomily, if you can break this seal, I'll acknowledge you as the number one, most powerful, most intelligent, and most capable master in the world. Is this okay? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a sly smile. It's a deal. It's a deal. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang began to concentrate on studying the restriction. Seeing this, Xiaobai couldn't help but jump to Bailey Hongzhuang's side and ask curiously, Master, do you have an idea? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Actually, this restriction is a spirit array set up by an expert. As long as you can break the spirit array, you can break this restriction. However, this restriction is very powerful, and the spirit array is not simple either. Breaking it is not an easy task. I believe Master can do it. Xiaobai's eyes shone with a determined light. In its eyes, its master was the most powerful existence. You have that much confidence in me? Bailey Hongzhuang stroked Xiaobai's head. She had to admit that these two little furballs felt extraordinarily good to touch. Of course. When Li Buoyou and the others saw the corpses on the ground, their faces instantly turned extremely ugly. How could this be? Li Buoyou stared blankly at the 4 corpses on the ground. 2 of them were Starlight Realm experts. He never thought that they would die here. It's impossible for Imo Yunjue and his companions' battle powers to be so powerful. They could actually kill all four of them. Qian Feilong's eyes flashed with disbelief. This doesn't make sense at all. They already knew that Imo Yunjue and his companions' powers were rather powerful, so they did not dare to overlook them and had sent out an even more powerful team to kill them. Who would have thought that they would all die at the hands of Imo Yunjue and his companion? This was far too terrifying. But aside from this explanation, we can't find any other explanation. Muze slowly said. Even though he did not want to believe everything that had happened before his eyes, it was all true. Even if they did not want to believe it, it was useless. Bailey Hongshuang. Li Buoyo's eyes flashed with a furious light. He had never expected that they would pay such a heavy price this time. Qian Feilong and the others' eyes flashed with a vicious light. These were all their brothers and they had always fought side by side. However, they had now died at the hands of those from Punlai Palace. This was simply too abominable. Damn it. We must kill Bailey Hongshuang and avenge everyone. Everyone nodded. If they had previously thought that Bailey Hongshuang and her companions did not hold much of a grudge against them, they no longer thought that way. Now, there was a great hatred between them. Their team had almost been disbanded because of the cultivators from Punlai Palace, who could accept this situation. After making such a decision, they buried their fallen brothers before returning to the ruins. They believed that Bailey Hongshuang would never have been the first to leave, so she must still be in the ruins. However, they had overlooked her and failed to find her. Initially, they had wanted to chase after Ren Zimei and the others. However, so much time had passed and they did not know where they had escaped to. This training ground was not small. If they did not know the direction in which they had escaped, it would be very difficult to find them. If Bailey Hongshuang were to escape because of this, that would be the worst thing that could happen. Therefore, they decided to guard the ruins. Even if they couldn't wait until Bailey Hongshuang came out, they could wait until Bewitching came out. As long as someone appeared, that would be enough. When Xiren and the others had been hurrying along, not daring to stop for even a moment. None of them knew if the other party would catch up to them. Even though they were all heavily injured, they could only grit their teeth and leave under such circumstances. On one hand, they were worried about their own safety. On the other hand, they wanted to go back and find help as soon as possible. As long as they had help, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching would not be in danger. When Xiren carried Ren Ziheng on his back while Ao Lingxiao carried Chu Jinfeng on his back. Originally, the two of them were in a terrible state. However, after taking the pills, they discovered that although their complexions were still not good, they did not show any signs of dying. Just this discovery alone was enough to make Ren Zimei go wild with joy. Her greatest wish now was for Ren Ziheng and Chu Jinfeng to survive. Other than that, she had no other wishes in her life. Bailey Hongshuang was fully immersed in studying the restriction. She had a certain amount of research on formations, but this kind of formation was very complicated and it was extremely difficult to break it. Fortunately, it was still early. She believed that Beichen still needed some time to accept the inheritance, so she was not in a hurry. No matter what, this was a new challenge for her. Xiren and the others rushed back to Punlai Palace. However, the place where they were before was the center of the training ground, so it was not possible to rush back in a short time. Moreover, the skeleton army would appear at any time during the night, so everyone had to be very careful. In their current state, if they encountered the skeleton army, it would be really terrible. Imo Yunjue, Ren Ziheng, and Chu Jinfeng's injuries were very serious. Originally, in such a situation, they needed to recuperate, but there was no chance for them to recuperate because of their blindness. Therefore, in such a situation, it was already very good that the three of them could ensure that their injuries did not become serious. It was impossible for them to recover. Damn it, why is this training ground so big? When we came here, we didn't think it would take so long. Shang Guanying frowned, her face was full of depression. At that time, we were in our best condition, so our speed was naturally faster. Now that everyone is injured, of course, we can't be fast. Xiren sighed. Facing such a situation, he was also very helpless. If there was a way, he also hoped to be able to return as soon as possible. Don't be impatient. It's useless to be anxious now. As long as we can return safely, it's already very good. Xianxia's expression was also full of helplessness. In his heart, he was praying that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching would be fine. On one hand, it was because of the friendship between them. On the other hand, it was also because he pinned all his hopes of taking back his family on Bewitching. If something happened to Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang, then his hope would naturally be impossible. Although this was only a prophecy, and many people would find it ridiculous if he said it out loud, he still believed in this prophecy. He believed that there would be a day when he would take back his family. After a lot of hard work, Xiran and the others finally arrived at the location of the teleportation array. When everyone saw the teleportation array, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They could finally go back. When Xiran and the others had already decided that the first thing they would do when they returned was to look for Master Long. With how much Master Long valued Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, he would definitely think of a way to support them as soon as he found out about this matter. Moreover, Master Long and the others were relatively stronger, so they were naturally the fastest to rush over. Just the fact that Bewitching was able to obtain the inheritance of the Dark Force meant that his value was extraordinary. Since knowing that Bewitching had participated in the training, Yujue had been paying attention to the movements in Punlai Palace. He had been waiting to meet Bewitching for too many years. Now that Bewitching was not far from him, he was naturally looking forward to it. When he learned that this training was over, he immediately rushed to Punlai Palace to find Bewitching. However, he did not expect to be told that Bewitching had not returned yet. Although he also had some complicated views on the inheritance of the dark power, he also understood that the power itself did not have any attributes. What happened back then made them have to admit that the dark power was extremely powerful. If he could obtain the inheritance of the dark power, Bewitching's future would be limitless. He also admired Bewitching more in his heart. There were many outstanding cultivators in the three major forces, but Bewitching was able to stand out from so many cultivators and obtain the inheritance of the ruins. His ability was not simple. Now he was only waiting for Bewitching to return. When he thought of the scene of them reuniting, he could not help but feel a little excited. After when Xiran and the others arrived at Punlai Palace, the cultivators in the palace looked at their seriously injured appearance with surprise in their eyes. When senior brother Wanyan came back, didn't he say that Bewitching obtained the inheritance of the dark power? And when Xiran and the others did not suffer any harm. Why are they like this when they come back now? A cultivator looked at Wen Xiran and the others in a daze. They looked like they were seriously injured. Could it be that something happened after senior brother Wanyan and the others came back? I don't know. Senior brother Wanyan said it himself. It should be impossible for there to be any changes. Now only they have come back. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang have not come back yet. Looking at the situation, I am afraid that something terrible has happened. Faced with everyone's guesses, Xiran and the others did not care about anything else. They rushed to Long Yanwei's residence immediately. When they arrived at Long Yanwei's residence, fortunately, Long Yanwei was also there. Looking at Mo Yunjue and the others who were seriously injured in front of him, Long Yanwei suddenly turned pale with fright. What happened to you? Who hurt you? Ever since he learned that Bewitching had obtained the legacy of darkness, he had been waiting here at ease. In particular, he had completely relaxed after learning about the situation of Bewitching's group from Wan Yanling. He did not expect Bewitching to be so powerful. All the cultivators from the three major forces had gone, but they, the newcomers, were able to obtain the inheritance. This time, it really shocked everyone. However, according to what Wan Yanling said, Bewitching and the others should be very safe. However, judging from the miserable state of Xiran and the others, it was obvious that they had gone through an earth-shattering battle and had only managed to survive after expending a tremendous amount of effort. They are cultivators from the Crimson Moon sect, Wen Xiran said in a deep voice. The expression in Long Yanwei's eyes changed a little when he heard this. However, he did not immediately inquire about this matter in detail. Instead, he looked towards the injured Mo Yunjue and the rest. Judging by the situation, your injuries are very serious. You should quickly go and rest. Long Yanwei's face was filled with concern. He then turned to look at Xiren. When Xiren, if your condition is good, you can stay here and explain this matter to me in detail. After speaking, Long Yanwei quickly called for people to send Mo Yunjue and the others back to their residence. He also ordered people to find a doctor and an alchemist to treat them. In the end, only Xiren and Shang Guaniying remained. We were attacked by the Crimson Moon sect cultivators. When Xiren's expression was gloomy, the cultivators in their group are more powerful and they have more people than us. We are at a complete disadvantage. Previously, when they came out to kill us, we used all our skills and finally managed to escape. However, everyone was injured. Ran Ziheng and Chu Jinfeng almost lost their lives. Until now, we don't know if they will survive. Hearing Xiren's words, Yizihua could not help but frown. Are the Crimson Moon sect cultivators you're talking about Li Buoyo and the rest? Shang Guaniying nodded. That's right, it's them. I heard from Wan Yanling that they came back with ease after seeing Li Buoyo and the rest leave. Could it be that they came back again? Yes, they suddenly came back after leaving for a day. None of us expected this. After receiving Xiren's confirmation, Long Yanwei and Yizihua's expressions turned ugly. They never thought that Li Buoyo would do such a thing. It was obvious that he had done it on purpose to deceive Wan Yanling and the rest. As such, as long as Wan Yanling and the rest left, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest would not be a match for them. This Li Buoyo is really despicable. Yizihua's eyes darkened. His dantian has been destroyed but he still managed to stir up so much trouble. How despicable. Bang! Long Yanwei slammed the table and his face was filled with rage. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were the young people in the Punlai Palace who were currently in the limelight. According to their judgment, they would replace Wan Yanling and the rest in the future. Now, Li Buoyo wanted to kill Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest in one fell swoop. This was too despicable. Lord Long, this is not the most important thing now. You should go and help Hongzhuang and Beichen. Shang Guaniying hurriedly said, they are still in the ruins. According to our judgment, Li Buoyo and the others will definitely not give up. Maybe they will stay near the ruins and wait for Beichen and Hongzhuang to come out. After all, they have the advantage in numbers. Once they meet, Beichen and Hongzhuang will be in danger. The moment these words were spoken, Long Yanwei and Yizihua's expressions changed once again. According to you, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang have already encountered them? Xiren shook his head. We can't be sure about that. We don't know when Hongzhuang and Beichen will come out of the ruins, but the only thing we can be sure of is that Li Buoyo and the others will not let them go. Send someone to help immediately. Long Yanwei said to Yizihua without hesitation. If you encounter any cultivators from the Crimson Moon sect, kill them without mercy. Yizihua nodded when he saw the determination and ruthlessness in Long Yanwei's eyes. Don't worry, I'll make the arrangements immediately. No matter what, we can't let anything happen to Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. Long Yanwei's heart sank. On one hand, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang were cultivators that he had high hopes for. He had always treated them as his most valued disciples. Now that they were in danger and had been schemed against by the cultivators from the Crimson Moon sect, how could he not help them immediately? Yizihua was naturally aware of this. With Di Beichen's current status, he was practically the crown prince of Punlai Palace. Anyone could have an accident, but Di Beichen absolutely could not have an accident. If anything were to happen to him, even the Crimson Moon sect's sect leader would want nothing more than to personally kill the few fellows from his sect, let alone them. The consequences of angering the Di family was not something they could bear. Yanwei, in my opinion, we should inform the Golden Flame auction house about this matter, Yizihua said. Di Yujue had been waiting for Di Beichen's return. They had promised Di Yujue that they would inform Di Beichen as soon as he returned. Although the current situation was completely different from what they had expected, they had to give Di Yujue an explanation no matter what. At the very least, they had to let him know about this matter. Long Yanwei nodded his head when he heard this. They definitely could not hide this news. When Xiren and Shang Guaniying heard that Yizihua was going to inform the Golden Flame auction house about this matter, they could not help but feel puzzled. They did not know what this matter had to do with the Golden Flame auction house. However, just as they were about to ask, the sound of footsteps was suddenly heard from outside the house. Immediately after, an outstanding figure appeared in their line of sight. Seeing this figure, Wen Xiren and Shang Guanying could not help but be stunned. This was because they were no stranger to this figure. They had seen him before, but they did not expect to see him again here. However, after the other party arrived, he did not pay attention to them. Instead, he spoke directly to Long Yanwei. Long Yanwei, I heard that Beichen's situation is not good. Du Jue's gaze was deep, and there was a haze in the depths of his eyes. When he heard the news, he immediately rushed over. Originally, he had been waiting for Beichen's good news. He did not expect to hear such bad news in the end. Naturally, he was in a terrible mood. Seeing that Du Jue had actually come directly, Long Yanwei and Yi Zihua could not help but feel surprised. However, after thinking about it for a while, they understood. With Du Jue's methods, he must have already planted spies in the Punlai Palace. Xiren and the others' return had attracted so much attention. Naturally, the other party had immediately reported the news to Du Jue. Long Yanwei quickly stood up, with a respectful expression on his face. Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang's situation is indeed not good. What's the reason? Du Jue frowned and directly asked for the reason. The Crimson Moon sect's disciples have surrounded them with the intention of killing them. Long Yanwei explained concisely. Hearing this, Du Jue laughed coldly. The Crimson Moon sect's members are getting bolder and bolder. They actually dared to attack Beichen. I think they're tired of living. Xiren and Shang Guanying, who were standing aside, could not help but look at each other when they saw the scene. Their minds were filled with questions. What's going on? Even though Du Jue and Beichen had indeed become close friends, Du Jue's sudden concern was still a little strange. Furthermore, Du Jue's tone was a little too frightening, wasn't it? He actually said that the Crimson Moon sect was tired of living. Does he not know what kind of colossus the Crimson Moon sect was? Just as Shang Guanying and Wen Xiren were thinking about how Lord Long and Yi Zihua would warn Du Jue after hearing this, they saw that the two of them did not dare to make a sound. It was as if Du Jue was the boss. Shang Guanying and Wen Zihua were dumbfounded when they saw this. What was going on? Could it be that Du Jue's background is so powerful? He was not even afraid of the sect master of the Crimson Moon sect. Long Yanwei and Wen Zihua could not care less about what Shang Guanying and Wen Zihua were thinking. Their hearts were filled with worry and helplessness was written all over their faces. None of us had expected this to happen, so we planned to save them immediately, Long Yanwei quickly explained. They would rather offend the entire Crimson Moon sect than offend Du Jue. Furthermore, the cultivators of the Crimson Moon sect had attacked Beichen, and this had undoubtedly angered Du Jue. Now, the sect master of the Crimson Moon sect should be thinking about how to appease Du Jue's anger. Now, they could only hope that Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang were alright. If anything were to happen to them, the Crimson Moon sect would be in for a bad time. Du Jue's eyes were filled with haze. I'll bring some men over personally. I'd like to see who would dare to attack Beichen. His deep, magnetic voice was filled with anger and murderous intent. He had finally found his son after much difficulty. If anything were to happen to Beichen, he would make those fellows wish they were dead. Hearing this, Long Yanwei and Yi Zihua did not dare to refute him. They nodded and said, all right. Shang Guanying and Wen Xiren looked at each other. Their minds had turned into mush. They even suspected that they had been too tired over the past 2 days to the point that they were hallucinating. Everything that was happening before their eyes was inexplicable. What on earth is going on? Wen Xiren was dumbfounded. Why was Du Jue so concerned about Beichen after not seeing him for a while? I don't know. Shang Guanying shook her head. Everything that had happened in front of her was clearly inexplicable. She couldn't figure it out. Du Jue immediately planned to set off to the training grounds. Xiren and Wen Xianxia were also traveling together. Seeing this, Xiren and Wen Xianxia hurriedly caught up and said, I'll go with you. Yi Zihua looked at the fatigued Wen Xiren duo and could not help but say, you two have been very tired these past few days. In addition, you are injured. You should rest well here. However, Xiren shook his head firmly. No, I want to go with you. If we don't see Beichen and Hongzhuang return safely, we won't be able to rest in peace, Shang Guanying said. If it weren't for the fact that they had no other choice, they would have liked to stay there. Unfortunately, under those circumstances, they simply did not have the strength to help Bewitching and Xianxia. Now that they had found helpers, they could completely deal with Li Buyo and the others. Even if the two of them were not in good condition, there would not be any problems. Listening to the two's words, Yujua's gaze could not help but fall on Xiren and Xianxia. He was no stranger to these two. When he first met Bewitching, these two were also by Bewitching's side. Originally, he did not pay much attention to these two because all his attention was on Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang's safety. It seemed that these two people were indeed Bewitching's best friends. Otherwise, they wouldn't have insisted on going with them at this point. Because they were worried about the safety of Bewitching and Xianxia, everyone's speed was extremely fast and they entered the teleportation array without hesitation. Long Yanwei and Yizihua originally wanted to send other cultivators, but now that even Yujue had gone, they naturally didn't need to send anyone else. During the journey, Xiren couldn't help but look at Yujue and ask, "Young Master D, we meet again." Hearing this, Yujue turned his head to look at Xiren and nodded with a gentle expression. That's right. Facing his son's best friend, he naturally admired him very much. May I know when young Master D came back? Why are you so concerned about Bewitching? Xiren was full of doubts. This Yujue's behavior was really too strange. This kind of kindness and concern had completely exceeded the scope of ordinary friends. Although according to their understanding, Bewitching seemed to treat Yujue as a confidant, but suddenly being so close to him still made people feel that something was wrong. Yizihua looked at Xiren's puzzled look and couldn't help but laugh. When Xiren, you still don't know, right? This young Master D is Bewitching's father. Following Yizihua's words, Xiren and Xianxia couldn't help but be startled. Then, their eyes widened and flashed with a thick sense of astonishment. They only suspected that they had heard wrongly. Teacher E, what did you just say? Xiren stared at Yizihua, obviously unable to digest the news he had just heard. He had always guided Bewitching to search for his biological father, but he had never thought that Yujue would actually be Bewitching's father. Wasn't this too unbelievable? I said, young Master D is Bewitching's father. Xianxia and Xiren both fell into silence. When they looked at Yujue again, their eyes were filled with suspicion. Although Yujue in front of them looked handsome and had an extraordinary temperament and was obviously not an ordinary person, this person suddenly said that he was Bewitching's father. No matter what, it was unbelievable. Bewitching still didn't know who his father was, so how did he know that Bewitching was his son? Although Bewitching has never known who his biological father is, but, how do you know that Bewitching is your son? Xiren looked at Yujue with a cautious expression. Thinking back, when Bewitching had just arrived at Punlai Island, Yujue hadn't confirmed this. Now that Bewitching had made a name for himself, Yujue had to be cautious about this matter no matter what. Looking at Xiren's cautious and suspicious expression, Yujue couldn't help but chuckle. You think I'm lying to you? Seeing Yujue directly say his thoughts, Xiren was a little embarrassed, but he still said, after all, none of us know whether this matter is true or not. You should be the young master of the Cloud Sword sect. Yujue said with a faint smile. Following Yujue's words, Xiren couldn't help but be stunned. How do you know? I've been to Tiangang sect, and sect master Sita told me. He told me that the young master of Cloud Sword sect and Bewitching grew up together and had a good relationship. When he knew that Bewitching was in danger and wanted to come to Punlai Island to find good medicine, he accompanied him. Now that I think about it, there is no other candidate except you. You've been to Tiangang sect? When Xiren was slightly taken aback. If it was said that he was extremely suspicious of Yujue's identity before, at this moment, when he heard Yujue mention the Heavenly Dipper sect, he suddenly believed a lot more. Yujue nodded slightly. To be honest, when I left Punlai Island before, I found the news about my son's whereabouts, so I set off to the outside world and found Tiangang sect all the way. I just didn't expect that I had already seen Bewitching, but I didn't recognize him. It's really helpless. Then you confirmed Bewitching's identity after you went to Tiangang sect? Xiren's gaze gradually changed, and he couldn't help but look at Yujue in front of him again. Since childhood, he and Bewitching had discussed the issue of his life for a long time. He had always wondered why Beichen's parents would abandon him. Beichen was obviously very good-looking and had no problems. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. That's right. Yujue nodded. Over the years, I've been looking for Beichen's whereabouts. I've been to many places, but I didn't get the right news. Until I went to Tiangang sect this time, I was sure that Beichen was my son. Then how can you prove the relationship between you and Beichen? Shang Guanying couldn't help but ask. She had always been wary of people who appeared inexplicably. In the past, she might not have been so cautious about everything. However, ever since she came to Punlai Island, she realized that the people here were too good at hiding and deceiving. If she was not careful, she might be deceived by the other party. Now, Beichen was good at everything, and he had also obtained the inheritance of the power of darkness. Needless to say, his future was limitless. This was not something that could be casually claimed to be his father. When Long Yanwei and Yizihua saw Wen Xiren and Yizihua cautiously guarding against Yujue and worried that Yujue would take advantage of Beichen, their gazes became unusually helpless. With Yujue's status, who knew how many people would cry and shout to be his son? However, now that Yujue was beside them, the two of them couldn't say anything. However, Yujue looked at Wen Xiren and Yizihua's expressions and felt that it was very interesting. Although the two of them didn't say anything, it could be seen from their performance that they were sincere about Beichen. The suspicion and fear on their faces were obviously because they were worried about Beichen. He was also happy for Beichen. Do you think this is okay? Suddenly, a jade pendant appeared in Yujue's hand. He believed that as Beichen's best friends, Xiren and Yizihua would be able to recognize it. Sure enough, when he took out the jade pendant, Xiren and Shang Guanying's expressions changed. Their eyes flashed with a strong sense of astonishment. Huh? Shang Guanying said in surprise, isn't this jade pendant exactly the same as the one Beichen has been wearing? How do you have it? When Xiren looked at the jade pendant in Yujue's hand, he was already convinced of Yujue's words. In fact, he also knew in his heart that Yujue was definitely not an ordinary person. There was no need to lie to him at all. However, he still wanted to confirm for Beichen. Since Yujue could take out this token, all of this must be true. He definitely wouldn't lie to them. Xiren, could this person really be Beichen's father? Shang Guanying whispered. Xiren nodded slightly, it seems to be true. I didn't think so before, but now that you mention it, I feel that Beichen and him do look a little alike. You're right. Beichen is so handsome. If an ordinary person came and said that he was Beichen's father, I wouldn't believe it at all. However, this young Master D is also very handsome. I think it's true. That's right. Do you remember when Beichen first saw him? He acted very strangely. Usually, with Beichen's character, he wouldn't take the initiative to get close to other cultivators. However, this young Master D seemed like an old friend at first sight. Now that I think about it, this should be kinship. Now that he thought about all of this, Xiren could understand. From Beichen's different attitude towards Yujue, to the inexplicable way in which the two of them became close friends, in fact, it was because of their blood relationship. Otherwise, with the personalities of these two people, it was likely that they would not trust a person so easily. That's right. Shang Guanying's eyes lit up, you didn't mention it before, so I didn't think about it. Now that I think about it, it was indeed so. It turned out that it had already been revealed back then, but Beichen and young Master D didn't know about it at that time. This is great. A faint smile appeared on Xiren's face. Beichen has been wanting to find his biological parents all these years. Now that they have finally appeared, I'm sure Beichen will be very happy when he finds out. Shang Guanying nodded slightly, and then frowned quietly. That's not right. Since Child D has a powerful background, why did he lose Beichen? I don't know. Xiren spread out his hands. Let Beichen understand this matter himself. No matter what, we are just outsiders. This matter is not something we can intervene in. Right now, I can only hope that Beichen and Hong Zhuang are safe and sound. Now that we know about Beichen's background, as long as they are safe, it is really worth celebrating. Shang Guanying's eyes were filled with worry. Along the way, although they were talking, in fact, none of them slowed down. Du Jue and the others were naturally very fast, so the two of them had to use all their skills to be able to keep up. No one was willing to waste any more time on this journey because if Beichen and Shang Waninging were to be in danger because of this little bit of time, none of them wanted to see that. For a time, everyone was hurrying on. After Bailey Hongzhuang studied this restriction for a long time, her eyes suddenly lit up, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Noticing the change in Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, the three beasts immediately rushed to Bailey Hongzhuang's side and asked curiously, "Master, did you find something?" As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, the faces of the three beasts were filled with a hint of surprise. "Master, I knew you would be able to think of a way." As she spoke, Xiaohei could not help but turn towards Bai Long provocatively. She raised her brows as if to say, "What do you think? I told you that my master could do it, right? You just didn't believe me. Now, you have no choice but to admit it." However, Bai Long could not be bothered with Xiaohei's provocation at this moment. She was completely immersed in Bailey Hongzhuang's claim that she could break the restriction. Instantly, Bai Long shuddered and rushed towards Bailey Hongzhuang. Her large, pitch-black eyes flickered with a thick light of anticipation. "What did you say? Say it again?" Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Bai Long, who could not hide her excitement. She also noticed the trace of fear in the depths of Bai Long's eyes. She was clearly afraid of being disappointed. Bai Long has been here for far too many years. Perhaps she has already forgotten what the outside world looks like. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded at the thought of this. "You heard me right. I found a way to break this restriction." "What kind of method have you found? How do you break this restriction?" Bai Long's eyes flickered with a bright light. They were as resplendent as the stars in the sky. At this moment, her gaze towards Bailey Hongzhuang was filled with admiration and anticipation. Bai Long has been here for so many years, yet she has not been able to find a way to break this restriction. However, Bailey Hongzhuang has only been here for a few days and she has already found a way to break this restriction. Isn't this a little too shocking? I've said it before. This restriction is actually a type of formation. As long as we can find a way to break this formation, we'll naturally be able to break this restriction. You mean to say that you've found a way to break this formation? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. That's right, I've found a way. However, in order to break this restriction and bring you out of here, we'll need your help. Bai Long was shocked. Her eyes flashed with astonishment. My help? How can I help? Although I have found a way to break it, the expert who set up this restriction is simply too strong. My current cultivation base is not enough. Only by borrowing some of my power will you be able to break this restriction. Her ink-black phoenix eyes shone with a wise and far-sighted light. She had already found a way, but she needed to gather a certain amount of power. Fortunately, this power was not limited to one person. They could work together. Is what you said true? The white dragon still had some doubts. Suddenly, such a young lady appeared and said that she could break the restriction. Moreover, she also needed to help. Could it be that the person he had been waiting for all this time was such a master? Wasn't this strength a little too weak? However, she only remembered that whoever could take her away would be her master. She did not mention how to take her away. In that case, this method was not wrong. Of course it's true. Seeing that the white dragon was still doubting his master, the white lion's eyes were filled with displeasure. It's fine if you don't believe me. Anyway, you should be the one staying here. Bailey Hongzhuang did not say a word either. She only stared quietly at the white dragon. This was a matter for the white dragon to consider. If the white dragon was unwilling, there was nothing she could do. Bai Long has not been out for a long time. Now, she felt that as long as she could get out, she was willing to try any method. Furthermore, Bailey Hongzhuang did not look like a bad person. Furthermore, although the three beasts' attitude towards her needs to be improved, they were still acceptable overall. Therefore, she did not reject Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Next, Bailey Hongzhuang told Bai Long how to break the restriction. The process was very simple. She would find the point to break the restriction and she only needed Bai Long's help to inject energy. As long as the energy has reached a certain level, it would naturally be able to break the restriction directly. She had been here for a few days and did not know when Beichen would finish accepting the inheritance. Everyone must be very worried about her safety during these few days. Therefore, she also hoped that she could break the restriction as soon as possible so that she could reunite with everyone. I only need to inject energy, right? Bai Long asked. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly, that's right. However, this requires a lot of energy. You have to be mentally prepared. I'll do my best. If you're ready, let's begin. All right. Outside the ruins, Li Buoyo and the others had turned the ruins upside down, but they still did not see Bailey Hongshuang's figure. Everyone felt that it was very strange. I don't believe that this Bailey Hongshuang can go to heaven and earth, right? She should be in the ruins. It's impossible for her to go anywhere else. Why can't we find her? Qian Feilong could not hide the gloominess on his face. He had spent so much effort only to end up with nothing. One could imagine the gloominess in his heart. Beichen has gone to accept the inheritance. That's why we can't see him in the ruins. Could Bailey Hongshuang have gone to accept the inheritance like him? Muzhe frowned. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Although this was not very likely, based on the current situation, he could not think of any other possibility. How is this possible? Li Buoyo immediately denied Muzhe's guess. I don't believe that this Bailey Hongshuang is so powerful. This inheritance clearly belongs to Beichen. How could she have the opportunity to receive the inheritance? Then why is this happening? There are no other places in the ruins. Could it be that Bailey Hongshuang has already left? I don't know. Li Buoyo's expression also revealed a bit of helplessness. From the bottom of his heart, he was unwilling to admit how powerful Bailey Hongshuang was, but the situation in front of him was really inexplicable. Let's wait here. It's been a while since Beichen received the inheritance. Even if we can't wait for Bailey Hongshuang, we can wait for Beichen. Li Buoyo looked at Qian Feilong and Muzhe. He was most worried that Qian Feilong and the others would choose to leave. Once they left, he would naturally not be able to avenge himself. He was really unwilling to accept this situation. Fortunately, Qian Feilong and Muzhe had no intention of leaving. They immediately nodded, okay, we'll wait here. Hearing this, Li Buoyo was relieved. After Bailey Hongshuang found the formation eye, she immediately informed the white dragon to inject energy. After Bai Long had poured his elemental energy into the eye of the formation, everyone could feel that the restrictive barrier was beginning to fluctuate. Bai Long's eyes lit up when he noticed this. It seems that Bailey Hongshuang had not lied to him. This was really effective against the restrictive barrier. However, as he poured more and more elemental energy into the restrictive barrier, Bai Long only noticed that the restrictive barrier was fluctuating less and less. However, it was still not completely broken. His expression turned ugly. It can't be, right? Wasn't this restriction a little too abnormal? Even with so much energy, it still can't be broken. How far do we have to go? When Bailey Hongshuang and the three beasties noticed this, their eyes flashed with astonishment. The amount of energy required was just too shocking. It seems that it's not that easy to become a dragon's master. Xiao He sighed ruefully. Although she had already guessed that it would not be that simple, this scene had still exceeded her expectations. Bai Long's previous master must have been very powerful. With such a powerful restrictive barrier, he must have been a rare expert. Bailey Hongshuang slowly spoke. Even from the perspective of her past life, this person was definitely an expert. An extraordinary expert. Bai Long noticed that Bailey Hongshuang and the rest were still in the mood to chat at a time like this. He could not help but say, "Stop chatting. Come and help me. I can't hold on much longer." Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang and the three beasties realized that Bai Long's expression was extremely ugly. It was obvious that he could not hold on much longer. When they saw this, they immediately joined the team that was pouring their elemental energy into the restrictive barrier. Through the restrictive barrier's fluctuating condition, they could already sense that it would not take long for the restrictive barrier to disappear completely. Before that happens, they must give it their all. Otherwise, if they fail, all their previous efforts would be wasted. After Bailey Hongshuang and the three beasties joined in, the restrictive barrier's fluctuations became more and more intense. Bai Long heaved a sigh of relief. His energy was almost at its limit. It was a good thing that he could breathe a sigh of relief now. However, this was only temporary. This was because Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had discovered that the array core was simply a bottomless pit. The amount of energy required was simply too great. Xiao Hei could not help but cry out when she saw Bai Long's gradually pale face. Bai Long, you must hold on. Although their strength was not bad, they still had to rely on the white dragon's strength. If the white dragon could not do it, they would not be able to complete it either. White Dragon nodded, his eyes shining with determination and persistence. I will persevere until the end. She had waited for so many years and finally had a glimmer of hope. She absolutely could not give up just like that. If she missed this opportunity, she didn't know when she would be able to see the light again. She had been here for too long, and she really didn't want to stay here any longer. Therefore, the white dragon persisted until her vision turned black. Bailey Hongzhuang caught the white dragon, but found that a mark suddenly appeared on her and the white dragon. Seeing this, her eyes couldn't help but flash with deep astonishment. Bai Shi's eyes also flashed with astonishment. Master, have you formed a contract with Bai Long? When did you complete it? Bailey Hongzhuang's face was filled with confusion. She had not signed a contract with the white dragon at all. How could she have completed the contract all of a sudden? I didn't do this. I don't know what's going on either. The three beasties were stunned when they heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. However, they did not suspect anything. They knew that Bailey Hongzhuang did not have the time to do all this. This sudden situation was indeed a little too strange. Although I don't know what's going on, perhaps the white dragon will know. Unfortunately, it's now unconscious. Let's put it into the chaos ring first. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the unconscious white dragon. She had needed too much energy and the white dragon had overdrawn its energy. If this had happened in the past, Bailey Hongzhuang would have been worried that the white dragon would be in trouble after it found out about the secret of the chaos ring. However, the white dragon had signed a master-servant contract with her and would never betray her. Hence, she no longer needed to worry about this. The three beasties nodded when they heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Master, the white dragon should be all right? Don't worry, it's fine. It's just that it's exhausted too much energy and needs to rest for a while to recover. That's good. A smile appeared on Xiao Hei's face. When it wakes up and realizes that it's out of the chaos ring, it'll be very happy. As soon as she said this, Bailey Hongzhuang, Xiao Bai, and Bai Shi seemed to have imagined the scene that would unfold. They found it rather funny. Although the white dragon pretended to be mature in front of them, the details that it had inadvertently revealed told them that the white dragon's thoughts were actually very simple. It might even jump up in excitement when the time comes. Now that we've rescued the white dragon, let's hurry up and meet up with everyone. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a bright light. She had inexplicably disappeared for so many days. Presumably, everyone was very concerned about her. She had to meet up with everyone first so that everyone could rest assured. The three beasties also nodded and immediately followed behind Bailey Hongzhuang as they walked towards the main hall in front of them. So much time has passed. I wonder if Bewitching has finished receiving his inheritance. I wonder how powerful he will become after receiving the inheritance. A curious look appeared on Xiao Hei's face. Bewitching is really something. Ever since his physique changed, he has become more and more powerful. In the future, with Bewitching protecting Master, we don't have to worry anymore. Bai Shi smiled. Thinking back to how Bewitching was unable to improve his cultivation, he felt extremely emotional. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the three beasts rushed back to the main hall, they found that there was no one in the main hall. Seeing this, the man and the three beasts couldn't help but be stunned. Their faces were full of confusion. Ying? Xiren? Bailey Hongzhuang tried to call out their names in the main hall but there was no response. For a moment, her expression couldn't help but change. Where's everyone? Why isn't anyone here? Xiao Bai scanned her surroundings. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Logically speaking, since Master has yet to emerge, everyone shouldn't have left. Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix-like eyes flickered with a light of deep thought. Her pretty face was solemn as she carefully observed her surroundings. Even though she did not know what had happened, she had a vague feeling that something must have happened, which was why Xiren and the others had left. Based on her understanding of Xiren and the others, even if everyone had gone to look for her, logically speaking, one of them would have stayed behind to wait for her in case she appeared. It was impossible for all of them to have left. However, even though she was mentally prepared for this, Bailey Hongzhuang still held on to a sliver of hope that nothing had happened to everyone. Then, she and the three beasties walked out of the Great Hall and began to search for everyone. However, they did not hear any response even after searching the entire Great Hall for a while. When they returned to the Great Hall, both she and the three beasties had a rather gloomy expression on their faces. What happened? Why are they not here? Xiao Hei's eyes flickered with a puzzled light. She could not figure it out no matter how hard she thought about it. Previously, when they had gone to the White Dragon's place, this place had clearly been very safe. Furthermore, based on what the owner of the ruins had done, he did not have any murderous intent towards these young cultivators. Logically speaking, this could not possibly be related to the owner of the ruins. If that was the case, could it be that other cultivators had entered this place? However, everyone had clearly left at that time, so who would come here again? If my guess is correct, I'm afraid that it's the members of the Crimson Moon sect. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was gloomy. Apart from this possibility, she could not think of any other. Li Buoyou must hate them to the core. Back then, she had been rather puzzled as to why he had left so easily. She had thought that he had lost all hope and had been taught a lesson. That was why he had chosen to leave. However, based on the current situation, she was afraid that she had underestimated everything. Based on Li Buoyou's deep thoughts, his previous actions were probably just to trick Wan Yanling and the others into leaving. Her heart gradually sank at the thought of this. If the cultivators from the Crimson Moon sect were to rush back, based on their powers, Xiren and the others would certainly face a great deal of pressure. Their chances of survival would also be very small. Thinking of this possibility, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes gradually sharpened. She only hoped that none of this was real. Otherwise, she would definitely not let Li Buoyou and a group of people from the Crimson Moon sect off. However, while her heart was filled with anger, Bailey Hongzhuang also had a trace of fear in her heart. She couldn't imagine what she would do if something happened to Shang Guanying and the others. They were all her most cherished friends. Not only her, but Beichen would also not be able to bear it after knowing all this. Master, do you mean that the cultivators of the Crimson Moon sect have returned? Xiao Hei could not help but widen her eyes. There was a hint of fear in her eyes. Other than them, there won't be anyone else, Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Wan Yanling and the others were fellow disciples of the same sect. Naturally, they would not do such a thing. There was no enmity between them and the cultivators of the 100 Flowers Order. Naturally, there was no need for them to do such a thing. Furthermore, the 100 Flowers Order had always been kind to her. This would not benefit them at all. If it's really them, Li Buoyou and the others are simply too despicable. Xiao Hei's face was filled with anger. Initially, they had thought that their journey would be very successful. They never thought that such a thing would happen in the end. I also think that Master's judgment is very correct. Aside from this possibility, I'm afraid that there are no other possibilities. What should we do now? Baisher's gaze was complicated. I wonder when they had returned. Could they still be outside the ruins? Even though he was filled with the desire to avenge everyone, based on their current situation, it would be very dangerous for them to face the cultivators from the Crimson Moon sect. After all, only Bailey Hongzhuang was left. Besides, the White Dragon had fallen into a coma. They were no match for them at all. We've been at the White Dragon's place for a few days now. They probably won't keep watch over us, will they? Xiao Bai pondered. However, Bailey Hongzhuang gently shook her head. Her expression was filled with certainty. They definitely will. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the three beasts were shocked. Master, according to what you're saying, they're outside the ruins now. Li Buoyou is now a cripple. It wasn't easy for the cultivators from the Crimson Moon sect to agree to avenge him. He won't give up so easily, so he'll definitely choose to wait outside and capture us all in one fell swoop. Her pitch-black phoenix-like eyes flickered with a wise light. Even though there were no clues to prove this, according to Bailey Hongzhuang's judgment, this was definitely the closest possibility to the truth. Based on what you've said, we can't go out now. Xiao Hei's expression has turned serious. If there were so many opponents outside, they would be walking right into a trap if they went out. Xiao Bai, shrink your body and go out to take a look. Inform us. Once you've understood the situation. Bailey Hongzhuang said. She needed to understand the situation before coming up with a plan. I'll go right away. Xiao Bai nodded without hesitation. She then shrunk her body and hid in the darkness. Li Buoyou and the others had been waiting outside the ruins. As time passed, their patience gradually dissipated. However, at this moment, they suddenly heard some movements coming from the ruins. After noticing this, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, and their expressions became spirited. Is this Bailey Hongzhuang or Bewitching? Mu Zhe looked at the door of the ruins thoughtfully. He could only hear some shouts coming from the ruins, but he was unable to determine who it was because it was too far away. It must be Bailey Hongzhuang. Li Buoyou said with certainty. Eldest senior brother, how did you know? Qian Feilong raised his eyebrows. Based on the faint movements that were transmitted over, it was impossible to determine who exactly it was. My intuition. Trust me, it can't be wrong. Li Buoyou was very certain. If it was Bewitching, he would have come out directly because he doesn't know if Bailey Hongzhuang and the others are waiting for him inside. However, this person is obviously shouting for someone. Only Bailey Hongzhuang would do that because she noticed that when Xiren and the others are gone. Hearing Li Buoyou's words, Mu Zhe and Qian Feilong could not help but look at each other. Their brows furrowed slightly, but they still nodded. Let's go in and take a look, Qian Feilong hurriedly said. They had been waiting here for so long for Bailey Hongzhuang to appear. Now that she had finally appeared, they naturally had to act as soon as possible. However, just as everyone was about to move, Li Buoyou raised his right hand and stopped them. No, we can't go in now. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They looked at Li Buoyou suspiciously as they could not understand why he would say such a thing. However, Li Buoyou explained his reason for doing so in the next second. We've searched the entire ruin several times but we couldn't find Bailey Hongzhuang. It's obvious that she has some special method or entered a special place in the ruins. If we go in like this, she might have hidden herself before we arrive. By then, we'll have wasted our efforts and still won't be able to find her. Hearing this, everyone finally understood. Immediately, their gazes towards Li Buoyou were filled with a trace of emotion. As their eldest senior brother, Li Buoyou had always been brave and resourceful. Many of his strategies had always been devised by Li Buoyou. Now, although Li Buoyou had become an ordinary person who could not cultivate, he was still extraordinarily quick-witted. At least, this was something that they had not thought of before. However, after Li Buoyou mentioned it, they realized that it was indeed the case. Eldest senior brother, what do you think we should do then? Mu Zhe asked. It's very simple. We'll retreat a distance away from here and wait for Bailey Hongzhuang to come out before we take action. Li Buoyou's lips slowly curled into a smile. He wanted to see how Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to escape from his grasp this time. All right. Everyone nodded without hesitation and followed Li Buoyou's arrangement. Xiao Bai carefully arrived at the entrance of the ruins. According to its master's judgment, Li Buoyou and the rest would definitely be waiting here. Therefore, even though its body was very small and would not be easily discovered, it still moved slowly. After all, the cultivators of the Crimson Moon sect were all experts. As long as it moved slightly, it would be noticed by everyone. However, when it arrived at the entrance of the ruin, it realized that there was no movement at all, and there was no figure in sight. After looking around carefully, Xiao Bai couldn't help but walk out of the ruins. She looked around and found that there was indeed no trace of him. Seeing this, Xiao Bai could not help but frown. A trace of doubt and contemplation appeared on her face. Why is there no one here? Xiao Bai could not understand. Then why did Xiren and the others disappear? Or did the Crimson Moon sect members leave after killing them? Xiao Bai quickly returned to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. It had to report this news to its master as soon as possible. After hearing all this from Xiao Bai, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown. Was my judgment wrong? Xiao Bai, did you really look carefully? Is there really no one here? Xiao He could not help but ask again. Xiao Bai nodded. I've walked around in a circle. There really isn't any movement. Master, could it be that when Xiren and the others had just left not too long ago? Baisher inquired. At the moment, they had no idea when Xiren and the others had left. They could have left a few days ago, or they could have just left. I think that the Crimson Moon sect might have left after attacking Yingying and the others, Xiao He said. What should we do now? The three beasts furrowed their brows. Right now, they couldn't figure out what had happened. They wouldn't be able to understand anything if they stayed in the ruins unless they went out to take a look. However, if they went out, they would have to worry about whether there would be any problems. It was really troublesome. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered for a moment before saying, let's go out and take a look. They would only be able to understand the situation after leaving the ruins. It would be best if they could find traces of Xiren and the others nearby. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had made her decision, the three beasts expressed their agreement and followed Hongzhuang out of the ruins. After Bailey Hongzhuang walked out of the ruins, she realized that the situation was just as Xiao Bai had said. There was no movement in the surroundings at all. After checking around, she realized that there was no aura in the surroundings. Clearly, no one was hiding here. Bailey Hongzhuang realized this, and the suspicion in her eyes grew even more intense. She believed that her previous judgment was not wrong, and she also believed that Li Bueyo would not give up until he killed her. So where did the problem lie? Could it be that the people who had returned were not Li Bueyo and the others but someone else? At that moment, Bailey Hongzhuang could not understand everything. Master, let's go around and look for traces of Xiren and the others, Baisher said slowly. The white lion spoke slowly with a complicated expression. It did not dare to speak too clearly. If when Xiren and the others had really died here, they would definitely be able to find their corpses nearby. After all, there was no need for the other party to destroy the corpses. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally understood what Baisher meant and immediately nodded. Alright, let's go and take a look. In the next moment, one man and three beasts began to move, searching for traces of Xiren and the others. However, after searching for a while, they did not find anything. For such a situation, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was still somewhat happy. At the very least, the fact that he had not discovered them meant that there was still a possibility that Xiren and the others were still alive. Bailey Hongzhuang could only hope that everyone had been distracted by something and that nothing had happened. After all, judging from the surrounding situation, there seemed to be no traces of a fight. This made Bailey Hongzhuang feel a little more hopeful. She really couldn't imagine how she would accept all this if something happened to Shengguan Yingying and the others. Master, there aren't any traces around here. Could it be that things aren't as complicated as we thought? Xiao He couldn't help but ask. It would be great if that was really the case. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed, but her expression did not reveal the slightest bit of joy. However, I have a feeling that things are not that simple. Something must have happened. Otherwise, Xiren and the others would have left behind a note for me before leaving. They would not have disappeared without a trace. She had this kind of intuition, because when Xiren and the others had disappeared too suddenly, and did not leave any traces behind. This was also a kind of problem. However, she had not discovered anything, so she could only think this way. She hoped that something urgent had happened and that was why Xiren and the others had left in a hurry. Or perhaps they had discovered something in the ruins and did not have time to leave a message for her before leaving. It was just like how she had gone to the White Dragon's place. She did not have time to say anything. Actually, this was not impossible. After all, these ruins were very strange. No one else had been able to find the White Dragon's secret chamber, but she had. This meant that there might be other secret chambers in the ruins. Soon after, Bailey Hongzhuang and the three beasties searched the area for the others but still did not find any trace of him. However, just as they were about to leave, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly noticed a piece of black cloth on the ground. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but walk over and pick up the cloth. After examining it carefully, she identified the owner of the cloth. This is Yunjua's clothes. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly spoke as her expression turned solemn. Mo Yunjua's power has reached the starlight state, but the other party had still been able to cut his clothes. This showed how powerful the other party was. This was definitely a situation that would only occur when they had encountered danger. Bailey Hongshuang's previous hope of getting lucky immediately disappeared. Indeed, danger had occurred. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, the three beasties could not help but fall into silence. It seems that things are as I've said. The cultivators from the Crimson Moon sect must have returned and attacked them before leaving. I'm afraid that the others are not too far away. The hearts of the woman and the three beasties sank. This was the situation that they did not want to accept the most. Unfortunately, they had no choice but to believe it now. The woman and the three beasties continued to walk forward. After walking for a distance, Bailey Hongshuang found another piece of cloth. It was still Mo Yunjua's clothes. However, just as the three beasties were about to continue forward, Bailey Hongshuang suddenly stopped. Something's not right. The three beasties looked at Bailey Hongshuang in confusion. They did not know what Bailey Hongshuang meant. Master, what's the matter? Something's not right thing, Bailey Hongshuang said. If Bailey Hongshuang Shuang. Before, Bailey Hongshuang was so immersed in worrying about everyone's safety that she didn't even think about other possibilities. Of course, Bailey Hongshuang. We might have fallen into a trap. Retreat quickly. Bailey Hongshuang said as she hurriedly retreated. It was obvious that someone had deliberately lured her in a certain direction. Just as Bailey Hongshuang and the three beasties hurriedly retreated, several auras quickly approached them. Bailey Hongshuang and the three beasties' faces turned ugly when they sensed the approaching auras. Damn it! These fellows are actually luring us in on purpose. Xiao He could not help but curse out loud. She never thought that such a possibility would occur. These fellows are far too scheming. Not too long after, Qian Feilong and the rest caught up to them. Noticing this scene, Bailey Hongshuang's delicate face suddenly showed a trace of dignified disgust. It's really you. It seems that her initial judgment had been right. The ones who had returned were Li Buoyou and the rest. Li Buoyou flashed a complacent smile when he saw Bailey Hongshuang in the flesh. Bailey Hongshuang, after hiding for so long, we've finally found you in the flesh. Qian Feilong and the rest turned their attention to Bailey Hongshuang. They were now left with 10 people. Even though Li Buoyou has lost his ability to fight and another cultivator's leg was injured and had lost his ability to fight, there were still 8 cultivators who could participate in the battle. Faced with such a situation, Bailey Hongshuang could only face death. Bailey Hongshuang stared icily at Li Buoyou. She now felt that Li Buoyou was even more detestable than the deceased Li Yunyu. They were indeed brothers. Even though he had fallen into such dire straits, he still loved to stir up trouble. He was truly detestable. Where's Ying and the rest? Bailey Hongshuang asked. Even though she had a bad feeling when she saw Yunju's tattered robes earlier on, she would not give up until the very last moment. Besides, she noticed that the Crimson Moon sect's team had lost half of its members. If Mo Yunjue and the others had really fought with the cultivators from the Crimson Moon sect, then the other people from the Crimson Moon sect must have died at the hands of Mo Yunjue. She knew very well that even if the cultivators of the Crimson Moon sect were very powerful, they would not let the Crimson Moon sect have a good time dealing with Mo Yunjue and the others. Shangguaning Ying? Li Buoyou raised his eyebrows and the smile in his eyes deepened. Naturally, he died in our hands. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but frown. Nonsense. You're already at death's door. Why should I lie to you? The corners of Li Buoyou's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Bailey Hongshuang in ridicule. You don't know, when we killed our way in, they didn't even think that we would come back. However, their reaction speed is not bad, they were actually able to escape to the outside of the ruins. However, even if they managed to escape, it would be of no use. In the end, they would still die in our hands. Qian Feilong and the others laughed along as well. They understood that Li Buoyou had said this because he wanted to make Bailey Hongshuang feel pain. Once she was in pain and her condition deteriorated, it would be even easier for them to deal with her. Bailey Hongshuang's heart sank. If Li Buoyou had said that everyone had died in the ruins, she could conclude that everything that Li Buoyou had said was false. However, everything that Li Buoyou had just said was just as she had expected. She could not find any loopholes in his story. She had no choice but to believe him. Do you have any evidence to prove it? Bailey Hongzhuang asked slowly. However, I'm taking this out. You should be able to recognize it, right? As he spoke, Li Buoyo slowly took out a few Qianquan bags. I didn't expect them to have so many things in their Qianquan bags, even though they had just become Punlai Palace's inner palace disciples. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the Qianquan bags and her gaze could not help but freeze. Weren't these Xiren and Shangguan Yingying's Qianquan bags? In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's black eyes became deep. A storm was brewing in her eyes, gathering and ready to erupt at any time. A trace of dark red killing intent bloomed in her eyes, like an enchanting datura flower, beautiful but full of danger. She understood that the Qianquan bag was the most precious thing to every cultivator. Many treasures were placed in the Qianquan bag. No one would give up the Qianquan bag until the last moment. Now that the Qianquan bags had fallen into Li Buoyo's hands, then Shangguan Yingying and the others were probably doomed. After seeing this scene, the three beasts' faces became extremely ugly. When they looked at Li Buoyo and the others again, their eyes were burning with murderous intent. These damn guys, they actually killed Xiren and the others. Do you believe me now? Li Buoyo said with a chuckle. Mu Zhe's gaze fell on Li Buoyo. He really admired Li Buoyo's methods. These two Qianquan bags were given to him by Xiren and Shangguan Yingying. After returning, Li Buoyo found out that he had let them go, so he took out the Qianquan bags as an apology. Unexpectedly, Li Buoyo took out the Qianquan bags now, and it became evidence that Xiren and Shangguan Yingying were dead. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's sudden change of expression, Li Buoyo felt a burst of joy. He recalled that when he was down and out, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were laughing at him. Now, he finally saw Bailey Hongzhuang's painful expression. You don't have to be too sad. They just died a few days earlier than you. You can go down and accompany them soon. Li Buoyo spread out his hands and the smile on his face was like that of a demon. As for your lover, after he receives the inheritance, we will immediately send him down to accompany you. We won't let you be alone underground. In your dreams. Haha. Li Buoyo laughed. What? Are you still unwilling to admit this fact? Do you think you can slip away from so many of us? Stop dreaming. Mu Zhe also said, Bailey Hongzhuang, you should have also obtained the inheritance of the ruins before, right? He had always been curious about this. There was clearly no place to hide in the ruins, but Bailey Hongzhuang was still inside, and none of them could find her. However, Bailey Hongzhuang only glanced at Mu Zhe coldly and was too lazy to reply. Seeing this, Mu Zhe's eyes turned icy cold. Even if you've obtained the inheritance of the ruins, it's useless. This power of darkness will never have the chance to be revealed to the world. You fellows, you'll all die a horrible death. Don't be stubborn. Li Buoyo waved his hand nonchalantly. Now, we'll send you to heaven. Once Li Buoyo had spoken, Qian Feilong and the others immediately began to move, planning to surround Bailey Hongzhuang. Master, based on our current situation, I'm afraid that we're no match for them, Baisha reminded her. If their opponents had been few in number, they might have been able to put up a fight. However, there were simply too many opponents now. Furthermore, Qian Feilong and Mu Zhe were both Starlight Realm cultivators. It was almost impossible for them to defeat them. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang's hatred for Qian Feilong has reached its peak, she did not lose her rationality because of this. Under these circumstances, the only thing she could do was to escape. 10 years was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. As long as she could escape today, it would not be too late for her to exact her revenge one by one. Anyway, these fellows were all in the Crimson Moon sect. When the time comes, it would be very convenient for her to find them. Let's escape first. Once we put some distance between us and them, we'll hide in the Chaos Ring. I believe that they won't be able to find us. Her pitch-black and deep eyes flickered with a quick-witted light. This was the safest way to escape. The Chaos Ring could be said to be a great tool for escaping. However, there must be enough distance between both parties. Otherwise, if the Chaos Ring were to fall into the hands of others, the consequences would be unthinkable. Upon hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the three beasts expressed their agreement. This was indeed the best way to escape. In the blink of an eye, when Qian Feilong and the others had begun to make their move, Bailey Hongzhuang had immediately run forward. Li Buoyou and the others had also guessed that Bailey Hongzhuang would choose to escape. Their reaction speed was extremely fast and they hurriedly chased after her. Bailey Hongzhuang unleashed her shape-shifting technique. She did not hesitate to circulate all her energy and raised her speed to the maximum. However, as she was escaping, she realized that Mu Zhe and the others were not slow either. They were following closely behind her, so closely that she could not disappear from the sight of the Crimson Moon sect cultivators. "Master, these fellows are very fast as well." Xiaobai's expression was a little ugly. Her master's speed had always been fast. She never thought that she would not be able to shake them off this time. Bailey Hongzhuang's face darkened. "I almost forgot that the Crimson Moon sect's movement techniques are very famous. Therefore, the cultivators of the Crimson Moon sect are very good at speed." She had heard this from Ren Ziheng in the past. However, at that time, she did not have much contact with the cultivators of the Crimson Moon sect. Therefore, she did not take this matter to heart. It was only at this moment that she remembered everything. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang's helplessness, Qian Feilong and the others also felt very depressed. "This Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation is lower than the two of us. How can she be so fast? This kind of movement martial skill seems to be even more powerful than what we have." Mu Zhe nodded slightly. "This Bailey Hongzhuang is not an ordinary person. Not only is she extremely skilled in medicine, her strength is also not bad. Penglai Palace treats her like a treasure, so since we have decided to attack her, we must kill her. Otherwise, if she leaves alive, we will be in trouble in the future." If he had not made a promise to Li Buoyou, he would not have wanted to offend Bailey Hongzhuang. When it comes to dealing with this kind of fellow, it must be dealt with cleanly. Otherwise, she would be like a hornet's nest and would definitely be asking for trouble. Seeing Qian Feilong's confidence, Mu Zhe was surprised. Although he felt that they could do this without any problems, Qian Feilong seemed to be implying something. "Didn't you notice which direction Bailey Hongzhuang is escaping in?" Qian Feilong smiled faintly. Hearing Qian Feilong's words, Mu Zhe couldn't help but look ahead. Suddenly, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. That's right," Qian Feilong nodded, "that's the place. Bailey Hongzhuang is digging her own grave this time. It seems that we don't have to worry anymore." Mu Zhe chuckled. He could finally put down the rock in his heart. As long as he could solve this problem today, he would have nothing to worry about. As Bailey Hongzhuang moved forward, she suddenly realized that the sky in front of her was getting darker and darker. Her expression became complicated. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this at this time. What's going on? Although she was puzzled, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't have the time to think about it. She was forced to continue moving forward. Once she changed direction, the others would catch up with her. However, as Bailey Hongzhuang got closer, she realized where she was. In her line of sight, skeletons were dancing wildly. "Isn't it daytime now? Why are there skeletons here?" Xiao Hei's expression turned ugly. They were already in a terrible situation. Now that there were skeletons blocking their way, they couldn't pass at all. It was terrible. "I didn't think that we would come here." Baisher immediately understood everything. Ao Lingxiao had said this when he introduced the entrance to the upper realm. Regardless of day or night, there were skeletons everywhere. Therefore, only cultivators of the Starlight Realm and above could pass through here to reach the entrance to the upper realm. Previously, Baisher was still curious. However, now that he saw it, he completely understood. The number of skeletons here was too shocking. It was much more terrifying than what they had seen before. At this moment, he also knew why some cultivators who had reached the Starlight Realm had yet to enter the upper realm. Based on the current situation, if one's battle prowess wasn't strong enough and was only at the level of Astral Radiance Stage 1, it wouldn't be easy for them to pass through this place. Qian Feilong and the others quickly caught up. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's ugly expression, they all smiled. "Bailey Hongzhuang, you have no way out now. Why don't you just kill yourself and save us the trouble?" Qian Feilong chuckled. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze was cold and merciless. "If you want to kill me, you have to pay the price." Come to think of it, you guys didn't gain much of an advantage when you attacked Ying and the others. You had so many people before, but now you've lost half of your people. Your losses are even greater than ours. As Bailey Hongzhuang spoke, the expressions of the cultivators from the Crimson Moon sect instantly turned ugly. They could not help but recall the time when they were dealing with Xiren and the others. Indeed, none of these guys were easy to deal with. It clearly looked like a sure-win situation, but they still had to pay a heavy price. Now that he thought about it, he felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. Even though Muze and the others had covered it up very quickly, Bailey Hongzhuang had not overlooked this point and had keenly noticed it. Didn't they die by our hands in the end? Qian Feilong laughed icily. I admit that your friends have great potential. Unfortunately, they had offended us and could only lose their little lives in the end. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze slowly darkened, but her expression became even more determined. Since things have come to this, let's fight if you want. A raging desire to fight burned in her eyes. Now that there was no way to retreat, she would fight with all her might. Even though she could already foresee the final outcome, as long as she could make the other party pay a price, that would be good enough. The three spiritual beasts stayed by Bailey Hongzhuang's side. They would live and die with their master. Even if they were to all die here today, they would make sure that a few of the Crimson Moon sect's members were left alive. Master, we will fight with you until the end. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly curled into a smile. However, there was a sense of sadness in her smile. All right. In the next moment, the energy within Bailey Hongzhuang's body began to surge and the aura of a level 2 Star Master was completely revealed. Faced with Bailey Hongzhuang's aura, Qian Feilong and the others were very calm. They had long known about Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation level. However, she was only at the level 2 Star Master. This was not a threat to them at all. Xiao He and Xiao Bai also enlarged their bodies and stood next to Bailey Hongzhuang. Their auras completely exploded. Purple Realm 9th level, Baisher was not slow either. Similarly, his Purple Realm 9th level aura exploded as well. When Qian Feilong and the others saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had 3 contracted spiritual beasts, they could not help but stare blankly for a moment. Their brains could not react in time. This situation was beyond their common sense, but they didn't dwell on it too much. Although they didn't know how Bailey Hongzhuang did it, it was enough to know that she would soon die in their hands. Bailey Hongzhuang, this little bit of strength is not enough. Muze slowly said, his voice full of ridicule. He could tell that Bailey Hongzhuang was planning to fight them to the death, but with this little bit of strength, she was no threat to them. Come to think of it, a dying person wanting to throw away some dignity at the last moment, but not having enough strength, this was also a very depressing matter. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not care about what he said. A wave of blood qi quietly spread out, and the blood qi field instantly exploded. Following the release of the blood qi field, Qian Feilong and the rest were shocked to discover that Bailey Hongzhuang's aura had directly risen from level 2 to level 4. Everyone couldn't help but light up. Their eyes flashed with a thick sense of astonishment. If Bailey Hongzhuang's level 2 Star Master strength was not enough to affect them, but this level 4 Star Master strength was not simple. At least, they couldn't completely ignore it. How did her strength increase so much? Qian Feilong was a little dumbfounded. This was really beyond his expectations. Looks like the reason why Mo Yunjue and the rest were able to kill them is because of this. Muze lowered his voice and said slowly. It was only at this moment that Muze finally understood. No wonder Mo Yunjue and the rest were able to kill their teammates despite having so few people. It turned out that they had underestimated Mo Yunjue and the rest's abilities. Previously, when they were facing Skeleton, these fellows had actually been hiding their abilities. It was truly terrifying. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt his scalp tingle. It seemed that he should not have provoked such a group of trouble. Mo Yunjue and the rest had successfully left. They must have already reached Punlai Palace, and the people in Punlai Palace probably already knew about this matter. If Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen did not return, everyone would know that Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen had died in their hands. Based on the friendship shown by Mo Yunjue and the rest, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest had died in their hands. They would definitely not take this lying down. When the time came, they would definitely come looking for them for revenge. However, when facing such talented cultivators, they would inevitably encounter trouble in the future. Xian Feilong naturally also realized this point. His expression instantly became complicated. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest looked young. They did not expect their battle abilities to be so shocking. It had truly exceeded their expectations. The battle abilities of young people nowadays are truly shocking. It seems that we have underestimated them previously. Muze nodded slightly. Since things have already come to this, we can only take care of one person at a time. It was naturally best if they did not offend them. However, the hatred between both parties was already so thick that it could not be resolved. Hence, they could only brace themselves and continue to kill one person at a time. Attack! Xian Feilong waved his hand and said. In the next moment, the group of cultivators directly charged forward. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze was firm and sharp. She held the flowing light sword in her hand and did not retreat as she charged forward. The three beasties' speed was not slow either. Even if they were not opponents, they had to use all their strength to injure the other party. Ding ding ding. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xian Feilong directly engaged in battle. Xian Feilong's strength was at the 5th level of the Star Radiance realm. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang had already raised her aura to the 4th level of the Star Radiance realm, there was still a gap between them. Therefore, Xian Feilong had absolute confidence in dealing with Bailey Hongzhuang. He believed that Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely not his match. Although Bailey Hongzhuang had forcibly raised her cultivation through other means, he believed that Bailey Hongzhuang would not be able to maintain it for too long. In the end, Bailey Hongzhuang was doomed. Xian Feilong turned into a streak of blue light and rushed towards Bailey Hongzhuang as fast as lightning. He punched out, sending out billowing waves of air. Thunder Fist. Facing Xian Feilong's eerie lightning fist, Bailey Hongzhuang's flowing light sword also violently stabbed out. A tyrannical sword aura directly shot out from the flowing light sword. Ding! The wind from the fist and the sword aura collided together and resisted each other. Unexpectedly, no one was able to break through the other's attack. Xian Feilong's gaze suddenly froze. His heart was in a perilous situation. He did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang's current combat power could actually go head-to-head with him. In the next moment, Xian Feilong did not dare to be careless and directly drew out a long rod. This long rod was completely black in color. However, the two ends of the rod were red. There were engravings of tigers and leopards on it. It looked ferocious and powerful, extremely fierce. Dong! Take this! The strong and ferocious strike carried a shocking force as it headed straight for Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's figure flashed as she executed the shifting forms technique and dodged Xian Feilong's fatal strike. Bailey Hongzhuang, it's meaningless for you to rely on dodging. If you have the ability, fight me head-on. Xian Feilong sneered. The two of you are going against one of me and you want me to fight you head-on? Xian Feilong, do you know how to write the word shame? Bailey Hongzhuang glanced sideways at the other cultivator who was glaring at her like a tiger watching its prey. Not only did she have to deal with Xian Feilong's attack, she also had to guard against this fellow who was ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. Naturally, she had to be extra careful. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xian Feilong's expression was rather awkward. At this moment, Li Bueyo finally managed to rush over. His energy center was crippled and he was no different from an ordinary person. Naturally, he could not keep up with everyone's speed. Even though he had chased after them for a long time before finally catching up, his entire face was pale and he was on the verge of collapsing. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to witness Bailey Hongzhuang's death with his own eyes, he would not have risked his life. Now, he had placed all his hatred for his energy center being crippled on Bailey Hongzhuang. He felt that Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest had clearly grasped the method to enter the black pool, but they had stood there and watched him make a fool of himself. As a result, he had ended up in such a state. Feilong, fight her head-on and let her know how powerful you are. Li Bueyo spoke, then looked mockingly at Bailey Hongzhuang. I'll let you die in peace. Do you think that Feilong can't deal with you alone? Xian Feilong nodded, that's right. I'll fight you head-on now. I'd like to see how long you can last. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled and her dark eyes turned sharp and cold. All right. Let's try. A proud smile appeared in Xian Feilong's eyes. This Bailey Hongzhuang was still too naive. If Bailey Hongzhuang continued to hide, he would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with her. After all, her movement technique was better than his. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang had agreed to stop hiding, she was definitely no match for him. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had the same idea at the moment. She didn't expect to be able to take care of everyone. As long as she could take care of one person, that would be good enough. If the two of them had besieged her, it would have been really inconvenient for her to make a move. However, since Qian Feilong had jumped into this pit himself, her success rate had greatly increased. Just as Qian Feilong was about to attack Bailey Hongzhuang, he discovered that Bailey Hongzhuang's aura suddenly changed. A cold and bloodthirsty murderous intent exploded with her as the epicenter. The surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped under this murderous intent, causing his hairs to stand on end. When he raised his eyes again, he was shocked to find that Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes had turned blood red. Looking into her eyes, he saw a terrifying mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The thick and viscous blood caused his body to turn cold. Qian Feilong's eyes instantly widened. He couldn't imagine how the young Bailey Hongzhuang could experience such a terrifying scene. Immediately after that, he felt his movements become sluggish. His entire being was immersed in that kind of emotion. Even Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him seemed to have become invincible. While Qian Feilong was in a daze, Bailey Hongzhuang's figure suddenly swept across. Hiss! The sharp sword pierced towards Qian Feilong without hesitation. Although Qian Feilong was immersed in shock, he still reacted at the critical moment. His figure immediately flashed and avoided the vital points, but his body was still injured by Bailey Hongzhuang. The flowing light sword directly pierced a bloody hole in the opponent's body, and fresh blood kept flowing out. The pain stimulated Qian Feilong, and only then did Qian Feilong react. His face instantly turned ugly. He had previously threatened to teach Bailey Hongzhuang a lesson, but he didn't expect to be seriously injured by her in the blink of an eye. It was really a slap in the face. Li Buio couldn't help but be stunned. He really didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be able to injure Qian Feilong. He couldn't help but ask, "Feilong, what are you thinking?" He didn't understand what was going on. Qian Feilong was actually standing there foolishly, waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to attack. Qian Feilong glanced at Li Buio with a complicated expression. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain. The scene just now was too strange, but it was obvious that he was the only one who saw it. Even if he explained, no one would believe him, so he could only swallow this loss. Seeing that Qian Feilong was silent, Li Buio couldn't help but speak again. "Feilong, quickly kill her." Hearing that, Qian Feilong nodded and immediately attacked Bailey Hongzhuang again. Gold and iron clashed. Qian Feilong obviously hated Bailey Hongzhuang to a certain extent, and his attacks became increasingly fierce. The three beasts were facing the enemy cultivator's siege, and the pressure was immense. At this moment, their biggest enemy was Muze. Other than Muze, they still had the strength to fight against the other cultivators, but Muze's cultivation was much stronger than theirs, so they were restrained in all aspects. Originally, Muze and the others also released their own contract beasts, but when they released their contract beasts, they found that in the face of Bailey Hongzhuang's three contract beasts, their contract beasts did not dare to move half a step. Under such circumstances, everyone realized how amazing these three contracted beasts were. There was an absolute level restriction between demonic beasts. Therefore, as long as they encountered a demonic beast whose level was far higher than theirs, the lower-level demonic beasts would not have the slightest intention of resisting. Under such circumstances, the cultivators of the Crimson Moon sect had no choice but to deal with the three mystical beasts themselves. Bailey Hongzhuang directly released her killing aura. Immediately after, Qian Feilong and the others immediately felt as if they were immersed in a wave of pressure. Their auras were directly suppressed. Noticing this, the cultivators present could not help but be stunned. The shock in their eyes when they looked at Bailey Hongzhuang became even more intense. What powerful battle power! Muze stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. He had thought that dealing with Bailey Hongzhuang would be an easy task. He never thought that she would be able to force them into such a situation. How shocking! Qian Feilong could not help but feel jealous. Bailey Hongzhuang was so young yet she had so many tricks up her sleeves. It was simply too enviable. It seems that we can't underestimate Bailey Hongzhuang. It's a good thing that Bewitching is still in the ruins. Otherwise, if the two of them were to join forces, they might cause quite a bit of trouble for us. At this moment, Li Buoyo understood that he could not allow Bailey Hongzhuang to continue on like this. Otherwise, if Bailey Hongzhuang were to have the opportunity to break out of their encirclement, that would be terrible. Filong, don't mind what you've said previously. You and Muze can attack Bailey Hongzhuang together. Hearing Li Buoyo's words, Qian Filong and Muze could not help but frown. Even though they wanted to kill Bailey Hongzhuang, going back on their words in front of a woman was a little embarrassing. Bailey Hongzhuang laughed icily. Li Buoyo, to think that you used to be the big senior brother of the Crimson Moon sect. Your way of doing things is much worse than the Punlai Palace. From what I can see, you're only pretending to be a gentleman on the surface. In reality, you're a despicable villain. If this had been in the past, Li Buoyo might have been angered by Bailey Hongzhuang's words. However, now that he has become a cripple, he naturally did not care about such remarks. As long as he could achieve everything he wanted, nothing else mattered. Bailey Hongzhuang, there's no need for you to provoke me, so what if I'm a despicable villain? Those teammates of yours who claimed to be gentlemen had all died under my schemes. Soon, you'll die too. No matter how good your performance is, you'll only lose your life in the end. If you have the ability, you should avenge your dead comrades. Li Buoyo smiled complacently. In this round, Bailey Hongzhuang had lost in the end. She had lost miserably. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes suddenly sharpened. Whenever she thought of Shang Guanying, Wen Ziren, Mo Yunjue and the other smiling faces, her eyes became bloodshot. They had all come to Punlai Island for her and Beichen's sake. However, they had all lost their lives because of them. And the instigator of all of this was Li Buoyo. Li Buoyo. Bailey Hongzhuang gritted her teeth. Even if I die here today, I will kill you. Give it a try then. Li Buoyo shrugged. He was not afraid of Bailey Hongzhuang's words at all. It was impossible for Bailey Hongzhuang, who was currently surrounded, to kill him. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang attacked Qian Filong directly, and Qian Filong quickly responded. However, he was already injured by Bailey Hongzhuang's previous attack, so he couldn't deal with Bailey Hongzhuang the same as before. Muze was a little hesitant, but after seeing Qian Filong fall into a disadvantageous position under Bailey Hongzhuang's attacks, he could only rush over to help. They had already suffered too many losses here. They could not afford to have any more casualties. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and White Lion were already injured. Although they were very fast, their opponents were stronger than them. Naturally, they were injured. White Lion's fur had already been dyed red with blood. A thick murderous intent flickered in his eyes. These fellows before him were extremely abominable. Unfortunately, he could not share his master's burden. If only his cultivation could be a little more powerful. Previously, he had already touched the barrier to the Starlight State but had not been able to break through in the end. As Xiao He and Xiao Bai could change their forms at any time, their injuries were slightly lighter. After all, they had the upper hand. However, after the Crimson Moon sect's cultivators had understood this characteristic of theirs, the effects of their attack had greatly weakened. The wounds on their bodies gradually increased and their attacks were no longer as fierce as before. Hence, no matter how serious the injuries on their bodies were, they did not have any intention of retreating. They wanted to persevere and fight till the end with their master. Even if they were to die, they wanted to die with a bang and fight till the very last of their strength. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally noticed Muze's actions and her heart sank. Once Muze joined the battle, then she would be trapped. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness as she took on Muze's palm. Muze saw that Bailey Hongzhuang did not dodge his attack and a trace of astonishment surfaced in his eyes. Although the angle of his attack was a little tricky, Bailey Hongzhuang could still dodge it. But Bailey Hongzhuang did not even dodge. Could it be that she knew that she was going to die so she did not even plan to dodge? But in the next moment, Muze understood the reason why Bailey Hongzhuang did this. Because after Bailey Hongzhuang took on his attack, she immediately charged towards Li Buoyo. Li Buoyo did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to attack him without any regard for the consequences, and a thick fear surfaced on his face as he shouted, "Quick! Stop her quickly!" Qian Feilong immediately took action, but Bai Li Hongzhuang was good at speed, and even if he chased after her, he was still unable to stop her. Li Buoyou saw the situation and quickly ran backwards. But how could he, who had turned into a normal person, be Bai Li Hongzhuang's opponent? Bai Li Hongzhuang's attack landed mercilessly on Li Buoyou's back. Bang! Li Buoyou's figure fell onto the ground with a loud crash as he started to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. How could a normal cultivator withstand a merciless attack from a Star Radiance realm practitioner? Instantly, Li Buoyou breathed out more than he breathed in. Bai Li Hongzhuang's eyes were red and vicious. Li Buoyou, didn't you say that you were arrogant? Even if I die, you will die first. Master, good job. When the three beasts saw Bai Li Hongzhuang's actions, they all spoke out. This Li Buoyou was the instigator, and if they did not kill him, they would not be able to rest in peace. Li Buoyou stared blankly at Bai Li Hongzhuang. Even if he had become a cripple, he still did not want to die. But he did not expect that Bai Li Hongzhuang, who was bound to die, would be able to divert her attention to kill him. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with unwillingness, but he had no choice but to fall to the ground. Mu Zhe rushed to the back of Bai Li Hongzhuang's attack. He had already made up his mind. He must kill Bai Li Hongzhuang, otherwise there would be no end of trouble. Bai Li Hongzhuang's palm collided with his, but a trace of blood quietly spilled from her lips. Mu Zhe's previous attack was also very powerful. She had also suffered serious internal injuries after forcefully withstanding that palm strike. But to be able to kill Li Buoyou, the instigator, she felt that it was worth it. When Mu Zhe saw that Bai Li Hongzhuang was injured, he immediately grabbed hold of this opportunity. His ferocious attacks landed on Bai Li Hongzhuang's body like raindrops. Bai Li Hongzhuang tried her best to deal with the attacks but was still hit occasionally. Qian Feilong had also rushed over. Bai Li Hongzhuang had seriously injured him, and this made him feel that he had lost face. He must take revenge now. Bai Li Hongzhuang's eyes were red from the killing, and the energy in her body was gradually dissipating. In order to support the killing aura and blood aura field, her energy consumption was extremely shocking. Bewitching, who was in the middle of accepting the inheritance, suddenly felt ill at ease. He felt as if he was about to lose the most important thing in his life. His heart ached and even his breathing became difficult. Hongzhuang. A solemn light flashed across his pitch-black eyes. To him, the most important thing was Bai Li Hongzhuang. Aside from that, there was no other possibility. Something must have happened to Hongzhuang. Bewitching's expression turned ugly. Previously, he had directly entered the world created by the owner of the ruins. He had no idea what was going on outside. He only knew that Li Buoyou and the others clearly hated his teammates. However, he thought that Wan Yanling and the others were nearby, so logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problems. However, the feeling that he had now was clearly warning him that Hongzhuang was in danger. At the thought of this, he desperately wanted to finish accepting the inheritance so that he could help Hongzhuang. No, I must get out of here as soon as possible. Bewitching's eyes were resolute and persistent. Hongzhuang was the person he treasured the most. If anything happened to Hongzhuang, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Xiaohe let out a blood-curdling scream. A bloody hole had been pierced through its body by the other party. At this moment, blood had dyed its white for red. When Xiao Bai and Baisher saw this, they only wanted to help Xiaohe. Unfortunately, their situation was not much better than Xiaohe's. The difference in numbers between the two parties was simply too great. Even though the owner had done his best, there was still a gap. Noticing Xiaohe's blood-curdling screams, Bai Li Hongzhuang could not help but turn away. Her blood-red eyes were moist. All these years, the three beasts had always been by her side. She simply could not accept that the three beasts had died because of her. However, there was nothing she could do about the current situation. Taking advantage of Bai Li Hongzhuang's distraction, Qian Feilong's attack landed on Bai Li Hongzhuang's body. Bai Li Hongzhuang staggered back 2 steps. Her breathing gradually weakened, and her movements became sluggish. She felt very tired. Noticing her change, Qian Feilong felt that he had found an opportunity. As long as he took advantage of this opportunity, he would be able to kill Bai Li Hongzhuang. In the next moment, Qian Feilong seized Bai Li Hongzhuang's weakness and attacked her directly. Seeing this, Bai Li Hongzhuang's eyes flashed, but her lips hooked up in a strange smile. "Let's die together." As soon as he finished speaking, the explosives appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. Then, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. Bang! Boom boom boom. A huge explosion resounded, and the whole world seemed to shake because of this deafening sound. A huge crater appeared, flattening the place where Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were standing. After Bewitching had left the ruins, he realized that there was no one around. Just as he was thinking about where to look for Bailey Hongzhuang, he suddenly heard a deafening sound. He could not help but turn around and look behind him. He knew that this was the sound of Bailey Hongzhuang's explosives. Unless there was no other choice, Bailey Hongzhuang would never use explosives. His premonition had not been wrong. Hongzhuang was really in danger. Till his death, Qian Feilong had never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would actually use such a big move at the very end. Ever since he had suffered a loss at the hands of Chu Jinfeng, he had always been on guard against Bailey Hongzhuang using such a move. Even Mu Zhe and the rest had always been on guard against this. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had never used this move, so he gradually let down his guard. Only, he never thought that at the very last moment, Bailey Hongzhuang would actually use explosives. Not only that, this explosive was much more powerful than the one that Chu Jinfeng had used previously. By the time Qian Feilong realized all this, it was already too late. He only felt a sharp pain and his entire body was torn into pieces by the power of the explosive. When Bewitching arrived, all he saw was a mess. The huge deep pit was surrounded by a faint smell of blood. At a glance, he could even see broken limbs and broken bones. It was a miserable sight. However, Bewitching did not have the mood to pay attention to all this. He was only looking for Bailey Hongzhuang's figure. The only thing he wanted to confirm was that Bailey Hongzhuang was fine. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang was fine, then he could be at ease. Otherwise, that kind of situation was something that he did not dare to imagine. However, Bewitching looked around and did not see Bailey Hongzhuang's figure at all. His face instantly turned extremely ugly. Mu Zhe's arm had been directly blown off. He stared blankly at this scene, his eyes filled with an inconceivable light. Even though he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was not a simple person, but this counterattack made him stunned. His body was burning with pain, but he felt as if he had fallen into a dream. He did not dare to believe that all of this was actually real, such a huge disparity, and yet they had still paid such a huge price. How? How is this possible? Mu Zhe was puzzled. He had experienced so many big and small battles, but only this battle left the deepest impression on him. If his reaction had been just a little slower, he would have lost his life. Indescribable regret spread in his heart. If he had known that this would be the result, even if Li Buoyou thought that he was heartless, he would not have wanted to pay such a price. Bailey Hongzhuang's figure inexplicably became incomparably tall in his mind, and an indescribable fear arose in his heart. He was no match for Bailey Hongzhuang. He, who was at the 5th stage of the Starlight Realm, was actually not a match for Bailey Hongzhuang, who was at the 2nd stage of the Starlight Realm. He understood that this was an inner demon. Cultivators were most afraid of encountering inner demons. Once they were unable to overcome it, they would be unable to advance their cultivation for the rest of their lives. However, based on the current situation, he didn't have the confidence to overcome this inner demon. Mu Zhe was not the only one who was stunned. The remaining 3 cultivators from Crimson Moon sect could not help but stare blankly at this scene. In the blink of an eye, only the 4 of them were left in their team. When they first came to the ruins, there were more than 20 people, but now there were only 4 of them left, and they were either injured or disabled. How were they going to return under such circumstances? How were they going to explain this to the cultivators from Crimson Moon sect? Even though they'd survived the battle, they knew very well that they'd lost the battle, and they'd lost completely. Just as Mu Zhe and the rest were in a daze, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Where are Hongzhuang and the rest? Bewitching's deep eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness. He suppressed his surging murderous intent and asked. Hearing Bewitching's question, Mu Zhe and the rest could not help but be slightly stunned. They did not realize who was speaking. However, when they saw the cultivator standing in front of them clearly, their faces suddenly turned pale, and a trace of fear emerged in their hearts. Bewitching? Mu Zhe looked at Bewitching's cold eyes in horror. If he had met Bewitching before, he would not have panicked like he was now. However, everything that Bailey Hongzhuang had done before had really shocked him. Bailey Hongzhuang had already caused them to fall into such a tragic situation. Now that Bewitching was here, did it not mean that they were completely finished? At this moment, he did not doubt that if Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had joined forces, they would have been completely wiped out. Let me ask you, where are Hongzhuang and the rest? Bewitching raised his voice, and the threat in his voice became more intense. She. Muzhe slowly opened his mouth, but thousands of thoughts ran through his mind. Then, he said, I don't know. He knew that if Bewitching knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had died in their hands, the latter would never let them go. Although he had suffered a huge blow, he did not want to die here. Even if his cultivation could not progress in the future, he could live well with his current cultivation. If he lost his life, he would lose everything. You don't know? Bewitching raised his eyebrows, but his eyes became colder and sharper. Being stared at by Bewitching's sharp eyes, Muzhe felt inexplicably guilty. Logically speaking, Bewitching had clearly appeared later, and Bailey Hongzhuang did not leave anything behind. As long as he did not admit it, Bewitching would not know everything at all. Thinking of this, Muzhe decided to insist on his statement. Otherwise, he would really be in danger. Yes, I've never seen them at all. The remaining cultivators from the three radiances were also frightened out of their wits by the previous incident. No matter what Muzhe said, they would agree with him. As soon as Muzhe finished speaking, Bewitching directly grabbed his neck with one hand. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. The movement just now was clearly caused by Hongzhuang's explosives, and the deep pit here. And you're telling me that you've never seen them? Tightening his right hand, Bewitching's eyes were bloodshot. When he saw this scene, he already had a bad premonition in his heart. He just did not want to admit it. He urgently needed Muzhe to give him an answer, to tell him that Hongzhuang and the others were still fine. Seeing that Bewitching had directly exposed his lie, Muzhe's expression turned ugly. He did not expect Bewitching to be able to recognize the traces. Muzhe's right hand was already gone, and only his left hand was left. Faced with Bewitching's grip, he was powerless. He could only struggle with all his might, but was unable to break free. Are you going to talk or not? Bewitching increased the strength in his hand, and his eyes were cold. Clearly, if Muzhe did not answer, he would not hesitate to strangle him to death. I'll talk, cough cough. I'll talk. Seeing this, Bewitching loosened his grip a little, his eyes blazing like a raging fire. Speak. Bailey Hongzhuang, she, Muzhe's face was filled with confusion, he simply did not know how to answer. If he did not answer, Bewitching would definitely kill him. But if he answered, Bewitching would still kill him. What happened to her? If I tell you, can you let me live? Muzhe could not help but ask. If he could, he really wanted to leave this place forever, and never meet Bewitching again. You have no right to negotiate with me. Bewitching's gaze suddenly turned cold. Since you are not willing to speak, then you can just die. Without waiting for Muzhe to react, Bewitching's hand suddenly tightened, elemental energy surging in without hesitation, and directly snapped Muzhe's neck. Until the moment of his death, Muzhe still could not believe that he had died just like that. Bewitching's bloody method could not help but shock the remaining three practitioners. The three of them could not help but shiver. Looking at Bewitching, who was gradually walking towards them, they only felt that this guy was completely a demon. However, the most powerful cultivators in their team had already died, and the cultivation of the three of them was below the Starlight Realm. It was simply impossible for them to be Bewitching's opponent. Are you guys going to speak or not? Bewitching coldly asked. The three practitioners nodded repeatedly. If Muzhe did not speak, and Bewitching was so decisive in killing them, if they did not speak, their fate would naturally not be any better than Muzhe's. Bailey Hongzhuang is already dead. One of the practitioners among the three hurriedly said. As soon as this was said, Bewitching's expression suddenly changed, the originally gloomy and somewhat calm face suddenly collapsed, and the gaze he looked at the other party was incomparably terrifying. What did you say? The low and deep voice suddenly rose, filled with shock and ruthlessness. Li Buoyo has been waiting outside the ruins. After Bailey Hongzhuang came out, he chased her all the way here. Bailey Hongzhuang did everything she could to kill Li Buoyou and everyone else. However, she also paid a price and perished together with them. The cultivator quickly explained. Bewitching fell into silence. His hands gradually clenched. His nails dug into his palms, dripping with blood, but he didn't feel it at all. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was in danger. He only felt that kind of panic when something happened to Hongzhuang. However, he did not expect that he was still too late. Hongzhuang had actually fallen. He didn't confirm it again because he knew that the other party didn't have the guts to deceive him at this time, and the mess in front of him clearly told him this. Her heart was in so much pain that she was suffocating. Bewitching only felt that he had fallen into darkness in an instant. That kind of pain was simply indescribable with words. It was as if his entire person had sunk into darkness, and he couldn't see the slightest bit of hope. His heart felt as if it had been hollowed out in an instant, and his entire person became numb. The goal of moving forward in life had become nothingness at this moment, and it was as if there was no longer any meaning in living. That Xiran and the others are also dead? Bewitching asked. No, only Ren Ziheng and Chu Jinfeng died. The others all ran away. However, Bewitching was completely immersed in the news that Bailey Hongzhuang had fallen and did not have the energy to care about all this. He could only say that when Xiran and the rest were still alive. This made him feel less remorseful and more comforted. However, from the moment Bailey Hongzhuang had fallen, his world had collapsed. Hongzhuang had saved his life and his happiness had been given to him by Hongzhuang. Now that Hongzhuang was no longer around, what was the point of him living on? Crimson Moon sect, Li Buoyou. A strong sense of hatred surged in Bewitching's chest and his eyes instantly turned blood red. In all these years, he had never hated anyone so bitterly. Because this damned fellow had ruined everything for him, his mind kept replaying Bailey Hongzhuang's voice and smile, recalling all the good things she had done, recalling how they had known each other and fallen in love. These blissful memories pierced through his heart. I've already told you everything. Can you spare my life? The cultivator asked probingly. Bewitching's heart was already in agony. Now that he heard that these murderers of Hongzhuang wanted him to spare their lives, the flames of fury in his heart instantly ignited. In the next moment, Bewitching did not hesitate to take the man's life. All of you deserve to die. Another cultivator saw Bewitching's decisive killing intent and immediately fled in another direction without hesitation. Bewitching clearly wanted to kill all of them and would not let them go. If he did not take this opportunity to escape, he would never have another chance. However, Bewitching did not give him the chance to escape. He had already locked onto him the moment he had set off. Once the Starlight Realm technique was used, the man immediately lost his life in his hands. He understood that Li Buoyou had long become a cripple. Based on his abilities, he would not be able to harm Hongzhuang at all. The most hateful ones were these accomplices. If it had not been for them, how could Hongzhuang have fallen? He wanted these people to pay the price. He wanted the Crimson Moon sect to pay the price. Bewitching walked up to the last cultivator. This cultivator's leg had been injured by Chu Jinfeng's explosives, so he could not move at all. He could only watch as Bewitching slowly walked towards him and felt that death was drawing closer and closer to him. Just as Bewitching was about to attack him, he hurriedly cried out, "Master D, I have a piece of news for you. Please spare my life. I don't care what news you have to say." Bewitching's heart had turned cold. Ever since he had found out that Hongzhuang was no longer around, he no longer cared about anything. Seeing that Bewitching was about to attack him, the cultivator hurriedly cried out, "What if I tell you that Bailey Hongzhuang is not dead?" "What do you mean by that?" Bewitching's dark eyes, which were like a pool of stagnant water, suddenly released a ray of light. He fixed his gaze on the cultivator. "You're saying that Hongzhuang is not dead?" "That's right." The cultivator hurriedly nodded. Even though Bewitching had been pleasantly surprised when the cultivator had said that, after thinking about it carefully, he understood that the cultivator must have been lying to him. Everyone believed that Hongzhuang was dead. How could he have a different answer? Trying to trick me? Bewitching's lips curved into a dangerous arc. "It's useless." "No." The cultivator quickly nodded. "I'm not lying to you. I'm telling the truth." However, Bewitching ignored him. Seeing this, the cultivator spilled the beans. and told them everything that he had seen before. I didn't attack Bailey Hongzhuang, really, I was already injured before. After they brought me here, they attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. I stayed where I was the whole time, so I saw everything clearly. Bailey Hongzhuang did intend to die together with Qian Feilong. After she ignited the explosives, I thought she was dead for sure. But at that moment, I clearly saw a white light flash and went inside. I swear, I didn't see it wrongly. Believe me. The cultivator's face was filled with anxiety. Indeed, he did not make a move. Furthermore, he had witnessed the scene unfold before his very eyes. Although he was a little surprised when he saw it, after thinking about it, he felt that there was only one possibility. The white light clearly came from Bailey Hongzhuang's angle. Bailey Hongzhuang must have used some mysterious method to leave. Ever since he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's abnormal fighting power, he felt that there was nothing Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't do. It was possible to come back from the dead. If you don't believe me, you can look around. Even if there was an explosion and a lot of things dissipated, there should still be some traces left, right? There's nothing here that has anything to do with Bailey Hongzhuang. There's nothing even related to the 3 contracted beasts. It's impossible that everything was destroyed so easily. Bewitching originally thought that the cultivator was lying to him. But looking at how confident the cultivator was and how reasonable his words were, he suddenly felt that it was possible. He glanced at the cultivator. Now that the cultivator couldn't leave with his own strength, he didn't have to worry. In the next moment, he began to search the surroundings. Originally, he didn't want to face all of this, but now that he thought that there was still a chance of survival, he urgently hoped that all of this was true. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang was still alive, it would be the happiest thing for him. Sure enough, there was no trace of Bailey Hongzhuang around. Only then did he ask, "Is what you said true?" The cultivator nodded repeatedly, "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes." Bewitching turned to look at the skeleton army in the distance. He knew that this was the entrance to the upper realm that Ao Lingxiao had mentioned. Could it be that Hongzhuang had no other choice and was forced to enter the entrance to the upper realm? Alright, I'll believe you this time. He didn't know if the other party was trying to trick him into entering the army of skeletons, but as long as there was a possibility, he had to try. Master D, look at me. I really can't do anything to Bailey Hongzhuang. Can you spare me on account of the information I've given you? Hearing this, Bewitching calmly glanced at him. The wound on the other party's leg was clearly not from today, so it was quite believable. Alright, I won't kill you this time. There was no one else here except for him. Coupled with the frequent appearance of the skeleton army, it would be impossible for him to leave this place alive. After seeing Bewitching leave, the cultivator could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, looking at the scene in front of him, everyone was already dead. He was the only one left here struggling at death's door. After rejoicing for a while, he understood his situation. If there were other cultivators alive in the team, then he could still return. However, with his current state, could it be that he had to crawl back? If he encountered the skeleton army along the way, with his crawling speed, only death would await him. Bewitching charged all the way inside. When the skeleton army saw someone appear, they began to attack one after another. Bewitching used his strongest technique, using all the skeletons in front of him as targets to vent his anger. His advancing speed could be said to be extremely shocking. He desperately searched around in all directions, only wanting to find Bailey Hongzhuang's figure. However, no matter how he called out Hongzhuang's name, there was no response at all. His heart gradually sank. He had finally found a glimmer of hope with great difficulty. Was it going to be destroyed again? He was unwilling to give up. As Bewitching searched all the way inside, after breaking through layers of obstacles, he finally arrived at the entrance to the upper realm. Looking at the entrance from afar, Bewitching felt a pang of heartache. Previously, he had agreed with Hongzhuang that they would enter the upper realm together after when Xiren and Shangguanying had reached the Starlight Realm. He knew that Hongzhuang had misgivings about his feelings and had always wanted to help him find his family. He also hoped that he could find his family together with Hongzhuang. To him, as long as Hongzhuang was happy, it was fine. However, now, suddenly, Bewitching's gaze focused. He noticed that there was clearly a hairpin left on the ground in front of the entrance. Looking at the familiar hairpin in front of him, Bewitching was wild with joy in an instant. This is Hong Zhuang's hairpin. Bewitching's face was filled with ecstasy. It seemed that the cultivator from before did not lie to him. Hong Zhuang is not dead. Bewitching's eyes were filled with joy. At this moment, he felt as if he had risen from hell to heaven. God was not so cruel to him. Hong Zhuang was still alive. Looking at the entrance in front of him, he walked in without hesitation. However, the moment Bewitching walked in, he clearly heard someone shouting behind him. Beichen. Bewitching frowned slightly. This voice was not unfamiliar to him. It was Xiren's voice. However, by the time he heard it, he had already entered the teleportation array. It was too late for him to turn around. However, he was more anxious to find Bailey Hongzhuang. After the great battle, Bailey Hongzhuang must be severely injured. If he does not find Hongzhuang as soon as possible, Hongzhuang might be in danger. When Xiren stared at Bewitching, who had already entered the entrance, his expression was filled with exasperation. They had rushed over as quickly as they could, but they never thought that Bewitching would actually enter an entrance. What is this place? Shangguan Ying stared at the entrance in front of her as a thick sense of confusion appeared on her face. She did not know that there was such an entrance in this place. Di Yujue, Long Yanwei, and Yi Zihua's faces filled with exasperation when they saw this. They had almost caught up to Bewitching. Young Master Bewitching has entered the upper realm. I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you to send someone to look for him. Long Yanwei looked at Di Yujue. He knew that the latter had spent so many years to finally find Bewitching. Unfortunately, so many things had happened. Initially, they thought that they would finally be able to meet again. However, they were still one step away. One could imagine how terrible Di Yujue's mood was at the moment. Di Yujue's face darkened slightly as he stared at the entrance to the upper realm. He then said, of course. Although they did not manage to meet Beichen this time, they now knew about Beichen's identity and that he had entered the upper realm. With the D family's means, it would not take them too long to find him. It just so happened that he was about to return to the upper realm to tell the news to his family so that they would not be upset over this matter. No matter what, at least we know that Beichen is fine. We can rest assured. A smile appeared on Yi Zihua's face. The moment he saw that Bewitching was safe, he was relieved. At least Bewitching was still alive. If Bewitching had fallen, then they would be in big trouble. Fortunately, things were not that bad. It was just that Di Yujue would have to spend a little more time looking for him. However, with the D family's means, it would not take long at all. The upper realm? Xiren and Shangguan Ying looked at each other. There was a trace of doubt in their hearts. They did not understand what Yi Zihua and the others were talking about. Since Beichen has already entered, why don't we just go in and look for them? Xiren could not help but ask. The entrance was right in front of them. They just had to go through it and they would be able to find it. Why bother? Xiren, you don't know this, but the first time we enter this teleportation, we are randomly sent. Even if we go over now, we may not be able to be in the same place as Beichen. Yi Zihua shrugged, his expression filled with helplessness. If they could see Beichen as long as they passed through, they would not hesitate here. Listening to Yi Zihua's words, Xiren finally understood. He did not expect the teleportation to be so strange. No wonder Di Yujue looked so helpless. However, he still didn't know where he was. In the next moment, Di Yujue turned around and looked at the person beside him. He ordered, go to the Crimson Moon sect now and ask the sect master to give me an explanation. I'll return to the upper realm first. Now that Beichen had gone to the upper realm alone, he probably did not have enough understanding of the situation there. Accidents could happen at any time. Now that he knew that Beichen was his son, his feelings as a father were fully displayed. He was constantly worried that Beichen would be in danger. Therefore, he had to return immediately and send someone to look for Beichen. Yes. Hearing this, Long Yanwei and Yi Zihua looked at each other. They could tell from Di Yujue's tone that he was very displeased with the Crimson Moon sect. If they were not in a hurry to find Beichen, they would have charged straight to the Crimson Moon sect. Even so, the Crimson Moon sect would still have to give Di Yujue a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, the Crimson Moon sect would be in deep trouble. Soon after, Diyu Jue turned around and looked at Long Yanwei and Izihua. He said, "Both of you, I'll take my leave first." "Take care," Long Yanwei and Izihua replied. "Xiren, Ying, the two of you can't go to the upper realm yet. I'll go look for Beichen first. Once I find Beichen and Hong Zhuang, I'll bring them back. At that time, I'll bring the two of you along." Diyu Jue looked at Xiren and Shangguan Ying with a very gentle gaze. The two of them were Di Beichen's best friends. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them had yet to break through to the Starlight Realm, he would have directly brought them to the Di family. However, the Upper Realm had a rule that those who weren't born in the Upper Realm and hadn't reached the Starlight Realm weren't allowed to enter. However, Xiren and Shangguan Ying were already at the 9th level of the Purple Realm. They weren't far from breaking through to the Starlight Realm. He believed that with their aptitude, it shouldn't take too much time. "Thank you, uncle." Xiren and Shangguan Ying hurriedly cupped their hands. Ever since they found out that Diyu Jue was Di Beichen's father, they changed the way they addressed him. Originally, they completely treated Diyu Jue as a member of the same generation. Now that Diyu Jue had suddenly become an elder, they sighed in their hearts. In the next moment, Diyu Jue directly walked through the entrance under everyone's gaze. Only after Diyu Jue left did Xiren and Shangguan Ying look at Long Yanwei and Izihua like curious babies. At this moment, they were really full of doubts. They completely didn't understand what had happened. "Why can't we go to the Upper Realm? Only those who have reached the Starlight Realm can enter the Upper Realm. There's a restriction in this transportation array. If you haven't reached that level, you won't be able to enter at all," Izihua replied. Hearing this, Xiren and Shangguan Ying finally understood. "So that's how it is. The two of us aren't qualified." Shangguan Ying frowned slightly. "From the looks of it, if we want to find Beichen and the others, we must quickly break through to the Starlight Realm. Otherwise, we won't be able to go at all." Ever since they came to Punlai Island, the four of them had been traveling together. Now that Beichen and Hong Zhuang had suddenly disappeared, the two of them were not used to it. Xiren nodded slightly. They indeed had to raise their cultivation as soon as possible. "Instructor E, what is the Upper Realm?" Shangguan Ying asked curiously. Previously, she had never heard of any information about the Upper Realm. Now, she had to know what kind of place it was. "Let's go. We'll talk on the way back." "Alright. It hurts." Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown. Pain came from all over her body, and even moving became difficult. "Wait. I can still feel pain." Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. She had clearly charged over to perish together with Qian Feilong. Why could she still feel pain? Immediately, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was filled with joy. Since she could still feel pain, it meant that she was still alive. However, in the next second, she felt a little worried. This feeling was so similar to the last time she had transmigrated. This kind of thing shouldn't happen again, right? Now, she only hoped that she would have the chance to see Beichen again. Otherwise, being alive wasn't something to be happy about. As she slowly opened her eyes, she felt that everything around her was extremely unfamiliar. She had never seen anything like this before. She couldn't help but panic. Then, a handsome face appeared in front of her eyes. However, it was blurry and she couldn't see it clearly. She wanted to speak but she didn't have the strength. Her eyes turned black and she fell into darkness again. "Miss, are you all right? Miss?" When Bailey Hongzhuang finally regained consciousness, she found herself in her room. However, there was no one else in the room. "Xiao Hei? Xiao Bai? Bai Shi?" Bailey Hongzhuang hurriedly called out. She desperately wanted to know how the three beasts were doing. After such a great battle, the three beasts' injuries were extremely severe. It was obvious that they could not hold on any longer. She wondered how they were doing. At the same time, she wanted to confirm one thing. Was she still in the Xianxia continent? However, her answer did not receive any response. She could not help but feel a chill in her heart. Could it be? At this moment, the tightly shut door suddenly opened. Creak. A young, handsome figure walked in. When he saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had regained consciousness, the man's face immediately lit up with a joyful smile. "Miss, you're awake?" Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar face. It was as if she had seen this face before she had lost consciousness. "Thank you for saving me, sir." Bailey Hongzhuang cupped her hands in greeting. The man smiled and waved his hand. "It's nothing much. Don't mention it. Your injuries are very serious. I found a physician to take a look at you. The physician said that as long as you're awake, you'll be fine. However, these injuries will require some time to recover. If you feel any discomfort, feel free to tell me. There's no need to be courteous." Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised when she saw the other party's warm demeanor. Then, a relieved smile appeared on her face. It seems that this cultivator before her was very helpful. "Thank you, I'm fine." She could see the bandages on her body. Although her injuries were still serious, they would no longer threaten her life. She only needed to rest for a while and she would be able to make a complete recovery. There would not be any sequelae. "That's good." The man smiled faintly. "I've just gone to get some food for you. You've been unconscious for a few days. I'm sure you're hungry, right?" Looking at the food in the man's hand, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood. There is indeed some food. "Thank you so much. I'm Bailey Hongzhuang. How should I address you, young master?" Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with gratitude. Before, her injuries were so serious. If no one had saved her, she really couldn't imagine what she would have become. Fortunately, his luck was not bad. He was saved by someone, and this person was a very good person. "I'm Wan Yanhan. I'm very happy to meet you." Wan Yanhan smiled. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. She vaguely felt that she had heard this name somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where. "Young Master Wan Yan, may I ask where I am now?" As she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze became nervous. This was what she was most worried about now. She only hoped that she was still in the world she was in before. "You're in Rongan City now." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but be stunned. Rongan City? She had never heard of this place and did not know where Rongan City was. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's puzzled expression, Wan Yanhan immediately understood. He smiled and said, "I forgot. This should be your first time in the upper realm, so you don't understand the situation here." "You're saying that I'm now in the upper realm?" Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up when she heard the words upper realm. That was what she wanted to confirm the most at this moment. Aside from that, nothing else mattered. Wan Yanhan nodded. "That's right. Don't you know that you're now in the upper realm?" "I'm in the upper realm." Bailey Hongzhuang murmured to herself as a joyful smile appeared on her face. It seems that she was still alive. Even though she did not know how she had managed to reach the upper realm, as long as she was still alive, she would have the chance to see Bewitching again. Just this point alone was already the happiest thing of all. "Lady Bailey, allow me to be nosy and ask, why were you so severely injured when you arrived? Could it be that you were injured during the battle with the skeleton army?" Wan Yanhan could not hide the puzzlement in his eyes. When he had first seen Bailey Hongzhuang had been lying unconscious at the entrance, covered in blood. When he had approached, Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to still be conscious. However, before she could say a word, she had fainted again. Hence, he had brought Bailey Hongzhuang back to the inn and found a physician to treat her. Bailey Hongzhuang gently shook her head. "I was surrounded and attacked. I had no choice." Even though Bailey Hongzhuang had explained it very simply, Wan Yanhan understood immediately. "You were surrounded and attacked in the training grounds? Who would besiege a woman like you?" "The members of the Crimson Moon sect." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes turned gloomy and cold at the mention of the Crimson Moon sect. If it had not been for these damned fellows, she would not have ended up in such a situation. However, she believes that her final attack must have caused them to pay a heavy price. Wan Yanhan's eyes changed when he heard the words Crimson Moon sect. He asked, "The members of the Crimson Moon sect had surrounded and attacked you. Are you a member of that organization as well?" At first, Bailey Hongzhuang did not pay much attention to it. However, when she saw the sudden change in Wan Yanhan's expression, she could not help but feel worried. Could Wan Yanhan also be a member of the Crimson Moon sect? If that was the case, then it would be troublesome. I am from Punlai Palace, Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Punlai Palace? A big smile appeared on Wan Yanhan's face. You actually came from Punlai Palace? What a coincidence. I am also from the Punlai Palace. I didn't expect you to be my junior sister. Wan Yanhan appeared to be very pleasantly surprised. He did not think that it would actually be so coincidental that the person he saved was his little junior sister. Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on her face. It turns out that Prince Wanyan is also from Punlai Palace. At this point, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes suddenly widened and she asked curiously, Young Master Wanyan, are you Wan Yanling's brother? At this moment, she suddenly understood. Previously, she had always felt that Wan Yanhan's name was somewhat familiar. However, she could not remember where she had heard it from. Now that she knew that Wan Yanhan was from Punlai Palace, she suddenly remembered that when Ren Ziheng introduced Wan Yanling to her, he had specially mentioned his elder brother, Wan Yanhan. However, Wan Yanhan had not appeared in Punlai Palace for a long time because he had already come to the upper world. That's right. Wan Yanling is my younger brother. The smile on Wan Yanhan's face gradually widened. Is he doing well in Punlai Palace? After knowing each other's identity, Bailey Hongzhuang and Wan Yanhan's relationship became more harmonious. Wan Yanhan also felt that it was a coincidence that he could meet a cultivator from the inner palace of Punlai again. However, he did not talk too much with Bailey Hongzhuang. After all, what Bailey Hongzhuang needed most now was rest. After Wan Yanling left, Bailey Hongzhuang entered the primordial chaos ring. Xiao He, Xiao Bai Shi, and Bai Long were all in a coma at the moment. The three beasties' fur was covered with blood and their wounds had begun to scab. However, their situation was still very bad. However, Bailey Hongzhuang breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that they were still alive. For her, this was already the best news. She was worried that the three beasties would leave her in this battle. Fortunately, they were still alive. Dragging her exhausted body, Bailey Hongzhuang began to apply medicine to the three beasties. They had all fallen into a coma because of their serious injuries. They had to be treated as soon as possible. Otherwise, the effects would be even greater in the long run. If it were any other day, Bailey Hongzhuang would naturally deal with all of this very quickly. However, with her current physical condition, it was very slow. After dealing with all of this, she only felt that she was about to collapse. She immediately returned to the house to rest. However, Bailey Hongzhuang still could not understand. How did they come to the upper realm in such a situation? This really did not make sense. However, she could not think of any explanation at all. At this moment, no one could give her an answer. She could only put this doubt in her stomach for the time being. Perhaps she would know when the three beasties woke up. Bailey Hongzhuang's recovery speed was not slow. She was a doctor herself. After treating herself, her recovery speed was extremely fast. When Wan Yanhan saw Bailey Hongzhuang's recovery speed, his face was full of shock. Her previous injuries were clearly so obvious. Logically speaking, it should not be possible to recover in a short time. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's recovery speed was so amazing. It was much faster than what the doctor said before. Wan Yanhan learned some information about Wan Yanling from Bailey Hongzhuang. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not know much about Wan Yanling. She just told him the news that Ren Ziheng told her. After knowing that Wan Yanling was doing very well in Punlai Palace, Wan Yanhan felt very happy. Now, he was only waiting for Wan Yanling to come up to join him. After getting along like this, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood why Wan Yanhan could obtain such a reputation in Punlai Palace. He was indeed a very good person. Senior brother Wan Yan, do you know where the entrance is? I want to go back. Wan Yanhan looked at Wan Yanhan's, Hongzhuang Wan Yanhan said Han's injuries. She understood that Bewitching must be very worried about her safety now. He did not know how she was doing. Only after she went back could Bewitching be at ease. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Wan Yanhan could not help but frown and said, You can't go back now? Why? Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned. Her face was full of confusion. Hearing Wang Yanhan's words, Bailey Hongshuang's gaze changed slightly. Thinking about it this way, it was indeed very reasonable. You should know that the cultivators in the upper realm, other than the younger ones, are all stronger than the cultivators in the lower realm. In fact, they are much stronger than the cultivators in the lower realm. If the cultivators from the upper realm go to the lower realm, who in the lower realm would be their match? Because of this, it would only destroy the balance in the lower realm. Therefore, there is a rule that the cultivators from the upper realm cannot go to the lower realm as they wish. However, the people from the upper realm would not want to go to the lower realm. After all, there is nothing better than the upper realm. On the contrary, it is very backward. Wang Yanhan explained. Bailey Hongshuang frowned slightly but still did not give up. Then under what circumstances can one go to the lower realm? This is very troublesome. First, one must stay in the upper realm for a long time and pass the examination of the upper realm's cultivators union before one can go to the lower realm. If not, I would have gone back to see my brother long ago. However, looking at the current situation, I can only wait for him to go to the upper realm to meet up with him. So troublesome? Bailey Hongshuang's clear eyes were filled with doubt. Previously, when she heard Ao Lingxiao say that going to the lower realm was not so troublesome, this Wang Yanhan should not have the need to lie to her. It is so troublesome. Ao Lingxiao's expression was filled with helplessness. Other than that, there is another possibility. However, it has nothing to do with us. What is it? I heard that the people from the upper realm's big forces can go to the lower realm as they wish because the balance in the lower realm is also controlled by them. However, they belong to a big force and have their own restrictions. Therefore, after going to the lower realm, they will not run amok. Wang Yanhan slowly said. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang finally understood. No wonder Ao Lingxiao could go to the lower realm directly. It was related to his identity. Looking at it, the possibility of her going to the lower realm was very slim. Since it is so, then I only have one method. That is to go to the D family. Bailey Hongshuang's phoenix-like eyes narrowed. She had no way to ascertain when Beichen would head to the upper realm, but she was certain that Beichen would definitely return to the Supreme D clan. After all, it was very likely that his family was located there. As long as she waited there, she would definitely see Beichen. Senior brother Wan Yin, do you know that there is a D clan in the upper realm? Bailey Hongshuang asked. Wan Yanhan nodded slightly. After some thought, he said, I think I've heard of it before. It's a top-notch clan, right? Why are you asking this? Then do you know where the D family is? Bailey Hongshuang's eyes lit up. As long as she could find the D family, she would be able to reunite with Beichen sooner or later. I don't know about that. Wang Yanhan shook his head. This kind of great power is really too far away from us. I've only heard of its existence like a story, but it's only limited to the existence of this family. Other than that, I don't know anything about them. Then is there any way to find out? Bailey Hongshuang asked unwillingly. Little junior sister, with our current strength, it's basically impossible for us to come into contact with such a large power. Moreover, we are surrounded by cultivators who are similar to us. I'm afraid that the information they know is more or less the same as us. They only feel that such a large power is unreachable and they are unable to understand it. I heard that such a large power has a very strong invisible barrier. If there is no one leading the way, it's basically impossible for ordinary people to find it. Why are you looking for the D family? Wang Yanhan's face was filled with confusion. He completely couldn't understand why Bailey Hongshuang had just come to the upper realm. Logically speaking, such a large power like the D family shouldn't have any connection with her. However, she had been trying to find the D family. This was really too strange. The reason why I came to the upper realm was completely by accident. My husband and my friends are still in the lower realm. They don't even know that I'm here. I'm sure that they are looking for me now. Previously, we had heard of the D family. I feel that if I go near them, they might be able to reunite when they come to the upper realm in the future. Bailey Hongshuang's reply was half true and half false. Right now, they weren't completely sure that Beichen was a member of the D family. Before they were sure, it was better not to say anything. I see. Wang Yanhan finally understood. I didn't expect that little junior sister is already married. I'm sure that the other party must be a very outstanding young talent. Bailey Hongshuang smiled, indeed. Little junior sister, I understand your anxious feelings. However, there is no other way for now. Think about it. Since you are unable to find the D family, it would be similarly difficult for them to find you when they come. Therefore, why don't you recuperate first and slowly think of a way in the future? I believe that there will be a day when you two will reunite. Wang Yanhan smiled and said. Thank you, senior brother. I hope so. After Wang Yanhan left, Bailey Hongshuang's face revealed a depressed expression. When she thought of Beichen's expression when he thought that she might have died, she couldn't help but worry. Furthermore, judging from the situation at that time, there were definitely still people alive in the Crimson Moon sect. Once these people returned, the news of his death would basically be confirmed by them. Under such circumstances, Beichen would definitely want to avenge him. In that case, not only would Beichen be in danger, but he also didn't know when he would come to the upper realms. I never thought that things would turn out like this. Bailey Hongshuang sighed faintly, her expression full of helplessness. At this moment, she suddenly felt a slight movement from the chaos ring. Her eyes lit up and she immediately entered the chaos ring. As expected, Bailey Hongshuang immediately noticed that Xiao He and Xiao Bai had woken up. However, Baisher was still unconscious and showed no signs of waking up. Master. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were overjoyed to see Bailey Hongshuang. Master, you're still alive. That's great. The two beasts heaved a sigh of relief. They had thought that they were all dead from their previous miserable state. They never thought that everyone was still alive. That was great, Bailey Hongshuang smiled, that's right. It's a good thing that we're still alive. I'm fine now. Bailey Hongshuang smiled, you're still worried about me. You should be worried about yourselves now. Your injuries are very serious as well. Even though I've already treated you, you'll still need some time to fully recover. There's no need to rush it. Hearing this, Xiao He and Xiao Bai appeared very carefree. As long as we're still alive, it's not a big deal. This situation was much better than what they had imagined. At least everyone was still alive. Injuries were a common occurrence. They had suffered many injuries on a daily basis and were already used to it. However, Xiao Hei's gaze turned towards Baisher. Master, why hasn't there been any movement from Baisher even though we've already awakened? Logically speaking, Baisher's injuries should have been about the same as theirs. Since they had already awakened, Baisher should be more or less awake as well. However, based on Baisher's current condition, it was clear that he did not show any signs of awakening. Bailey Hongshuang could not help but turn towards Baisher. Her expression was filled with deep thought. I've already checked on Baisher's condition. His injuries are very serious but they are not life-threatening. As for the fact that he has not shown any signs of awakening, he should be about to break through. Baisher's cultivation speed has never been slow. This time, after absorbing the energy from the black pool, Baisher had even come into contact with the barrier to the starlight state. If this had been in the past, it would have taken some time for him to break through. However, he had been hovering on the brink of death in this battle. Perhaps Baisher had profited from this disaster and broken through. Upon hearing Bailey Hongshuang's reply, Xiao He and Xiao Bai's initial worries turned into pleasant surprise. So that's how it is. That's great. Bailey Hongshuang smiled and nodded. Even though they had been in great danger this time, it was a good thing that they had managed to avert disaster in the end. However, they had been forced to separate from Beichen. This was something that she could not do anything about. Master, what are you thinking about? Noticing Bailey Hongshuang's mood, Xiao He could not help but ask, did something happen that made you unhappy? Bailey Hongshuang immediately told them about their current situation. After hearing everything, Xiao He and Xiao Bai could not help but be dumbfounded. They did not expect such a situation at all. In that case, we can only wait here for Beichen and the others to come? Not bad. According to my judgment, Beichen probably won't come alone. He will definitely wait for Xiren and Yingying to break through before coming. Although Yingying and the others are talented in cultivation, it will take some time for them to make a breakthrough. However, as long as we wait in Rong'an City, they will come sooner or later. If only it were that simple. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head helplessly. This teleportation is random. I happen to be teleported to Rong'an City. There's no way to determine which city Beichin and the others will be teleported to. If it wasn't a city, they probably wouldn't have come here. Only the D family is where Beichin will definitely go. She did not expect such a situation at all. Now, this was the only way she could think of. Ah? Xiao He and Xiao Bai could not help but be dumbfounded. In such a situation, they really could not think of a better way. By the way, do you know how we came to the upper realm? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xiao He and Xiao Bai. This was something that she had never been able to figure out. Back then, she had thought that she was definitely going to die. She never thought that she would actually survive in the end. However, even after thinking about it for a long time, she still could not figure out how she had managed to accomplish all this. I don't know. Xiao He shook her head. I thought that I was going to die. I don't know what happened after that. I did notice a flash of white light at the time. Then, I was taken back into the chaos ring. However, I don't know what happened after that, said Xiao Bai. A flash of white light? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. A trace of astonishment appeared in her eyes. Xiao Bai nodded. That's right. There was a flash of white light. Although the scene was very chaotic, I still saw it clearly. Now that Xiao Bai has mentioned it, I remember that there was a flash of white light at the time. I thought that it was the light before death. Xiao He spread her hands and said innocently. It looks like that flash of white light saved us. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered. But what was that white light? Xiao He and Xiao Bai shook their heads. They did not know either. They only remembered that something like that had happened before. Bailey Hongzhuang kept thinking. Usually, there was no such thing as a white light around her. Moreover, this white light had saved them, so it was obviously a kind gesture. Not only that, this white light should be very powerful. Otherwise, it would not have been able to save them. After some thought, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but turn her gaze to the unconscious white dragon not far away. She said, Do you think this white light has something to do with the white dragon? As Bailey Hongzhuang spoke, Xiao He and Xiao Bai could not help but look at each other. Then, they nodded and said, That is indeed possible. The white dragon is so powerful. It would have been able to take us away under those circumstances. However, the white dragon was already unconscious. How could it have taken us away at the critical moment? We can't say for sure now. We will know once the white dragon awakens. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. This was the only possibility that she could think of at the moment. Apart from this, she really could not imagine where the white light had come from. Let's hope that the white lion and the white dragon will wake up soon. Xiao He said with a smile. No matter what, they were in a good situation now. They just needed some time to regroup. In the following days, Bailey Hongzhuang recuperated and rested in the inn. After Xiao He and Xiao Bai woke up, they recovered very quickly under Bailey Hongzhuang's treatment. However, the white lion and the white dragon were still in a deep sleep. They showed no signs of waking up at all. After Di Baichen arrived in the upper realm, he immediately began to search for Bailey Hongzhuang. However, after asking around, he discovered that not a single cultivator had come to the upper realm before his arrival. This answer made him feel very strange. He had clearly seen Bailey Hongzhuang's hairpin. It could not be fake. However, there was no need for her to lie to him. This made him feel very helpless. It turned out that the entrance to the upper realm was random. It seemed that Hongzhuang had probably arrived at a different city from him. That was why he did not see Hongzhuang's figure. This made his originally very depressed mood a little better. At least this proved that there was a high chance that Hongzhuang was fine. He just had to go to a few more cities in the upper realm to find Hongzhuang. This was nothing to him. As long as he could find Hongzhuang, it was worth it no matter how much effort he had to put in. After understanding this point, Di Baichen began to embark on the journey to find Bailey Hongzhuang. Although the upper realm was very big and it was not easy to find Bailey Hongzhuang, Di Baichen was confident. As Bailey Hongzhuang's injuries gradually healed, she began to be curious about the upper realm. Originally, she had always been curious about whether the Bailey family still existed in the Xianxia continent after 1,000 years. Therefore, she deliberately asked Wang Yanhan. Unfortunately, Wang Yanhan had never heard of the Bailey family, so she could not confirm. Although it was now 1,000 years later and she had nothing to do with the Bailey family, she only hoped that the Bailey family still existed. As long as she thought of such a place, she would feel a sense of familiarity in her heart. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang walked out of the inn with interest. The sun shone on her body and gave her a burst of warmth. Her mood, which had been depressed for many days, became sunny at this moment. With a bright smile on her delicate face, Bailey Hongzhuang walked on the streets of Rong'an City. Looking at the extremely lively scene around her, her eyes became brighter and brighter. Master, the upper realm is even more lively than Penlai Island. Xiaohei's eyes flashed with surprise as she constantly looked around. Rong'an City was obviously a very big city. It was extremely lively and there was an endless stream of people. However, there were only shops around and no stalls. Most of the shops sold food and treasures that cultivators needed for their cultivation. If it was in the lower realm, there would always be many delicious and fun things. However, there were even more things related to cultivators here. Walking on the road, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that the passers-by were often armed, and the aura they released was very shocking. It was obvious how powerful these people were. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. The cultivators from the upper realm were indeed extraordinary. Her aura could be said to be at the bottom of this group of people, so she felt a lot of pressure. It seems that we really have to keep a low profile in the upper realm. Otherwise, if we accidentally offend someone, it won't be easy to clean up the mess. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. Normally, the probability of them getting into trouble was not small. There were enemies everywhere, and she was alone, so she had to be careful. Otherwise, if there was trouble, it would not be easy to deal with it. Master, don't worry. We won't get into trouble, Xiaohei said. Now, she also knew that the environment they were in was not easy. Naturally, she had to be more careful and not get into trouble. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. I know that you have always been very obedient. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. Di Yujue felt that it had been a long time since he had been so happy to return to his family. Although he had yet to reunite with Beichen, he believed that it was only a matter of time before he found Beichen. In the past, every time he returned, he would feel extremely depressed. Since the day Beichen disappeared, not only did he have to endure his own heartache, but he also had to face all kinds of pressure from his family. His parents' resentment towards him was imaginable. Most importantly, his wife was unwilling to see him. He had always loved Lin Yunqing deeply, but he had done something that hurt her the most. He was extremely regretful. Now that he had finally brought back news of their son, he hoped that Yunqing would be happy. When he thought that Yunqing might be happy because of this, the corners of his lips could not help but curl up. Even his brows became bright and sunny. When Di Linxian heard that Di Yujue had returned, a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. Then, his face darkened again. He still has the nerve to come back. Xiao Wanrong noticed the change in Di Linjiao's expression and could not help but roll her eyes. Old man, stop pretending. You're obviously very happy that Yujue is back. How am I very happy? Di Linxian raised an eyebrow. I can't wait for him to not come back. After you chased Yujue away the last time, he has been staying outside for a long time and has not come back. I don't care. You're not allowed to do that again. If you chase your son out and never come back, I'll see what you're going to do. Xiao Wanrong could not hide her dissatisfaction. You can't find your grandson. If you chased your son away, I'll see what you're going to do. A loving mother leads to a wasteful son. Di Linxian shook his head helplessly. I can't be bothered to talk to you. I don't understand how I gave birth to such an idiot. He even lost his own son. If word gets out, he'll be a joke. Think about me. I've been so powerful for so many years, but in the end, I was laughed at by everyone for what my stupid son did. Most importantly, my precious grandson is missing. How can I not be angry? Then there's no use in scolding him. Xiao Wanrong's expression was full of helplessness. Do you think Yujue will feel good after such a thing happened? You don't have to say it, he's already blaming himself. So many years have passed, and Yujue has been searching all this time. What's the point of scolding him like this? It's all your fault. Di Linxian blew his beard and glared, the displeasure on his face still not dissipating. As long as I can't find my precious grandson, he will inevitably be scolded. Why is it all my fault? Xia Wanrong couldn't help but ask when she saw that Di Linxian was talking about her again. Isn't it all because of your stupid son? Oh? Xia Wanrong's voice suddenly rose, then according to what you mean, could it be that I can give birth to him alone? I'm too lazy to talk to you. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Wanrong directly sat down and turned her face to the other side, clearly unwilling to pay any more attention to Di Linxian. After he noticed that Xia Wanrong was angry, Di Linxian couldn't help but say, "All right, old woman, aren't I angry? You know my temper." Xia Wanrong and Di Linxian had been together for so many years, so she knew his temper very well. He was stubborn on the outside but soft on the inside. No matter what happened, he was unwilling to admit it, but he did not actually think that way. Ever since Di Yujue was chased away by Di Linxian, she could tell that he missed Di Yujue very much even though he was unwilling to admit it. Every once in a while, he could not help but ask about Di Yujue. He had always been worried about him. However, every time Di Yujue returned, the old man would inevitably think of this matter again and chased Di Yujue away. It had been like this for the past few years. This time, Di Yujue had returned. When Di Linxian heard the news, he had clearly been exceptionally happy. However, when he saw that she was present, his expression immediately changed. She really could not do anything about this old man. It's fine if you bring this up in front of me, but please don't bring it up in front of my daughter-in-law. You clearly know how sad she is because of this. The two of them are not together because of this. If you keep bringing this up, won't you be poking at her heart? Xia Wanrong sighed. They had been living very well in the past, but ever since this happened, everyone had a knot in their hearts. They only wanted to find their precious grandson. Logically speaking, with the Di family's abilities, it should not be too difficult. It was just a pity that he had gone to the lower world. It would be much more complicated to find him. They had not heard any news about their precious grandson for so many years, so they were actually very upset. Moreover, they all knew about their grandson's constitution. It had been over 20 years. Although they were unwilling to give up, they knew all too well what would happen once the cursed constitution flared up. As a result, they knew that the chances of finding him were just too slim. I understand. Di Linxian nodded and sighed. You should talk to Yunqing more when you're free. Yujue is indeed in the wrong, but he can't just ignore Yujue like this. That's true, but you don't understand how a mother feels when she loses her child. Actually, Yunqing has been suffering all these years. Alas, in the end, it's still Yujue's fault. See, wasn't I right? Di Linxian shrugged. It's all because of that stupid son of mine. Not only did he ruin my reputation, but he also made everyone suffer. Old man, don't you care about your face? How long has it been since you went out after this incident? How can I go out? Every time they ask me about my grandson's whereabouts, I can't answer. I might as well not go out. You say that Elder Su, the moment I went out, he kept telling me about his precious grandson's achievements. Isn't he deliberately trying to anger me? If it weren't for the fact that I don't know where my precious grandson ended up, how could he be worse than my grandson? Di Linxian couldn't help but blow his beard and glare. Xia Wanrong obviously knew about this situation and couldn't help but sigh. Let's not talk about anything else. When Yujue comes over in a while, don't scold him anymore. Just bear with it. Di Linxian remained silent. It wasn't that he wanted to scold Di Yujue on purpose every time, but he really couldn't control his temper every time this matter was brought up. Not long after, Di Yujue walked over. Father, mother. Di Yujue bowed respectfully to the two of them. Xia Wanrong nodded and quickly walked in front of Di Yujue. Yujue, looking at you, you've lost a lot of weight. You've been working hard recently, haven't you? Xia Wanrong's face was full of concern. Although she complained that Di Yujue had lost her precious grandson, she also felt very sorry for her son. For the past 20 years, her son had been running around outside tirelessly and had not relaxed at all. She also felt sorry for him. While Xiao Wanrong was speaking, Di Linxian could not help but size up Di Yujue. Especially when he found that the latter had indeed lost a lot of weight, he could not help but frown. Deep in his eyes were concern and worry. "Mother, I'm fine." Di Yujue shook his head with a faint smile on his face. "How have you been recently?" "We're all fine." Xiao Wanrong smiled faintly. "Don't be in a hurry to leave this time. You've been away from home all these years and it's been very tiring for you. This time, you should rest at home for a while." Di Yujue shook his head. "I still have to go out again." Di Linxian had not spoken at first, but when he heard that Xiao Wanrong wanted Di Yujue to stay at home for a while, he heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, it was not his intention to chase his son out. However, when he heard that Di Yujue had actually rejected him, he could not help but feel even angrier. "You still have the nerve to come back? Didn't you say that you wouldn't come back if you couldn't find your grandson?" Di Linxian asked. "Old man." Xiao Wanrong tugged at Di Linxian, her eyes full of resentment. She had just warned this old man, but she did not expect him to say such things in the blink of an eye. It wasn't easy for her son to come back. She wanted to see Di Yujue more. He didn't think that Di Linxian would say something like that. Wasn't he trying to chase him away? If it was any other time, Di Yujue would have remained silent upon hearing Di Linxuan's words. However, a smile appeared on his face at this moment. "Father, mother, I've finally found Beichen's whereabouts," Di Yujue said with a smile. Following Di Yujue's words, there was a moment of silence in the room. Di Linxian and Xiao Wanrong couldn't help but look at each other. Both of their eyes were filled with astonishment. "What did you just say?" Di Linxian's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with nervousness and doubt. "Say that again." Xiao Wanrong hurriedly grabbed Di Yujue's hand, looking nervous and anxious. "Yujue, did you just say that you found the whereabouts of my grandson?" Di Yujue nodded. "That's right." "Then where is he? Is he outside?" As she spoke, Xiao Wanrong could not help but walk out of the room. Even Di Linxian could not help but walk out as well. This news was simply too surprising. After searching for so many years, they had never let go of the obsession in their hearts. However, they also knew that the chances of finding him were getting smaller and smaller. "Father, mother, he didn't come back with me." Di Yujue hurriedly explained when he saw how anxious his parents were. Hearing this, Di Linxian and Xiao Wanrong finally withdrew their gazes from outside the house and looked at Di Yujue in confusion. "What do you mean? It wasn't easy to find him. Why didn't you bring him back?" "Some unforeseen events happened." "Listen to me slowly." "Alright, go ahead." Di Linxian and Xiao Wanrong looked at Di Yujue together, their eyes filled with anticipation. Di Yujue also knew that his parents had always been concerned about Di Beichen's whereabouts, so he immediately told them everything that had happened after he went out this time. "You mean to say that you were just one step away from bringing my precious grandson back?" Di Linxian raised his eyebrows, his face filled with displeasure. "Why can't you be a little faster? I'm really going to be angered to death by you. I've cultivated for so many years for nothing. Old man, why are you blaming Yujue again? He didn't want this to happen either." Xiao Wanrong hurriedly said, "No matter what, at least this time, Yujue went out and found Beichen. Although we don't know where Beichen is now, since he's come to the upper realm, there are only a few cities at the entrance. As long as we send people over, we should be able to find him very quickly." Di Yujue nodded. "I think so too. I've come back this time to send people to the various cities to find Beichen. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go." Di Linxian was clearly an impatient person. He had waited for so many years and finally found his grandson's whereabouts with great difficulty. He really hated that he couldn't fly over to find Di Beichen. "I have to draw a portrait first. That way, it'll be easier for everyone to find him." "Then hurry up and draw." Xiao Wanrong and Di Yujue couldn't help but look at each other when they saw Di Linxian's anxious appearance. Their expressions were filled with amusement. In fact, even though Di Linxian often scolded him, Di Yujue had never taken it to heart. He knew his father's personality very well. He was used to it since he was young. Yujue, hurry up and draw. I really want to see what our grandson looks like. Xiao Wanrong's eyes were also filled with interest. Ever since they had seen Di Beichen when he was young, they had not seen Di Beichen again for many years. They did not know what Di Beichen looked like now, so they were very curious. Good. I'll do it right away. Di Yujue nodded. He immediately took out a pen and paper and prepared to draw Di Beichen's portrait. All these years, he had never drunk to his heart's content until he met Di Beichen. He had always treated Di Beichen as a close friend, so he had a deep impression of Di Beichen's appearance. Xiao Wanrong clapped her hands. Her eyes were filled with joy as she hurriedly said, "Oh right, should we inform Yunqing now? Yunqing will definitely be very happy when she finds out." "Mother, let me tell Yunqing about this matter later," Di Beichen said slowly. All these years, Lin Yunqing had never been willing to forgive him. He had also not gotten along well with Lin Yunqing for a long time. This time, he brought this news back with the hope that he could tell Lin Yunqing properly. He could imagine how happy Lin Yunqing would be after hearing this news. He also hoped that Lin Yunqing would forgive him. Di Yujue began to draw Di Beichen's appearance. He knew that the Di Beichen he had met before was in disguise. He knew this when he saw Xiren and Sheng Guanying. After all, the Xiren and Sheng Guanying he had met before did not look like this. On the way to find Di Beichen, he had learned a lot about Di Beichen from Xiren and Sheng Guanying. He also had a certain understanding of Di Beichen's appearance. Fortunately, Xiren had drawn Di Beichen's appearance before. He had already imprinted it deeply in his heart. At this moment, he had to draw a few more portraits so that it would be easier for his subordinates to find him. As Di Yujue drew stroke by stroke, Di Beichen's appearance slowly appeared. Di Linxian and Xiao Wanrong had been standing by the side, only wanting to see how their precious grandson looked like. At this moment, when they saw the outline of Di Yujue's face, the joy in their eyes grew stronger. Yes, this appearance. He's really handsome. Xiao Wanrong's face was filled with a wide smile. It seems that Beichen has inherited your and Yunqing's good points. He's much better looking than any of the juniors I've seen all these years. When Di Linxian noticed the handsome young man in the portrait, the smile in his eyes widened. He could not help but say, "Isn't this all because he has inherited my good points? Back then, I was very famous in the upper realm. Many girls liked me." "Old man, stop bragging." Xiao Wanrong glanced at Di Linxian. "Why don't you take a look at yourself now? What's wrong with me now?" Di Linxian was very dissatisfied. "Look at Yujue. Isn't it because of me?" When Di Yujue heard Di Linxuan's narcissistic words, he couldn't help but raise his head and a smile appeared on his face. Ever since Beichen had disappeared, he had not seen Di Linxian so happy for a long time. Fortunately, he had brought back news of Di Beichen this time. When Di Beichen reunited with them, he could imagine how happy Di Linxian and the others would be. Because of his mistake, his family had been depressed and sad for so many years. He only hoped that he could find Di Beichen as soon as possible so that they could be reunited. "That was clearly because of me. Fortunately, you pestered me to marry you back then. Otherwise, I really don't know what your child looks like now." Xiao Wanrong rolled her eyes at Di Linxian, but a deep smile appeared on her face. "You were the one who begged me to marry you, didn't you?" Xiao Wanrong glared and said, "Yujue, you be the judge." "Father, mother, I wasn't even born at that time. I can't say for sure." Di Yujue shrugged. His deep eyes were as bright as the stars. They had not bickered like this for a very long time. He really missed it when he saw it again. Xiao Wanrong and Di Linxian glared at each other when they heard that. Clearly, they were certain that the other party was the one who had pursued them. "That's right. Father, mother, I have something important to tell you," Di Yujue suddenly said. "What is it?" Di Linxian and Xiao Wanrong stopped joking. Instead, they were very serious. Now, as long as it was related to Di Beichen, it was absolutely important to them. Beichen is already married and his wife is also very outstanding. Following Di Yujua's words, Di Linxian and Xiao Wanrong could not help but stare blankly. A thick sense of astonishment surfaced on their faces. He's already married? Di Yujua nodded slightly. As you know, Beichen has a cursed body and his legs were originally crippled. Fortunately, he met Bailey Hongzhuang who helped him change his physique and allowed him to grow until now. Otherwise, with the tyranny of the cursed body and the medical skills of the lower realm, I'm afraid that we really wouldn't be able to find him. Is our granddaughter-in-law's name Bailey Hongzhuang? Xiao Wanrong's eyes lit up. I didn't expect our grandson to be so fast. He didn't even need our help to arrange it and has already helped us to marry our granddaughter-in-law. This is great news. That's right, her name is Bailey Hongzhuang. Di Yujua smiled faintly. I've seen them before but they had disguised themselves at that time so I didn't recognize them. According to the situation that I understood at that time, the husband and wife have a very good relationship. They had previously gone to the Punlai Palace to help Beichen find the medicine to treat his illness. This Miss Bailey is wholeheartedly devoted to Beichen. As a father, Di Yujue only wished for his son to be happy. Furthermore, he had not been able to take care of Di Beichen all these years. He did not know how to make up for the guilt in his heart. Now that Beichen was so sincere to his wife, he naturally hoped that everyone in the family would agree. However, according to his judgment, Di Linxian and Xiao Wanrong did not seem like people who would object. As expected, I didn't expect this granddaughter-in-law to be so amazing. In this case, Beichen's survival is entirely thanks to granddaughter-in-law. Xiao Wanrong immediately understood and couldn't help but clap her hands. Io, our grandson is really lucky. He happened to find a wife with such brilliant medical skills. This is simply our family's fortune. Looking at Xiao Wanrong's appearance, Di Yujue smiled and nodded, yes, it's all thanks to Miss Bailey. Old man, why aren't you saying anything? Cough cough. Di Linxian coughed lightly and said, how long have they been married? Is there any news about my great-grandson? Di Yujue and Xiao Wanrong couldn't help but be stunned when they heard that. When they realized what Di Linxian had said, they couldn't help but laugh. Old man, you're thinking too far ahead. Di Linxuan's face stiffened. What do you mean by far? Wouldn't it be much faster if they got married? How long has it been since we had a baby? Father, this matter will have to wait until we find Beichen and Hongzhuang before you ask them. Di Yujue spoke up. Di Linxian nodded. Then why aren't you drawing quickly? Yujue, how has Beichen been all these years? Has he suffered? Beichen's luck is pretty good. He was picked up by the sect master of the Tiangang sect in the lower realm. He raised him as his own grandson and later handed the entire Tiangang sect to Beichen. Di Yujue's expression softened. This was something he was extremely grateful for. If Beichen had suffered a lot all these years, then he really didn't know how to face it. Fortunately, the heavens pitied Beichen and allowed him to meet Situyen. All these years, he had been living very well and Situyen had raised him very well. When the time comes, we have to thank them properly. Di Linxuan's expression was serious. After so many years, we owe them a lot. They even let Beichen become the sect leader. They really treat us with sincerity. If they were not sure whether they really took care of Di Beichen before, then from the fact that they were willing to hand over the position of sect leader to Di Beichen, they could tell that they really treated Di Beichen as their grandson. Otherwise, he would not have handed over his sect to Di Beichen. Di Yujue nodded slightly. I've already expressed my gratitude to them. Tiangang sect is also a very powerful sect in the lower realm, so we don't have to worry about Beichen being taken advantage of in the past. With such an identity, I'm sure he's living well in the past. Not only that, sect leader Situ is Hongzhuang's grandfather. Speaking of which, their marriage is really a coincidence. No wonder. Xiao Wanrong suddenly understood. In that case, our granddaughter-in-law's family has done us a great favor. We must treat our granddaughter-in-law well in the future and not let Beichen bully our granddaughter-in-law. That's a must. Di Linxuan's voice was loud and clear. Our Di family always knows how to repay kindness. With such a great favor, Beichen must treat her well for the rest of his life. Don't worry, their relationship is very good. According to the situation I understand, Beichen will not treat Hong Zhuang badly. The great-grandson you want should not be too far away. Di Yujua's face was filled with a joyful smile. Although they did not participate in Di Beichen's marriage, they were very happy to know that the husband and wife were harmonious and happy. After Di Yujua drew a few portraits, he kept one and kept it in his Chankuan bag. After instructing people to look for Di Beichen in all the major cities, he went to his residence. Although it was his residence, he had not been here for a long time. When he thought of his wife, Di Yujua felt extremely helpless. Ever since Di Beichen disappeared, Lin Yunqing had been unwilling to talk to him. Every time she saw him, she couldn't help but cry. Actually, he knew that Yunqing had deep feelings for him. When she was pregnant, Yunqing had been looking forward to seeing Beichen. Ever since she found out that Beichen possessed the cursed physique, Yunqing had paid special attention to Beichen. Later on, Beichen had disappeared, so it was easy to imagine how great of a blow it was to her. Usually, when he did not appear, Yunqing would often think of this matter. Once he appeared, it would undoubtedly remind her of this matter. As time passed, he didn't dare rashly appear before Yunqing so as to avoid hurting her feelings. However, this time, he could finally bring good news to Yunqing. When he thought about how happy Yunqing might look, he felt a burst of joy in his heart. Inside the room, a woman in plain robes was seated on the bed as she looked out the window. The woman was extremely beautiful, like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. Her skin was delicate while her facial features were peerlessly exquisite. Anyone who laid eyes on her would believe that she was a peerless beauty. However, the space between the woman's brows was filled with worry while her eyes were filled with sorrow. At this moment, her expression was rather complicated as she stared out the window. She had heard that Di Yujue had returned. When she had first heard the news, she had been overjoyed. However, not long after, her happiness had turned into complicated feelings. "Madam, now that the young master has returned, you shouldn't treat him so coldly anymore. It hasn't been easy for the young master all these years. In order to make you happy, he's tried everything. Besides, he hasn't returned for a very long time. If you continue to push the young master away, that won't do." The maidservant next to her noticed the complicated look on Lin Yunqing's face and could not help but voice her thoughts. She had been by Lin Yunqing's side since she was a child. Even though she was a maidservant, the two of them got along more like sisters. She knew very well that with Di Yujua's status, there were countless women who yearned for him. The madam may be a peerless beauty, but there were many other beauties in the upper realm as well. If the young master's feelings for the madam had not run so deep that he would not accept anyone else's feelings, the madam would not know what kind of situation she would be in. All these years, she had watched the madam push the young master away again and again. She could not help but worry. Lin Yunqing was silent. Her gaze was distant and complicated, making it impossible for anyone to see through her thoughts. Seeing this, the maidservant continued, "Madam, actually, the young master was very upset about what had happened back then. This was definitely not what he wanted to see. Why are you doing this?" The corners of Lin Yunqing's eyes were moist. How could she not be aware of all this? However, when she thought about how her infant child had wandered off to an unknown place, she could not help but feel her heart ache. Only a mother would be able to understand this. She understood Di Yujua's sincerity towards her and understood that Di Yujua's pain in his heart was no less than hers. However, after this incident, it was as if an irreparable crack had appeared between the two of them. As long as one looked at each other, one would be able to think of the most painful thing in one's heart. Every time she opened the wound, it would be filled with blood. This time, Di Yujue had been away for so long and she was afraid. She was afraid that her actions over the years had hurt Di Yujue so much that he would no longer want to pay attention to her. Now that Di Yujue had clearly returned for a while but he had not come to see her, she felt a little upset. So what if he's here? Lin Yunqing asked herself. Could it be that she could completely forget about this matter and never mention it again? She couldn't. She knew this all too well. Just as Lin Yunqing was pondering, Di Yujue's figure slowly appeared in her line of sight. He was still as elegant and handsome as ever. Just a glance from him was enough to make people blush and fluster. When the maidservant saw that Di Yujue had arrived, her face was filled with joy. "Madam, please don't drive young lord away this time." After whispering these words, the servant girl opened the door and welcomed Du Jue in. Then, she tactfully left. "Yunqing." Du Jue called out softly, his deep eyes filled with tenderness and love. Even though Lin Yunqing had always been unwilling to talk to him, his feelings for her had never faded. "You're back," Lin Yunqing said slowly. Du Jue nodded slightly. "I've been away for quite some time this time. You must be tired after being out for so many days. Let me pour you a cup of tea." When Du Jue suddenly grabbed her hand, Lin Yunqing couldn't help but be stunned. She instinctively wanted to struggle free, but she soon relaxed. The maidservant was right, she could not continue on like this. At the end of the day, if Du Jue had not doted on her so much, her situation in the D family would have changed. Most importantly, she loved Du Jue. Du Jue had naturally noticed Lin Yunqing's reaction, but he did not take it to heart. The doting look in his eyes was still as strong as ever. "Yunqing, I've been gone for so long this time and I've finally found our son's whereabouts." Lin Yunqing couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this. The teacup that she had just received immediately fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The tea splashed onto her skirt, but she didn't seem to notice at all. She just stared fixedly at Du Jue. "Jue, you. What did you just say?" "I said that I found our son's whereabouts. I've already sent people to search for him. I believe that it won't be long before we find him. When that time comes, our family will be reunited." Lin Yunqing covered her mouth with her hand. She could barely control her emotions and wanted to cry out in alarm. However, her eyes gradually moistened and hot tears rolled down her cheeks. "Are you telling the truth? Have you really found our son?" Du Jue nodded affirmatively. "You didn't hear wrong. Everything I said is true." Tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Lin Yunqing burst into tears in an instant, unable to control her emotions at all. It had been over 20 years. Ever since her child had gone missing, she had never been truly happy for a single day. As long as she thought that her child might have died or suffered all kinds of pain, her heart would ache to the extreme. However, now that Du Jue had finally found her child's whereabouts, she was so excited and happy that she could not stop sobbing. Du Jue could not help but pull her into his arms when he saw Lin Yunqing's surprised yet fragile look. He gently wiped away her tears. "Yunqing, don't cry. It wasn't easy for us to find Beichen. You should be happy." Lin Yunqing nodded. "Yes, I should be happy. I should be happy." Even so, Lin Yunqing couldn't help but shed tears. The greater the pain, the greater the surprise. "You said his name is Beichen?" "That's right. His name is now Beichen, D. Beichen." "Then, is he doing well now?" Lin Yunqing's voice trembled slightly, and her expression was filled with hesitation and nervousness. After so many years, when she thought of the cursed body, she was almost certain that D. Beichen was not still alive. However, Du Jue telling her all this now proved that D. Beichen was still alive. "He's doing very well. He hasn't suffered as much as we thought. He's a blessed child." Du Jue knew that Lin Yunqing was most worried about whether D. Beichen had been doing well all these years, so he immediately told her the situation. After hearing everything, Lin Yunqing heaved a sigh of relief. "That's great. He's indeed a blessed child. He's still doing very well without us by his side. Jue, tell me quickly. How did you find him? Why didn't you come back with him? Hurry up and tell me everything. I want to know everything about him." Lin Yunqing had never participated in D. Beichen's life over the years. Although she had missed it, she also wanted to understand what had happened to D. Beichen during the years she had missed. At least, this could make up for some of her regrets. "Okay, I'll tell you everything I know." Du Jue's face was filled with a faint smile. He could understand Lin Yunqing's emotions. In fact, when he knew that D. Beichen was his biological son, he also wanted to understand all of D. Beichen's past experiences. Therefore, whether it was in Tiangang sect or when he was traveling with Wen Ziren, he was learning about Dibei City. This was undoubtedly extremely precious to him as a father. He could no longer participate in his past life. At least, he wanted to understand so that when he met D. Beichen in the future, he would not be so unfamiliar with him. After Di Yujue told Lin Yunqing all the things that happened after he left this time, Lin Yunqing's face gradually recovered. The worry between her eyebrows quietly faded and was replaced by a trace of joy and expectation. Then, Beichen and Hong Zhuang have now come to the upper realm. Will they be in danger? Lin Yunqing's eyes were filled with concern. The upper realm was not like the lower realm. The cultivators here were extremely powerful. Di Beichen and Hong Zhuang had obviously just obtained the authority to come here. If they got into trouble, they might lose their lives if they were not careful. Usually, the cultivators who just came to the lower realm were the easiest to pay with their lives. She did not want this to happen to Beichen and Hong Zhuang. That was something she could not bear. You don't have to worry too much. Based on my understanding of them, their strength is also very outstanding. What's more, Beichen has obtained the inheritance of the dark force this time. His strength should have improved greatly. I believe that there shouldn't be any problem with the two of them being together. The people we've sent out will find them as soon as possible. Di Yujue was obviously full of confidence in Di Beichen. In fact, since the first time he saw Di Beichen, he felt that he was a very outstanding young man. Back then, Di Beichen and the others had just arrived at Punlai Island not long ago. Yet, they were able to gain a foothold in such a short period of time and become the most sought-after newcomers. From this, one could see how capable they were. Although the upper realm was filled with trials, he still believed that with their abilities, they would be able to solve them. Seeing that Di Yujue was so confident, Lin Yunqing's expression also relaxed a little. She knew that Di Yujue's vision had always been very accurate. Since he said so, it proved that Beichen and the others did indeed have the ability to deal with it. That's good. Why don't we go find them together? Lin Yunqing could not help but stand up. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. She could not wait to reach the city immediately and look for Di Beichen and Hong Zhuang. Wait. Di Yujue said. Without waiting for Di Yujue to finish speaking, Lin Yunqing could not help but frown. Her expression was filled with pleading. Yujue, I really can't stay here. After so many years, I haven't heard the slightest bit of news about him. Now that I finally know that he has come to the upper realm to see you, how can I stay here and wait? I must go find him. Even if it's just a second earlier, it's still good. Yunqing, I'll go with you no matter which city you're going to look for him. Di Yujue's face was filled with a gentle and doting smile. He understood Lin Yunqing's feelings all too well. In fact, even he himself could not resist the urge to look for him. After all, that was their son. However, before you go, you should take a look at our son's portrait first. Otherwise, even if you see him, you won't be able to recognize him. Lin Yunqing was shocked when she heard Di Yujue's words. Following that, a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. You're not going to stop me? Why should I stop you? Di Yujue held Lin Yunqing's hand. It was my mistake that caused you and your son to be separated for so many years. Am I supposed to stop you from looking for him now? Don't forget, I'm his father. I care about him just as much and I want to see him. Tears flickered in Lin Yunqing's eyes. All the resentment she had felt towards Di Yujue over the years instantly dissipated into nothingness. Di Yujue had indeed made an unforgivable mistake back then. However, she had been punishing Di Yujue over the past 20 years because of this mistake. In fact, what she had done was very wrong as well. However, from the beginning to the end, Di Yu had definitely taken care of her like this, causing her heart to be filled with warmth and at the same time, also filled with guilt. Lin Yunqing reached out to wipe the tears from the corner of her eyes. A smile then appeared on her face and her eyes were filled with joy. Do you have a portrait of Beichen? Di Yujue gently nodded. I had drawn a portrait of Beichen as soon as I got back. Father and mother have already met him, so I've specially brought a portrait for you to see. Quick, show it to me, Lin Yunqing said impatiently. All these years, she had always imagined how their child would look like, but she had never been able to imagine his exact features. She never thought that Di Yujue would actually draw a portrait of Beichen. She was filled with anticipation. Looking at Lin Yunqing's impatient look, Di Yujue immediately took out the portrait. When Lin Yunqing saw the outstanding man in the portrait, her eyes gradually changed, and her hands could not help but cover her mouth. These eyebrows, this nose, these facial lines, she suddenly felt that this should be the appearance of their child. All of this made her feel exceptionally familiar. This appearance clearly had the shadow of her and Diyujue. For more than 20 years, she had never been able to figure out Beichen's true appearance. Until this moment, she suddenly understood that this was their child. Diyujue was definitely not lying to her. Isn't he very handsome? Dijujue's lips curled up slightly. Beichen's appearance was truly a case of the student surpassing the master. Ever since he found out about Beichen's true appearance, he understood why the former had to disguise himself. With such an appearance, he was afraid that it would easily attract some trouble. Lin Yunqing nodded heavily and gazed deeply at the portrait. Her eyes were filled with a loving light. Very handsome, really very handsome. I heard that Hong Zhuang is also a rare beauty. However, when I met her at that time, she was also in disguise, so I don't know her true appearance. However, we'll know when we find them. I want to thank our daughter-in-law. If it wasn't for her by Beichen's side, I'm afraid that we would never be able to reunite with Beichen again. Although she had never met her daughter-in-law, Lin Yunqing had a good impression of her. This was because this daughter-in-law had saved her son. Not only that, Beichen was greatly indebted to his daughter-in-law's family. Hong Zhuang's family had taken care of Beichen so much. As Beichen's family, they should be grateful. Moreover, from Dijujue's description, she already understood that Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely a good lady. Not only was she sincere to Beichen, but she was also willing to give up everything for Beichen. She must treat such a daughter-in-law well in the future. As she said this, Lin Yunqing could not help but look at Diyujue tentatively. She knew very well that although Miss Bailey had married Beichen and her status in the lower realm was not simple, there was still a gap between her and Beichen's status. With the D family's status, if Beichen had grown up in the D family, his background would not have been suitable. However, she did not have such requirements for Beichen now. She hoped that the rest of the D family would not have such requirements as well. That's right. Diyujue nodded. We should really thank her properly. They were both sensible people. They would remember this kindness in their hearts and would definitely not treat Bailey Hongzhuang unfairly. He knew that Lin Yunqing had deliberately asked this question to confirm this point. Obviously, the couple had the same idea. After understanding Dijujue's attitude, Lin Yunqing heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. The two of them chatted as they prepared for a while. Then, they left the D family and began to rush without stopping. After walking around the streets, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that the currency in the upper realm had been converted into spiritual stones. No matter what one bought, one would use spiritual stones to calculate the price. This was because spiritual stones were something that every cultivator needed. It was undoubtedly very suitable to use them as currency. Gold coins could also be circulated, but gold coins were very expensive to buy spirit stones. Fortunately, I have given the prescription to the Punlai Palace. Now, I still have a lot of spirit stones on hand. It will be enough for the time being. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh. When she went out, she couldn't do anything without money. Fortunately, she didn't have to worry about this for the time being. However, not only did she need lodging, but she also needed spirit stones for her cultivation. The consumption rate was also very shocking. Previously, when she fainted, Wang Yanhan sent her to the inn and helped her find a doctor. These expenses were all borne by Wang Yanhan. She once wanted to return these spirit stones to Wang Yanhan, but she was rejected. According to Wang Yanhan, she had just arrived in the upper realm, so she wouldn't have many spirit stones in her possession. So, it was better to be frugal at this time. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if she needed them in the future. Wang Yanhan had already joined the forces of Rong'an City. He could receive a lot of spirit stones every month, which was much more than the amount in the lower realm. In this regard, she could only keep this gratitude in her heart. When she first came to the upper realm, she was almost powerless to resist. Fortunately, she met Wang Yanhan. If she had met some evil people, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to meet her senior brother after coming here. No matter what, I should do something. Master, do you have any ideas? Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughtful look, Xiaohe couldn't help but ask. Xiao Hei knew her master's temperament very well. At this moment, her master's expression was obviously thinking about something. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. I plan to draw an inscription and give it to senior brother Wan Yin. In these days of conversation with Wan Yanhan, she also learned that even in the upper realm, there were not many inscription masters. Now, her inscription technique had improved again. Although she hadn't used it for a while, she had never given up. After all, inscription technique could still play a big role in many cases. As far as she knew, Wan Yanhan also wanted to find an inscription master to help him inscribe on his weapon to improve the power of the weapon. However, there was only one inscription master in Rong'an City. With Wan Yanhan's current status, even if he went to ask for an inscription master, there wouldn't be any results. She believed that if she drew an inscription and gave it to him, he would be very happy. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai's eyes also lit up. They clapped and said, "Master, your idea is really good. Senior brother Wan Yin has taken care of us so much. We should also give him a surprise." With senior brother Wan Yin's current strength, the level of inscription required to upgrade his weapon to suit his current situation is not low. I don't have enough materials in my hands. Let's go to the inscription shop to buy some materials first. Bailey Hongzhuang thought and said. Okay. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai both agreed. After Bailey Hongzhuang bought all the materials needed for the inscription, she also had a certain understanding of the prices in the upper realm. Sure enough, the prices here were much more expensive than the lower realm. Similarly, the things here were also more abundant. Some materials that were difficult to find in the lower realm were much more likely to be found here. Some of the precious materials in the lower realm were also brought to the upper realm. After returning to the inn, Bailey Hongzhuang began to think about what kind of inscription to draw for Wan Yanhan. The inscriptions needed to be suitable for each practitioner's characteristics and attributes. Only in this way could the inscriptions bring out the best effect. Fortunately, she had seen Wan Yanhan's weapon before and had a certain understanding in her heart. According to what she had learned before, Bailey Hongzhuang began to think carefully until she finally decided on the inscription method. Wan Yanhan was usually very busy with cultivation. As Bailey Hongzhuang's body gradually recovered, he also came over every few days. Because Bailey Hongzhuang did not know anyone else here, he was the only one who was relatively close to her. On this day, when Wan Yanhan received something from Bailey Hongzhuang, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. "Little junior sister, this is?" "Inscription." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said. Wan Yanhan stared blankly at the ice blue inscription on his hand. He naturally knew that this was an inscription, but he never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would actually give him an inscription. "Little junior sister, where did you get this inscription?" Although she basically put her mind on Beichen's cursed body and the inheritance of the magic tower during this time, she was still very confident in her inscription technique. She believed that after Wan Yanhan's weapon used her inscription, its power would definitely increase by a level. At least, with Wan Yanhan's current cultivation, it was completely enough. After hearing that this inscription was drawn by Bailey Hongzhuang herself, Wan Yanhan couldn't help but be stunned. His eyes were full of surprise. "Little junior sister, I really didn't expect you to be an inscription master." Wan Yanhan couldn't help but exclaim. He carefully looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, as if this news had given him too much of a surprise. "You are so young, but you have mastered the inscription technique. I really underestimated you before. When I saw you, I felt that your temperament was extraordinary. You are not an ordinary person. Now it seems that I was not wrong." What he said was the truth. When he first saw Bailey Hongzhuang, although she was dying at the entrance, he still felt that this woman was not simple at first glance. Of course, her beautiful face was also hard to ignore. Now that he thought about it, he was also somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he met Bailey Hongzhuang first. Otherwise, if such a beautiful woman was taken away by someone with evil intentions, he really didn't know what would happen. Listening to Wan Yanhan's praise, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile gradually widened. She said with a smile, "Senior brother Wan Yan, I designed it according to the characteristics of your weapon, but I don't know whether it is to your liking or not." Wan Yanhan's weapon had ice attribute. This was something she had discovered a long time ago. Thinking about it, Wang Yanhan's attack method also had ice attribute. Therefore, when she designed it, she mainly amplified the attack power of ice attribute. To my liking. Wang Yanhan quickly said, little junior sister personally designed it for me. How can it not be suitable for me? I will use this inscription. The effect must be very good. Wang Yanhan's expression changed slightly. He understood that Bailey Hongzhuang had heard that his weapon lacked an inscription, so she specially drew one for him. Although he felt that with Bailey Hongzhuang's current age, the effect of the inscription she drew would not be very good, for him, no matter what, this was his little junior sister's kind intention, so he naturally had to accept it. What's more, he had already tried. With his conditions, he simply could not afford to pay the inscription master. There was only one inscription master in Rongan City, but his inscription technique was very powerful. Usually, there were countless people who came to ask for an inscription, and the conditions they offered were even more amazing. In addition to him, there were also some other inscription masters. However, their inscription skills were not outstanding enough, and they would not be of any help to him. He had already decided to give up. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang took out this inscription. To him, this was already a very good gesture. Bailey Hongzhuang saw that Wang Yanhan felt that this inscription was suitable even though he did not know what it was used for. While she was surprised, the smile in her eyes became more and more intense. Senior brother Wang Yan was indeed a good person. He took good care of his little junior sister. Senior brother Wang Yan, let me introduce the effect of this inscription to you. Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. I set this inscription according to the ice attribute of your weapon. It increases the attack power of the ice attribute. According to my judgment, the attack power should be increased by 50%. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, Wang Yanhan stared at her with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe it. Little junior sister, did I hear wrong? You said 50%? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, yes, it is 50%. Originally, I wanted to increase it a little more, but there is a certain danger. It may damage the weapon. I don't have enough assurance, so the increase rate is controlled at 50%. Her delicate face revealed a bit of helplessness. She had to admit that she still needed to practice this level of inscription. Because her cultivation had not reached this level before, and her spiritual power had not increased, so the inscription technique was limited to a certain level. However, as far as the current situation was concerned, she felt that it should be enough. At the same time, she also made a decision. That was, she had to practice inscription technique during this time, and strive to increase the level of inscription technique. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not know that Wang Yanhan was completely stunned by the 50% that she said. Generally speaking, an inscription that could increase a weapon's power by 20 to 30% was already very good. 50% was something that he had never thought of before. Originally, according to his idea, Bailey Hongzhuang's inscription could increase the power of his weapon by 10%, and he would be very satisfied. After all, little junior sister was so young. Although she had learned inscription technique, there was obviously a certain gap. However, little junior sister at this moment said such a large increase. Even if an inscription master helped him inscribe, the effect would not be better. In addition, I added an extra skill. That is, you can store a martial skill in your weapon. The stored martial skill can be instantaneously released. At a critical moment, it should be able to play a big role. Although this skill doesn't seem to be very useful, the life-saving effect is good. Bailey Hongzhuang looked serious. She felt that this setting was very practical. At a critical moment, this skill could save her life. You've added another skill? Instant cast? Wang Yanhan was completely dumbfounded. As far as he knew, it was very difficult to add another skill to the inscription. It was a test of the inscription master's skills. Ordinary inscriptionists wouldn't design inscriptions so carefully unless they received huge benefits or were helping their loved ones. He didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to set up such a skill for him. Most importantly, this skill was too practical. Once his essence energy was insufficient, or when he was in a critical juncture, this was completely a protective talisman. He could definitely store his strongest martial arts technique in it for a rainy day. If such a technique were to be spread out, who knew how many people would be envious? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. With my current inscription technique, I can only do this much. I hope you will like it. I don't just like it. I like it so much. Wang Yanhan's face was full of smiles. Little junior sister, you're really amazing. Looking at Wang Yanhan's appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang also felt very amused. This senior fellow apprentice really didn't put on airs at all. Wang Yanhan must have been a respected figure in Punlai Palace before. She didn't expect him to be so approachable. In contrast, although Wang Yanling was also a good person, he was a little more arrogant than Wang Yanhan. No wonder Wang Yanhan had left Punlai Palace for so long, but Wang Yanling still couldn't completely replace him in Punlai Palace. She also knew in her heart that most people wouldn't believe such words at her current age. Except for people who knew her well, Shang Guanying and the others didn't know that she had come here. She didn't know when they would meet again. Little junior sister apprentice, I really like this gift of yours. I can tell at a glance that you must have put in a lot of effort. Thank you. Wang Yanhan's expression was sincere and moved. Bailey Hongzhuang was originally seriously injured and had been recuperating these days. He didn't expect that she would take the trouble to make an inscription for him. He felt ashamed to accept it. Senior fellow apprentice, I should be the one thanking you. Since I came to the upper world, you have been taking care of me. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid my current situation would be much worse. I don't have anything to repay you now, so I can only make this inscription to express my gratitude. Little junior sister apprentice, you are too polite. We are brothers and sisters of the same sect. It is right to help each other. In this upper world, we should help each other even more. You know, compared with us cultivators from the lower world, those who are originally from the upper world have always looked down on us, so we must help each other. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with a faint smile. Senior fellow apprentice, you are right. Although Wang Yanhan didn't say anything in front of her, she knew that Wang Yanhan's life in the forces he was in now was not easy. This could be seen from Wang Yanhan's casual performance in daily life. However, as a person from the lower world, it was indeed not a simple thing to establish a foothold in the upper world where there were many masters. Now she was also isolated and helpless here. She could only try her best to do what she could. Junior sister apprentice Bailey, since you have come to the upper world, you can't leave here for a while. You might as well think about what to do next. If there is no place to go, it is better to join the force I am in. Even though Rongan City is the first city you've come to, it's still one of the most prosperous cities in the upper realm. It is because of this reason that the transmission point is here. Wang Yanhan stared at Bailey Hongzhuang, his eyes were full of worry. Didn't you also say that? Your husband and friends are very strong, they will come to the upper world's upper world. Maybe he would be lucky enough to meet them in Rongan City. That was not impossible. Besides, if you stay here, I can also do my best to take care of you. After this time, Heilong Hongzhuang. Calm Wang Yanhan was. A han han han, zhuang, a zhuang. Zhuang ya han 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 was not to han 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 long ti. Let me think about it, Bailey Hongzhuang said after thinking for a while. She really didn't have any plans now. She came to Rongan City alone, and the only thing she wanted to do was to meet up with Bewitching and the others. However, Bewitching and the others couldn't come to the upper world in a short period of time, and they didn't have any clues to find the D family. She really didn't know what to do for a while. Wang Yanhan had already suggested this before, but at that time, she felt that she wouldn't stay in Rongan City for long, so she didn't agree. Now, she had unknowingly stayed in Rongan City for a while, and she had no goal and no place to go. Maybe it was really like what Wang Yanhan said, and they were so lucky to be able to meet up in Rongan City. Think about it first. Anyway, you're not in a hurry. Wang Yanhan smiled warmly. If you have other plans, it's okay. I'm just making a suggestion. Thank you, senior. I know you mean well. Wang Yanhan smiled. Actually, I'm a little selfish. With you here, at least I can feel a trace of kinship in this unfamiliar Rongan City, and let me know that I'm not the only one here. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes gradually changed. She and Wang Yanhan had known each other for so long, but this was the first time she saw him reveal such emotions. With Wang Yanhan's friendly personality, even in this unfamiliar place, he should be able to make many friends quickly. However, these friends couldn't understand the feelings of a person from the lower world like him. When he told others that he was from the lower world, they would always look down on him. This sense of superiority was like a city dweller meeting a country dweller. Even if he wasn't arrogant, he would show this in some small details. This sense of superiority seemed to come from his bones. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood why Wang Yanhan was so friendly when he saw her. Meeting an old friend in a foreign place was indeed something to be happy about. If I can't think of a place to go, then I'll stay in Rong'an City. Okay. The smile in Wang Yanhan's eyes widened a little. He understood that Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughts had changed. Obviously, she already had plans to stay here. After Wang Yanhan left, Xiaohe and Xiaobai sat in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Master, why do I feel that seeing your brother Wanyan's days here aren't easy? Xiaohe frowned as she sighed. Although Wang Yanhan had been smiling brilliantly, she could feel that there was a trace of bitterness in the depths of his smile. In a place like this, as long as you say you are from the lower realms, you will be despised. You can imagine what kind of situation the people from the lower realms are in here. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. She had already guessed this. After all, they had the same feeling when they first arrived at Penglai Island from the outside world. However, in the upper realm, this feeling was magnified many times over. It is said that although there is an entrance connecting the upper realm and the lower realm, there are not many cultivators who come from the lower realm to the upper realm. Although they had always been optimistic and didn't think it was a big deal to follow their master to this unfamiliar place, they firmly believed in their master's strength and believed that as long as their master was willing, she would definitely be able to gain a foothold in the upper realm and even make a name for herself. However, they also realized that the situation this time would be much more difficult than before. Looking at Xiaohe and Xiaobai's worried expressions, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but reach out and pinch their chubby little faces. She said, "Don't think so much. Let's take one step at a time. It might not be as difficult as we think." Although Bailey Hongzhuang guessed that the people from the upper realm might be unkind to the cultivators from the lower realm, she didn't mind. Anyway, she had always endured such contempt and mockery. Even if she encountered the same situation here, it wouldn't be a big deal. Anyway, she had long been used to the supercilious looks from others. However, those who looked down on her would be shocked sooner or later. Yes, yes. Xiaohe and Xiaobai nodded repeatedly. Master, we believe in you. After Wang Yanhan returned, he took out the inscription that Bailey Hongzhuang gave him. This ice blue inscription was very mysterious. Just by looking at the complicated pattern, one could tell how much effort Bailey Hongzhuang spent to draw it. Little junior sister is really nice. She must have spent a lot of effort to design this inscription for me. Wang Yanhan's lips gradually curled up. Then, he copied the inscription onto his weapon. After copying, there was an additional circular blue pattern on his weapon. This color was very compatible with the color of his weapon. It looked very nice. Looking at the weapon in his hand, Wang Yanhan smiled. Little junior sister had really put in a lot of effort. Even the size of the inscription was very suitable for the weapon. I wonder how much my combat power will increase after copying this inscription. I'm really looking forward to it. Just when Wang Yanhan wanted to try it, he realized that it was already time to gather. He could only wait until he returned to test it. He then set off to the martial arts field. After Di Wentao noticed the inscription on Wang Yanhan's weapon, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of surprise. He slowly walked to his side. Yo, Wang Yanhan, a poor ghost like you can actually invite an inscription master to help you inscribe? Di Wentao sized up Wang Yanhan's inscription patterns. 2 days ago, he was still mocking Wang Yanhan for not being able to hire an inscriptionist. This weapon couldn't keep up with his strength. He didn't expect that in just 2 days, Wang Yanhan's weapon had already completed the inscription pattern. Even if one went to ask an inscription master for help, it would take a long time to line up. Wang Yanhan's actions undoubtedly made him lose face. After Wang Yanhan saw that Di Wentao had arrived, he couldn't help but frown. Di Wentao was a cultivator from the upper realm. Although his strength was on par with his, Di Wintao had always mocked him because of his status. Regarding this, he had always felt very impatient. However, this Di Wintao was clearly a narrow-minded fellow. He always liked to think of ways to target him. A few days ago, because his weapon didn't have any inscriptions, this guy made fun of him in front of everyone, making him feel very embarrassed. What does it have to do with you whether I have an inscription on my weapon or not? Wang Yanhan's expression was cold. He looked at Di Wintao with disgust. Di Wintao, you're meddling too much. However, facing Wang Yanhan's cold face, Di Wintao did not care at all. With a wave of his hand, the few cultivators behind him also stood beside him. Their gazes towards Wang Yanhan were filled with ridicule and interest. What? Di Wintao raised his eyebrows. The evil smile in his eyes became more intense. I'm just concerned about you. Why are you so angry? I heard that the inscription master in our Rong'an city has been very busy recently. The people who want to find him to inscribe inscriptions have lined up for a few streets. You're able to inscribe so quickly. Don't tell me you found an inscription apprentice to help you inscribe? As he said that, Di Wintao couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, the cultivators behind him also laughed out loud. Wintao, is there a need to think about it? With his little background, can he afford to hire an inscription master? He must have found an inscription apprentice at random. He might even have to beg an inscription apprentice for half a day. After all, cultivators from the lower realm don't have any background. It's very difficult for them to do things. That's right. If he can afford to hire an inscription master, that would be strange. However, he really cares about his reputation. He found an inscription apprentice at random. This is simply a waste of time. It's useless. It's a waste of his weapon, sentence after sentence of ridicule mercilessly. Provoked Wang Yanhan. Wang Yanhan's complexion also gradually turned ashen. He had always been unwilling to deal with Di Wintao and the others. On one hand, they had always been in groups and had a certain status here. It would be very troublesome for him to become enemies with them. However, his performance here had been very good recently. The manager also thought highly of him. Perhaps it was because Di Wintao felt that he was a threat to his position that he kept finding trouble here. The surrounding cultivators were also attracted by the commotion caused by Di Wintao and the others. After seeing that it was Di Wintao who took the initiative to find trouble with Wang Yanhan, everyone was somewhat speechless. This Di Wintao really likes to find trouble. Although Wang Yanhan came from the lower realm, his strength and talent are actually quite outstanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received the attention of the manager in such a short time. It is said that Wang Yanhan and Di Wintao were given the position of team leader for this experiential learning mission. Presumably, it is precisely because of this that Di Wintao is thinking of ways to target Wang Yanhan. What a pity. If Wang Yanhan came from the upper realm and not the lower realm, his current situation would be much better. It's precisely because he doesn't have any background and isn't rich enough that he really isn't Di Wintao's match. There's no choice. Things like one's background aren't something that one can decide. In the end, it can only be said that Wang Yanhan didn't choose a good family background. You see, there will be a good show to watch later. Everyone was discussing. Everyone understood that with Wang Yanhan's family background, it was simply impossible to hire an inscription master to help inscribe. In addition, with Di Wintao's personality of wanting to see the world in chaos, it would definitely be difficult for him to step down today. Yo, got exposed by me. You admit it so easily? Di Wintao saw that Wang Yanhan admitted it so easily, and he felt bored. He originally thought that Wang Yanhan would put up a strong front for the sake of his face. This way, it would be more interesting if he exposed him, and he could also make him lose face in front of everyone. However, now that Wang Yanhan said this, there was naturally no more fun. I originally didn't ask an inscription master to help inscribe patterns. What's wrong with admitting this point? Wang Yanhan was very calm. Practically everyone here knew about his situation. Even if he wanted to put up a strong front for the sake of his face, there was also no meaning. Moreover, although his background couldn't be compared to these upper realm cultivators, he was also highly regarded here. Just this point alone was already enough. Since you admitted it, then I won't say anything more. Di Wintao shrugged. Why don't you tell me how many spirit stones you spent to ask an inscription apprentice to help you inscribe patterns? I've stayed in this upper realm for so many years, so I understand these situations better than you. You tell me, and I can also help you see whether you made a loss or not. In the future, you can also have a score in your heart. As he spoke, the curve of Di Wentao's lips also gradually widened. No matter what, he must teach Wang Yanhan a lesson today. Before Wang Yanhan came, he had always been the team leader. He didn't expect that the position of team leader actually fell into Wang Yanhan's hands now. He really had no face. If he couldn't turn the tables this time, he definitely wouldn't be happy in his heart. After seeing Di Wentao being so unyielding, the anger in Wang Yanhan's eyes also gradually rose. This fellow, he was already very polite to him. He didn't expect that the other party would reach for a yard after taking an inch and still not willing to give up. Truly hateful. Di Wentao, why do you always find trouble with Wang Yanhan for no reason? You don't need to worry about how many spirit stones he spent. Yi Haomiao walked to Wang Yanhan's side and glared at Di Wentao. Yi Haomiao, I'm just concerned about Wang Yanhan. Di Wentao didn't care at all. Anyway, as long as he could make Wang Yanhan unhappy today, it didn't matter what other people said about him. You said that Wang Yanhan is a newcomer. Although he has been here for some time, he has never come into contact with inscriptions. As fellow disciples, we naturally have to keep an eye out for him. If we're cheated, we can help him seek justice. Isn't that great? Yi Haomiao frowned. Don't look at how Di Wentao said it in a dignified manner. Actually, they were all very clear in their hearts that this fellow just wanted to get hold of a weakness that could be used against Wang Yanhan to make him unhappy. Wang Yanhan, you can't be so petty, right? The inscription pattern has already been inscribed, and you are not even willing to state the price? Di Wentao walked to Wang Yanhan's side. Could it be that the level of your inscription is too low and you're too embarrassed to say it? Wang Yanhan looked at Di Wentao, who was thinking of ways to get information out of him. He understood in his heart that if he did not say it today, Di Wentao would definitely not let the matter rest. Di Wentao, I don't need your fake kindness. Everyone knows what you're thinking. You don't have to bother to find out where I did this inscription pattern. This is the inscription pattern that my little junior sister gave me. I just copied it today. Junior sister? This time, not only was Di Wentao stunned, the other cultivators present were also stunned. How come they had never heard that Wang Yanhan had a junior sister? Yi Haomiao also looked at Wang Yanhan in astonishment. He had also never heard Wang Yanhan mention anything about his junior sister. Wang Yanhan, even if you want to lie to us, you have to give a more reliable reason. We never knew that you had a junior sister. You're not a roundworm in my stomach. Naturally, you wouldn't know everything about me. Wang Yanhan's expression was cold. My junior sister only got to know me recently. She saw that I didn't have an inscription and helped me draw one. Oh. Di Wentao dragged out his voice. The ridicule in his voice was very obvious. Then your junior sister really treats you exceptionally well. She knows what you lack and gives you what you need. However, an inscription drawn by a junior sister from the lower realm, I'm afraid it's as trashy as it can be, right? Following Di Wentao's words, Wang Yanhan's expression suddenly changed. A trace of sternness flashed across his deep eyes. This was a gift from his junior sister. No matter what the effect of this inscription was, just this kind intention was very precious to him. How could he let Di Wentao trample on it so casually? Whether my inscription is good or not, that's my business. It's fine as long as I like it. On the other hand, Di Wentao, you keep saying that my inscription isn't good enough. From what I know, your inscription doesn't seem to have been drawn by an inscription master, right? Don't tell me, you found an inscription apprentice yourself. That's why you're so concerned about me now. Wang Yanhan's lips suddenly curled into a mocking arc. All along, he had always given in. However, this time, he didn't want to continue giving in. Although after coming to the upper realm, there was a period of time when he felt inferior in front of these people because of his birth. However, he, Wang Yanhan, was also a genius from the lower realm. Why couldn't he have a foothold here, now that he was able to replace Di Wentao's position? Didn't this already prove himself? Di Wentao, who was originally still ridiculing Wang Yanhan, had his smile suddenly freeze at this moment. That pair of eyes filled with ridicule also gradually narrowed, adding a trace of sharpness and anger. Wan Yanhan, are you trying to challenge me? Di Wentao's voice suddenly turned cold. The joking tone disappeared, replaced by a threat. From the beginning to the end, you've been looking for trouble with me. If you think so, then so be it. After all, haven't you always refused to listen to what others say? As soon as he said that, Di Wentao's right foot suddenly stomped on the ground. His gaze was cold and icy. According to what you're saying, my inscriptions can't be compared to yours? You dare to compare the trash inscription pattern that your shitty junior sister drew with mine? If you have the ability, then let's compete. I will let you know how trashy your inscription patterns are. Just like you, they are all trashy. Di Wentao directly took out his weapon, his eyes flickering with raging fury. Clearly, he would not rest until he made a move on Wan Yanhan today. You're the trash. Wan Yanhan's voice was cold. The cold light in his eyes was like a blade, sharp and cold. Yi Haomiao and the rest looked at Wan Yanhan in astonishment. Usually, Wan Yanhan was very low-key. Why did his temper suddenly change today? I'm trash? Di Wentao pointed at himself and sneered. Since that's the case, let's have a good competition. Let's have a competition then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Wan Yanhan's expression was firm. Little junior sister had just arrived and did not have much fear of the upper realm. As a senior brother, he was still immersed in the emotions of being suppressed. In comparison, he was too weak. In the end, he was still quite grateful to little junior sister. If she had not come here and reminded him of the time in Pulai Palace, he would have almost forgotten that he was also respected by everyone in the past. Cultivation was to change one's fate. Heroes did not matter where they came from. As long as he could establish himself here and make a name for himself, then, so what if he was a cultivator from the lower realm? At least, no matter what, he should not lose this courage. After seeing Wan Yanhan's firm attitude, Yi Haomiao could not help but pull Wan Yanhan to the side. His eyes were filled with worry. Wan Yanhan, what's wrong with you today? Wan Yanhan glanced at Yi Haomiao and said, I know you're worried about me, but I've already made my decision today. Sigh. Yi Haomiao sighed. I have to tell you. Just now, I happened to hear that Di Wentao's inscription was made by the inscription master's proudest disciple. Although it's still lacking compared to the inscription master, its power is already quite good. It can help Di Wentao's combat power increase by nearly 40%. Although your previous strength was not much different from his, now that he has this weapon, you're obviously at a disadvantage. This guy is definitely not a soft-hearted person. You took away his position as the leader and he has always hated you. Previously, you kept dodging so he couldn't find a reason to attack you. Now that you're facing him head-on, he will definitely take the opportunity to injure you. While there's still room for negotiation, you should quickly change your words. Yi Haomiao's eyes were filled with worry. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he wished he could help Wan Yanhan reject him. However, Wan Yanhan's attitude did not change because of his words. On the contrary, he was still so firm. Do you think that the situation will change just because I changed my words today? It was only a matter of time. If he wanted to deal with me, he would find all sorts of excuses. Since that's the case, I might as well give him a dignified reason. Di Wentao naturally knew that Yi Haomiao was persuading Wan Yanhan. It wasn't easy for him to seize such an opportunity. He absolutely couldn't let Wan Yanhan give up just like this. Immediately, he hurriedly said, Wan Yanhan, since we're going to compete, we naturally have to have some stakes. What do you think? Hearing this, Wan Yanhan's lips curved into a cold arc. Di Wentao, just say what you're planning. Awesome. Di Wentao clapped his hands. My idea is very simple. As long as I win, you will hand over the position of captain. The crowd burst into an uproar when these words were spoken. He had already guessed that Di Wentao didn't have any good intentions, but he didn't expect him to dig such a big hole this time. He wanted to use this opportunity to take back the position of captain. No matter what wager you say, it's not a problem. Di Wentao spread out his hands, his expression indifferent and wanton. Obviously, he was sure that he had no possibility of losing. Okay. Wang Yanhan replied, if I win, you have to remember that you're my defeated opponent and take a detour when you see me. You're not allowed to find trouble with me again. After hearing Wang Yanhan's words, Di Wintao's expression was a little ugly. The other party's request was really making him lose face. However, after thinking that Wang Yanhan had no possibility of winning, he nodded. Okay, I promise you. After everyone saw that Wang Yanhan and Di Wintao had reached the same agreement, their expressions instantly became interesting. Di Wintao is totally setting a trap for Wang Yanhan. Usually, Wang Yanhan seems quite smart. Even if he can't afford to offend him, he can still hide. What's wrong with him today? He actually bumped into it himself. Wang Yanhan finally got the steward's attention. If he loses this battle and takes the initiative to hand over the position of leader to Di Wintao, I'm afraid that the steward will be very disappointed. Sigh, Wang Yanhan really made an unwise decision this time, everyone sighed faintly. Although they knew that Wang Yanhan came from the lower realm and had a low status, they also knew that this Wang Yanhan was indeed the real deal. Among all the cultivators here, his speed of improvement was the fastest. Just based on his own efforts to gain the steward's trust, this was already very difficult. However, success or failure depended on this. If he lost today's battle, it would be even more difficult for Wang Yanhan to establish himself here in the future. Almost no one thought that Wang Yanhan would win. Even Yi Haomiao had a helpless expression. He already tried his best to persuade Wang Yanhan but didn't expect that the other party wouldn't listen to him at all. He was also extremely helpless. Let's start. Di Wintao's expression became increasingly proud. He immediately raised his voice, everyone present will stay behind to be witnesses, in case someone wants to go back on his words after losing. Hearing that, no one had any intention of leaving. Although they had already determined the outcome of today's battle, they still wanted to see to the end. They wanted to know if there would be a chance for a turn of events at the end. The next moment, the two of them directly stood on the stage with a leap. The cold wind whistled, scraping against his body like a knife. It was bone-piercing cold. At this moment, their gazes were as sharp as blades as they stared at each other. The old and new hatred overlapped at this moment, and all the hatred seemed to want to take this opportunity to completely end it. Wang Yanhan slowly took out his weapon and rubbed the icy blue inscription on the weapon with his right hand. Just nice, he could use this opportunity to test the effect of this inscription pattern. Dense origin energy erupted from their bodies, and in the next instant, the flames of battle were directly ignited. The figures of the two people were like the wind, the soles of their feet abruptly stomping on the ground as they charged out like cannonballs. Their vigorous origin energy was extremely shocking, and the moves they used were ruthless and merciless. Ding! The weapons collided, creating sparks. Wang Yanhan waved his long sword with his right hand, his expression cold and cautious. Although he despised Di Wintao's despicable methods, he had no choice but to admit that the other party's strength was not to be underestimated. Therefore, he had never intended to underestimate the other party. Ding ding ding. Di Wintao thought that he would be able to break Wang Yanhan's weapon in one move because the other party's weapon couldn't be compared to his. But, after this exchange, he couldn't maintain the smug look on his face. Because, he realized that Wang Yanhan's weapon was extremely sharp. The originally powerful ice energy had a huge increase and was much stronger than before. This is impossible. This thought flashed across Di Wintao's mind at the first moment. But, in the following exchange, the situation clearly told him that everything was true. Wang Yanhan was shocked after he made his move. Although he heard Bailey Hongzhuang say that this inscription pattern could increase the power of the weapon by 50%, he didn't take it to heart. Because a 50% increase was too shocking. With Bailey Hongzhuang's current age, it was impossible for her to achieve this. But, he was very clear about how powerful his weapon was. Previously, he felt that this weapon couldn't keep up with his current strength and it wasn't easy to buy a suitable weapon with ice attribute. So, he could only continue to use it. But, when he used this sword today, he realized that this sword was extremely handy. All his energy could be transmitted through this weapon without any hindrance. On the contrary, the power was extremely strong. From Di Wintao's change in expression, it could be seen that he wasn't the only one who felt this. Could it be that what little junior sister said was true? This weapon's amplification is really so powerful? Wang Yanhan was pleasantly surprised. This weapon's amplification was completely out of his expectations. He didn't think that what little junior sister said was true. So, little junior sister's inscription pattern technique was actually so powerful. He underestimated little junior sister previously. The other cultivators were waiting for Wang Yanhan to be utterly defeated. But when they noticed that the person who was utterly defeated was actually Di Wentao, everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What situation is this? Wang Yanhan actually suppressed Di Wentao? This is impossible. Their strength was always on par. Adding on the inscription pattern on Di Wentao's weapon, the winner should be Di Wentao. Why is the situation completely opposite? Didn't you guys notice that Wang Yanhan's battle power is much stronger than before? His weapon also seems to be powerful, so his strength increased greatly. There were many discerning people among the cultivators present. The reason why Wang Yanhan wanted to inscribe his weapon was because his weapon couldn't withstand the power he released. So, it caused him to be unable to fully unleash his power during the battle. This time, Wang Yanhan didn't feel any hindrance during the battle. On the contrary, it was like flowing water. His battle power wasn't comparable to usual. From the looks of it, Wang Yanhan's inscription pattern this time. Originally, he thought that Di Wentao had set a trap for Wang Yanhan. He did not expect that the situation was the complete opposite. It was actually Wang Yanhan who had set a trap for Di Wentao. This time, Di's really going to lose face. A deep smile appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Turns out that I was worried for nothing. Wang Yanhan had already thought of a foolproof plan long ago. Instead, it was me who almost ruined his plans. Let's see how Di Wentao can still be arrogant now. Bang! Following Wang Yanhan's move, Di Wentao's figure fell heavily onto the ground. Just as he was preparing to climb up, Wang Yanhan's sharp sword had already stopped at his neck. His movements instantly stagnated. You lost. Wang Yanhan looked down at Di Wentao from above. His gaze was icy cold, but the corners of his lips slowly curved up into a smile. Di Wentao stared blankly at Wang Yanhan. His face turned ashen, and his eyes flickered with thick unwillingness, but he was powerless. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone looked at this outcome in astonishment. This was really too different from what they had imagined. This completely overturned the result that they had thought of. Wang Yanhan, you purposely set a trap for me. Di Wentao stood up furiously. His gaze towards Wang Yanhan was filled with indignation and fury. He was wondering why this Wang Yanhan's personality suddenly changed today and actually agreed to his suggestion for a battle. Turns out that this fellow was full of confidence in his own inscription pattern and purposely set this up. Hearing Di Wentao's words, Wang Yanhan stretched out a finger and shook it. Di Wentao, what you said doesn't make any sense. From start to end, regarding this inscription pattern, I didn't take the initiative to mention a single word right. It's you who kept forcing me step by step. It's also you who suggested a battle. Now that you've lost, you actually pushed all of this onto me. Even though I already knew that you're shameless, but doing this, isn't it a little too shameless? Following Wang Yanhan's words, Di Wentao's originally ashen face became as black as the bottom of a pot. Indeed, this matter was completely suggested by him. However, he still firmly believed that Wang Yanhan absolutely did it on purpose. Because this fellow's performance today was really too abnormal. Wasn't all of this purposely luring me into a trap? Di Wentao snorted coldly. This inscription pattern of yours wasn't drawn by some little junior sister at all. It was drawn by a master. You actually pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger in front of me and purposely tricked me. A bet is a bet. Wang Yanhan simply couldn't be bothered to pay attention to what Di Wentao was saying now. Instead, he went straight to the point. In the future, when you see me, it's best to take a detour and don't come looking for any trouble with me. I hope you can do what you say. You. Di Wentao looked at Wang Yanhan unwillingly. However, after noticing the gazes around him, he could only suppress his angry words. If he didn't admit it in front of so many people, it would indeed be somewhat embarrassing. The several cultivators behind Di Wentao also had dissatisfied expressions. Their wishful thinking was very good. They originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to snatch back Di Wintao's position as the captain, but they didn't expect to go for wool and come home shorn. This time, they really lost a lot of face. Thinking that they would have to take a detour if they saw Wang Yanhan in the future, what face would they have left? Wang Yanhan faintly glanced at Di Wintao and didn't continue to stay. He had already said so much. He believed that Di Wintao wouldn't slap his own face in the future. After Wang Yanhan turned around and left, the cultivators present also burst into an uproar. Di Wintao really dug a hole and buried himself in it today. Usually, he likes to find trouble with Wang Yanhan the most. After today's incident, he won't be able to be arrogant in front of Wang Yanhan anymore. Today was really a good show. However, the effect of Wang Yanhan's inscription pattern is indeed amazing. I remember that his combat strength wasn't so strong previously. This weapon increased his strength by quite a bit. With Wang Yanhan's current strength, he is fully deserving of being the leader. The cultivators all sighed. They who were still criticizing Wang Yanhan previously didn't have any doubts at this moment. With this kind of strength, he could indeed be their leader. Di Wentao, this Wang Yanhan is getting worse and worse recently. He's clearly tricking you on purpose. The cultivators standing behind Di Wintao didn't look any better than Di Wintao after hearing everyone's discussion. They were originally in the same camp as Di Wintao. Now that Di Wintao was ruthlessly trampled on, they naturally lost face. Yeah, his inscription pattern is definitely not ordinary. Previously, he kept pretending in front of us. Truly abominable. Then what do we do in the future? Do we really have to take a detour when we see him? Di Wentao's mood was already very unhappy. At this moment, after hearing the words of the people behind him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Take a detour? What qualifications does he have to make me take a detour? The person who should scram is him. Raging flames of anger burned in Di Wentao's eyes. With paranoia and madness, he must get rid of this thorn in his side today. Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao walked all the way back to their residence. Both of their footsteps were very slow. Today's battle was really abnormally delightful for them. However, suddenly, a tyrannical attack struck towards Wang Yanhan. Feeling the airwave behind him, Yi Haomiao couldn't help but frown. When he turned around and saw everything clearly, he couldn't help but shout, Wang Yanhan, be careful. Bang! A violent blue light flashed past, and an explosion resounded. Everyone's vision suddenly became blurry. The smoke and dust that filled the sky blocked the surroundings, making it impossible for them to see the scene clearly. A look of disbelief flashed across the faces of the practitioners present. No one had thought that after the competition ended, Di Wentao would actually go and find trouble with Wang Yanhan. This is a sneak attack. It seems that Di Wentao has really gone mad this time. He can even do such a thing. Di Wentao's actions are truly too much. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. His sneak attack from behind is truly too despicable. Everyone's faces were ugly. Although they all knew that Di Wentao had always been narrow-minded, they never thought that this guy would actually do such a thing. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt contempt for Di Wentao. At the very least, as a captain, he needed to have a certain amount of tolerance and principles. However, Di Wentao was simply too intolerant. This wasn't a good thing. For a moment, everyone was worried about Wang Yanhan. If Di Wentao's sneak attack succeeded, then Wang Yanhan would definitely suffer heavy injuries, and the villain would gain the upper hand. Silence. As the dust gradually dispersed, when everyone saw the situation in front of them, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Because, the situation in front of them was completely different from what they had imagined. The one who fell on the ground wasn't Wang Yanhan, but Di Wentao. This time, not only were they dumbfounded, even Di Wentao's good friends couldn't help but rub their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. How could the one who fell on the ground be Di Wentao? However, no matter how they looked at it, the situation didn't change at all. Wang Yanhan just stood there perfectly fine, as if the person who was ambushed wasn't him. His expression was calm and indifferent, like the clear wind and bright moon, unparalleled. On the contrary, Di Wentao was lying on the ground at this moment, his face somewhat pale, and there were faint traces of blood seeping out from his clothes. Obviously, the ambush just now had injured him quite badly. How could this be? This thought flashed in almost everyone's mind. This was too inconceivable. Yi Haomiao also looked at Wang Yanhan in astonishment, unable to wrap his head around it for a moment. He only felt that Wang Yanhan's performance today was really too unexpected, too different from his usual self. How did you do it? Di Wentao looked at Wang Yanhan unwillingly, shock and confusion flashing in his eyes. When he attacked just now, he attacked with the intention of killing the other party's target. Moreover, his speed was extremely fast, and his voice was extremely soft, not giving the other party any time to react. According to the situation of his attack just now, even if Wang Yanhan discovered his ambush later on, the most he could do was dodge, and he couldn't display a martial technique that was close to his power at all. However, although this was his judgment, Wang Yanhan didn't act according to common sense at all. At that critical moment, Wang Yanhan actually counterattacked suddenly without any warning. He didn't even see Wang Yanhan's hand sign, nor did he feel the fluctuation of yuan power in his body, but this martial technique appeared out of thin air. For a moment, the person who was caught off guard was him, causing him to be completely dumbfounded. However, the intense pain that came from his body clearly told him that all of this was real. Although all of this seemed so unbelievable, it really happened. Why should I tell you? Wang Yanhan coldly looked at Di Wentao. The coldness in his eyes was like a 10,000-year-old lake. I originally thought that you would at least keep your promise in front of everyone. However, it seems that I have overestimated you. Di Wentao's complexion turned ugly, and he felt a burning pain on his face. If his sneak attack was successful and he managed to kill Wang Yanhan, it would be fine. However, he didn't expect that not only was Wang Yanhan fine, he was the one who was seriously injured. This was really embarrassing. At this moment, he didn't even dare to look at the gazes of the people around him. He wished he could find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have launched a sneak attack on Wang Yanhan. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. Di Wentao, you should rejoice. There is a rule here that forbids you from attacking your fellow disciples. If we were outside, I would definitely not be courteous to you. Wang Yanhan's gaze was cold, and his voice was icy to the extreme. If you see me in the future, you better take a detour. Otherwise, I will let you relive today's taste. Wang Yanhan left just like that. Because he knew that today's situation was enough to make Di Wentao look bad. He didn't need to say anything more. The calmer he appeared, the more it set off Di Wentao's despicable nature. One could imagine how depressed the latter was at this moment. Di Wentao looked at Wang Yanhan's departing figure. He still fell heavily on the ground. Even if he wanted to stand up, he couldn't do it. At that time, he was so close to Wang Yanhan. He didn't dodge the other party's attack at all, and it all landed on his body. At this moment, he only felt a burning pain in his internal organs, as if they were displaced. He even tasted a trace of fishy sweetness in his mouth. Di Wentao's friend hurriedly rushed to his side and helped him up. However, Di Wentao couldn't control himself at all. A mouthful of blood violently spurted out just like that. His entire aura withered. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. No one thought that Wang Yanhan's strength would suddenly become so much stronger. Previously, Wang Yanhan's strength was clearly on par with Di Wentao. Now, in just a short period of time, he could seriously injure Di Wentao to this extent. It could be seen how powerful he was. In the future, this Di Wentao really doesn't have the capital to challenge Wang Yanhan. His current strength can't be compared to Wang Yanhan at all. That's right. After this incident, if he still dares to find trouble with Wang Yanhan, then his skin is really thick enough. Everyone gradually dispersed. However, Di Wentao still stood at the same spot. His face was ashen and complicated. His hands under his sleeves gradually clenched into fists. Deep hatred burned in his eyes. If it was said that he only hated Wang Yanhan previously, then after today, it had completely turned into hatred. He hated this damned fellow. After snatching the position that originally belonged to him, he made him lose so much face. If he couldn't chase Wang Yanhan out like this, he would definitely not let this matter rest. Wang Yanhan, how did you do it just now? Yi Haomiao looked at Wang Yanhan curiously. His eyes were filled with curiosity. That situation just now, even he felt that it was extremely dangerous. Luckily, Wang Yanhan directly pushed him to the side at the crucial moment. Only then could he narrowly escape. Otherwise, under that kind of attack, not only Wang Yanhan, even he would be seriously injured. However, from the start to the end, he didn't see how Wang Yanhan had attacked. How could his martial skill achieve an instantaneous effect? Even now, when he recalled the scene from before, he still felt that there were some things he couldn't explain. Looking at Yi Haomiao's curious expression, Wang Yanhan couldn't help but chuckle. It's all thanks to the inscription pattern little junior sister gave me. Yi Haomiao was slightly taken aback when he heard that. He asked in confusion, the martial skill you used just now is related to inscriptions? Wang Yanhan nodded slightly. That's right. It was this inscription that saved my life. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to deal with that situation just now. The one who would be heavily injured would definitely be me. Even though the sneak attack had already passed, Wang Yanhan still couldn't help having some lingering fear in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the inscription that little junior sister gave him had this function and that he had stored a martial skill in it out of curiosity, he might have lost his life in that situation just now. Was this inscription really given to you by your junior sister? Yi Haomiao's eyes flickered with ridicule, not hiding his curiosity at all. I've never heard of you having a junior sister. When did you meet her? Wang Yanhan smiled. I met her not long ago. She happens to be from the same force as me. After knowing that my weapon needs an inscription, she specially drew one for me. In that case, your junior sister isn't just powerful. She also has deep feelings for you. Yi Haomiao dragged out his voice, hinting at something, but there was a trace of envy in the depths of his eyes. To be able to have such a junior sister was truly something to be envied. Inscriptions might not be difficult for others, but to them, it was definitely not easy to invite a master to help them with inscriptions. Don't think too much. Junior sister is already married. We're just fellow disciples who have a good relationship. Wang Yanhan's smile didn't fade. After meeting Bailey Hongzhuang in the upper realm, he had a feeling that he had met his family. After all, he was looked down upon everywhere in the upper realm. To be able to meet a cultivator who came from the same place as him was really something to be happy about. Oh. Yi Haomiao curled his lips. That's really a pity. Wang Yanhan smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He didn't have any other thoughts. From Bailey Hongzhuang's expression when she mentioned Bewitching, he could see that the couple had deep feelings for each other. He believed that Bewitching would come here to reunite with Bailey Hongzhuang soon. During this period of time, he could take good care of Bailey Hongzhuang. They could be considered to be helping each other. Wang Yanhan, based on what you did today, you already knew that the inscription had such a powerful effect, so you deliberately set a trap for Di Wentao. If you had such a sentence, you should have told me earlier. You made me expose you and almost ruined it. Until now, Yi Haomiao couldn't help but sigh. He really didn't expect Wang Yanhan, who had always been very low-key, to suddenly turn around this time. It was completely beyond his expectations. Actually, this wasn't planned by me. Moreover, I just got the inscription pattern not long ago and I didn't have the time to test its power. Although little junior sister told me that it was very powerful, my little junior sister was too young, so I didn't believe her too much at that time. However, Di Wentao kept pressuring me step by step, so I was forced to agree to his request. I didn't expect the effects to be as great as my junior sister said. Even I was surprised. Until now, Wang Yanhan was still immersed in the power of the inscription pattern. Although they had not fought for a long time, he could clearly feel that this weapon could now completely keep up with his strength. There was no hindrance when he used his origin energy, and it had completely raised his combat strength by a large margin, which was really delightful. What? Yi Haomiao was stunned. So you didn't know before? Aren't you a little too bold? What if you lose? What will you do this time? Wang Yanhan raised his head and looked at the sky. He felt that the sky was exceptionally blue today and the sun was exceptionally bright. He was once an existence that everyone envied in the lower realm. Now, he had always lowered his head. This kind of oppressive feeling had existed in his heart for a long time. Now that he had completely released it, he felt refreshed. Yi Haomiao also noticed Wang Yanhan's current mood. A smile immediately appeared on his lips. Wang Yanhan, your strength is actually not inferior to Di Wentao's. Now that your weapon has been inscribed, your combat strength has even surpassed his. From now on, you don't have to endure it all. Although the cultivators in the upper realm have some prejudice against the cultivators from the lower realm, the law of the strong being respected has never changed. As long as you are stronger than him, he can't be arrogant in front of you. I believe that with your potential, you will soon be able to gain a foothold in the upper realm. Wang Yanhan turned his head and saw Yi Haomiao's confident gaze. The corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up a little. Then, he nodded firmly. We will all make a name for ourselves. Right, I wonder if I have a chance to meet your little junior sister, a young and powerful inscription master. I also want to get to know her. Yi Haomiao smiled. Wang Yanhan thought for a moment and said, I have to ask my little junior sister first. If she agrees, I will bring you to see her. As his good friend, he trusted Yi Haomiao very much. Ever since he came to the upper realm, his best friend was Yi Haomiao. However, this matter had to be approved by Bailey Hongzhuang first. Hearing this, Yi Haomiao nodded. Okay. What happened today had spread rapidly in a short period of time. In a moment, everyone in the force already knew about it. Di Wentao was ruthlessly stepped on by Wang Yanhan just like that. This made everyone present feel shocked. Compared to everyone's enthusiasm, Di Wentao's hatred for Wang Yanhan gradually deepened. Quickly help me follow Wang Yanhan. I want to know if he really has a little junior sister. Di Wentao's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. Until now, he had never been so humiliated. Although Wang Yanhan said it in all seriousness, he didn't believe it at all. The other party was just a cultivator from the lower realm. How could he have such a powerful junior sister in inscription technique? I will immediately follow him. Rest at ease and recuperate. Okay. Di's voice was low. When my injuries recover, I will definitely teach him a lesson. This Wang Yanhan is really troublesome. His current battle prowess is much stronger than before. If we allow him to continue developing like this, he will definitely become a big problem in the future. That's right. I originally thought that I would be able to use this opportunity to deal with him, or at least make him give up on fighting with us. Who would have thought that I don't know where this brat got the inscription patterns and even heavily injured Wentao? Yan Xiangming looked at Di Wentao curiously, his eyes full of puzzlement. Di Wentao also fell into deep thought. This was also something that he couldn't understand all along. At that time, he was certain that he would definitely succeed. He didn't expect that there would be such a reversal in the end. So much so that he was completely stunned at that time. Although he was the one who launched the sneak attack first, he felt as if he was the one who was sneak attacked. Actually, I don't really understand either. At that time, Wang Yanhan's martial technique seemed to be instantaneous. Logically speaking, such a strong martial technique can't be instantaneous. I also feel that Wang Yanhan's martial technique was executed too quickly. Yan Xiangming nodded. Did you notice that he condensed a hand seal? Di Wentao shook his head. No. At that time, he only took out his weapon. Immediately after, the martial technique was directly released. I happened to be extremely close to him, so I was heavily injured by him. Following Di Wentao's words, all the cultivators present were dumbfounded. They completely couldn't understand what was going on. It was really too incomprehensible. Logically speaking, this is simply impossible. Could it be that Wang Yanhan is so abnormal that he can actually instantaneously execute martial techniques now? If it's like this, then it's really too terrifying. All the cultivators couldn't help but change their expressions. If that cultivator's martial technique could be instantaneously executed, then it would really be terrifying. During a fight, this was definitely a great weapon. When the opponent executed the martial technique, his martial technique had already been released. In this way, who could compare with him? Don't panic, I feel that this is something impossible. Until now, I have never heard of anyone who can instantaneously execute such a strong martial technique. However, I have heard that some powerful inscriptions can store martial techniques, thus protecting the owner's life in times of danger. Once this was said, everyone was stunned again. Although this explanation was also unbelievable, at least it was more believable than Xianxia's explanation. Could it be that Wang Yanhan's inscriptions are actually powerful to such an extent? Then his junior sister is really too terrifying. She's completely an inscription master. Di Wentao carefully thought for a moment before nodding. This is indeed very possible. When I fought with him, I discovered that the power of his weapon had increased by a lot. If I didn't judge wrongly, the power has increased by at least 40%. I'm afraid it has reached 50%. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Di Wentao's serious face in shock. The degree of improvement was simply too terrifying. Even an inscription drawn by an inscription master might not be able to achieve this. Moreover, this inscription pattern also had the function of storing martial skills. For a moment, everyone felt that Wang Yanhan's weapon had become a treasure. If they killed Wang Yanhan, they would have to get their hands on this weapon. With these two functions, the value of this weapon would increase greatly. No wonder Wang Yanhan said that this inscription pattern was specially made for him by his little junior sister. It seems that it is indeed very suitable for him. We have to get rid of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, with the help of this little junior sister, Wang Yanhan's improvement will be even more shocking. Di Wentao, Yan Xiangming, and the others looked at each other and made up their minds. He definitely couldn't let him continue like this, otherwise, it would really be troublesome. Wang Yanhan went to look for Bailey Hongzhuang immediately after knowing the power of this skill. Now, he felt that he had underestimated his junior sister. Little junior sister had helped him so much, so he had to be grateful to her. As soon as Bailey Hongzhuang opened the door, she saw Wang Yanhan come in with a happy face. As soon as he entered the room, Wang Yanhan said, "Little junior sister, I didn't expect the inscription you gave me to be so powerful." I was stunned. His dark eyes shone with surprise, shining like the stars in the sky. Wang Yanhan was in ecstasy and it was all shown on his face. Looking at Wang Yanhan's surprised look, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile widened. "Senior brother, as long as you like it." "Junior sister, I didn't expect your inscription technique to be so powerful. It's really an eye-opener. Today, it's all thanks to the skill you set in the inscription pattern. Otherwise, I'm afraid the person who would be seriously injured would be me. You've saved my life." Although Wang Yanhan appeared to be very indifferent previously, in fact, he was already extremely excited in his heart long ago. The inscription pattern that his junior sister drew for him not only helped him get back his face, it also saved his life. He didn't know how to thank her. However, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown. "You were almost seriously injured today?" The reason why she designed this skill was to save her life at a crucial moment. But she didn't expect to use it so quickly. Wang Yanhan nodded. "The person who was always my enemy took the chance to sneak attack me. Coincidentally, he had the skill and was caught off guard. He wanted to injure me but he didn't expect the person who was seriously injured would be him. Junior sister, it's all thanks to you. Senior brother, it seems that the environment you're in is quite dangerous." Her ink-black phoenix eyes were filled with worry and complexity. Although Wang Yanhan's words were light, Bailey Hongzhuang was very clear in her heart that today's situation was extremely dangerous. Danger is unavoidable when you're outside. Wang Yanhan sighed. "Junior sister, you have to be more careful when you're outside. The upper realm is much more dangerous than the lower realm. The slightest bit of carelessness could cost you your life." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "I understand. Junior sister, your inscription technique is so powerful, it's comparable to an inscription master. I was a little worried about your life here, but now it seems that I was worried for nothing." Wang Yanhan rubbed his head and smiled sincerely. With such a skill, there would be countless cultivators who wanted to seek help from Bailey Hongzhuang. From the looks of it now, there was really no need to worry. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. "It's my first time here, so I need to be careful." She had many skills, so it wasn't difficult for her to gain a foothold. However, there was only one inscription master in the entire Rongan city. It could be seen that he had completely dominated the inscription market. If her appearance broke this situation, it would be very troublesome. However, she wasn't in a hurry. She would take one step at a time. The most important thing was to increase her cultivation. Oh right, junior sister, I have a good friend who wants to meet you after knowing about you. He's a friend that I've known for a long time. Are you willing? Wang Yanhan asked with a smile. After Wang Yanhan had left, Bailey Hongzhuang was preparing to cultivate when she suddenly felt a commotion coming from the chaos ring. Hearing this movement, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes could not help but light up, and she immediately entered the chaos ring. The moment she entered, she saw Xiaohe and Xiaobai's joyful faces. Master, Baisher has finally woken up. Bailey Hongzhuang's face instantly lit up with joy and she immediately noticed that Baisher had woken up. Master. You've finally woken up after being unconscious for so many days. Baisher has made you worry, Master. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head, as long as you've woken up, that's all that matters. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? No, I'm fine, Baisher replied joyfully. Master, Baisher has indeed broken through as you said. He's now a Starlight Realm demonic beast. Xiaohei's face lit up with joy. Even though she wasn't the one who had broken through, she was still very happy to see Baisher's improvement. Bailey Hongzhuang carefully sensed Baisher's aura and her eyes lit up. Indeed, he's already broken through to the Starlight Realm. Baisher chuckled, seeing that all of you are still safe and sound, I'm simply too happy. Previously, he had been worried that everyone would lose their lives and had been extremely depressed. Now that he had opened his eyes to see everyone standing in front of him, perfectly fine, he felt extremely happy. The previous situation had been a little too dangerous, but fortunately, it was a blessing in disguise for us. You've even broken through the barrier and reached the Starlight Realm. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm and her bright eyes revealed a faint joy. Breaking through to the Starlight Realm was not an easy task. Under normal circumstances, Baisher would have needed some time before he could break through completely. However, he had now taken advantage of this opportunity to break through to the Starlight Realm. By the way, White Lion, do you know what happened earlier? How did we reach the upper realm? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Baisher. Back then, she wasn't sure about the situation. Now, she could only hope that Baisher would understand. I remember it was the White Dragon. White Lion pondered and said, it was too dangerous back then. Perhaps White Dragon woke up instinctively and used its strongest power to bring us away from the center of the explosion. In order to ensure our safety, the White Dragon rushed all the way into the tunnel. Upon hearing Baisher's words, Bailey Hongzhuang, Xiaohe, and Xiaobai could not help but look at each other. It seemed that their previous judgment was not wrong. Sure enough, all of this was done by the White Dragon. No wonder the White Dragon's condition is worse than when he was unconscious. He was trying to save us. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at the unconscious White Dragon. At this moment, White Dragon was very weak. It would take a long time for it to recover. She didn't expect White Dragon to save them. When White Dragon woke up, she must treat it well. White Dragon was already severely exhausted. After doing so many things, it really wasn't easy. Xiaohei's expression changed slightly. When it wakes up, I won't make things difficult for it. Initially, she couldn't stand White Dragon's arrogance. However, now that she was indebted to White Dragon, she naturally had to make some changes. On this day, as Bailey Hongzhuang walked on the streets, Beichen's figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. Ever since she met Beichen, although they had been separated, all of her memories were related to him. In her previous life, she had always been used to being alone. It was hard to imagine what it was like to be alone with someone. However, now that Beichen was not by her side, she was not used to it. She even felt that she had almost forgotten how she lived alone. No matter what, she would always think of how Beichen would look when he was by her side and what he would say to her. She missed Beichen's embrace, missed his warmth, missed his doting gaze, and missed his charming voice. As long as Beichen was by her side, no matter where she was, she would not feel lonely or afraid. Now that Beichen was not by her side, she missed him so much. Especially in the dead of night, she hoped that Beichen would appear in front of her. It was a pity that no one knew when the next time they would meet would be. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking along the way, Baisher's voice suddenly rang out. Master, it seems like someone is following us. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately woke up from her thoughts. Her clear eyes immediately became calm and serious as she carefully observed the situation behind her. As expected, someone was following her. We've just arrived in the upper realm. Logically speaking, no one should recognize us. What's going on? Bailey Hongzhuang was secretly puzzled, but she did not show it on her face. This was really too strange. In her current situation, no one should be watching her. However, the other party had made her their target. There was definitely something fishy about this. The only possibility. I'm afraid it has something to do with Senior. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered. Apart from this, she could not think of any other possibility. Wen Tao, according to the information we've received, this woman should be Wang Yanhan's junior. During the time you were recuperating, Wang Yanhan only saw one woman. It was her. Yan Xiangming said. Di Wentao's gaze locked onto Bailey Hongzhuang. This woman is so young. I really don't believe that she's an inscription master. I also feel that Wang Yanhan might be deliberately lying to us. Di Wentao's expression was complicated. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. Wang Yanhan's family background is not rich. It's already not easy for him to maintain his own cultivation with spirit stones. He doesn't have the money to hire an inscription master. After thinking about it, this is the only possibility. Then what should we do? Let's go find this so-called little junior sister to investigate and see if what Wang Yanhan said is true or not. What if it's true? Wang Yanhan's Wentao's eyes, Di Wentao's, Wang Yanhan's eyes. Di Wentao's eyes were cold and ruthless. He understood that in terms of cultivation talent, he was slightly inferior to Wang Yanhan. The reason why he could always compete with Wang Yanhan was that his family background was richer than Wang Yanhan's. If Wang Yanhan also had enough cultivation resources, then surpassing him would really be within his expectations. He could not let this happen. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the 5 people standing in front of her, blocking her way. The man in the lead was wearing a pine green brocade robe embroidered with a few black and silver bamboos. His eyes were half narrowed, and his gaze was cold and full of hostility. His eyes quietly revealed a trace of killing intent. The 4 cultivators by his side all took half a step back from his side, as if they were following his lead. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but slightly frown. Her dark and clear phoenix eyes were restrained and deep. It seemed that the other party didn't come with good intentions. When Bailey Hongzhuang was sizing up Di Wentao and the others, they were also sizing up Bailey Hongzhuang. The woman in front of them was less than 25 years old. Her appearance was above average. Although she was not bad, she was not outstanding in the upper realm where beauties were everywhere. However, the white and red demonic beast beside her was majestic. Every step it took was majestic. At this moment, the killing intent in the demonic beast's eyes was even more awe-inspiring. They were also people with good eyesight. Naturally, they could tell at a glance that this demonic beast was not ordinary. It seems that this woman is really not simple. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a powerful contracted beast. Di Wentao secretly thought. He really didn't expect that Wang Yanhan, who didn't seem to have any family background, would have such a junior sister. After knowing that the other party came with bad intentions, Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude naturally became cold. Good dogs don't block the way. The cold voice revealed a bit of disgust and impatience. Bailey Hongzhuang coldly looked at the people in front of her, but her mind was thinking about how to get out of this situation. Di Wentao and the others, who were originally preparing to find trouble, were dumbfounded when they saw that Bailey Hongzhuang dared to take the initiative to find trouble. Their eyes were full of astonishment. Oh, Wentao, this little girl is really not simple. She is only one person, but she dares to take the initiative to challenge us. Yan Xiangming was so angry that he laughed. They had been running amok in Rong'an City for so long, but they had never encountered such a situation. Di Wentao also sneered, his cold and stern gaze locked onto Bailey Hongzhuang's pretty face. You are Wang Yanhan's junior sister, right? All of you came here in such a grandiose manner. Naturally, you've already confirmed my identity. Why do you have to ask again? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly, and her cold gaze revealed a trace of ridicule. You should be that Di Wentao who often finds trouble with my senior brother, but is ruthlessly stepped on by him. Although it was a question, Bailey Hongzhuang was very sure. The other party's appearance was exactly the same as what Wang Yanhan had described to her previously. The corners of Di Wentao's lips twitched slightly. His high and mighty attitude could no longer be maintained at this moment. The corners of his lips parted slightly, but his expression became even more ferocious. What a sharp tongue. I just don't know what it will feel like when I tear it apart. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were as cold as ice. You can feel it for yourself. Haha. Di Wentao suddenly chuckled twice. Originally, I planned to give you a good warning today and let you suffer a little so that you know that you can't help just anyone. But now, I've changed my mind. I want to kill you and leave Wang Yanhan alone and without help. You think too much. Bailey Hongzhuang said indifferently. Even without me, you're still not my senior brother's match. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze was indifferent and distant. This fellow in front of her was a little funny. Before she had appeared, Di Wentao had no way of defeating Wang Yanhan. Now, he was pushing all the blame onto her. It was as if Di Wentao would have been able to defeat Wang Yanhan without her appearance. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Di Wentao could no longer control his emotions and flew into a rage. In the past, he only felt that Wang Yanhan was very hateful. Now, he realized that this woman in front of him also had the ability to anger people to death with her words. Do you know the consequences of offending me now? Di Wentao's words were full of threats. Cultivators from the lower realm like you are all equally lowly and laughable. We're lowly just because we're from the lower realm? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a mocking smile. Her gaze was sharp and bright. At least, we've reached this place through our own hard work. In comparison, you've lived in the upper realm since you were young. Why are you still not my senior brother's match? If I were you, I would bury this in my heart and not say it out loud. Otherwise, wouldn't it be equivalent to asking for humiliation? However, I forgot that a brainless person like you would definitely not be able to see through this. She and Di Wentao did not belong to the same organization. Hence, she did not need to have the same misgivings as Wang Yanhan. Furthermore, the other party had come to find trouble with her. No matter if she spoke kind words or opposed him with equal harshness, the result would be the same. Since that was the case, she might as well teach this fellow a lesson. You. Di Wentao pointed his index finger at Bailey Hongzhuang. He felt that he was about to explode from anger. He had lived for so long and had never met such a sharp-tongued fellow. She was simply too hateful. However, in the face of the other party's words, she was actually unable to refute a single word. Yan Xianming and the rest were stunned. Although they were used to being arrogant, they were no match for the other party in terms of eloquence. What a sharp tongue. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm afraid you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In the next moment, Di Wentao waved his right hand and a brown violent earth bear suddenly appeared in front of everyone. With just one command, the wild earth bear saw Bailey Hongzhuang as its target and charged towards her without hesitation. Roar! The wild earth bear's roar came from its mouth, but its heavy body moved extremely quickly. It opened its bloody mouth, as if it wanted to tear Bailey Hongzhuang to shreds. When the onlookers saw this scene, they couldn't bear to see it. Needless to say, this girl was weak and came from the lower realm. She would probably die on the streets soon. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the ferocious wild earth bear in front of her, but her expression was extremely calm. It was as if the wild earth bear didn't exist at all. When Di Wentao and the rest saw Bailey Hongzhuang, they secretly mocked her in their hearts. Things had already come to this and she was still pretending to be indifferent. She wouldn't even know how she died later on. However, just as the wild earth bear was about to attack Bailey Hongzhuang, the white and red demonic beast beside the latter suddenly moved. Please enter the text. Dong. With a dull sound, a round head rolled on the ground and finally stopped at Di Wentao's feet. Looking at the familiar head at his feet, Di Wentao could not help but be dumbfounded. For a moment, he could not even react. Wild earth bear. How is this possible? Yan Xianming and the others were also dumbfounded when they saw the scene. What was going on just now? They had been with Di Wentao for so long and knew the power of his contract beast very well. However, they did not expect that the other party's contract beast would bite off the wild earth bear's head with just one move, wasn't this too frightening? The cultivators present were also dumbfounded. This situation was completely different from what they had expected. They thought that the head rolling on the ground would be Bailey Hongzhuang's, but they did not expect it to be the wild earth bear's head. What kind of beast is this lady's contract beast? Isn't this too frightening? No wonder she was so calm before. So she had already thought of a way to deal with it. I heard that Di Wentao has always been proud of his contract beast. I didn't expect the wild earth bear to die. This is really a big blow to him. Everyone looked at each other. To cultivators, nurturing a contract beast was extremely taxing. They did not expect it to die. This meant that all his years of hard work had been wasted. As expected, Di Wentao stared blankly at the familiar head on the ground. He was dumbfounded and his face turned pale. On one hand, this pale face was because his contract beast had died and he had suffered a certain backlash. On the other hand, he did not dare to believe that his contract beast had died just like that. This was too hard to accept. How could this be? Di Wentao's gaze shifted to Baishur. Although he had felt that Baishur was not simple, he did not expect it to be so powerful. One must know that his wild earth bear was an extremely powerful existence among contract beasts. Thinking back to when he had this wild earth bear, who knew how many cultivators were envious of his good luck. However, it had died just like that. His eyes suddenly turned red and he felt that he could not breathe. When he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again, his eyes were about to crack. You dared to kill my contract beast. A thick murderous aura suddenly exploded and enveloped Bailey Hongzhuang in this murderous aura. It was terrifying. However, in the face of Di Wentao's murderous aura, Bailey Hongzhuang was still as calm as ever, as if everything had nothing to do with her. You wanted to kill me. What's so strange about me killing your contract beast? As a cultivator, life and death are common. You should have been mentally prepared for the death of your contracted beast. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's light words, Di Wentao's body trembled with anger. She had clearly done such a thing, but Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance made him even angrier. Kill her. At this moment, Di Wentao could no longer control his emotions. This Bailey Hongzhuang deserved to die. Now, he did not care about bullying the weak with numbers. He only knew that he must kill Bailey Hongzhuang. Otherwise, he would not be able to vent his anger. The earlier scene had shocked them. At the same time, they knew that the woman in front of them was not easy to deal with. If they were not careful, they might fail miserably at such an easy task. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Wentao and the other four who had surrounded her. She was secretly calculating in her mind. Earlier on, when Baishur had attacked, she had already sensed the strength of Di Wentao and the others. If she had not judged wrongly, Di Wentao should be at the 6th level of the Star Ray realm. The other cultivators were slightly weaker than him, but they were all at the 5th level of the Star Ray realm. After knowing this, Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. The upper realm was indeed much stronger than the lower realm. In the lower realm, cultivators at the Star Ray realm and above were already very few in number. She did not expect that there were so many cultivators at the Star Ray realm here. Cultivators at the Star Ray realm and above were also many in number here. It was truly terrifying. We had originally decided not to cause trouble. However, trouble just had to come knocking on our door. Xiao He sighed inwardly. As they had just arrived here, they were alone and weak. Hence, they had previously discussed that they had to be careful and avoid causing trouble as much as possible. Who would have thought that after staying here for such a short period of time, something like this would happen? They could not even pass their days peacefully. We have no choice. We can only go all out now. Xiao Bai's eyes were filled with viciousness. Many times, trouble was unavoidable. Even if they could hide for a while, they could not hide forever. Hence, they might as well face it head-on. Master, the other party is very powerful. If we were to fight them head-on, I'm afraid that we are no match for them. Baishur reminded. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I understand. Hence, we can only think of other ways. Right from the beginning, she had not planned to fight them head-on. With such a difference in strength, she would not be a match for them at all. Hence, they had to find other ways. Just as Wang Yanhan was cultivating in the room, there was suddenly a series of hurried knocks on the door. Wan Yanhan, are you there? Open the door. Something big has happened. Wan Yanhan hurriedly opened the door. The moment he opened the door, he saw Yi Haomiao standing outside with an anxious look. What happened? Wan Yanhan frowned and asked. Yi Haomiao grabbed Wan Yanhan's hand and said, "It's urgent. Follow me first. I'll tell you as we walk." Although Wan Yanhan was full of doubts, he still walked forward based on his trust in Yi Haomiao. I just heard that Di Wentao was very unconvinced because he was seriously injured by you, so he went to find your little junior sister for revenge. Now that they've been out for a while, if we don't hurry over, something might happen to your little junior sister. Hearing Yi Haomiao's words, Wan Yanhan's face suddenly turned ugly. What? This Di Wentao is so despicable. He has always been like this. Now that he doesn't dare to take the initiative to cause trouble in front of you, he can only think of other ways to make you unhappy. Let's go. Wan Yanhan rushed in the direction of the inn at his fastest speed. He was already very anxious in his heart. If something happened to little junior sister, then he would never be able to forgive himself. Just as Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao were rushing all the way to the inn where Bailey Hong Zhuang was staying, they found that a group of people had gathered together on the way, as if they were watching the fun. Just as they were about to pass by, suddenly, a voice from inside attracted their attention. This is my little junior sister's voice. Wan Yanhan's gaze changed and he immediately stopped and walked towards the crowd. Yi Haomiao followed closely behind Wan Yanhan and said, I seem to have heard Di Wentao's voice. Little junior sister. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking about how to escape, she suddenly heard a voice from behind. She couldn't help but turn her head and saw Wan Yanhan and another man that she had never seen before walking over together. However, the same thing was that both of their faces were filled with deep concern. She immediately thought of Yi Haomiao that Wan Yanhan had mentioned to her before. Thinking about it, this person should be him. Senior brother. Wan Yanhan immediately stood beside Bailey Hongzhuang and glared at Di Wentao. Di Wentao, if you have any dissatisfaction, come at me directly. What kind of ability are you to make a move on my junior sister behind my back? Di Wentao and the others obviously didn't expect Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao to come back and their expressions instantly changed. Originally, it couldn't be easier for them to kill Bailey Hongzhuang. They didn't expect that the other party had 2 more people and the situation had changed a little. Wan Yanhan, I didn't know that she was your junior sister. Di Wentao's expression was cold and the words that came out of his mouth were extremely shameless. Hearing that, Wan Yanhan chuckled. If you didn't know that she was my junior sister, then why did you find trouble with her? Since things have already come to this, why do you still have to hide it? I usually find trouble with whoever I want to find trouble with. What does it have to do with you? Look clearly, she killed my contracted beast. Now I want to kill her to avenge my contracted beast. What's wrong with that? Di Wentao's voice was extremely cold. He was simply about to explode from anger. The contract beast that he had painstakingly nurtured for so many years was gone just like that. Even now, he was still unwilling to accept it. Following Di Wentao's words, Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao finally noticed the berserk earth bear's corpse. When they saw him earlier, the 2 of them had some doubts in their hearts. It was only after hearing Di Wentao's affirmation that they were certain. Immediately, they were shocked in their hearts. They knew how much Di Wentao treasured his contract beast, but they didn't expect it to die now. Wan Yanhan couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. His slightly raised eyebrows were obviously asking silently, did you really kill him? He made the first move. Bailey Hongzhuang said, he wanted this wild earth bear to kill me, but he didn't expect it to be killed by my contract beast instead. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's affirmative answer, Wan Yanhan's heart skipped a beat. The way he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang changed again. Previously, he only knew that his junior sister's inscription technique was very powerful, but he didn't know that his junior sister's contract beast was also very powerful. To be able to kill the wild earth bear, this combat strength was very shocking. Gulp. Yi Haomiao also swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his expression filled with disbelief. Too terrifying, not to mention Di Wentao, even he couldn't help but feel heartache for the other party. This kind of loss would probably make people have the impulse to faint. Wan Yanhan, how do you think this matter should be resolved? Di Wentao looked at Wang Yanhan coldly. At this moment, he was already regretting to the extreme. If he had known that there would be such an outcome, he definitely would not have let the wild earth bear take action. With their abilities, it was absolutely not difficult to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang. He only wanted to make use of this opportunity to let Bailey Hongzhuang feel that he was an existence that the other party could not resist at all. He did not expect that such an unforeseen event would occur. Facing Di Wentao's questioning, Wang Yanhan's expression was still calm. Di Wentao, don't think that you can distort the truth just because you have a loss now. My little junior sister is only here alone. As long as you use your brain, you will know that she definitely would not take the initiative to provoke you. It must be you who found trouble, hence my little junior sister's contracted beast took action to teach the wild earth bear a lesson. Di Wentao, don't you often do this kind of thing? Wang Yanhan's words were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire, yet it was the truth. In Wang Yanhan's hands, Di Wentao indeed often did this kind of thankless thing. Now that the other party mentioned it, he was also incomparably depressed in his heart. Xianxia laughed without giving face. Ever since he taught Di Wentao a lesson a few days ago, Wang Yanhan's personality changed a lot. The current him no longer tolerated Wang Yanhan. On the contrary, he would step on him whenever he could. One had to say that this kind of feeling was indeed quite satisfying. Wang Yanhan, don't think that you can be so arrogant because you won against me the last time. If you can't give me an explanation for this matter today, then we will definitely not be done. Explanation? Bailey Hongzhuang sneered and raised her eyes. What explanation do you want? Unless you die today, otherwise, I will definitely not take this lying down. Di Wentao turned to look at Wang Yanhan and said, Wang Yanhan, I'll leave my words here. You have to think carefully. However, facing Di Wentao's threat, Wang Yanhan did not even consider and directly said, impossible. When these words came out, Di Wentao's face turned black once again. A straightforward rejection undoubtedly made him lose face even more. Fine. Di Wentao clenched his teeth, you said it yourself. Today, we will fight to the death here and see who will have the last laugh. Hearing that, Wang Yanhan couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. He felt a little guilty too. He didn't want to let these things affect Bailey Hongzhuang, but he didn't expect that in the end, he would still bring her into a dispute. He felt very helpless. Looking at Wang Yanhan's expression, Bailey Hongzhuang already understood what he was thinking. She immediately said, Senior, don't worry. Let's fight. When it came to fighting, Bailey Hongzhuang had never been afraid. Previously, it was indeed very difficult for her to deal with the 5 people in front of her by herself. However, with the addition of Wang Yanhan and Xianxia, the situation was different. At the very least, their chances of winning had increased significantly. Little junior sister, they have the advantage in numbers, and you've just arrived in the upper realm. I'm afraid this competition will be, it's alright. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, indicating to Wang Yanhan that he could rest assured. Just as they were conversing, Di Wentao clearly had no interest in continuing to wait. He immediately said, attack. At his command, Yan Xiangming and the others attacked without hesitation. Seeing the other party's actions, Wang Yanhan, Bailey Hongzhuang, and Xianxia all looked at each other. Hardening their hearts, they immediately went forward. Looking at the current situation, they had no other choice but to fight. Wang Yanhan immediately went to meet Di Wentao. At this moment, he already hated the latter to the extreme. Although he hated Di Wentao before, at least this fellow had always been targeting him alone. That was fine. But now, he even brought all these conflicts to his little junior sister. This was what he couldn't accept the most. Di Wentao was completely taken out by him. If Xianxia didn't happen to know this news and immediately came to inform him, he really couldn't imagine what would have happened if they had arrived late. Once he thought of that possibility, he hated that he couldn't directly kill Di Wentao. Speaking of which, he was still too soft-hearted. He always felt that both sides belonged to the same faction. If he directly killed him, it wouldn't be too appropriate. However, looking at it now, all of this was meaningless. Towards a damned fellow like Di Wentao, he should directly take his life and eliminate all future troubles. Wang Yanhan, today, there should be an end between the two of us. Di Wentao's gaze was gloomy and his voice was even colder. Only he knew how much he hated Wang Yanhan. Originally, he already occupied the position of eldest senior brother. Everyone followed his lead and was extremely respectful. However, it was this fellow from the lower realm who didn't even enter his eyes at the beginning that climbed all the way to where he was now. He even snatched away his position as leader. Now that he thought about it, he really regretted not directly killing this fellow back then. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Wang Yanhan stared coldly at Di Wentao. His voice was icy. Indeed, there should be an end between the two of us. Do you know how loathsome you are? Di Wentao's lips curled into a cold smile. A fellow like you should stay in the lower realm forever. Why are you vainly trying to come to the upper realm? That's my business. You don't need to worry. Ever since I came here, you've been targeting me everywhere. However, after targeting for so long, there's still no result. The reason why you're unhappy with me is that you're afraid of being outdone by me, Wang Yanhan said mockingly. Di Wentao's expression changed when he heard Wang Yanhan's mocking words, and he said in a stern voice, I'll definitely kill you today and make you disappear from the upper realms. If you had said this in the past, I would have believed you. But now, I'm afraid you no longer have the ability to do so. As Wang Yanhan's voice fell, the two swords collided. Ding ding ding, sparks flew in all directions as vigorous yuan power violently gushed out. Both of them had a star ray rank 6 cultivation. At this moment, the momentum of their collision was extremely shocking. Bailey Hongzhuang and Yi Haomiao each went up against a cultivator. However, since there were 4 cultivators left, the other 2 also targeted them. The expressions of the 4 of them were very indifferent and proud. Obviously, they had already determined that Bailey Hongzhuang and her companion were no match for them. In the past, Wang Yanhan and Di Wentao were equally matched. Now that Wang Yanhan had the help of inscriptions, it would be more difficult for Di Wentao to deal with him. Hearing that, the other cultivators nodded in agreement. Go ahead, leave this to us. After Yan Xiangming left, there were only 3 cultivators left in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and Yi Haomiao. Miss Bailey. Yi Haomiao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a serious expression. These 3 people are all in the Starlight Stage 5. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to deal with them. Why don't you stay closer to me? If there's any danger, I can take care of you. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her gaze. When she saw the worried expression on Yi Haomiao's face, a smile appeared in her eyes. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I'll be more careful. As she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang said to Bai Shi, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai, try to hold back one of the cultivators. I'll deal with the other cultivator as soon as possible. You just need to hold them back for a while. Is that okay? The other party was a Starlight Stage 5 cultivator. She had to be more careful. However, if she was only facing one person, she believed that she could end the battle quickly. No problem. The 3 beasts immediately replied. All right. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang went up against another cultivator. At the same time, Yi Haomiao had already started fighting with the other 2 cultivators. From Yi Haomiao's point of view, Bailey Hongzhuang was Wang Yanhan's junior sister. She had just arrived in the upper realm and must have just broken through to the Starlight Stage. What's more, Bailey Hongzhuang had been seriously injured before. Although she had recovered now, she had not yet recovered to her previous state. Hence, he had to shoulder the greatest pressure. However, just as he attacked, he was surprised to find that Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast had come to help. He was instantly shocked. When he came to his senses, he could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. He instantly had a good impression of her. Wang Yanhan's junior sister was indeed a very good person. However, not long after, Yi Haomiao did not have the mood to think about this. Because, he was shocked to find that Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast had broken through to the Starlight Stage. A beast of the Starlight Stage? Yi Haomiao was dumbfounded. It was extremely difficult for a contracted beast to break through to the stage. Similarly, it was also very difficult for a contracted beast to break through to the stage. It was extremely difficult to nurture a contracted beast of the Starlight Stage. Was a beast. Not only a beast had to have a realm beast, a beast had a starlight stage, and Hongzhan Han 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 Han. Di Wentao's violent earth bear was already very famous here, because that contracted beast had already reached the 8th level of the purple realm. Was a strong Hongzhuang with a stage starlight stage. If a contracted beast could break through to the stage starlight stage, its value would be greatly different. It was equivalent to having greater potential and a limitless future. Bailey Hongzhuang had just broken through to the stage starlight stage not long ago. Her contracted beast had also reached the stage starlight stage. This was truly shocking. Not only Yihaomiao, but his two opponents were also dumbfounded. No wonder this contracted beast could kill the berserk earth bear. It's actually a contracted beast of the stage starlight stage. Damn, I'm afraid only an inscription master has the ability to nurture such a contracted beast. Even so, Di Wentao could only raise the violent earth bear's cultivation to the 8th level of the purple realm. It would be extremely difficult to advance further. Although Di Wentao had always hoped that his violent earth bear could break through to the starlight realm, they were very clear that this was absolutely not an easy matter. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was able to nurture a starlight realm contracted beast. Although the difference between the two seemed to be only 2 levels, in reality, this gap was really not an ordinary kind of big. After a short moment of shock, the battle between the two sides started again. Since today had already come to this point, it was obvious that they would not rest until one of them was dead. Little beauty, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being Wan Yanhan's junior sister. You just had to help him draw inscriptions, so you can only die here today. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your senior brother. He dragged you down. Qianming sneered. Hearing the other party's ridicule, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but sneer, and said, "There's something that I think you might be mistaken about. The one dying here today is not me, but you. You should remember clearly that this is because of Di Wentao that you ended up like this." Qianming's expression changed. As expected, you have a sharp tongue. I want to see if you can still be so proud when you're about to die. Go ahead and try. Bailey Hongzhuang said coldly. Boom, both sides' essence power surged out at the first moment. When Qianming discovered that Bailey Hongzhuang was a Starlight Realm level 2, a trace of shock flashed across his eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang was really too young. When he was so young, he did not seem to have reached the other party's cultivation. For a moment, he suddenly felt that the lower realm's cultivators were somewhat terrifying. No matter if it was Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him or Wan Yanhan who was currently fighting, their talent and potential were both very terrifying. I admit that your talent is very shocking, but unfortunately, you're going to die in my hands today. Just after Qianming said this, Bailey Hongzhuang snorted coldly, and the blood chi field was instantly displayed. A faint smell of blood pervaded the air, and that white figure was quietly dyed with a trace of blood color. Following that, the blood color gradually covered, and her aura also continuously rose. 3rd rank Astral Radiance. 4th level Astral Radiance. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang easily raise her aura to Star Radiance rank 4, not only Qianming, but all the cultivators present were dumbfounded. For a moment, he couldn't wrap his head around it. He couldn't figure out what method Bailey Hongzhuang had used to directly increase her cultivation. Wow, I really didn't expect this woman to have such ability. It's really amazing. How did his cultivation increase so much all of a sudden? Previously, there was still a huge gap, but now, the gap has narrowed by a lot. I didn't think that the cultivators of the lower realms would have so many tricks up their sleeves. Now that I've seen it today, it's truly amazing. For a time, the way everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but change. They were extremely shocked in their hearts. Yi Haomiao and Wan Yanhan also noticed the change in Bailey Hongzhuang. They were shocked. They didn't expect her to have such ability. Previously, they had underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang. However, Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't done with her blood aura field. Her killing aura field suddenly exploded. This kind of murderous intent seemed to come from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The thick murderous intent almost condensed into a substance. Everyone only felt a gust of cold air enter their bodies, following which, the fear in their hearts magnified infinitely. When Qianming looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again, he only felt that the latter's figure suddenly became taller and bigger. In his heart, she actually became an undefeatable existence. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Qianming's pupils shrank. A thought of retreating actually arose in his heart. He didn't dare to fight against the other party at all. The influence of this murderous intent was really too great. Under Bailey Hongzhuang's control, it directly enveloped Di Wentao and the other 4 people. Di Wentao originally wasn't Wang Yanhan's match. However, with Yan Xiangming's help, he was able to maintain his position and not be defeated. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying murderous intent directly enveloping his entire person. Immediately after, his body instantly stiffened. That eerie chill made his back shiver and his movements became sluggish. After Wang Yanhan discovered the change in Di Wentao, he immediately released a ruthless move. In a battle between cultivators of similar strength, one had to grab hold of the other party's mistake. Once it was done, then the other party wouldn't have the power to counterattack. Bam! Wang Yanhan's move landed solidly on Di Wentao's body. Immediately after, Di Wentao's figure fell heavily onto the ground. Di Wentao spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he didn't look at Wang Yanhan immediately. Instead, he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's position. This was because he clearly felt that the aura just now came from Bailey Hongzhuang. Even at this time, that surging murderous intent was still so obvious. He also finally understood why Bailey Hongzhuang appeared so indifferent when he released his murderous intent previously. It turned out that he was simply displaying his slight skill in front of an expert. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang's murderous intent, what he released previously was nothing. However, he completely couldn't understand. Bailey Hongzhuang was so young. How could she possess such a terrifying murderous intent? One had to have experienced something like this to be able to release such killing intent. Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. They could feel that under the suppression of Bailey Hongzhuang's killing intent, the battle strength of Di Wentao and the others had been greatly weakened. Clearly, they had been affected. Such a skill was truly terrifying. Gulp. Yi Haomiao gulped again. He felt that he shouldn't underestimate Wang Yanhan's little junior sister. It was only when he noticed Qianming who was lying at Bailey Hongzhuang's feet that he realized how powerful Bailey Hongzhuang was. To be able to fight someone 3 levels higher than him. This was the first person he had ever met. Yan Xiangming and the others were all dumbfounded. This scene was beyond all of their expectations. For a moment, they even found it hard to believe. No wonder Bailey Hongzhuang had acted so calmly and fearlessly in the face of so many of them. It turned out that she was also a powerful character. They had been blind previously. Bailey Hongzhuang stepped on Qianming to make him behave. Then, she turned to look at Wang Yanhan and said, "Senior brother, how should we deal with this?" Although she really wanted to kill this fellow directly, this fellow and Wang Yanhan belonged to the same faction after all. She didn't want to put Wang Yanhan in a difficult position because of her momentary pleasure. Therefore, the final decision was left to Wang Yanhan. Qianming was so depressed that he almost cried. This was a battle that he thought he would definitely win. He didn't know how it turned into such an ending. Now, he was directly stepped on by Bailey Hongzhuang. He had already lost face to the extreme. However, the other party's sword was on his neck. He didn't doubt that as long as he moved slightly, the other party's sword would directly cut his throat. For a moment, he could only pin his hopes on Wang Yanhan. Bailey Hongzhuang was Wang Yanhan's junior sister. As long as Wang Yanhan didn't want to kill him, he believed that Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely agree. Wang Yanhan looked at Qianming and Di Wentao who fell on the ground and then looked at the other 3 cultivators who had already stopped moving. Thoughts flew in his mind. Wang Yanhan, we are from the same sect. You can't kill me. Qianming saw that Wang Yanhan didn't speak for a long time and couldn't help but become anxious. If it was in the past, he didn't have to worry at all because Wang Yanhan wouldn't kill them. However, Wang Yanhan's personality had obviously changed a lot recently. He didn't dare to be so confident. He won't dare to do it. Di Wentao's expression was certain. Even if Wang Yanhan pointed a weapon at him, his expression was still very indifferent. It was as if he wasn't worried at all. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't speak. She just looked at Wang Yanhan indifferently. However, she felt somewhat helpless. Senior brother's personality was really too indecisive. If not, Di Wentao and the others wouldn't dare to find trouble with him time and time again. If it was her, she would have given the other party a fierce blow from the beginning. The other party would naturally stop. This was because he had always been restrained. That was why the other party had become like this. Because they didn't have to worry about the consequences, they had no scruples. However, she also understood that the reason why Wang Yanhan became like this was probably because he had been alone and without help after coming to the upper level. As time passed, he lost his previous decisiveness and ruthlessness. A person's personality would change according to the environment. Wang Yanhan was able to obtain such a position in Punlai Palace in the past. She didn't need to think to know that he was definitely not a person with such a personality. This matter was also a kind of opportunity for him. It would depend on what choice he made. If he still chose to let them go like this, she would not object either. She would just be a little disappointed. Wang Yanhan was originally hesitating, but after hearing Di Wentao's arrogant words, a kind of anger rose in his heart for no reason. The other party seemed to have seen through him and was certain that he had no guts. This feeling made him extremely unhappy. He had never been such a person. If it was in the past, he would have killed the other party without hesitation. However, ever since he came here, he was affected by the surrounding environment and gradually lost his courage. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a flash of disappointment in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. His heart was suddenly shocked, and he seemed to understand at this moment. This matter did not only concern him but also Bailey Hongzhuang. According to Bailey Hongzhuang's character, she would definitely not let the other party off. She only left the matter to him for his sake. If he let them go just like that, wouldn't he disappoint little junior sister? He couldn't do that. Di Wentao's eyes widened as he stared at Wang Yanhan in shock. His mind was still in a daze as if he could not believe that the other party had dared to attack him. Only when he felt a sharp pain did he realize that he had not seen wrongly. The other party had really attacked him. An indescribable pain surrounded Di Wentao. His body instantly curled up like a prawn. At the same time, his face flushed red and his veins popped out. His face was so red that it looked as if blood could drip out. He stared at Wang Yanhan with a burning gaze. His eyes were filled with disbelief and bone-piercing hatred. Di Wentao's gaze was extremely terrifying. His eyes seemed to have turned red from the immense pain as if they were going to jump out of his eye sockets. However, under such intense pain, he could not even speak a complete sentence. He could only stare at him hatefully. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed across Di Wentao's mind. He started to regret. He had never thought that Wang Yanhan would have the guts to destroy his dantian. What was the difference between doing this and directly killing him? In the upper realm, he had become a complete cripple. He could not continue to stay here. However, after noticing that Wang Yanhan's gaze had gradually become firm, the regret in his heart became even more intense. He should have stopped when Wang Yanhan's temperament changed. In that case, today's incident wouldn't have happened. It was he himself who was unwilling to believe that Wang Yanhan would suddenly change his character. He only felt that the previous incident was merely an accident. However, today's incident made him clearly understand that everything was not an accident. Yan Xiangming and the rest stared blankly at this scene. Each and every one of them inhaled a breath of cold air. Their widened eyes revealed the shock in their hearts. They did not dare to believe that Wang Yanhan would actually do such a thing. Oh my god, I didn't see wrongly, right? Did Wang Yanhan destroy Wentao's dantian? What's wrong with him today? He even dares to do such a thing. It's completely different from his usual character. Yan Xiangming and the rest exchanged glances. They felt as if their brains had been smashed by a huge rock. They completely could not understand why such a thing had happened. His dantian was destroyed. This was something they had never expected. When they looked at Wang Yanhan again, the gazes of Yan Xiangming and the others had completely changed. Bailey Hongzhuang and Yi Haomiao's expressions changed when they saw this. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly curled into a smile. It seemed that eldest senior brother had not completely lost his blood. He was still able to make such a decision even after the other party had bullied him. As long as he had this kind of courage, then nothing was scary. Yi Hamiao's shock was no less than that of Yan Xiangming and the others. He had known Wang Yanhan for a long time and knew his character very well. All along, Wang Yanhan had never done anything out of line. He did not expect that he would actually give people a huge shock today. The curve of Bailey Hongshuang's lips was not ignored by everyone. Di Wentao and the others all noticed this point. Suddenly, their gazes towards Wang Yanhan and Bailey Hongshuang became somewhat complicated. It's all because of this woman. After seeing Wang Yanhan's actions, Bailey Hongshuang did not waste any more time and immediately attacked Qianming's dantian with a punch. Bang! There was another deflating sound, and Qianming's state quickly became the same as Di Wentao's. Senior brother, I already know your decision. Bailey Hongshuang did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for Qianming in front of her. Committing too much injustice would lead to one's own destruction. From the beginning to the end, it was the other party who was finding trouble with her. In fact, she did not do anything at all. The conflict between Wang Yanhan and Di Wentao was completely their enmity and had nothing to do with her. Just because she gave an inscription, the other party wanted to kill her. It could be seen how ruthless the other party was. Since the other party wanted to take her life, there was naturally no need for her to be polite. Those who killed would be killed by others. When the other party attacked her with such feelings, she should have been mentally prepared. Karma. Everything was a cycle. If she had to blame someone, she could only blame herself for not being strong enough, which caused her to fall into such a state. She did not doubt that if she was the one lying on the ground at this moment, the other party would directly take her life. After seeing Bailey Hongshuang and Wang Yanhan's actions, the cultivators present exclaimed again. Their gazes were filled with sadness as they looked at Qianming. As a cultivator, they knew too well how much effort it took to raise one's cultivation to such a state. However, many years of hard work had completely disappeared today. One could imagine how depressed they were. This time, Di Wentao and Qianming are really regretting it. It's a pity that there's no medicine for regret in this world. They were the ones who initiated this conflict. Now that they have fallen into such a state, they can only say that they are unlucky. Although Wang Yanhan is from the lower realm, he is indeed not weak. However, I feel that his junior sister is even more impressive. Everybody was talking, looking at Wang Yanhan and Bailey Hongshuang with eyes full of amazement. Their actions today really made everyone's eyes light up. Yi Hamiao could not help but walk to Wang Yanhan's side. His expression was very complicated, and there was a trace of worry between his brows. Wang Yanhan, now that things have come to this step, how do you plan to deal with the aftermath? As far as he knew, although Di Wentao's strength couldn't compare to Wang Yanhan's, his family was originally from the upper realm. Once they learned of this news, they would probably send people over immediately. After all, their own family had suffered such a huge loss. It was impossible for them not to get back at them. But Wang Yanhan was alone. How could he be a match for the other party's family? Wang Yanhan also understood Yi Hamiao's worries, but he shook his head, his expression still resolute. All this time, he's been causing trouble for me. What good will come of me tolerating him? Since he wants to kill me, I might as well kill him before he kills me. This way, at least someone will be my scapegoat, and I won't die unjustly. Wang Yanhan's voice was firm. Previously, he didn't understand this point. However, after today's events, he finally understood. Even if his family comes, if we really fight, I might be able to win one. Wang Yanhan chuckled. At this point, he was no longer worried about these problems. Yi Hamiao, who was originally extremely worried, calmed down a lot after hearing Wang Yanhan's thoughts. Wang Yanhan was right. Things had already come to this point. No matter what they thought, it was useless. They could only see what decision Di Wentao's family made. If the other party decided to pursue the matter, they could only do their best to resist the trouble that would arise. Thinking back to when I was in the lower realm, I was never afraid of trouble. Wang Yanhan's gaze was distant as if he was thinking of the past. Once upon a time, he was also so high-spirited and fearless. At that time, he was together with Wan Yanling. The two of them also had no background when they were on Punlai Island, but they dared to fight and finally achieved their own achievements in Punlai Palace. At this moment, he suddenly understood all the problems as if he was enlightened. When he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again, there was a trace of gratitude in his eyes. He wanted to thank his little junior sister. If it weren't for her, he didn't know when he would have been able to wake up to all this. Now, he was really too cowardly. He didn't know when it started, but he actually became timid. He didn't dare to do anything and didn't dare to do anything. If he continued to be like this, then what was the point of staying in the upper realm for a long time? He came here to seek a higher level of improvement. If he even lost his courage, then he might as well have stayed in the lower realm. He hoped that after his younger brother came, he would see the him who had made a name for himself, and not be so timid now. Thinking about it, if Wan Yanling saw his current appearance, he would probably feel very disappointed. However, fortunately, he still had a chance to change now. Yi Haomiao nodded slightly. You're right. After being suppressed by them for so long, everyone has a temper. Now that they have ended up like this, they deserve it. Even if their family comes to find us, we have the same reason. After Bailey Hongzhuang heard the conversation between Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao, she secretly sighed in her heart. Master, your senior brother has finally gotten over it. Xiao He couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he has now thought it through. Otherwise, if he continues like this, I'm afraid he will be stuck at a bottleneck forever and it will be very difficult for him to improve. For cultivators, the most important thing was a brave heart. Without this brave heart, it was easy to fall into shackles and it would be difficult to break through. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Fortunately, he has now understood it. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were immersed in their own emotions, Di Wentao roared. Wentao Wentao, Wentao Wentao Wentao's right. Di Wentao looked at Wan Yanhan as if he was looking at an irreconcilable enemy. All his hopes in this life had been destroyed by Wan Yanhan. You're just a cultivator from the lower realm, yet you dared to cripple my Dantian. You're really brave. I swear that you will die a horrible death. No matter where you run to, I will find you. Di Wentao clenched his fists and his eyes were as red as blood. His words were like an oath. He would not rest until he killed Wentao Wentao. I heard that Di Wentao's family is also a small force. If Wan Yanhan was someone with a background, it would be fine. But he's alone here, facing the other party, he can only be beaten. This is the reason why Wan Yanhan had been tolerating Di Wentao previously. However, he couldn't tolerate it anymore. There's no need to tolerate it anymore. That's why today's scene happened. He's just unlucky. People are born unjust. Di Wentao doesn't have to bear any consequences for killing him. But now that he retaliates, he has to bear the unbearable consequences. Everyone sighed faintly. Their gazes towards Wan Yanhan contained a trace of sympathy. They knew very well that after today, Wan Yanhan would disappear from the upper realm not long after. After Bailey Hongzhuang heard the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, she understood the situation better. Wan Yanhan did have his reasons for doing so previously. However, although this was a kind of pressure, she didn't care too much about it. After all, she had always been a troublemaker. This kind of thing had happened to her more than once or twice. No one knew what the final result would be until the last moment. Wan Yanhan turned to look at Di Wentao and stared straight into the other party's blood-red eyes. Di Wentao, I've always wanted to keep a distance from you. It's you who kept finding trouble with me. You only have yourself to blame for today's outcome. Hearing Wan Yanhan's words, Di Wentao's anger surged. You damned fellow. You dared to destroy my Dantian and now you dare to say such things to me. It's useless for me to tell you. You will definitely die in the hands of my Di family. Then I'll wait. Wan Yanhan's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't feel Di Wentao's threat. Looking at Wan Yanhan's appearance that was like a dead pig that did not fear boiling water, Di Wentao's anger surged. Now, his heart was filled with despair. He only wanted to see Wan Yanhan's even more desperate appearance. However, the other party's current nonchalant appearance undoubtedly stung his eyes and intensified the hatred in his heart. It's not just you. Yi Haomiao and your junior sister will pay with their lives for you. Di Wentao gnashed his teeth. He already hated both Bailey Hongzhuang and Yi Haomiao. Hearing this, Wan Yanhan's expression changed slightly. He couldn't help but turn to look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Both of their expressions were apologetic. I'm sorry for dragging you all into this. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, Senior brother, you don't have to feel guilty. I know that a large part of what you did today was to help me vent my anger. So what if the D family came knocking on their door? We'll face it together. Bailey Hongzhuang was very calm. For a long time, the trouble she had caused had never stopped. Now, after coming to the upper realm, she had caused trouble again. For her, although it was not what she wanted to see, she did not feel afraid because of it. Xianxia was originally hesitant. However, when he heard that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't mind, he couldn't help but smile and say, since Miss Bailey isn't afraid, as a man, how could I be afraid? When Wan Yanhan, who had originally felt extremely guilty, saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia were standing by his side, his eyes couldn't help but shine with gratitude. Providing charcoal in snowy weather had always been the strongest form of friendship. Master, it looks like we've gotten ourselves into big trouble again. Xiaohe said helplessly. She had wanted to keep a low profile after coming to the upper realm. She never thought that they would end up in such a situation. Seeing Xiaohe's helpless look, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but chuckle. Things aren't that bad. If the other party is someone we can deal with, we'll do our best to deal with them. If the other party is very strong, we won't be able to deal with them at all. At most, we'll just run away. Bailey Hongzhuang appeared to be very calm. Running away was a good move at any time. The upper realm is a big place. According to what everyone has said, although Di Wentao has some background, it's not an extremely powerful force. It won't be easy for them to travel to the ends of the earth to find us. Besides, Di Wentao has now become a cripple. Even if his parents are willing to do their best for him, his clansmen will only help him vent his anger for a short period of time. After a long period of time, they will naturally not be willing to do anything. As a member of the same clan, Bailey Hongzhuang understood the situation very well. If Di Wentao was a cultivator full of potential, the clan would be very willing to spend a lot of money on him. However, if he no longer had any value, they would at most help him vent his anger in the beginning. After a long period of time, it would be impossible. Master, I was originally quite worried. After hearing what you said, I don't think it's a big deal. Xiaohe could not help but say. So now we have to see how important Di Wentao's clan is to him. Qianming lay on the ground in a daze. His face was ashen. It was obvious that he could not accept the fact that he had become a cripple. When he saw that Di Wentao's threat did not have any effect on Bailey Hongzhuang's people, his heart could not help but thump. If he had known that the other party had such shameless thoughts, he would not have done anything to them. As the saying goes, those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who wear shoes. If the other party had no scruples, it would be very scary. Wan Yanhan's gaze involuntarily shifted to Yan Xiangming and the other two. Now that Di Wentao and Qianming had become like this, as helpers, Yan Xiangming and the other two were also in the wrong. After noticing Wan Yanhan's gaze, Yan Xiangming and the other two couldn't help but be stunned. Almost at the same time, the three of them fled outside without hesitation. The current Wan Yanhan was no longer the same as before. If they continued to stay here, once Wan Yanhan decided to kill them, then they would really be finished. Di Wentao and Qianming were stunned as they watched Yan Xiangming's group of three rapidly escaping figures. They couldn't help but be stunned. Yan Xiangming! Di Wentao couldn't help but shout out. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. Seeing Yan Xiangming and the other two leave like this, what should he do? However, during this period of time, Yan Xiangming and the others were not in the mood to care about Di Wentao. They only wanted to quickly leave this place and protect themselves. Wan Yanhan smiled as he looked at Di Wentao's furious expression. Does this feeling of being wronged feel good? Di Wentao's face turned cold. What does that have to do with you? Di Wentao looked at Wan Yanhan with hatred. At this moment, he didn't know what else to say. At this point, he only wanted to kill Wan Yanhan. No, killing Wan Yanhan would be too easy for him. He wanted Wan Yanhan to understand what it meant to live a life worse than death. Wan Yanhan glanced coldly at Di Wentao, then turned to Bailey Hongzhuang and Yihaomiao, saying, "Let's go." Hearing this, Yihaomiao hurriedly walked to Wan Yanhan's side. Bailey Hongzhuang paused for a moment before following along. Di Wentao and Qian Ming were still lying on the ground in a daze. With their dantian suddenly destroyed, it would take a lot of effort for them to stand up again. Wentao, you can't let the three of them off. Qian Ming had a long face. He really regretted it. He thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was the easiest to deal with. He didn't expect her to be such a tough nut to crack. He couldn't help but envy the three of them. At least the three of them were fine and didn't suffer any losses. Why was he so stupid and implicated himself? Now, he could only place all his hopes on Di Wentao, hoping that Di Wentao could help him vent his anger. Di Wentao glanced at Qian Ming beside him. Then, the anger in his eyes burned even brighter. I will definitely tear the three of them into pieces. After leaving the place of departure, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two walked towards the inn. However, after such a thing happened, the atmosphere between the three of them was a little gloomy. Master, did you do something to Di Wentao and Qian Ming just now? Baisher walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side and asked through telepathy. Before leaving, it clearly noticed that its master paused for a moment. With its master's character, she definitely wouldn't do this for no reason. Bailey Hongzhuang touched Baisher's head, the corners of her lips slowly curved into a smile. Things have already gotten to this point. Instead of turning them into useless people, it would be better to directly turn them into dead people. This way, the trouble will be less. She knew very well that although Wan Yanhan destroyed Di Wentao's dantian, he didn't kill him. Presumably, he still had some hope in his heart. After all, Di Wentao hadn't died, so they hadn't become mortal enemies. However, she still helped Wan Yanhan. She definitely couldn't let Di Wentao and his companion return alive. Otherwise, all of this would become even more troublesome. She understood the situation of aristocratic families too well. Wan Yanhan wasn't a member of an aristocratic family, so he didn't know much about this situation. If Di Wentao had already fallen, the people of his family coming to find trouble with him was just a moment of anger, and it would be fine after a long time. However, if Di Wentao had become a cripple, then they would never forget this matter. As a cultivator, dying was a common occurrence. Everyone was mentally prepared for such a thing. On the contrary, crippling his dantian and turning him into a cripple was more of a humiliation. Such an existence would not only make him feel uncomfortable, but his family would also feel humiliated. Back then, she had already had such an experience in the general's mansion, let alone in the upper realm. Now that things had escalated to this point, the other party would only become even angrier. Not only because of Di Wentao, but also because of themselves. Thus, the anger they had to bear would become even more severe. Master, you did the right thing. Baisher nodded. Di Wentao isn't easy to deal with. It's a pity that today's incident happened in front of everyone's eyes. If no one else was around, we might be able to cover it up. However, since things have come to this, we can only try our best to minimize the impact. Wan Yanhan, why don't we leave now? Yihaomiao could not help but stop in his tracks. The worry between his brows did not dissipate. The reason Di Wentao could be so rampant was because of the power behind him. Yan Xiangming and the others were not weak either. However, because the power behind Di Wentao was stronger, they had always followed Di Wentao as their leader. Now that something like this had happened, they were definitely no match for the power behind Di Wentao. Instead of waiting for them to come knocking on their door, they might as well leave first. It would not be easy for them to find them again. Hearing Yihaomiao's words, Wan Yanhan pondered for a moment before stubbornly shaking his head. No, I won't leave. Seeing that Wan Yanhan was so stubborn, Yihaomiao was puzzled. Why? No matter where I am, I'll always run into trouble. Even if I go somewhere else now and successfully avoid them, what if the same thing happens again? As long as the problem that I don't have anyone to rely on doesn't change, I'll never be able to change this situation. If I'm always afraid of this, I might as well return to the lower realm. Then, I won't have to worry anymore. Ever since the incident happened, he had been thinking about how to deal with it. Now that things had developed into the worst situation, he was no longer worried. Anyway, no matter how bad it was, he might as well wait quietly like this. Yihaomiao, who was originally very anxious, had a slight change in expression after hearing Wan Yanhan's words. Indeed, the upper realm was so big. However, if these cultivators from the lower realm wanted to gain a foothold, they had to rely on their own hands to make a name for themselves. Otherwise, no matter where they went, they would be targeted. What you said makes sense. Yi Haomiao's eyes became resolute. Since that's the case, let's wait here and see what they'll do. As he spoke, Yi Haomiao's gaze involuntarily landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. When he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's indifferent expression, he couldn't help but become curious. Miss Bailey, things have already developed to this point. Why do I see that you don't seem to be the least bit flustered or worried? Wang Yanhan couldn't help but shift his line of sight. As expected, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't seem to be worried about this matter at all. From the beginning to the end, Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude towards this matter was too indifferent. Since things have already turned out this way, there's no point in worrying. Even if something like this were to happen again, the decision we made would not change at all. Don't regret what you've done. As for the consequences, we might not necessarily lose. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. Along the way, there were many opponents who were stronger than her, but she still managed to survive until now. Man's will triumphed over nature. Everything was in one's control. After being completely immersed in the terrible consequences of this matter, Wang Yanhan recalled how amazing Bailey Hongzhuang's performance was just now. He couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he had always thought that he was an excellent genius in the lower realm. However, compared with Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him, there was still a big gap between him and her. After all, not only was Bailey Hongzhuang's strength outstanding, but her inscription technique was also so amazing. Yi Haomiao nodded repeatedly. Yes, today really opened my eyes. Originally, I was worried that Miss Bailey would be difficult to deal with. I didn't expect you to be able to defeat Qian Ming. At that time I was dumbfounded. You're flattering me. After noticing their exaggerated expressions, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh. This isn't flattery. This is the truth. Wang Yanhan's expression was firm. Although I don't know what the situation was like in the lower realm, I can imagine that you are definitely a genius. No wonder you came to the upper realm at such a young age. Instead, my brother is still in Punlai Palace. Since coming to the upper realm, he had always hoped to be able to reunite with Wan Yanling as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Wan Yanling hadn't come to the upper realm yet. Moreover, even if Wan Yanling came, judging from the situation in the upper realm, he didn't know when they would be able to reunite. Senior brother Wan Yanling can already come to the upper realm. Maybe he wants to improve his strength before coming back. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. She believed that it wouldn't be long before Wan Yanling came to the upper world. Unfortunately, the cultivators in the lower realm imagined the upper realm to be extremely beautiful. However, after coming here, they understood that the situation here was even more cruel. Sigh, now that I'm in such a situation, I don't know whether I want him to come or not, Wan Yanhan sighed. He thought back to when he came up first to understand the situation first. After Wan Yanling came, he could take good care of him. In the current situation, he couldn't even take care of himself, let alone take care of Wan Yanling. He might even drag Wan Yanling down. Bailey Hongzhuang and Yi Haomiao felt a little helpless when they saw Wan Yanhan's appearance. Even if they tried to comfort him, it wouldn't be of much use. Senior brother, let me join your force as well. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly said. Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao were both startled when they heard this. They obviously didn't understand why Bailey Hongzhuang would suddenly choose to join them at this moment. Little junior sister, didn't you always say that you didn't want to join? Wan Yanhan asked. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, now we're already grasshoppers on the same rope. Since you're all part of the same force, I might as well join. Anyway, even if I don't join, the D family won't let me off when they find me. The three of us can at least take care of each other. Since Di Wentao could directly find her today, the people behind him could naturally find her as well. Since he didn't plan to hide, he might as well wait for them to come. Moreover, she had her own reasons for this matter. That's true. It's indeed more dangerous for Miss Bailey to be alone outside. Why don't you join us? At least we can take care of each other. Yi Haomiao nodded. If he hadn't coincidentally heard this news today, the outcome would have been different if he had arrived late. The news of Wang Yanhan destroying Di Wentao's Dantian quickly spread throughout Rongan City. The Raging Flame sect that they belonged to was a very famous force in Rongan City. Di Wentao had stayed in Rongan City for so many years, so many cultivators knew him. Everyone had heard about the conflict between the two of them, but no one expected Wang Yanhan, who had always been suppressed, to do such a shocking thing today. The cultivators of the Raging Flame sect were all dumbfounded when they heard about this. No one dared to believe it at first. However, after seeing Yan Xiangming and the other two's dejected expressions, everyone began to believe it. In an instant, the Raging Flame sect was in an uproar. Wang Yanhan is really crazy now. He actually dared to destroy Di Wentao's Dantian. Di Wentao is now a cripple. I wonder if Wang Yanhan has already escaped. Now that the matter has become so big, it would be troublesome if he didn't escape. Aren't you talking nonsense? He must have already escaped. Otherwise, would he stay here and wait for death? However, just as everyone was certain that Wang Yanhan couldn't have returned, their gazes suddenly froze, and they looked as if they had seen a ghost. This was because in their line of sight, wasn't Wang Yanhan among the three people who were walking over? Am I seeing things? A cultivator couldn't help but rub his eyes. Wang Yanhan actually dares to return now. Isn't he afraid of Di Wentao's revenge? The girl beside him should be the junior sister he mentioned, right? I didn't expect her to be so young. I heard that this junior sister isn't easy to deal with. Her combat power is very strong. Even Qianming was defeated by her and his cultivation was destroyed by her. Now I feel that the cultivators in the lower realm are actually quite powerful. Someone sighed with emotion, and then everyone couldn't help but nod their heads. Although Wang Yanhan and the others didn't have any background, they had to admit that they were quite powerful. At least, among the newcomers of the Raging Flame sect, their strength was extremely outstanding. Bailey Hongzhuang walked through the Raging Flame school and saw that everyone was wearing the same clothes. The red and white clothes were very bright, and the symbol of the Raging Flames was tattooed on their chests. Along the way, she realized that almost everyone's eyes were on them. She immediately understood. It seemed that the news of what they had done had spread very quickly. It had already spread throughout the entire Blazing Flame school. Little junior sister, I will bring you to see the steward. I believe that with your strength, the steward will definitely agree to accept you. Wang Yanhan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and said confidently. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was not so optimistic. That might have been the case in the past, but now that the news has spread throughout the Blazing Flame sect, I'm sure the steward already knows about it. Under such circumstances, the possibility of him being willing to accept me is not very high. Hearing this, Wang Yanhan couldn't help but frown. In that case, there was indeed such a possibility. Let's think about how we're going to face the manager first. Yihaomiao was a little helpless. They didn't know if the steward would blame them for causing such a mess. If the steward wanted to chase them away because he didn't want to take responsibility, that would be really troublesome. Then, they could only leave this place. I don't think Steward Wu is that kind of person. Wang Yanhan's eyes flickered with thought. The Steward Wu he knew wasn't that kind of person. If Steward Wu really cared about his background, he wouldn't have appointed him as the leader. He wouldn't have had the chance to surpass Di Wentao in the Blazing sect. I hope that's the case. Yi Haomiao frowned. His mind was in a mess. He couldn't think of a good idea. Senior brother, go in and take a look. I'll wait outside. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were clear and her expression was calm. She naturally had to wait for Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao to deal with their own matters before deciding whether or not she should join the Blazing sect. If the Blazing sect chased Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao away over such a small matter, then there was naturally no need for her to stay. Junior sister, wait for me here. We'll go in first. All right. Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao entered the room. Bailey Hongzhuang stood outside, looking at the scene of the Raging Flames door. The Blazing sect covered a large area. When news of Wang Yanhan's return spread, many cultivators came to watch the show. However, Bailey Hongzhuang also saw Yan Xiangming and the other two who had left earlier. The three of them were looking at her with extremely gloomy gazes. Clearly, although the previous battle didn't cause them any harm, they had lost all their dignity. They were probably hoping that Steward Wu would blame them so that they could vent their anger. Standing in the crowd, Yan Xiangming and the other two also felt Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze. Suddenly, their gloomy eyes became somewhat gloating. Although they had lost their dignity, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two could very well lose their lives because of this. Let's see how Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao can still be so arrogant now. Steward Wu definitely won't sit by and do nothing after hearing this news, Yan Xiangming said viciously. Today, they really tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Originally, they wanted to kill Bailey Hongzhuang to properly warn Wang Yanhan. They didn't expect that it would instead agitate him and make him do such an outrageous thing. This woman isn't a good person either. If it wasn't for her, Wang Yanhan wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. But if we just leave Di Wentao and the others there, I'm afraid Di Wentao will bear a grudge against us. Another cultivator frowned. They didn't intend to leave Di Wentao there, but at that time, they had no choice. They were worried that if they continued to stay, they would end up like Di Wentao, so they could only leave in a hurry. I don't know. Why don't we take this opportunity to go back and take a look? If they are still there, we can settle them down. Maybe this way, Wentao won't blame us. The three of them exchanged glances as they tried to come up with a solution. They had been following Di Wentao all this time and had received a lot of benefits from Di Wentao. At the same time, they were even more aware that Di Wentao's background was not something they could afford to offend. Although it was inevitable that Di Wentao would bear a grudge for what happened just now, there was still a chance to make up for it now. Thinking of this, the three of them immediately disappeared into the crowd. What's the point of going back to look for Di Wentao and the rest now? I'm sure Di Wentao already hates them. Xiaobai chuckled, her eyes filled with mockery. That's right. Di Wentao is clearly a petty person. The feeling of being abandoned by his peers is not much better than being defeated by us. Xiao He shrugged. It definitely did not feel good to be betrayed by someone you trusted. However, from their actions, it can be seen that Di Wentao's authority is deeply rooted in their hearts. They fear Di Wentao from the bottom of their hearts. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered and said, looks like Di Wentao's background is really not to be underestimated. Master, if that's the case, will Steward Wu chase Wang Yanhan and Lin Haoming out of the door? Baisher could not help but ask. Now, Wang Yanhan had made up his mind to stay here and face all the trouble he had caused. However, if the Blazing Flame sect wanted to chase him out, then, probably not. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said, if Steward Wu is someone who values background, he would not have given the position of leader to senior brother Wang Yan. Senior brother Wang Yan himself said that he does not think Steward Wu is such a person. I believe senior brother's judgment is very accurate. When Wang Yanhan and Lin Haoming entered the room, they realized that Steward Wu's brows were tightly furrowed. His expression was solemn and he looked at them with a very complicated gaze. I already know what happened. What do you have to say? Steward Wu's right hand tapped rhythmically on the table. His gaze was fixed on Wang Yanhan and Lin Haoming. His expression was unfathomable and no one could see through him. Hearing Steward Wu's words, Wang Yanhan and Lin Haoming fell silent for a moment before speaking. Steward Wu, today's matter. Just as Wang Yanhan was thinking about how to bring up the matter, Steward Wu spoke. I was very surprised when I heard the news today. I didn't think that you would actually do such a thing. Hearing this, Wang Yanhan and Yi Haoming's hearts thumped. It seemed that Manager Wu was also very angry about this matter, which was why he said such words. Steward Wu, if this matter brings trouble to you, we can leave. Wang Yanhan slowly spoke. His expression was somewhat gloomy. He had thought that things wouldn't be that bad, but he hadn't expected that things would end up like this. As such, they had no choice but to leave this place and join other forces. However, after hearing Wang Yanhan's words, Manager Wu's frown deepened. He said, when did I say I wanted to chase you all away? Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao, who had already determined the result, couldn't help but raise their heads when they heard this. They looked at Steward Wu with astonishment in their eyes. Manager Wu continued, what you've done today has indeed exceeded my expectations. However, I also know that Di Wentao has always been looking for trouble with you. It's only because you've tolerated him that you've been able to live peacefully until now. Although I don't know what happened today that led to such an outcome, I believe that you were forced to do so. Steward Wu, you mean you won't chase us away? Yi Hamiao asked in surprise and joy. When did I say I wanted to chase you away? Steward Wu said. Then Steward Wu, what did you mean earlier? I just feel that the trouble you've caused is rather troublesome. It won't be easy to deal with it, Steward Wu sighed. Manager Wu sighed. His expression was complicated. When he found out about this, he knew that this matter would be extremely difficult to handle. He had promoted Wang Yanhan to captain because he admired him. Although Wang Yanhan had come from a lower world, his talent and ability were indeed outstanding. He had high hopes for him. However, he also knew that his actions had completely angered Di Wentao, which was why Di Wentao had been targeting Wang Yanhan all this time, causing this matter to happen. At the end of the day, he was partly responsible for this matter as well. You need to think this through. If you leave now, it won't be so easy for Di Wentao to find you. However, if you continue to stay here, I can only guarantee that they won't be able to enter the Scorching Flame School to make trouble for you. Once you leave, you won't be able to avoid the trouble, Steward Wu said slowly. Hearing Steward Wu's words, Wang Yanhan and Yi Hamiao clearly felt that Steward Wu was on their side. Joy immediately surged in their hearts. The situation was much better than what they had imagined. Thank you, Steward Wu, the two of them smiled. You need to think this through. If you continue to stay here, you'll have to face them sooner or later. With your current strength, it won't be enough, Steward Wu reminded them again. Steward Wu, I've already thought it through. I won't run. Since I'm the one who caused this, I'm prepared to bear the consequences. Wang Yanhan's expression was resolute and persistent. He understood that leaving now was the best option, but he was unwilling to continue like this. Steward Wu smiled when he saw how determined Wang Yanhan was. He stood up and patted Wang Yanhan's shoulder. He smiled, good kid, I really didn't misjudge you. Wang Yanhan looked at Steward Wu in surprise. He knew that Steward Wu had always admired him, but he didn't expect that after he caused such trouble, Steward Wu could still maintain such an attitude. As cultivators, and with your youthful vigor, it's only to be expected that you would stir up some trouble. If he continued to restrain himself, then he would be lacking the vigor of a young man. Don't worry. Even if the D family comes looking for you, as long as you are still a cultivator of the Fiery Flame sect, I can guarantee that they will not dare to attack you on our territory. Steward Wu's eyes were bright and solemn, but his expression was extremely firm. It was obvious that he had already made up his mind. Wang Yanhan and Yi Hamiao stared blankly at Manager Wu. They never thought that Manager Wu would actually protect them like this. Immediately, a trace of gratitude rose in their hearts. Thank you, Steward Wu. There's no need to be courteous. You two little brats better behave yourselves and stay in the sect to cultivate. Before you have enough strength, it's best not to go out rashly to avoid getting into trouble. Yes. Wang Yanhan and Yi Hamiao could not help but chuckle when they saw Manager Wu sigh helplessly. What happened this time should not have happened. They really did not think that Manager Wu, who usually seemed very stern, would actually be so kind-hearted. It was evident that he had left them alone to protect them. How would they report this to their superiors was also a troublesome matter. Even so, Manager Wu was still determined to protect them. How could they not be moved? Ever since they came to the upper realm, they had endured all sorts of mockery and disdain. It was rare for them to feel such warmth. However, just as Manager Wu finished speaking, he realized that Wang Yanhan and Yi Hamiao were still standing where they were. They had no intention of leaving. He could not help but frown and ask, is there something else? Wang Yanhan nodded and clasped his hands together. Manager Wu, we do have a request. What is it? My junior sister also comes from the lower realm. We've only met recently, and I want to recommend her to the Blazing Flame School. I wonder if you can accept her if she has no business with us? Hearing that, Manager Wu could not help but chuckle. You're already in a terrible fix yourself, yet you're still in the mood to worry about someone else? It's none of our business. Actually, my junior sister joined us today. She's now on the same boat as us. Wang Yanhan felt rather helpless. Her expression was filled with guilt. At the end of the day, I'm the one who dragged him down today. Manager Wu's eyes flickered with a complicated light as he said, the person behind Di Wentao is also not an incompetent person. You all have caused such a commotion today, it is already not easy for me to protect you all. If I were to recruit the person with the lowest Di Wentao, then wouldn't I be standing against him? Listening to Manager Wu's words, Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao looked at each other. Their expressions were rather complicated as well. They understood that this matter had indeed made things difficult for Manager Wu. However, under the current circumstances, they could not leave Bailey Hongzhuang alone outside. Immediately, they fell into a helpless silence. Steward Wu, Miss Bailey is actually very powerful. You won't be disappointed if you recruit her. Yi Haomiao looked at Wu Guanchi. He knew very well that if Bailey Hongzhuang hadn't been involved in today's trouble, Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely have been welcomed to join the blazing sect. But if I want to recruit him, unless he has enough value to offset this trouble, I won't do this kind of unprofitable business. The two of you are disciples of the House of Raging Flames. It's only right that we protect you, but he isn't. Steward Wu's expression was cold. As one of the stewards of the Blazing Flames school, he naturally didn't act based on sympathy alone. Although he understood Wang Yanhan and Wang Yanyu's thoughts at this moment, if the other party didn't have enough value, he wouldn't recruit them. After all, provoking such a troublemaker was not beneficial to the House of Raging Flames. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Steward Wu said. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang's figure appeared in their line of sight. Junior sister? Wang Yanhan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise. He didn't think that Bailey Hongzhuang would actually come in by herself. Steward Wu, I know that if you tell me to recruit you into the Raging Flame School now, it will attract criticism. However, I hope that you can give me some time. After I finish speaking, if you still don't agree, I will leave. How about it? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a smile as elegant as a lotus, her eyes sparkling as bright as stars. Wu Wenfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him and his expression changed slightly. Although this girl was young, she exuded confidence from head to toe. This kind of confidence wasn't showing off. On the contrary, it was confidence that was full of confidence. Even though it was only a glance, Wu Wenfeng was certain that this girl in front of him had some ability. At the same time, it also aroused his interest. All right, I will give you some time. Wu Wenfeng sat down and his right hand tapped rhythmically on the table again. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with interest. He wanted to know what this young girl wanted to say to him. Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao's gaze also fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Originally, they were also thinking about how to make Steward Wu agree to recruit Bailey Hongzhuang. However, it seemed to be very difficult. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang was personally involved, they could only hope to achieve a certain effect. Steward Wu, although Di Wentao has a certain background, he is now a cripple. He is no longer of any value to his family. What we need to endure is their anger. As long as we let them understand that we are not people who can be easily dealt with, I believe that they will not continue to waste time on us. Since you have no intention of chasing senior brother Wang Yan and the others away, this proves that you are prepared to endure a certain degree of their anger. It's just that my participation will make their anger even more exuberant, but that's only to a limited extent. Comparatively speaking, recruiting an inscription master is also a good deal. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Wu Wenfeng and spoke her thoughts. If it was any other day, she would definitely reveal her identity as an alchemist. However, since everyone already knew that she was an inscription master, she might as well just face everyone with this identity. You are an inscription master? Wu Wenfeng raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise between his brows. He had heard that the conflict between Wang Yanhan and Di Wentao was related to inscriptions, but he didn't know much about the specific situation. In fact, he had just returned today. However, he really didn't expect that this young woman before him would actually be an inscription master. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. That's right. Our Raging Flame School also has inscription apprentices. You should know that ordinary inscription apprentices aren't worth the risk. Wu Wenfeng's expression was solemn and his voice was cold. There was obviously a big gap between an inscription apprentice and a real inscription master. There were quite a number of inscription apprentices, but in order to become a true inscription master, one had to put in a lot of effort. I am an inscription master. Bailey Hongzhuang spoke again. Wu Wenfeng was slightly stunned when he heard what Bailey Hongzhuang said, and a trace of puzzlement flashed within his eyes. But he quickly came to an understanding and said, "You mean you're not an inscription apprentice?" "Steward Wu, my junior sister's inscription technique is actually very powerful. My inscription was drawn by her." Wan Yanhan stood up and added. He understood that Steward Wu was their only chance. If Steward Wu didn't agree, it would be impossible for junior sister to stay. "The inscription on your weapon?" Wu Wenfeng raised his eyebrows. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He took the weapon from Wan Yanhan's hand. As expected, there was an ice blue inscription on it. He understood that with Wan Yanhan's current wealth, it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain a suitable inscription pattern. He originally wanted to help Wan Yanhan when he returned, but he heard that Wan Yanhan had already obtained an inscription pattern. However, he didn't expect the inscription to be drawn by such a young lady. Wu Wenfeng immediately felt that he had smashed Wan Yanhan's weapon. Although this weapon could only be considered ordinary in the upper realm, it could still accompany Wan Yanhan for a period of time as long as it was inscribed. On the contrary, if the inscription wasn't good, it would be useless. Normally, he wouldn't care about the inscription. However, he heard that Wan Yanhan had easily defeated Di Wentao with the help of this inscription. It could be seen that this inscription was indeed good. Thinking of this, Wu Wenfeng channeled his origin energy into the weapon. Suddenly, he realized that the origin energy didn't feel any hindrance at all. His eyes lit up. Although he wasn't an inscription master, with his identity, he often came into contact with inscriptions. Hence, he could tell whether the inscription was good or bad by just sensing it. "You drew this inscription?" Wu Wenfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. His eyes were filled with surprise and suspicion. According to his understanding, this inscription wasn't bad. Even in the entire Rongan city, there were very few inscription masters who could draw such an inscription. Under such circumstances, he couldn't help but suspect that Wan Yanhan and the other two teamed up to deceive him. After all, as long as he recruited Bailey Hongzhuang, he naturally couldn't just kick her out. "That's right." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. "If Steward Wu doesn't believe me, I can draw an inscription pattern in front of you. You can also take the inscription pattern to be appraised before making a decision." Bailey Hongzhuang was very intelligent. Just from Wu Wenfeng's gaze, she could tell that the other party was definitely suspicious of her. Since that was the case, she might as well say it openly. After all, she had enough confidence to begin with. "All right, we'll do as you say," Wu Wenfeng said. If Bailey Hongzhuang was really an outstanding inscriptionist, then recruiting her would definitely bring glory to the Blazing Sect. At their level, the effects of inscriptions were extremely important. For cultivators of the same level, this inscription could be said to be the key to victory during a battle. Just like before, Wan Yanhan could only fight Di Wentao to a draw. But after he obtained the inscription pattern, he could easily defeat Di Wentao. It could be seen how important inscription patterns were. Wan Yanhan and Di Haomiao couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang worriedly. According to their understanding, this inscription pattern couldn't be successfully drawn every time. Moreover, the inscription pattern drawn by Bailey Hongzhuang was probably not of a low level. Naturally, the failure rate would be higher. Noticing their complicated expressions, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and shook her head, indicating that they did not need to worry. There was a certain failure rate when drawing the inscription pattern. The better the inscription pattern, the higher the failure rate. However, she had spent a lot of time drawing the inscription pattern recently, so she had a certain amount of confidence. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang took out the items needed to draw the inscription pattern. Wu Wenfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's methodical actions and believed her a little. After all, from the beginning to the end, Bailey Hongzhuang was extremely calm and did not seem to be flustered at all. He did not believe that such a young cultivator could pretend to be so perfect. There was only one explanation, and that was that she really had the ability. Thinking of this, Wu Wenfeng also admired Bailey Hongzhuang's inscription pattern. After Bailey Hongzhuang finished her preparations, she began to draw the inscription pattern. However, this time, the inscription pattern she drew was of a different attribute. This inscription pattern was of the fire attribute. The fiery red pigment looked warm and bright. As Bailey Hongzhuang drew, it flashed with a bright light. Bailey Hongzhuang was fully focused on the inscription paper in front of her. She held the inscription pen in one hand. Her movements were not light nor heavy, and she was extremely precise. The complicated totem gradually took shape under her pen. Just by looking at it, everyone could not help but feel nervous. In the process of drawing the inscription pattern, as long as there was a slight mistake, the inscription pattern would be completely ruined. Every stroke of the inscription pattern had to be extremely smooth. Only then, after the inscription pattern, the weapon's elemental energy would not have a feeling of obstruction. Not only that, the inscription pattern could not be stopped. This meant that the cultivator had to remember the entire pattern in their heart at the moment of drawing. Otherwise, if there was a pause, the inscription pattern would fail. Although they were not inscription masters, they still had some understanding of the basic situation of the inscription pattern. Every inscription master had slowly matured under countless failures. At this moment, when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang draw the inscription smoothly, they only felt that it was pleasing to the eye and did not feel the difficulty. However, the smoother Bailey Hongzhuang's performance, the more they understood how solid Bailey Hongzhuang's foundation was. If she did not try countless times, she would definitely not be able to do this. Wu Wenfeng's gaze gradually changed. He secretly confirmed that this Bailey Hongzhuang indeed had some skills. He had seen an inscription master draw an inscription pattern before. At that time, the situation was also like what was in front of him. Although he did not know what level this inscription pattern was, from the complexity of the inscription pattern, he thought that this inscription pattern would not be an ordinary one. As Bailey Hongzhuang stopped drawing, Wan Yanhan and the rest noticed that the inscription pattern flashed with a fiery red light. The entire inscription pattern suddenly flickered for a moment. This meant that the inscription pattern was successfully drawn and it was not a failure. Looking at the fiery red inscription pattern in front of her, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up into a satisfied arc. Following that, she kept the other items and handed this inscription pattern to Wu Wenfeng. "Manager Wu, this is the inscription pattern that I drew. You can take it to appraise." Her pitch-black phoenix eyes flashed with confidence. She was never arrogant and conceited, but she also did not belittle herself. Wu Wenfeng took the inscription and glanced at it. He already had a judgment in his heart. It seemed that this inscription was most likely not bad. He didn't expect the young Bailey Hongzhuang to be such a talented inscription master. "I will take this inscription to be appraised. I'm not an inscription master, so I can't give you a definite answer now." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Her expression was still indifferent. "I'll wait for Steward Wu's response. Of course, it's fine if you choose to reject. I believe that there are many forces in the upper realm who are willing to recruit me." Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao were stunned when they heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. They didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to say such a thing at this moment. They immediately looked at Wu Wenfeng. They were relieved when they saw that Wu Wenfeng wasn't unhappy about this. Wu Wenfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him, only to see Bailey Hongzhuang looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Her eyes were filled with confidence and certainty. That kind of confidence came from her bones. She wasn't conceited, but she was so confident that it was eye-catching. "You're very good." Wu Wenfeng chuckled. "I've always admired confident young people." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. The confident radiance on her pretty face made her not-so-beautiful face even more beautiful. It actually produced an indescribable charm. "Wan Yanhan, take Miss Bailey to rest in the blazing flame sect first. Wait for my answer." Wu Wenfeng turned his gaze and looked at Wan Yanhan, who was sitting opposite him. Wan Yanhan immediately stood up and cupped his hands. "Yes." As Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two walked out of the house, they noticed that not far away, there were cultivators surrounding them. It seems that everyone is very concerned about this matter. Yi Haomiao couldn't help but sigh. "I think many people think that we'll be chased out." Wan Yanhan shook his head helplessly. After such a thing happened, he was now much more indifferent to these kinds of situations. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. "However, they will soon be disappointed. Little junior sister, are you really that confident that Steward Wu will definitely let you stay?" Wang Yanhan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang worriedly. They had a safe haven in the Raging Flame sect, but it was too dangerous for Bailey Hongzhuang to be alone. He had to find Bailey Hongzhuang a backer. Noticing the worry on Wang Yanhan's face, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I have confidence. Moreover, if Steward Wu really doesn't agree, then I'll just join another faction. There's no need to worry about me." Wang Yanhan, I feel that your worries are unnecessary. Miss Bailey is so outstanding, I believe that Steward Wu will not miss such a talent. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two left, Wu Wenfeng didn't stay in the house for long and immediately left the Raging Flame sect. He didn't know anything about inscription techniques. If he wanted to know what inscription patterns were like, then he had to find an inscription master. There was only one outstanding inscription master in Rong'an City, and his appraisal results were the most accurate. When Wu Wenfeng arrived at Master Cheng's residence, he realized that there were many people queuing to meet him. Fortunately, with the Raging Flame sect's reputation, he was able to meet Master Cheng successfully. Master Cheng. Wu Wenfeng was very respectful when he saw Cheng Zonghao. Although the Raging Flame sect was a powerful force in Rong'an City, they still had to be courteous to an inscription master. Cheng Zonghao was a popular person in Rong'an City. Many cultivators wanted to get his inscriptions. However, he had a strange personality. It wasn't an easy task to get an inscription from him. The Raging Flame sect had a certain degree of cooperation with Cheng Zonghao. However, even if they paid a generous price, they still had to look at Cheng Zonghao's face. Regarding this, he also felt very helpless. If possible, he really did not want to deal with Master Cheng. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's performance today was indeed outstanding. If the inscription drawn by Bailey Hongzhuang was really good, he would not have to beg Master Cheng for help in the future. For this possibility, he was willing to trouble him. However, before Wu Wenfeng could speak, Cheng Zonghao spoke first. "Steward Wu, if you're here to ask for an inscription, I'm very busy recently and don't have the time. I'm sorry to disappoint you." Cheng Zonghao's cold words were obviously not giving him any face. Wu Wenfeng's heart turned cold, but he still had to put on a smile on his face. "Master Cheng, I'm not here for this." Hearing this, Cheng Zonghao was slightly taken aback. Then, he showed interest on his face. "Not for this? Then why? Are you here today?" "Master Cheng, I have an inscription in my hand, but I don't know what level it is. I hope you can help me determine it." As he spoke, Wu Wenfeng took out the inscription. However, Cheng Zonghao did not even look at it. He said directly, "I have to make you come here personally. The Raging Flame sect is really using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Lu Jin, bring Steward Wu to appraise the level of this inscription." Immediately, a maid in a green gauze dress walked over. "Yes." Seeing this, Wu Wenfeng could not help but frown. "Master Cheng, can't you take a look for me? Just leave the appraisal to the appraisal machine. Don't worry, the results will definitely be accurate." "I'm very busy and have a lot of things to do," Cheng Zonghao said. Wu Wenfeng still wanted to say something, but he saw that Cheng Zonghao had already walked back into the house. It was obvious that he was too lazy to talk to him. Damn it. Wu Wenfeng's eyes turned gloomy. Even though Cheng Zonghao's inscription technique wasn't bad, he was too arrogant and Wu Wenfeng hated him. "Do you really think you're so great? How dare you be so arrogant? Damn it." Even though he was extremely angry in his heart, Wu Wenfeng still had no choice but to follow Lu Jin to go through the appraisal instrument to appraise this inscription pattern. "Steward Wu, as long as you put the inscription pattern into the appraisal device, you will know the result after a short while," Lu Jin said politely. Wu Wenfeng nodded, but the unhappiness between his brows did not dissipate. "Okay." Not long after Lu Jin put this inscription pattern into the appraisal device suddenly burst out with a burst of bright light. Just when Wu Wenfeng did not understand what this meant, he noticed that Lu Jin's face was filled with astonishment. It was obvious that she saw something unbelievable. "Lu Jin, is there a problem?" Wu Wenfeng asked. "Steward Wu, this inscription pattern." "Lu Jin, just now, the appraisal instrument," the person quickly spoke. Looking carefully, wasn't it Cheng Zonghao who just entered the room? Master Cheng, I was just about to report this to you. Lu Jin respectfully said. Cheng Zonghao glanced at Lu Jin and shifted his gaze to the appraisal instrument. Then, he took out the inscription pattern from the appraisal instrument and looked at it. His eyes flashed with a trace of amazement. Wu Wenfeng stood at the side and looked at Cheng Zonghao, whose expression changed greatly. His heart was full of doubts as he didn't understand what was going on. However, he wasn't a stupid person. He was shocked and guessed that this inscription pattern was indeed very outstanding. Otherwise, the always arrogant Cheng Zonghao wouldn't reveal such an expression. After Cheng Zonghao carefully looked at the inscription pattern in his hand, he looked at Wu Wenfeng. However, his attitude was much better than before. Manager Wu, you brought this inscription pattern? Wu Wenfeng nodded, that's right. I wonder who made this inscription pattern? Cheng Zonghao looked at Wu Wenfeng expectantly, but his heart was extremely shocked. He didn't expect to see such an outstanding inscription pattern. It really made him amazed. Noticing the change in Cheng Zonghao's expression, Wu Wenfeng's attitude was a bit cold. He clearly remembered this guy's attitude towards him before. He was also a person with a temper. Naturally, he wouldn't always give in to Cheng Zonghao. Therefore, Wu Wenfeng didn't immediately answer Cheng Zonghao's question. Instead, he asked, Master Cheng, what's so special about this inscription pattern? Cheng Zonghao naturally noticed Wu Wenfeng's attitude. However, at this moment, he didn't have the mood to pay attention to it. This inscription pattern is drawn very well. It has reached the level of a master. When these words came out, Wu Wenfeng couldn't help but be stunned. His eyes flashed with a strong sense of astonishment, but he immediately covered it up. Fortunately, he covered it up very quickly and didn't let Cheng Zonghao discover any clues. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, the shock in his heart still couldn't dissipate. Even if Bailey Hongshuang drew an inscription pattern in front of him, he only thought that her inscription pattern technique was quite good. He didn't think that her inscription pattern had reached the level of a master. With Bailey Hongshuang's age, this kind of result was really too scary. At this moment, he finally understood why Bailey Hongshuang was so confident. With such an identity, Bailey Hongshuang was not afraid of not having a place to go in the upper realm. Not only were they not afraid of having nowhere to go, they were probably trying their best to recruit them. If it wasn't for Wan Yanhan, Bailey Hongshuang probably wouldn't have joined the House of Raging Flames. Now, Bailey Hongshuang had taken the initiative to ask to join, but he hadn't agreed yet. Wu Wenfeng's heart tightened. He hated that he could not immediately go back and recruit Bailey Hongshuang into the House of Raging Flames. As long as the recruitment was successful, he would have made a great contribution. At least, with Bailey Hongshuang around, they wouldn't need to beg Cheng Zonghao for inscriptions in the future. This kind of feeling was extremely unpleasant. As a member of the House of Raging Flames, it would undoubtedly be more convenient to ask Bailey Hongshuang for help in drawing inscriptions. However, even though Wu Wenfeng's heart was set on returning home, he could only continue to pretend in front of Cheng Zonghao. However, Cheng Zonghao's next words shocked him once again. The most important thing isn't the level of this inscription pattern, but that the drawing of this inscription pattern has almost reached perfection. Cheng Zonghao looked at the inscription pattern in his hand and couldn't hide the astonishment in his eyes. Perfection? Wu Wenfeng looked at Cheng Zonghao doubtfully, not quite understanding what he meant. He had some understanding of inscriptions, but he had never heard of anyone talking about them. Cheng Zonghao nodded slightly, that's right, it's the perfection level. You're not an inscription master, so you might not know much about this. Actually, there will be a certain difference between inscription patterns of the same level. The more perfect the inscription pattern is drawn, the greater the effect of the inscription pattern, and the smoother the elemental energy circulation will be. However, all this while, we can only make it as close to perfection as possible, but to be able to achieve perfection, we have never seen it before. But, this inscription pattern is actually able to achieve this. Cheng Zonghao's eyes shone brightly, and even revealed a hint of crazed passion. According to what I know, there was someone who was able to draw this inscription pattern a few hundred years ago. But after that, this method gradually disappeared. Until now, although we have tried our best to achieve this, we are still unable to achieve it. Manager Wu, Where did you get this inscription pattern from? I believe that the person who drew this inscription pattern must be an incredible inscription master. If I can find him, I have many questions to ask him. Wu Wenfeng looked at Qing Zhonghao's agitated and anxious look, and he was stunned. God, what did he just hear? Such a young Bailey Hongzhuang actually drew an inscription pattern that even Qing Zhonghao couldn't draw. This feeling was as if he was knocked unconscious by a stone. He only felt that his brain couldn't react in time. After Qing Zhonghao finished speaking, he looked at Wu Wenfeng, only to realize that Wu Wenfeng was still in a daze, as if he didn't hear what he said at all. Manager Wu? Qing Zhonghao couldn't help but remind him. Wu Wenfeng only regained his senses when he heard this, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. From Qing Zhonghao's expression, he could tell how persistent he was about this inscription pattern. If Qing Zhonghao knew that this inscription pattern was drawn by Bailey Hongzhuang, he almost didn't need to think about it to know that he would definitely try to poach Bailey Hongzhuang. No, definitely not, he knew Qing Zhonghao's character very well. If Bailey Hongzhuang followed Qing Zhonghao, even if the D family came to find trouble, it would definitely be useless. However, in this way, the Raging Flame sect would lose a great talent. Such a young inscription master, who was even better than Qing Zhonghao, had unlimited potential. Master Qing, I got this inscription by accident. I don't know who the owner is, Wu Wenfeng said. Hearing this, Qing Zhonghao looked at Wu Wenfeng with a tone full of doubt. He was not a stupid person. Just from Wu Wenfeng's attitude just now, he could tell that there was something wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pondered for so long. Although he was shocked and came to this conclusion, Qing Zhonghao didn't expose him. Instead, he smiled and said, by chance? Where did you get it from? Qing Zhonghao did not find this situation strange. After all, the Raging Flame sect was also a large force. If they could recruit this inscription master, it would solve a huge problem for them. If it was any other time, he would have stopped asking, but this discovery was too important to him, so he could only thicken his skin and continue asking. As long as he knew where the inscription master appeared, he believed that with his methods, he would be able to find the inscription master. After seeing Qing Zhonghao's attitude, Wu Wenfeng knew that Qing Zhonghao would not give up until he knew everything. However, he was also firm in his decision to not say anything. I accidentally saw it in the market. At that time, the person who introduced it said that this inscription pattern was of a very high level. When I saw it, I also felt that it was very good. After thinking about it, I still bought it. However, I am after all a layman, so I came here to ask you to help me appraise it. After saying that, Wu Wenfeng's gaze was still on Qing Zhonghao. He did not know if the lie he made up at the last minute could convince the other party. I see. Qing Zhonghao nodded his head. Steward Wu, your luck is really extraordinary. It's definitely rare to see such a treasure. Yes. Wu Wenfeng smiled, Master Qing, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Wait. Master Qing, is there anything else? Steward Wu, I have a presumptuous request. Qing Zhonghao pondered and said. Wu Wenfeng's expression changed slightly. He vaguely guessed it in his heart. However, he pretended that he did not know anything and said, Master Qing, if you have something to say, just say it. I wonder if you can give this inscription pattern to me. Qing Zhonghao said while looking at Wu Wenfeng's expression. Without waiting for a reply, he immediately added, I can use 3 inscriptions of the same level to exchange for it. For this inscription pattern to be able to reach such a level, it has too much research value to me. I hope that Steward Wu can part with it. Hearing this, Wu Wenfeng was surprised. He knew that it was extremely difficult to get an inscription pattern from Qing Zhonghao, but now Qing Zhonghao was willing to take out 3 inscription patterns to exchange for one. It could be seen how much he valued this inscription pattern. If it was any other time, he would definitely agree without the slightest hesitation. But now, he couldn't agree. Since only Bailey Hongzhuang could create such an inscription, it was naturally best for the Raging Flame School. With this, the Raging Flame School would be able to rebuild their reputation. Thinking about this, Wu Wenfeng's face was filled with guilt. Master Qing, it's not that I don't want to agree, but this inscription is so outstanding. I think I need to hand it over to the sect leader for him to decide. I'm really sorry. Qing Qing Zonghao frowned. 5 inscriptions. Master Qing, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. The more he talked with Qing Zonghao, the more pressure Wu Wenfeng felt. If this continued, he wouldn't know how to cover up his lie. In the next second, without waiting for Qing Zonghao to continue speaking, Wu Wenfeng had already left quickly. Qing Zonghao looked at Wu Wenfeng's back that was almost running away. He frowned and fell into deep thought. However, he did not chase after him. Immediately after, Wu Wenfeng quickly walked towards the Blazing Flame School. He had to grab this opportunity to recruit Bailey Hongzhuang into the Blazing Flame School. At this moment, he even regretted not agreeing immediately. He really didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to have such shocking attainments in inscription patterns. He was really grateful to Wan Yanhan. If it wasn't for him, Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't even have the thought of joining the Blazing Flame School. With such a talent, who knows how many forces would be willing to extend an olive branch to her. Now that she had taken the initiative to join them, he was actually still considering. Thinking of this, Wu Wenfeng's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Luckily, he immediately came over to check and didn't say anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any chance to redeem himself. Master Qing, I feel that Steward Wu isn't telling the truth. Lu Jin looked at Qing Zonghao, who was deep in thought, and whispered her thoughts. Qing Zonghao chuckled. He found such a talent, so he naturally wouldn't be willing to tell the truth. If we were to poach her, who knows how much regret he would have. Send someone to follow him and find out where he went and who he was in contact with. You must report to me immediately. Yes. Qing Zonghao narrowed his eyes. I'm afraid such a powerful inscription master isn't an ordinary person. But why haven't I heard of him before? This was what he couldn't understand the most. With the other party's inscription technique, he must be an extremely famous person. But why hadn't he heard of such a person before? Unless he's from a large force. But if that's the case, neither I nor the Blazing Flame School can successfully recruit him. Why is Wu Wenfeng being so secretive? Qing Zonghao fiddled with his fingers. His eyes were covered with a layer of mist, making it hard for others to understand. Bailey Hongzhuang followed Wan Yanhan and Lu Jin to their residence. With one look, she realized that the environment here was very good. The cultivator's residence was very comfortable and couldn't be picky. Although this place is different from my home, I have to say that living here is very comfortable. The beds and blankets here are all of the best quality. As a disciple of the Raging Flame School, this treatment is well known. Wan Yanhan smiled as he introduced the place to Bailey Hongzhuang. Back then, he had joined the House of Raging Flames because he had heard that the treatment here was good enough for cultivators to develop. Indeed. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. Living here should be very comfortable. It would be best if you could join us. We can temporarily cultivate here in peace and increase our strength. Little junior sister, your cultivation talent is so outstanding. I believe that with these cultivation resources, your progress will be very fast. Don't worry, I will definitely stay here. Bailey Hongzhuang sat down at the side. Sure enough, the bed was very soft and the material was also very good. Miss Bailey, seeing how confident you are, I don't think there's any need to worry. Yi Haomiao poured himself a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. His face revealed a relaxed expression. He was originally a little worried, but now that the main character was so confident, he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang must have something she could rely on. So many things had happened today. Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao both felt very tired and very nervous. Although they relaxed a little after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, they were still nervous. They were worried about what decision Steward Wu would make. However, after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's calm appearance, they couldn't help but sigh. Bailey Hongzhuang's mental fortitude was extraordinary. She could still remain so calm after going through so many things. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao stood up almost immediately. Wan Yanhan even opened the door immediately. As expected, Wu Wenfeng's figure appeared in their line of sight. After seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang was still in the room, Wu Wenfeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was still in the room. He could finally put down his worried heart. A glimmer of light flashed across Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. It seemed that her judgment was right. Steward Wu. Wan Yanhan bowed and asked, "May I know if Steward Wu has made a decision?" After speaking, Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao looked at Wu Wenfeng nervously. They only wanted to know what decision Wu Wenfeng would make. If Wu Wenfeng refused, they had already made plans to leave together. No matter what, they couldn't let Bailey Hongzhuang be in danger alone. "I agree," Wu Wenfeng said. Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao were momentarily stunned when they heard Wu Wenfeng's words. Soon after, the two of them revealed joyous smiles. "Really?" Wu Wenfeng nodded affirmatively. "Of course. I knew this guy would definitely agree. No matter which force let go of a talent like master, they would feel heartache." Xiao He jumped up. Her face was full of confidence and pride. In fact, they had never worried about this point. It was just that Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao didn't understand master's strength well enough. That was why they were so worried. That's right. They would be fools if they refused. That's great. Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao also breathed a sigh of relief. They turned around and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise. From now on, they would be martial siblings. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled as well. Whether or not she could stay in the sect of flames was not important to her. However, she felt extremely fortunate to be able to stay with Wan Yanhan and Jian Chen. Because these two people made him feel warm. Wu Wenfeng walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. His usually serious face revealed a smile at this moment, and his aura was no longer as high and mighty as before. "Miss Bailey, I didn't expect your inscription technique to be so outstanding. I was blind before." Wu Wenfeng was also a flexible person. After knowing the true value of Bailey Hongzhuang, he knew what kind of attitude he should use to treat her. If Bailey Hongzhuang didn't join the sect of flames, but as an inscription master, he would have to treat her with respect. This was the difference between them. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. "Steward Wu doesn't understand inscription technique. It's normal that you don't know this." Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao noticed the huge change in Wu Wenfeng's attitude towards Bailey Hongzhuang. They couldn't help but feel astonished. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's extremely calm appearance, they suddenly understood. It seemed that they had underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang. "Wan Yanhan, it seems that Miss Bailey's inscription technique is extraordinary. Steward Wu treats her so differently. It must be because the inscription just now is extraordinary." Yi Haomiao lowered his voice. He had been in the Raging Flames sect for more than a year. Although Steward Wu wasn't a person who liked to put on airs, this was the first time he had seen such an attitude. It was absolutely impossible that there wasn't a problem. Wan Yanhan nodded slightly. "No wonder junior sister has always been so confident. I finally understand. In my opinion, Steward Wu's attitude has changed too much. I'm afraid what Miss Bailey said before was true. She has many places to go in the upper realm. She doesn't have to worry about having nowhere to go." Yi Haomiao's eyes flashed with astonishment. "Inscriptionists are completely different from ordinary cultivators like us. It's already very difficult for us to join the Raging Flame sect. However, inscriptionists are people that any force would take the initiative to recruit. Junior sister chose to join the Raging Flame sect because of us." Wan Yanhan sighed faintly. No wonder Bailey Hongzhuang had been very hesitant when he tried to recruit her. It turned out that this was the problem. "Miss Bailey, I just learned that your inscription technique has reached the level of a master. I wonder if you're joining the Raging Flame sect as a master or a cultivator. Your status is so honorable. Why don't you directly become an inscription master of our Raging Flame sect?" Steward Wu smiled. Status had always had nothing to do with age. Although Bailey Hongzhuang was young, her inscription technique had already reached such a level that it was enough for everyone to call her a master. No matter where she was, she should be respected by everyone. As Steward Wu's voice fell, Yi Haomiao almost choked. Cough, cough, cough. Bailey Hongzhuang and Wu Wenfeng couldn't help but look at Yi Haomiao. However, Yi Haomiao waved his hand, indicating for everyone to ignore him. Steward Wu turned around and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again, waiting for her answer. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Steward Wu. However, I will join as a cultivator." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Her status as an inscriptionist could indeed raise her status, but what she wanted more was to improve her strength. If he joined as an inscription master, his treatment would naturally be better, but if he wanted to cultivate with everyone, it would not be convenient. Moreover, she also didn't wish for there to be such a separation between her and Wang Yanhan. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's answer, Wu Wenfeng couldn't help but be slightly stunned. A trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. He really couldn't imagine that Bailey Hongshuang would make such a decision. Since Miss Bailey is so insistent, I won't say anything more. However, don't worry. Although you will join as a cultivator, we all know your identity. Therefore, you will still enjoy the treatment of a master. Thank you, Steward Wu. Bailey Hongshuang accepted with a smile. Since there were such benefits, she naturally wouldn't reject it. Miss Bailey, you're too polite. It's our honor to be able to invite you back. Don't worry, I'll arrange for your accommodation immediately. I'll also get someone to prepare the things you need. Thank you, Manager Wu. Bailey Hongshuang cupped her hands. I'd like to stay somewhere close to senior brother Wan Yin. No problem. Wu Wenfeng nodded. This was a small matter that could be solved with just a word. Miss Bailey, there's something else I hope you can agree to. Go ahead, Manager Wu. Inscriptions have always been something that cultivators need. However, there's only one inscription master in the entire Rongan city. The inscriptions drawn by normal inscription masters aren't of much help to cultivators in our Raging Flame sect. Your inscription skills have already reached the level of a master. I hope you can help draw some inscriptions from time to time. Of course, that's only when you're free. Furthermore, we'll definitely reward you handsomely. Wu Wenfeng looked at Bailey Hongshuang with anticipation. This was the most troublesome matter for the Raging Flame sect recently. Inscriptions were the best reward for cultivators. However, every time they wanted to get a few inscriptions from Qingzhonghao, not only did they have to pay a high reward, they might not even succeed. This was something that they had always been troubled by. If Bailey Hongshuang agreed, then their problem would be solved. Bailey Hongshuang thought for a moment. It seemed like she had underestimated the attraction of inscriptions to the Raging Flame sect. Manager Wu's heart was also in his mouth. Whether or not he could contribute depended on whether Bailey Hongshuang agreed or not. Sure. Bailey Hongshuang nodded, but it's only limited to a certain range. My main focus is on cultivation. Seeing that Bailey Hongshuang agreed, Wu Wenfeng's face instantly revealed a happy smile. He nodded, no problem. No problem, it definitely won't affect your cultivation. That's good. Bailey Hongshuang smirked. She had to contact someone to draw the inscription on a daily basis anyway. She was just conveniently selling the inscription to the Raging Flame sect. It wasn't a bad idea. Oh right, I happen to have a few inscription patterns here. I wonder if Manager Wu is interested? Bailey Hongshuang took out a few inscription patterns from her Qiankuan bag. These were the inscription patterns that she had drawn during her practice. At that time, in order to help Wan Yanhan draw the most suitable inscription pattern for him, she also studied for a period of time. During this period of time, she drew some inscription patterns which were not bad. The moment he saw the inscription on Bailey Hongshuang's hand, Wu Wenfeng's eyes lit up and he immediately said, Of course. Of course I am. If the D family comes looking for trouble, Bailey Hongshuang stretched out her voice, looking at Wu Wenfeng in front of her. Wu Wenfeng immediately understood. Miss Bailey, don't worry. As long as you are in the Raging Flame sect, I can guarantee that the D family will not dare to find trouble with you. Although the D family has a certain amount of power in their region, in Rongan City, they are no match for the Raging Flame sect. Wu Wenfeng took the inscription and couldn't help but feel happy. With these inscriptions, he believed that some of the cultivators in the sect would be able to improve their strength again. After Wu Wenfeng left, Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao surrounded Bailey Hongshuang. What are you doing? Bailey Hongshuang looked at the two people in front of her and couldn't help but shrink her neck. Her eyes were full of doubts. Junior sister, you've hidden your strength too well. If we knew you were so powerful, we wouldn't have been so worried before. Bailey Hongshuang spread out her hands. I've already told you before, but you were still worried. Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao looked at each other. Xianxia nodded, thinking about it carefully. It seems to be so. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang had been emphasizing for them to relax, but they were still worried. Now it seemed that they were overthinking. Since he sent people to follow Wu Wenfeng, Qing Zonghao had been pacing back and forth in the room. This matter was too important to him, so he couldn't calm down to do other things. He was only thinking about where Wu Wenfeng's inscription came from. If he could find that inscription master, no matter what price he had to pay, he was willing to do it as long as the inscription master told him the method. He knew too well how explosive this news would be once it was spread out. If other inscription masters knew about it, it would really be a big mess. Not long after, Lu Jin came over. Seeing Lu Jin, Qing Zonghao immediately asked, "Lu Jin, what's the result of following him?" "Master Qing, according to the report, Wu Wenfeng directly returned to the Raging Flame sect after leaving and didn't go anywhere else." Qing Zonghao frowned, and his eyes flashed with confusion and doubt. He actually went back. "That's not right. Master Qing, what's wrong with him going back?" Lu Jin was puzzled. She didn't understand what the problem was. According to what he said before, this inscription was obtained from the trade market. Then, after knowing the true value of this inscription, he must have returned to the trade market immediately. However, he didn't go there and instead returned to the Raging Flame sect. This proves that what he told me before is most likely false. Lu Jin understood and sighed. That's right, if what he said is true, he must want to find an inscription master as soon as possible. According to the report, he didn't want to come out after going back. It's really too strange. Send someone out to find out what happened to the Raging Flame school recently. Be careful. I believe we will find the root of the problem. Qing Zonghao's gaze was firm and persistent. He would never give up on such a good opportunity. No matter what, he had to find the inscription master. No matter how well Wu Wenfeng's hiding it was hiding the secret master's hide. With the news that Wu Wenfeng had recruited Bailey Hongzhuang into the Raging Flame sect, all the cultivators in the Raging Flame sect were shocked. T-T-T-S-S, that's twos. Twos T-T-S-S to T-T-S even T understand it S-T understand wise twoses. Although Steward Wu has always treated Wan Yanhan well, Wan Yanhan has caused such a big trouble this time. Not only did Steward Wu not blame him, he even recruited his junior sister. Isn't this too biased? I've never seen Steward Wu help anyone like this before. Di Wentao is someone with a background. In comparison, Wan Yanhan has no background. What is Steward Wu thinking? Isn't helping Wan Yanhan like this offending the Di family? It seems that Wan Yanhan will be a big deal in the Raging Flame school in the future. Since Steward Wu is helping him so much, it's better not to offend him in the future. The more they discussed, the more they felt that Steward Wu was biased towards Wan Yanhan. Although they didn't know why, they had already made up their minds to not provoke Wan Yanhan in the future. Now that Wan Yanhan didn't even care about Di Wentao, they indeed didn't have the capital to provoke him. After Yan Xiangming and the others heard this, their hearts also thumped. For a moment, they couldn't understand why the outcome was completely different from what they had imagined. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two walked out of the house to have dinner, they met Yan Xiangming and the others. From afar, they noticed that the three of them were looking at them with hatred. Obviously, they hated them to the core. Yan Xiangming and the other two are really Di Wentao's loyal dogs. Now that Di Wentao has become a cripple, they are still so stubborn. How surprising. Yi Haomiao shook his head and sighed. Today's matter was really a glimmer of hope. They originally thought that they were finished. Unexpectedly, the outcome was much better than they had imagined. For a moment, they didn't have to be afraid. It wasn't until they walked past Yan Xiangming and the others that Yan Xiangming called out, "Wan Yanhan." Wan Yanhan stopped and turned around to look at Yan Xiangming coldly. He raised his eyebrows and said, "What's the matter?" Seeing Wan Yanhan's nonchalant look, Yan Xiangming couldn't help but feel angry. He glared at him and said, "Wan Yanhan, you're really capable. You haven't been kicked out of the Raging Flame school after causing such a big trouble." "Thank you for the compliment." Wan Yanhan shrugged. "Actually, I've always been very capable. It's a little too late for you to realize it today." Yan Xiangming's face darkened immediately. "Although I don't know how you managed to stay here, I have to tell you that the Di family will never let you off. you turned Di Wentao into a cripple. Just wait for the Di clan's revenge. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two chuckled. Come at me if you have the guts. We'll wait here. As soon as they finished speaking, they took large strides and swaggered away. Yan Xiangming and the other two stood in place, their hands gradually clenching into fists. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two's attitude clearly showed that they didn't care about Di Wentao's matter at all. How despicable. Yan Xiangming couldn't help but shout angrily, how dare they swagger through the streets like this? This time I really don't understand. Previously, Wan Yanhan was clearly so afraid of Wen Tao. What's going on now? His personality suddenly changed. Could it be that he has a backer? After Di Wentao's dantian was destroyed, he was carried into the inn by Yan Xiangming and the rest. He was now resting on the bed. Until now, he still couldn't believe that he had become a cripple. When Yan Xiangming and the rest returned, he immediately asked, what's the situation now? Have Wan Yanhan and the rest been chased out? Looking at Di Wentao's anxious look, Yan Xiangming and the rest couldn't help but look at each other, finding it difficult to speak. Seeing this, Di Wentao frowned. What's the situation? Hurry up and tell me. Wentao, we also don't know what's going on. They haven't been chased out. What? Di Wentao tugged at Yan Xiangming's clothes. That's impossible. It's true, we're not lying to you. Yan Xiangming hurriedly explained, moreover, Wan Yanhan's junior sister has been recruited into the Fiery Blaze sect. To be honest, if we didn't see it with our own eyes, we wouldn't dare to believe it either. Impossible. Wan Yanhan reached out and threw all the tea on the floor. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted furiously, that's absolutely impossible. Wentao, Yan Xiangming and the rest hurriedly approached, trying to calm Di Wentao down. However, Di Wentao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Di Wentao's eyes widened as he looked at the three people in front of him. Then, his entire body convulsed and fell onto the bed. Seeing this, Yan Xiangming and the rest were dumbfounded. Wentao, Wentao. Yan Xiangming shook Di Wentao's body and realized that he didn't have any reaction. After testing his breathing, he realized that there was no breath at all. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. Wentao, he's already dead. Once this was said, the other 2 cultivators also looked as if they were struck by lightning. They stood dazedly on the spot, unable to react for a moment. Wasn't his dantian destroyed? Why did he die? I don't know, then what do we do? Bailey Hongzhuang remained in the Fiery Blaze sect. At this moment, she had already moved into her own house. Life is truly strange. I never thought that I would end up joining a force from the upper realm. There was a faint smile on her delicate face. However, in the dead of the night, she missed Bewitching even more. It had been a long time since she was alone. Master, are you thinking about Bewitching? Xiaohei sat beside Bailey Hongzhuang, her soft little body pressed against her, as if she wanted to give her the most warmth. Yes, I miss him. Bailey Hongzhuang hugged the little furball in her arms and rested her head on Xiaohei's head. A smile slowly appeared on her lips. Xiaohei, I didn't realize that you were quite suitable to be a pillow. You're so chubby. It's so comfortable to hug. As long as Master is happy, I don't mind being a pillow. Xiaohei stuck close to Bailey Hongzhuang. Master, I believe that Bewitching will come looking for you very soon. He definitely won't give up until he sees your corpse. Perhaps he has already come to the upper realm to look for you. It's a pity that I can't do anything now. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. If there was a way, at least she could still work hard. However, there was nothing she could do now. All she could do was ask around for the Di family's whereabouts. Master, as long as you're doing well, that's what Bewitching wants to see the most, Xiaohei said. While Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking about Di Bewitching was walking on the road. The moonlight was hazy. Di Bewitching raised his head to look at the full moon in the sky. His gaze was distant and filled with longing. Wife, wait for me. I'll find you very soon. Di Bewitching's eyes became resolute as he gradually clenched his hands under his sleeves. Although he was separated from his wife this time, he was confident that he would be able to find her. After finding out that the transfer from the lower realm to the upper realm was random, he inquired about where the transfer would take him. Although he wasn't directly transferred to the same place as Hong Shuang, he believed that as long as he ran through all these places, he would definitely be able to find her. As long as they were still under the same sky, he would definitely be able to find her. Fortunately, there were transfer arrays between these large cities. However, it would take a certain amount of time to reach each transfer array. However, he had already tried his best to shorten the time. It was just a few cities. He was confident that he would only need to spend a little more time. In the next moment, Bewitching started walking again. He couldn't help but pray that Bailey Hongzhuang would be safe and sound. The next day, the news of Di Wentao's death quickly spread to the Blazing Flame school. For a moment, everyone was shocked again. Heavens, how could this be? Could it be that Wang Yanhan didn't just turn Di Wentao into a cripple, he even killed him? That can't be right. When Wang Yanhan and the others returned yesterday, Di Wentao and the others were still alive. Could it be that they were hunted down by his enemies again? Wang Yanhan and Xianxia were dumbfounded when they heard the news. This situation was beyond their expectations. How could this be? I only crippled Di Wentao's cultivation. He couldn't have died. Xianxia was also in disbelief. Now that Di Wentao is dead, I'm afraid that we'll be in big trouble. However, no one can prove that we killed him. In this way, the person who killed him will be someone else. Now that I think about it, it's not all bad for us. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Wang Yanhan pondered carefully for a moment before nodding. You're right. The Di family should be dealing with their murderer. Just as the two of them were discussing, the door was suddenly kicked open. Then, Yan Xiangming and the others appeared in their line of sight. Wang Yanhan. Yan Xiangming and the others glared at Wang Yanhan and Mo Wuji. Their eyes were filled with rage. Wang Yanhan and Xianxia immediately stood up and glared at him. Yan Xiangming, what are you doing? Wang Yanhan, you actually have the nerve to ask us now after killing Wen Tao? Yan Xiangming's eyes were burning, and his tone was extremely ruthless. He was simply about to be angered to death. Yesterday, Di Wentao died in front of him just like that. Thinking back and forth, he could only conclude that Di Wentao was angered to death by Wang Yanhan. After all, after they said that piece of news, Di Wentao spat out a mouthful of blood and died directly. They didn't sleep for the whole night. This was really a big problem for them. They didn't know how to deal with it at all. They were afraid that someone would blame Di Wentao's death on them. Then, they would really be finished. Hearing Yan Xiangming and the other two's baseless accusations, Wang Yanhan and Yi Miao were enraged. Yan Xiangming, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Which eye of yours saw us kill Di Wentao? Yesterday, after you crippled Wentao's cultivation, he died at night. He must have been heartbroken and anxious. Who else could it be but you? What you're saying is hilarious. Xianxia was speechless. You can't just pin such a huge crime on us. After we came back yesterday, we stayed in the Raging Flame sect and didn't go out at all. Moreover, I've never heard of anyone dying after their cultivation was crippled. Even if you say this, no one will believe you. When Bailey Hongzhuang arrived at Wang Yanhan's residence and saw this scene, she frowned slightly, but her expression was rather calm. Everything was within her expectations. In fact, when she took action yesterday, she had already expected this outcome, so she hurried over early in the morning. I'm telling the truth. Yan Xiangming raised his voice. Wen Tao died because of you. You must take responsibility. Bailey Hongzhuang walked past Yan Xiangming and the others to Wang Yanhan and Xianxia's side. She said, Yan Xiangming, aren't you framing us a little too openly? I heard that Di Wentao was rescued by you. Although we crippled Di Wentao's cultivation, they were still alive and well. Yet, after leaving with you, he died. How do I know if you did something? Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Yan Xiangming and the other two's faces turned pale. They were most afraid that everyone would think in this direction, but Bailey Hongzhuang just had to bring up this point. How could it be us? Don't make slanderous accusations. Hee, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. You can't even speak properly now that I've exposed you? Does this count as a confession without being pressed? Immediately, everyone looked at Yan Xiangming and the others with strange gazes. Although everyone immediately felt that this matter was done by Wang Yanhan and the other two, Yan Xiangming and the other two's reactions were indeed somewhat suspicious. With such a nervous look, it was obvious that he had a guilty conscience. "We're not," Yan Xiangming said righteously. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang coldly. Only now did he realize that Wang Yanhan's junior sister was not a simple character. In the past, when they dealt with Wang Yanhan, they had never found him so difficult to deal with. It turned out that all of this was related to this newly appeared Bailey Hongzhuang. Just like before, everything was under their control, but after Bailey Hongzhuang came, the situation changed. Of course, the murderer wouldn't admit to killing people. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged and said indifferently, "If we wanted to kill him, we would have done it yesterday. Since we dared to cripple his cultivation, why wouldn't we dare to kill him? We just wanted to spare his life for the sake of being from the same sect. It's a pity that no matter how much we took precautions, we still couldn't stop you traitors." Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. With the arrival of Bailey Hongzhuang, the situation had completely changed. "Wang Yanhan, your junior sister is really amazing. With her around, we don't have to worry about Yan Xiangming and the rest slandering us." Yi Haomiao sighed. He was not good with words. Although he understood the logic, it was still very complicated to explain. Bailey Hongzhuang was much more eloquent. Wang Yanhan nodded. Yan Xiangming and the rest used the wrong move this time. With junior sister around, they can only return empty-handed. However, how did Di Wentao die? Could it be that Yan Xiangming and the rest really killed him and want to frame us? I don't know. Under Bailey Hongzhuang's questioning, Yan Xiangming and the rest were dumbfounded. No matter what they said, Bailey Hongzhuang was still able to turn the question to them, making them extremely helpless. "Good. You're amazing." Yan Xiangming looked at Bailey Hongzhuang furiously. Although his heart was filled with anger, there was nothing he could do. "Even if you have a glib tongue, you can't deny this matter. We've already informed the D family. They'll be here soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Xiangming said to the two people beside him, "Let's go." Although the other two people were extremely unwilling, they could only follow him and leave under such circumstances. After leaving, the two of them could not help but ask, "Are we leaving just like that? Won't that be letting that woman talk nonsense? What can we do if we don't leave?" Yan Xiangming was also extremely depressed. That Bailey Hongzhuang is really too sharp-tongued. If we continue to stay there, I'm afraid everyone will think that we did this. Under the circumstances just now, he clearly felt that everyone's views had started to change. More and more people believed Bailey Hongzhuang. This was definitely not a good sign. Hearing this, the two of them fell silent. Yan Xiangming's words were indeed reasonable. "Then what should we do now? We can only wait for the D family to come. They should believe us." At the end of his speech, even Yan Xiangming himself lost some confidence. Only after Yan Xiangming and the other two left did the cultivators who were watching the show disperse one after another. The room also regained its tranquility. Bailey Hongzhuang closed the door and walked to the side to sit down. Yi Haomiao immediately gave her a thumbs up. "Miss Bailey, you're amazing. Today, I've finally seen the power of your glib tongue." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, "You flatter me. Speaking of which, it's strange. Yesterday, I clearly didn't kill him. Logically speaking, Di Wentao shouldn't have died. However, if you say that he was killed by Yan Xiangming and the others, I can't believe it." Wang Yanhan's face was filled with contemplation. He had been rivals with Di Wentao and the others for so long and understood their personalities very well. Yan Xiangming and the others were absolutely loyal to Di Wentao. Even if Di Wentao became a cripple, they still went to rescue him. Just from this point, one could see their feelings towards Di Wentao. Speaking of which, the other party didn't achieve their goal of framing us. Seeing that Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao were deep in thought, Bailey Hongzhuang spoke slowly. However, as soon as she said this, Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao were stunned. They stared at Bailey Hongzhuang stupidly, almost unable to digest what she said. "I killed Di Wentao." You killed him?" Yi Haomiao opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. That's right. Wang Yanhan quickly walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side and lowered his voice. Little junior sister, when did you do it? Did anyone find out about it? What you did was really too dangerous. Don't worry, no one should have noticed. Yesterday, when I did it, you were right next to me. You didn't seem to notice. We were right next to you? Wang Yanhan was stunned. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Then, he asked in surprise, could it have been yesterday? That's right. But Di Wentao died last night. He was still alive and well during the day. I poisoned him. The toxin needs a certain amount of time to take effect. It's just enough to clear us of suspicion. Bailey Hongzhuang spread out her hands, her expression calm. Wang Yanhan and Di Haomiao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's indifferent expression, as if she was just saying that today's weather was good. Miss Bailey, then you really acted quickly. I was right next to you at that time, but I didn't notice. Yi Haomiao still found it hard to believe. Logically speaking, cultivators at their level of cultivation were considered to have sharp eyes and quick hands. Ordinary people's actions couldn't escape their eyes at all. However, at that time, he really didn't notice at all. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. At that time, everyone's emotions were complicated. It's normal that they didn't notice this. That's true. Yi Haomiao nodded. Then, his gaze changed slightly. So, what Yan Xiangming and the others said is true. However, the way you spoke with certainty just now completely made you look like a victim. This kind of framing always requires some acting skills. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged, her expression innocent to the extreme. Yi Haomiao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang for a moment, then cupped his fists and bowed. I'm impressed. Junior sister Bailey, did you already calculate all of this yesterday? Wang Yanhan couldn't help but ask after understanding everything that had happened. If all of this was within Bailey Hongzhuang's expectations, then this junior martial sister was too powerful. That's not it. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. At that time, I only felt that Di Wentao was a very troublesome person. If he was still alive, I'm afraid that he would constantly think of ways to make trouble for us. The only way to solve this problem once and for all was to directly kill him. I didn't think that Yan Xiangming and the others would actually go back and bring Di Wentao back. It just so happened that this dirty water was poured onto them. Speaking of which, although I don't like Yan Xiangming and the others, I have to say that they are sincere towards Di Wentao. Most people would not be willing to be involved in such a situation where the situation was already hopeless. However, Yan Xiangming and the others were able to do this, which made her think highly of them. After the news of Di Wentao's death spread, the whole thing became complicated and confusing. Even though everyone was discussing it, no one could give a definite answer. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest put this matter aside. The Di family was a certain distance away from Rong'an City. Even if they rushed over immediately after hearing the news, they would need some time. Furthermore, Wu Wenfeng had promised that the Raging Flame sect would not dare to cause trouble for them if they stayed. Junior sister Bailey, you just arrived in the upper realm. I think there are some things that I need to explain to you. After going through this incident, they could be considered to have gone through thick and thin together. Thus, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two formed a small team that trusted each other. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior brother. Up until now, she still did not know much about the upper realm. She also did not know the difference between the upper realm and the lower realm's cultivation. Below the star radiance realm, we all rely on origin energy to fight. However, after breaking through the star radiance realm, the effects of elemental power begin to show, Wang Yanhan said slowly. Elemental power? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Her clear eyes were filled with doubt. That's right. Wang Yanhan nodded affirmatively. Elemental power has always existed. Everyone has their own innate elemental power. However, this power has not awakened below the star radiance realm. This power will appear after breaking through to the star radiance realm. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. Indeed, there were many changes between 1,000 years later and 1,000 years ago. Even the cultivation methods were different. I've always known about elemental power. However, in the lower realm, apart from a few cultivators who specially cultivated elemental martial skills, most people did not seem to pay much attention to it. That's right. However, after breaking through to the Star Radiance realm, one's elemental power will increase. As long as one grasps this direction of cultivation, one's combat power will increase. Furthermore, the limit of improvement will also increase. This is why the cultivators in the upper realm are generally stronger than those in the lower realm. This is also why only cultivators who have broken through to the Star Radiance realm can come here. Bailey Hongzhuang's pitch-black beautiful eyes revealed a trace of understanding. She immediately understood. Previously, she couldn't understand why it was said at the Astral Radiance realm, but now she understood. The Purple realm and the Starlight realm, just from the sound of it, one could tell that these were two completely different levels, and even two completely different worlds. My attribute is ice. Coincidentally, my weapon is also based on ice. Along with the inscription you drew for me, my combat strength has increased greatly. At this moment, Yi Haomiao added, that's right. My attribute is fire. My weapon also has the fire attribute. How do I know my own attributes? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. All this time, she had never thought in this direction and did not know what her talent attribute was. Little junior sister, you don't have to worry about this. Cultivators can use the attribute stone to test their own attributes. It will accurately determine your innate attribute and awaken it. It just so happens that in a few days, it will be the day for the new disciples to report in. You are also considered a new disciple this time. At that time, you will be able to test your innate attribute with them. You don't know this, but every year when a new disciple joins the sect, almost everyone goes to watch the show when the innate attributes are tested. The more powerful the innate attribute, the higher the future achievements. If you can awaken an extremely powerful attribute, your status in the Fiery Flame sect will be extraordinary. Yi Haomiao had a smile on his face as if he was watching the show. Speaking of which, this is the most important thing for a cultivator after reaching the Starlight realm. How many attributes are there in total? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? You're talking about the 5 basic attributes. These attributes are the most common. Other than that, there's also wind, thunder, ice, light, and darkness. Wan Yanhan is the ice attribute. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. These attributes are all attributes that exist in nature. Each attribute has its own characteristics, and cultivators of different attributes have different combat styles. Among them, metal, fire, ice, and thunder are the most powerful and have shocking destructive power. Wood attribute cultivators are good at entanglement, while water and earth attribute cultivators are good at defense. Wind elemental cultivators are good at speed, while ice elemental cultivators are more destructive than water elemental cultivators. They can both attack and defend. Generally speaking, cultivators with the strongest combat strength are those with the destructive attribute. However, wood and water attribute cultivators are usually more popular. This was because their attributes had some healing properties. In the absence of a doctor, they could play a certain role. When going out to fight, there were many times when their help was needed. In addition, their attack power wasn't very strong, so many people were willing to be friends with them. As for Wan Yanhan and I, we're basically violent maniacs. We're not very popular. Yi Haomiao spread out his hands with a helpless expression. Senior brother Wan Yan is of the ice attribute. Ice is water. Don't tell me it doesn't have any healing effect? Wan Yanhan smiled faintly. The ice attribute has more offensive power than the water attribute, but it also has less healing power. It can only be said that the heavens are fair. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood. I see. I understand now. However, you've said so much. Why didn't you mention the dark and light attributes? She did not understand the power of light, but she was very curious about the power of darkness. After all, Bewitching had received the inheritance of the power of darkness in the training ground. She vaguely felt that since Bewitching could receive the inheritance of the power of darkness, it was very likely that his attribute was darkness. Even if he wasn't of the dark attribute before, he might have become one after receiving the inheritance. Speaking of these two attributes, it's a bit complicated. Wan Yanhan couldn't help but say, you should have some understanding of the dark attribute. You've already come into contact with it when you were training, right? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Not bad. Then you should know how terrifying the destructive power of the dark forces is. Furthermore, they can summon skeletons. Needless to say, with such combat power, they are definitely overlords. However, after what had happened in the past, everyone did not have a good impression of the power of darkness. Furthermore, the inheritance of darkness had basically disappeared in the river of history. It's true that dark energy cultivators rarely appear, but I think it might be because these cultivators know that dark energy isn't popular, so they don't show it. Yi Haomiao shrugged. Speaking of which, the cultivators who awakened the dark energy are quite unlucky. Actually, they didn't do anything wrong. It's just that this energy isn't popular and they don't know how to use it, so it's very difficult for them to improve. It can't be helped. Wan Yanhan nodded. They originally had a bright future, but after awakening the dark energy, there's less room for improvement. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown when she heard that. She didn't think that the cultivators in the upper realm would dislike the dark energy so much. When she was in the lower realm, she had also sensed this, but it was not too obvious. In their opinion, as long as they could become stronger, it didn't matter what type of energy they had. However, it seemed that it was very difficult for dark energy cultivators to improve in the upper realm. If that was the case, wouldn't Beichen be in a lot of trouble? A trace of worry quietly appeared in her pitch-black phoenix eyes. This wasn't a situation she wanted to see. Beichen had always been favored by the heavens. In addition, he now had the destined constitution, so his cultivation speed was far from being comparable to ordinary cultivators. If he was affected because of this, it would be too tragic. If these cultivators hide their dark energy, what attribute do they use to show others? Bailey Hongzhuang asked, puzzled. Wan Yanhan pursed his lips and said helplessly, in the upper realm, there are some cultivators who can't awaken their elemental talents. Bailey Hongzhuang was astonished. Can't awaken their elemental talents? Wan Yanhan nodded. That's right. Just like how some people can't cultivate when they're born, some cultivators can't awaken their elemental talents. However, these cultivators are very tragic. Once they awaken their elemental talents, their combat power will increase greatly. If they can't awaken their elemental talents, it means that they've lost this huge advantage. When they face cultivators who have awakened their elemental talents, they'll be at a disadvantage. In my opinion, the cultivators who have awakened the dark energy might be hiding among these cultivators who can't awaken their elemental talents. I think so too, Yi Haomiao agreed. Actually, there are still many people who can't awaken their elemental talents, but their situation isn't too bad. Even though there is still a gap between them and cultivators who have awakened their elemental talents, cultivators who have reached the astral boundary have decent battle prowess. They have no problem protecting themselves. However, it would be difficult for them to become famous in the martial arts world. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were distant and complicated. She was not unfamiliar with this feeling. Thinking back to when she was in the general's residence, she was very familiar with this feeling. It was definitely not a good feeling. If Beichen that he's elemental talents. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but think. According to Di Beichen's temperament, she was afraid that he would not hide it. It was just that the power of darkness was so restricted in the upper realm. It was really difficult to develop it. It was just that, he didn't know what kind of inheritance Beichen had obtained from the darkness relic and whether it would change the situation. Now that there was finally a change, she really didn't want such a thing to happen again. That was something none of them wanted to see. Junior sister, what are you thinking about? Wan Yanhan couldn't help but ask when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang fall into her own thoughts after hearing the news about the dark force. Hearing Wan Yanhan's words, Bailey Hongzhuang came back to her senses and immediately said, nothing, I was just thinking that the dark force was so powerful in our eyes in the lower realm. I didn't expect it to be like this in the upper realm. It's undeniable that the dark force is really powerful. It's precisely because it's powerful that it's feared by everyone. Although everyone disdains the dark force when it's mentioned, we all know that the dark force is powerful and its means are terrifying. If the inheritance of the dark force hadn't disappeared in the Great War back then, the dark force cultivators would definitely be extremely powerful. Yes, in fact, it's not that the dark force is bad. It's just that they're more unlucky. It just so happens that everyone rejects the dark force. Miss Bailey, from the looks of it, you don't look like you'll awaken the dark force. You don't have to worry. Xianxia saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had a lot on her mind and thought that she was worried that she would be unlucky, so he comforted her. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and said, I understand. By the way, you mentioned the dark force. What about the light force? Speaking of the light force, it's another story. Wan Yanhan smiled faintly and said, I'm all ears. The light force can be said to be the most sought-after power in the upper realm. Every cultivator who awakens the light force has a very high status because light is what everyone yearns for. Moreover, the light force itself is very powerful. Most importantly, it's a power that has a large range of effects. During battle, the light force cultivators can even use some methods to increase the strength of the cultivators in their team. In a group battle, it's simply a blessing for their teammates. In that case, the light attribute cultivators should be very popular, right? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and said, Of course. Wan Yanhan replied, among all the cultivators of the light attribute cultivators are the most popular. However, the number of cultivators who awaken the light attribute is also the least. Why is that? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. Everything has a law of balance. Logically speaking, the number of cultivators of each attribute should be about the same. Xianxia shook his hand. This matter isn't that simple. Back then, when the power of darkness was rampant, the ones who destroyed the inheritance of darkness were cultivators of the light attribute. These two attributes were supposed to restrain each other. It was just that the battle back then was really terrifying. Although the inheritance of the power of darkness was destroyed, the inheritance of the power of light was also lost. Although the power of light is still highly sought after, due to the issue of the lost inheritance, the improvement has been limited to a certain extent. However, this is still a very glorious attribute. Only a part of the inheritance of the power of light has been lost. Actually, the cultivators of the power of light are also very powerful. If they hadn't been lost, they would probably be even more powerful now. It's strange. Perhaps it really is a balance between heaven and earth. There are very few cultivators of the dark attribute now, but there are also very few cultivators of the light attribute. It's really surprising. In the entire House of Flames, there's only one cultivator of the power of light. She's the center of attention here. Xianxia smiled. There's only one person? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes widened. Although she hadn't been in the House of Flames for long and didn't know much about the situation here, she could tell from what she had seen that the number of cultivators in the House of Flames was very shocking. However, there was only one person among so many cultivators. Wasn't this ratio a little too small? Little junior sister, you must be very surprised by this, right? Wan Yanhan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's expression and couldn't help but chuckle, to think that I had the same reaction when I first found out. This ratio really makes one sigh. According to this ratio, cultivators of the power of light should belong to a kind of religious existence. That's right. Xianxia raised his right hand. Miss Bailey, you've really hit the nail on the head. Now, as soon as a cultivator of the light attribute appears, they'll be immediately recruited by everyone. If a force doesn't have a cultivator of the light attribute holding the fort, it'll be very awkward. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged. This situation was really hard to imagine. Miss Bailey, previously when we were dealing with Di Wentao, the power you displayed suppressed the group of people. Come to think of it, the feeling you gave off during battle is somewhat similar to the characteristics of the power of light. The only difference is that you weakened the opponent's strength, while the cultivator of the light attribute increases the battle power of our side. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. That's just a kind of aura. It has nothing to do with the attribute. Even after Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the house, she was still thinking about this matter. Master, what are you thinking about? Baishir sat beside Bailey Hongzhuang. Are you worried about Beichen? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I didn't expect that after coming to the upper realm, the situation would be like this. If Beichen knew about this, I'm sure his feelings would be very complicated. Actually, I think that if Beichen is really a disciple of the D family, with such a background, so what if he awakens the dark attribute? Baisher stared at Bailey Hongzhuang. Awakening the dark attribute in a situation of isolation and helplessness was indeed a helpless thing, but if there was enough background, then there was nothing to fear. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang rubbed Baisher's soft fur. At present, although we feel that this is very likely, we can't be completely sure. Only in the future when we go to the D family will we know. I hope that Beichen will come with Ao Lingxiao. Without Ao Lingxiao leading the way, it'll be very difficult for us to find the D family. Moreover, if Beichen is really a disciple of the D family, we don't know what the current situation of the D family is. If someone wants to harm Beichen and use this point to make an issue out of it, it'll be troublesome. White Lion, who had originally been rather optimistic, fell silent after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Indeed, there were too many uncertain factors. No one knew what the situation would be until the end. Master, perhaps Beichen's awakened power is not the dark attribute? Xiao Bai also came over. Perhaps the situation is not as bad as we think. I hope so. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. However, she felt that Di Beichen had obtained the inheritance of the dark attribute when so many people had fought for it. This point alone was enough to prove many things. She was not someone who worried for nothing, but she was also not blindly optimistic. There were indeed many signs in this. However, things would cross that bridge when they came to it. No matter what the situation was, she believed that there would always be a solution. Furthermore, it would be fine as long as they were together. Even if the road ahead was difficult, so what, there was still nearly half a month before the new disciples' competition. During this period, Bailey Hongzhuang cultivated peacefully in the Blazing Flame sect. Now, many people were filled with curiosity about her. In addition, the D family could come knocking at her door at any time. She did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble, so she simply stayed in the house and did not go out. At the moment, she did not know her own attributes, so she could not research in this area. However, Bailey Hongzhuang put more of her experience in the newly opened stone room. Speaking of which, this stone room had been opened for quite a long time, but she had not been able to figure out the use of the method written on it. After comprehending for a long time, she vaguely felt that it was related to the desert world and the ocean world that she had explored. However, as for the specific relationship, she felt that she was about to comprehend it, but there was still some distance between them. What, does this have to do with the desert world and the ocean world? This is really strange. Bailey Hongzhuang looked puzzled. All along, she had felt that her comprehension was not bad. However, she had not expected that after comprehending for so long this time, she still could not completely comprehend it. This made her feel somewhat helpless. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was deep in thought, there was a sudden knock on the door. As she opened the door, she saw Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao as expected. However, after noticing their complicated expressions, she couldn't help but ask, "The D family is here?" Wan Yanhan nodded slightly. "Not bad. They've just arrived in Rongan City, and they're already on their way to the Raging Flame sect. I'm afraid there'll be trouble soon. Fortunately, we are in the Blazing Flame school. Even if they come, they won't dare to attack us directly." A complicated look flashed across Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, but her expression was very calm. "Don't worry too much. Steward Wu has already promised us. He will naturally appear when the D family comes." "I hope so." The worry in Yi Haomiao's eyes did not disappear. "This matter is still a little worrying. I don't know if the D family will exert pressure. If Steward Wu can't handle it, it will be terrible." Wan Yanhan shook his head and said, "I don't think so. That would be underestimating the Raging Flame sect's ability. Although the D family has a certain level of strength, they can't challenge the Raging Flame sect in Rongan City. It will be fine as long as Steward Wu doesn't change his mind." Not long after Bailey Hongzhuang and the others came out, the D family cultivators, led by Yan Xiangming and the others, walked into the Fiery Flame sect in a grandiose manner. Many people from the D family came this time. One look and I can tell that they are not weak. I'm afraid Wan Yanhan and the others are in trouble now. That's right. They should have expected this outcome when the incident happened. Now that they have chosen to stay in the Fiery Flame sect, aren't they waiting for them to come knocking on their door? I'm afraid there will be a show to watch today. Judging from the D family's lineup, they will not rest until they kill Wang Yanhan and the other two. Such a huge commotion immediately attracted a large number of cultivators, especially after seeing the other party's grandiose lineup. Everyone could not help but exclaim inwardly. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two, who were standing nearby, naturally noticed this scene as well. Their expressions could not help but change. It seems that the D family values Di Wentao quite a lot. They actually sent so many people. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her long, shapely eyebrows slightly. She crossed her arms in front of her chest with a somewhat playful expression. Wang Yanhan's gaze was solemn. I'm afraid they are not only doing this for Di Wentao but also for their family's reputation. After all, they dared to kill Di Wentao, which means that they are not taking them seriously. Naturally, they are here to teach them a lesson. Yan Xiangming and the other two are really concerned about this matter. I'm afraid that they have already received the Di family the moment they arrived. Yi Haomiao looked at Yan Xiangming and the other two with an unfriendly gaze. These guys were really too detestable. They have always been like this. Now that they are worried that the Di family will blame them for this, they are naturally even more anxious. Bailey Hongzhuang sneered. In fact, Yan Xiangming and the other two were indeed thinking this way. They knew very well that Di Wentao had died in front of them. To put it bluntly, he had been angered to death by them. If they had not told Di Wentao that Bailey Hongzhuang had stayed in the Fiery Flame sect, Di Wentao would not have died. What they were most worried about now was others discovering this, so they could only think of ways to divert all the contradictions to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. After seeing Wang Yanhan and the other two, Yan Xiangming couldn't help but say, it's them. They were the ones who crippled Wentao's cultivation, causing his death. As soon as Yan Xiangming finished speaking, the cultivators of the Di family immediately locked their gazes on Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. Their gazes also became hostile. It's you guys? The aura of the leader of the Di family men immediately rose. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were shocked to discover that the other party's cultivation level was at least at the 8th level of the Star Radiance realm. A cultivator with such a cultivation base would definitely have an extremely shocking combat strength. Faced with the other party's questioning, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two did not cower. They simply stood where they were and nodded. Since everyone knew about this, they naturally couldn't deny it. However, after seeing their attitude, the other party could not help but become even angrier. I am Di Wentao's elder brother. My name is Devouz. You killed Wentao, so I want you to pay with your blood. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party wanted to attack them with his palm. Upon seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two quickly retreated and avoided the other party's attack range. Wu Zhe. Hearing the words of the person behind him, Di Wuze finally stopped what he was doing. He gloomily glanced at Wang Yanhan and the other two before coldly saying, I'll let you off for now. But just you wait, I'll definitely make you pay with your blood. As soon as the voice fell, the cultivators of the Di family all glared at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two fiercely, and then continued to walk into the Raging Flames gate. Yan Xiangming and the other two were also gloating. They had suffered at the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two, but now that the Di family was here, they could completely turn the tables. Judging by their behavior, they should be looking for Steward Wu, Yi Haomiao said unhurriedly as he watched Yan Xiangming lead the Di family cultivators in. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze was slightly cold. Let them go. Steward Wu will naturally deal with it. Wang Yanhan nodded. However, judging by their attitude, I am afraid that they will not give up so easily. This will depend on Steward Wu's ability. The Fiery Flame sect is huge. Since he made a promise to us previously, he will naturally be able to fulfill it. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. As the steward here, Steward Wu naturally knew the situation in the upper world better than they did. It seemed that Steward Wu had already weighed the pros and cons before recruiting her. Since he had agreed, he naturally had the ability to fulfill all of this. Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao exchanged a look and then nodded. Then we will leave this to Steward Wu to worry about. Those three fellows did not run away. They actually dared to stay in the fiery flame sect. They are really bold. Devout's expression was gloomy, especially when he saw the other party's nonchalant expression after seeing them. He felt even more displeased. Yan Xiangming then said, Steward Wu seems to be very protective of him. Previously, when Wen Tao was here, Steward Wu gave the title of team leader to Wan Yanhan. Because of this, Wen Tao has always been very unhappy, so he has always tried to think of ways to snatch back the title of team leader. However, in the end, Wan Yanhan took the opportunity to destroy his cultivation level. Damn it! Devout clenched his fists. What did Wen Tao do wrong? Why did Steward Wu give the title of team leader to someone else? Di Wentao was his biological brother. He had originally planned to let Di Wentao stay here for a few years before returning. He had not expected that he would lose his life here. I don't know. Yan Xiangming shook his head. That Wan Yanhan is a cultivator from the lower realms. He should have been at the bottom of the hierarchy in the Raging Flame School. However, his cultivation talent is not bad and his speed of growth is very fast. Steward Wu might have seen that he was improving very quickly, so he did this. This guy really thinks he's a typesetter just because he's given a little bit of face. Does he think he's anything in the upper realm with his meager abilities? Is. Devout snorted. He had the guts to attack a member of the D family. He must have had a death wish. Yan Xiangming nodded repeatedly. Big brother Wu Zhe, you must kill them to avenge Wen Tao. Otherwise, Wen Tao will not die in peace. Yan Xiangming and the other two were relieved when they heard Devout's words. The D family trusted them. As long as they insisted that Di Wentao's death was caused by Wan Yanhan and the other two, they would not have to worry about being implicated. Before long, Yan Xiangming and the D family arrived at Steward Wu's place. Big brother Wu, Steward Wu is in this house. You can find him yourselves. It will be inconvenient for us to enter, Yan Xiangming said flatteringly. All right. Devout nodded. You can wait nearby. We will find Steward Wu and ask for an explanation. Yes. Devout knocked on the door immediately. Even though he was in a bad mood, his knocking was extremely loud. Bang! 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 Wu Wenfeng was well informed. He had already received the news when the D family's cultivators had arrived at the Blazing Flame sect. When he heard the unhappy knocking on the door, he naturally knew who it was. Please come in. Just as Di Wuza was about to enter the room, his senior suddenly grabbed his hand and said with a deep voice, restrain yourself a little when you go in later. No matter what, this person is still a steward of the Blazing Flame sect. You can't show your temper in the clan. Devout could not help but frown when he heard that. However, he still nodded. A powerful dragon could not defeat a snake in its old haunts. Although the D family had some power, they naturally had to restrain themselves now that they had arrived at the Blazing Flame sect. After entering the house, the elder of the D family, Di Sudong, greeted him with a smile, Steward Wu. Wu Wenfeng also greeted him with a smile. Brother Di, I apologize for not coming out to greet you. Di Sudong cupped his fists. Steward Wu is usually busy with official business. We are the ones who have disturbed you today. What are you talking about? Wu Wenfeng smiled faintly. Please take a seat. I will get someone to serve you tea. Devout could not hold back his thoughts and wanted to get straight to the point. However, Di Sudong had already signaled him not to be anxious with his eyes. Thus, he could only hold back and not ask. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Di Sudong slowly said, Steward Wu, you should know why we are here today, right? Hearing Du Sudong's words, Wu Wenfeng sighed in his heart. Du Sudong had finally gotten to the point. If I'm not wrong, you're here for Di Wentao, right? Di Sudong nodded slightly. Wen Tao is a direct descendant of the Di family, yet he was killed in Rong'an City. As his family, we naturally have to seek justice. I understand your thoughts. Wu Wenfeng sighed. Steward Wu, it's good that you understand. Devout could no longer hold himself back. The culprits are in your Blazing Flame school right now. I hope you can hand them over to us. Young Master Di, what do you plan to do? Of course we have to kill them. My younger brother died in their hands. If We let them live in this world, how will we explain it to my dead brother? Devao's eyes flickered with a ruthless glint. As he thought about those fellows, his heart burned with fury. He hated that he could not take their lives right now. Di Sudong did not say anything. He only looked at Wu Wenfeng, wanting to know what kind of answer he would give. Young Master Di, I'm afraid I can't agree to this. Wu Wenfeng looked like he was in a difficult position. However, he was just pretending. After all, he had to give the Di family some face even if he wanted to refuse. Upon hearing Wu Wenfeng's words, the expressions of the Di family's cultivators turned ugly all of a sudden. Why? Devao's asked hurriedly. They're all disciples of the School of Raging Flames. It's our responsibility to protect them here, Wu Wenfeng said slowly. My brother is also a disciple of the Inferno sect. Why didn't you protect him? Devao's asked. Wu Zhe. Di Sudong shouted angrily. Devao's looked at him and shut his mouth. Steward Wu Zhe is also immersed in grief. That's why he spoke so rashly. I hope you can forgive him, Di Sudong said calmly. Wu Wenfeng nodded and waved his hand. I understand. Under such circumstances, it's inevitable that young Master Di would feel this way. Steward Wu, to be honest, we came here specially to avenge Wentao. Your answer is really hard for us to accept. Brother Di, I understand how you feel. However, you should also know that internal conflicts between disciples of the Inferno sect, such as injuries and deaths, are unavoidable. Di Wentao and Wan Yanhan have always been rivals. They have had many conflicts and Wan Yanhan has often been injured. However, the situation this time was more serious and Di Wentao died because of it. I know that this is hard for you to accept, but it doesn't violate the rules of the Inferno sect. Furthermore, they are disciples of the Inferno sect. If they have a conflict with our own disciples, we naturally won't interfere. However, if outsiders are involved, the situation will be different. Brother Di, I believe you understand this. I understand. Di Sudong nodded. When Devao's heard Di Sudong's words, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Second uncle, you. Di Sudong glared at Devao's. His gaze was stern and intimidating, forcefully suppressing the words that Devao's was about to say. Manager Wu, I understand what you're saying. However, I've heard that this Wan Yanhan is only a cultivator from the lower realm. If he has a strong background, I can understand why you would make such a choice. However, he has no background. Even if you hand the three of them over to us, it won't affect anything. Di Sudong narrowed his eyes. He understood that Wu Wenfeng had been talking to him in a bureaucratic tone. He was very clear about how to deal with this kind of situation. Wu Wenfeng would definitely not offend the Di family for a person without any background, even if he had some talent for cultivation. Upon hearing Di Sudong's words, Wu Wenfeng also understood that if he did not make things clear, the Di family would definitely not give up today. When he thought of this, he could not help but say, Brother Di, to be honest, I would not have stepped forward to protect them in the past. However, the situation is different now. What's the difference? You should know that offending an inscription master is not a wise move. There is only one inscription master in Rong'an City, so the Inferno sect is restricted to a certain extent. After hearing Wu Wenfeng's words, Di Sudong could not help but frown. Inscription master? Wu Wenfeng nodded slightly. That's right. As far as I know, the only inscription master in Rong'an City is Qing Zonghao. What does Manager Wu mean? Could it be that Master Qing is related to Wan Yanhan and wants to protect them? Di Sudong's thoughts were complicated. If that was the case, then this matter would be difficult to handle. After all, an inscription master's influence was not small. Qing Zonghao had been in Rong'an City for so many years and had a lot of connections. If they did not give him any face, it would not be easy to end the matter. However, Wu Wenfeng shook his head. It's not Master Qing. Then who is it? Devao's asked. He could not understand why Wan Yanhan, a cultivator from the lower realm, would have an inscription master backing him up. This was too strange. No wonder Wan Yanhan dared to attack Di Wentao after knowing his background. It turned out that he had such a layer of confidence. She is Wan Yanhan's junior sister and is also an inscription master. I believe you already knew about this before you came. I did not deliberately go against you. That's why I recruited his junior sister into the Raging Flame sect. It's because her identity as an inscription master is very important to the Raging Flame sect. Following Wu Wenfeng's words, all the D family cultivators present could not help but be stunned. They looked at Wu Wenfeng in astonishment and wondered if they had heard wrongly. Manager Wu, did I hear wrongly? Are you talking about Wang Yanhan's junior sister? Di Sudong could not remain calm at this moment. An inscription master was an extremely powerful person. He had seen Wang Yanhan just now. He was so young. As for his junior sister, she was even younger. How could such a young lady be an inscription master? Although I know it sounds unbelievable, I'm telling the truth. Wu Wenfeng looked serious. He did not want to fall out with the D family. It was undoubtedly best to let the other party understand the reason and scruples he had. When I first heard this news, I also found it unbelievable. However, she later proved everything to me personally. The cultivators of the D family fell silent for a moment. DeVos only felt that he had heard the funniest joke after hearing all this. Steward Wu, even if you want to deceive us, shouldn't you find a more believable explanation? When we came over just now, we already saw Wang Yanhan and the others. The girl beside him should be his junior sister. So young and inexperienced. You actually said that she is an inscription master? This is impossible. DeVos said with certainty. He knew too well how difficult it was to become an inscription master. If it was a middle-aged man, he might believe it. But such a young girl was simply a fantasy. At this moment, even Di Sudong did not stop DeVos. In fact, he also felt that what DeVos said was very reasonable. No one would believe this at all. Young Master D, I am explaining the reason to you. Are you saying that I am lying to you? Upon seeing the change in Wu Wenfeng's attitude and DeVos' expression, Di Sudong hurriedly said, Steward Wu, that's not what Wu Zhe meant. If that's not what he meant, then what did he mean? Wu Wenfeng stood up, displeasure written all over his solemn face. I'm telling you the whole story because of you. However, if you don't believe me, then I have nothing to say. Di Sudong frowned slightly, his gaze turning gloomy. Steward Wu, it's not that we don't believe you, but this reason is really difficult for us to accept. Forget it if you don't accept it. Wu Wenfeng's expression was icy, and his eyes were filled with a cold glint. Anyway, they are disciples of the Raging Inferno sect. No one can do anything to them here. If anyone from the outside dares to cause trouble in the Raging Inferno sect, that would be equivalent to challenging the entire Raging Inferno sect. I'm sure you know what we will do. Someone, send them off. Wu Wenfeng said coldly and turned around after sending them off. Obviously, he was unwilling to say anything more to the D family's cultivators. He had originally wanted to talk nicely so that both parties would not fall out. However, he could not be bothered to say anything else after seeing their attitude. He did not believe that the D family would be so courageous as to oppose the Raging Inferno sect in Rongan City. Seeing Wu Wenfeng's attitude, the expressions of Di Sudong and the others turned ugly. They wanted to say something, but the other party had already said so much. If they continued to say anything, they would really lose face. Let's go. Di Sudong snorted coldly, stood up, and walked out of the house without hesitation. DeVos and the others also glared angrily at Wu Wenfeng's retreating figure before walking out one after another. Their hearts were filled with extreme anger. Yan Xiangming and the other two had been waiting outside the house not far away. The three of them were rubbing their palms together, waiting to find trouble with Wang Yanhan and the other two later. Now that the D family's people are here, Steward Wu will not protect Wang Yanhan and the others under such circumstances. Let's just wait and watch the show later. Big brother Wu Zhe is very powerful. Wang Yanhan was so arrogant in front of us previously. I want to see if he can still be so arrogant in front of big brother Wu Zhe. Who asked that guy to be so stupid to not leave after such a thing happened? Isn't he just courting death by staying here? As the three of them were discussing how they were going to teach Wang Yanhan and the others a lesson, DeVos and the others walked out of the house. Seeing this, the three of them immediately went up to him. Big brother Wu Zhe, what did Steward Wu say? Did he decide to chase Wang Yanhan and the others out of the Raging Inferno sect? Yan Xiangming's face was filled with anticipation. He was waiting to hear the good news that he had been waiting for. However, what he received in return was Di Wu's cold face. DeVos had already been unhappy because of Wu Wenfeng's attitude. Now that Yan Xiangming had asked him this question, he felt even more embarrassed. Almost everyone believed that they would teach Wan Yanhan a lesson when they came in such a grandiose manner. However, Wu Wenfeng did not allow them to do so. It was needless to say how embarrassing this was. The most abominable thing was that this was Rong'an City. They did not dare to have a direct conflict with the raging Inferno sect. At the thought of this, he had nowhere to vent his anger. Hearing DeVos' words, Yan Xiangming and the other two could not help but be stunned. Their eyes flashed with astonishment. Brother Wu Zhe, what do you mean? What else could it mean? DeVos glanced at the three of them. Your steward Wu has been speaking in a bureaucratic manner. He actually said that they were disciples of the Blazing Flame School and that the Blazing Flame School had the responsibility to protect them. Haha, what a joke. Yan Xiangming and the other two were all dumbfounded when they heard this. They looked at each other in disbelief, unable to believe that this was actually true. That's impossible. Similar things have happened before. I've never seen Steward Wu so protective of the other party. That's because Wan Yanhan is capable. He's just a cultivator from the lower world with no background. Just from this point alone, we can tell that Wan Yanhan is capable. DeVo's eyes were cold and ruthless. I really underestimated this guy. He's quite capable. Then what do we do now? Are we going to let them go just like that? Yan Xiangming could not help but feel anxious. None of them had expected Steward Wu to be so protective of Wan Yanhan. However, they had always been enemies with Wan Yanhan. If they could not get rid of Wan Yanhan this time, wouldn't they be in trouble in the Blazing Flame School in the future? Impossible. DeVos said angrily. His eyes were burning with fury. When Tao died because of him. I'll never let them go, even if they're capable today and we can't attack them in the Blazing Flame School. I don't believe that they can stay in the Blazing Flame School forever. As long as they come out, they won't be in the Blazing Flame School's territory. So what if I kill them? At this moment, Di Sudong also spoke up. These three young people are indeed quite capable. Although I don't know why Steward Wu would do this, with his confidence, I'm afraid it's really impossible to make a move in the Blazing Flame sect. Second uncle, I'll wait in Rong'an City. I'll definitely get my chance. Di Sudong nodded slightly. Let's discuss this properly after we leave. We must avenge Wen Tao. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were standing not far from the Blazing Flame School's exit. However, they did not look worried at all. On the contrary, they looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. Look, they're here. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her chin, indicating the direction where DeVos and the others were coming from. Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao looked in the direction that Bailey Hongzhuang was pointing. As expected, the Di family's cultivators were gradually approaching. Wow, their expressions don't look too good. Yi Haomiao raised his eyebrows and laughed. A smile also appeared on Wan Yanhan's face. Looks like Steward Wu really did what he promised us. At the same time, Yan Xiangming and the rest also noticed Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. Their originally gloomy faces became even more gloomy. Look, the Di family's cultivators have come out. Wan Yanhan and the others are too bold. Instead of hiding, they actually came out to welcome them. Who knows? I think they're crazy. Let's wait for a good show. There's really a good show to watch now. The Blazing Flame School's cultivators watched this scene curiously. This was the most attention-grabbing event recently. As Yan Xiangming and the rest slowly walked in front of Wan Yanhan and the other two, the atmosphere between them dropped to the freezing point. Looking at Wan Yanhan now, Yan Xiangming felt even angrier. This guy was obviously relying on Steward Wu's protection and deliberately came to watch the show. Hearing this, Wan Yanhan's smile became even brighter. I'll wait for you to settle the score with me slowly. DeVos took a step forward. His fist was obviously about to hit Di Xinyan. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's voice suddenly rang out. Young Master Di, I think you don't seem to understand the rules of the Raging Flame sect. If you dare to fight here, you'll be an enemy of the Raging Flame sect. I advise you not to be impulsive. After hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, DeVos couldn't help but withdraw his clenched fist. His expression became even more ferocious. What an arrogant girl. I'm not a girl, but... Bailey Hongshuang paused. I'm arrogant. What can you do to me? The moment he said this, Di Wuza became even angrier. You. Di Sudong grabbed DeVos' uncontrollable fist and stood in front of DeVos. He looked straight at Bailey Hongshuang with a serious and cold gaze. Little girl, you're new here. It's better to keep a low profile. Uncle, I'll return the same words to you. It's better to keep a low profile in other people's territory. Di Sudong's expression also darkened. He looked at Bailey Hongshuang with an even more unfriendly gaze. Second uncle, this girl really needs to be taught a lesson. Wan Yanhan looked coldly at DeVos. It's not up to you to decide whether she needs to be taught a lesson or not. Forget it. Let's go first. Di Sudong's voice was cold. He looked at Wan Yanhan and the other two with an extremely gloomy gaze. The depths of his eyes were filled with killing intent. Seeing this, although DeVos was extremely unwilling, he could only nod. He said coldly to Bailey Hongshuang and the other two, we'll ride a donkey and read a songbook. Let's wait and see. Take care. Xianxia waved his hand with a bright smile. Humph. The Di family's people angrily walked past Bailey Hongshuang and the others. Although they still looked very powerful, they felt a lot weaker than when they first arrived. The disciples of the Raging Flames sect were dumbfounded when they saw the Di family leave quietly. They looked at Bailey Hongshuang and the other two in a completely different light. It can't be? The Di family came to look for you personally, but you left with your tail between your legs? From the looks of it, Manager Wu must be very protective of him. I don't think so. What kind of bewitching potion did the three of them feed Manager Wu? He would rather offend the Di family to protect the three of them? For a moment, everyone felt that the world had changed. Such an inconceivable thing could actually happen. It was simply too terrifying. Thinking about the Di family's faces just now, I feel so good. Xianxia could not help but clench his fists. His face was filled with excitement. And Yan Xiangming and the others. They used to be so arrogant when they saw us, but today, they were all terrified. How delightful. Wan Yanhan also smiled. He patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, it was all because of me in the past. You also suffered a lot from them. We're all brothers. Why are you being so formal with me? Xianxia shook his head. We share blessings and misfortunes. Aren't we doing very well now? On the contrary, Yan Xiangming and the others were angered to death. Ever since Qing Zonghao had seen that inscription, he had been thinking about it day and night. However, Wu Wenfeng had not come out ever since he had returned to the Raging Inferno sect. He had sent people to the trade market to ask around but had not received any credible information. He felt very helpless about this. He desperately wanted to understand everything, but there was no way out. The only person who knew about this was Wu Wenfeng. However, Qing Zonghao knew very well that Wu Wenfeng would not tell him about this. Regarding this, he felt very helpless. Just as Qing Zonghao was vexed over this matter, his subordinate suddenly came to report. Master Qing, I heard some news, but I am not sure if it is true. Upon hearing this, Qing Zonghao's eyes lit up. He immediately said, tell me about it first. Recently, a new disciple joined the Raging Inferno sect. Her name is Bailey Hongshuang. She has another identity, which is an inscription master. Inscription master? Qing Zonghao was astonished. Could it be that Wu Wenfeng had already recruited that inscription master into the Raging Flame school while being secretive? That's not right. Qing Zonghao frowned as he spoke. If she is an inscription master, why is she a disciple? Tell me clearly what is going on. As far as I know, Bailey Hongshuang is only a lady in her 20s. Furthermore, she did not join as an inscription master but as a disciple. I am also very confused about this. However, according to the description of the Raging Inferno sect disciple, the inscription she drew was not bad and helped Wan Yanhan defeat Di Wentao. Di Wentao is the guy from the Di family who died a few days ago, right? Qing Zonghao asked. That's him. Originally, everyone thought that Wang Yanhan would escape or be expelled by the Raging Inferno sect after killing him. However, the development of this matter surprised everyone. Wu Wenfeng was very protective of them and even recruited that inscription master back to his side. On top of that, the D family's cultivators went to the Raging Inferno sect today but were rudely chased out by Wu Wenfeng. It was obvious that he wanted to protect Wang Yanhan and the rest to the end. The subordinate felt that this situation did not seem to be in line with Wu Wenfeng's usual style. Anyone could weigh the pros and cons between the D family and a cultivator with no background. However, Wu Wenfeng still made such a decision. Moreover, the Raging Flame School didn't have any objections. This situation was worth asking. Perhaps, these problems really did appear on that woman. In fact, everything changed after that woman appeared. After listening to the report, Xianxia fell into deep thought. From the looks of it, this matter is indeed a little strange, Master Qing. This subordinate will continue to inquire about this matter. As long as there is reliable news, this subordinate will definitely report it as soon as possible. Wait. Xianxia raised his right hand. Is there anything else, Master Qing? Did you just say that the D family's cultivators were chased out by Wu Wenfeng? That's right. It happened not long ago. Alright, help me invite them back. As long as we ask them, we will be able to confirm this information. This subordinate will do it immediately. A smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Even if Wu Wenfeng tried to cover it up, he would definitely find out the truth of this matter. Di Sudong and the rest stayed in the inn after leaving the Blazing Flame sect. However, they were all filled with anger. That damned Wu Wenfeng. He is only a steward of the Blazing Flame sect. How dare he be so arrogant? How despicable. Devao's face was filled with anger as he clenched his fists. He really wanted to beat Wu Wenfeng and the three arrogant juniors to death. Wu Wenfeng must have his reasons for doing so. Our forces are not in Rong'an City, so the Blazing Flame sect will not benefit us at all, Di Sudong said after some thought. Then what should we do? Di Wuza frowned. Could it be that we have no choice but to wait outside and wait? What if they don't come out? Won't we be wasting a lot of time here? Di Sudong turned to Yan Xiangming. Do you have a way to lure them out? They had come here with great fanfare, so they had to take revenge. If they went back just like that, they would lose face. Besides, Di Wento's body was still warm. If they did not take revenge for him, how could they face the dead Di Wentao? Yan Xiangming and the other two exchanged glances with complicated expressions. We will think of a way, but given the current situation, I'm afraid they won't come out so easily. Yes, if we can think of it, they can too. They are so smug because they know we can't attack them in the Blazing Flame sect. I'm afraid they won't come out no matter what we do. If that's the case, this will be troublesome. Di Sudong's expression was ugly. He knew that Yan Xiangming and the rest were telling the truth. The other party was not stupid and could not be fooled so easily. At most, I'll just wait here. I don't believe they can stay in the Blazing Flame sect forever. They have to come out to buy things. Devao slammed his fist on the table, his eyes bloodshot. I won't go back if I don't take revenge for Wentao. At that moment, a cultivator from the D family suddenly walked in. Second uncle, Master Qing of Rong'an City invites you over for a chat. Hearing that, Di Sudong raised his eyebrows and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Qing Zonghao? That's him. He just sent someone to invite you. Could it be that Wang Yanhan and the others are really related to Qing Zonghao? Otherwise, why would he invite me over at a time like this? Di Sudong pondered. He really couldn't figure it out. Second uncle, I'll go with you. Devao's quickly said, I'd like to see what he's going to do. Since he has already invited us, we naturally have to go and take a look. But you can't be impulsive. Qing Zonghao is an inscription grandmaster. If we anger him, it won't do us any good. He's not Wu Wenfeng. You must restrain your attitude, do you understand? If you still don't know what's important, then I'll go on my own. Di Sudong looked at Devao seriously. Devao's was too impulsive. Di Sudong felt helpless about his temper. Such an attitude was nothing in the Di family's sphere of influence. However, they had to restrain themselves outside. Second uncle, don't worry. I won't be impulsive this time, Devos hurriedly said. Di Sudong stared deeply at Devos before nodding. Alright, come with me too. Take a look. The rest of you will stay in the inn and wait for our news. Di Sudong and Devos did not waste any time. After receiving the invitation, they headed straight to Qingzhonghao's residence. As the only inscription master in Rong'an City, Qingzhonghao's residence was extremely luxurious. His wealth and status were evident everywhere. Sir, Master Qing is in the house. As Di Sudong and Devos entered the house, Qingzhonghao's figure appeared in their line of sight. A smile appeared on their faces as they cupped their fists and said, Master Qing, it's an honor to meet you. Brother Di, young Master Di, I'm sorry for abruptly inviting you over for a chat. What are you talking about, Master Qing? It's our honor to be invited by you. Qingzhonghao smiled. Brother Di, you're too polite. If you don't mind, you can just call me Brother Qing. Calling me Master Qing is too formal. Di Sudong was a little surprised by Qingzhonghao's enthusiasm when he noticed his attitude. However, he was happy to accept the enthusiasm of an inscription master. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony, Brother Qing. Of course. Qingzhonghao smiled. Brother Di, you must have come to Rong'an City this time because of Di Wentao, right? Di Sudong nodded. Wentao is a direct descendant of the Di family. This time, he was killed by a cultivator from the lower realm. Naturally, we have to avenge him. Qingzhonghao nodded. Indeed, this is too unjust. However, I heard that you went to the Blazing Flame sect today and did not succeed. Di Sudong was a little confused when he saw that Qingzhonghao was so concerned about this matter. He could not help but ask, Brother Qing, you seem to be very concerned about this matter. Upon hearing this, Qingzhonghao waved his hand, his smile still warm. I just find this matter very strange. Given the Di family's background, logically speaking, the Raging Flame sect has no reason to protect a lad with no status or background. However, I heard that this kid is quite capable and has a good cultivation talent. That's why Wu Wenfeng valued him so much. As Qingzhonghao spoke, he observed the expressions of Di Sudong and Di Sudong. After noticing the vigilance on their faces, he understood that if he did not give them a reason, they would not believe him. To tell you the truth, I've been feeling that Wu Wenfeng of the Blazing sect has been acting a little strange recently. Coincidentally, I also heard that your matter is related to Wu Wenfeng, so I wanted to ask you about it. I see. The suspicion in Di Sudong's eyes dissipated a little. Qingzhonghao had already said so much, so he naturally wouldn't ask about the specific reason. That would be too inappropriate. It seemed that there was a conflict between Qingzhonghao and Wu Wenfeng. That was why Qingzhonghao invited them over after hearing the news. Perhaps he wanted to find fault with Wu Wenfeng. Brother Di, could you tell me the ins and outs of this matter? Qingzhonghao asked tentatively. Di Sudong was silent for a moment before he nodded. All right. Even if he did not say anything, everyone would find out sooner or later. Rather than that, he might as well take this opportunity to do Qingzhonghao a favor. If he needed to use him in the future, he would still have some face. After listening to Di Sudong's narration, Qingzhonghao's eyes narrowed. Did Wu Wenfeng really say that the young lady he recruited was an inscription master? Di Sudong nodded. Wu Wenfeng did say that. Qingzhonghao's gaze kept changing. He had always felt that there was something fishy about this matter, but he could not figure out what the problem was. Now that Di Sudong had reminded him, he finally understood. Although this statement was indeed shocking, based on his understanding of Wu Wenfeng, he would definitely not have said such a ridiculous reason if there were other reasons. What he said to the Di family was probably not a lie, but the truth. If that young woman was really an inscription master, then all of these could be linked together. This would explain why Wu Wenfeng would personally come over with an inscription pattern for him to appraise. Similarly, it would also explain why he didn't come out after returning to the Blazing Flame school. Furthermore, the reason why he was so protective of Wang Yanhan and the others was obvious. The value of an inscription master was indeed greater than offending the Di family. After all, the Di family's sphere of influence was very far away from them. Even if they offended them, they would not have many interactions in the future. On the contrary, an inscription master would be of great help to the Fiery Flame sect. Seeing that Qing Zonghao had fallen silent, Di Wuzi could not help but say, "It's obvious that such a reason is fake." He clearly couldn't find a reason, so he came up with a reason that isn't a reason. Di Sudong's expression did not look good. When he noticed Qing Zonghao's expression, he could not help but ask, "Brother Qing, you're an inscription master in Rong'an City. I'm sure you know best about inscription masters. This is indeed fake, right?" Qing Zonghao thought about it and shook his head. "Not necessarily." Hearing Qing Zonghao's words, Di Sudong and Devouz could not help but be stunned. The two of them looked at him in astonishment, wondering if they had heard wrongly. "Brother Qing, what do you mean? Do you think that lady could really be an inscription master?" "That's right." Qing Zonghao nodded. "Previously, Wu Wenfeng asked me to appraise an inscription pattern. I asked him who drew it, but he did not tell me. However, it was on that day that he seemed to have recruited that woman into the Blazing Flame school. Now that he put everything together, perhaps what he said was true. After all, since he has the guts to protect Wang Yanhan and the rest, there is naturally no need for him to make up such a lie to deceive you. But we've seen that girl. She's too young. No matter how I look at her, she doesn't look like an inscription master," Devouz quickly said. Di Sudong also had a complicated expression on his face. This kind of situation was really hard to believe. "Actually, I've heard some news about this before. At that time I thought so too. But now, it seems that all of this might be true. Because only in this way can everything be connected." Qing Zonghao's mind was also constantly thinking. Previously, he had always felt that this news was unreliable, but now that things had developed to this point, it was time for him to meet that young woman. "Master Qing, that girl doesn't look like an inscription master at all. Furthermore, based on what we saw, she is clearly just an ordinary disciple of the Blazing Flame sect." Di Wuzi simply couldn't believe it. This was not something that he didn't want to believe. No matter who saw Bailey Hongshuang's appearance, they wouldn't believe it. This was simply a fantasy. Qing Zonghao glanced at Di Wuzi before he turned to Di Sudong and said, "Brother Di, you are actually a sensible person. You should understand that there is no need for Wu Wenfeng to lie to you at this time." Di Sudong nodded. "Brother Qing, you're right. If it weren't for you reminding me, I would have overlooked this point. If this is really the case, then this girl is really surprising." Di Sudong sighed. If the other party was really an inscription master, then this would indeed be troublesome for them. "Brother Di, you don't have to be too anxious. I will think of a way to investigate this matter," said Qing Zonghao. "Then I will have to trouble you, Brother Qing. I hope you can let me know after you confirm it." "Don't worry." After the Di family cultivators left, Bailey Hongshuang and the other two returned to the house to cultivate. They had already made up their minds to stay in the Blazing Flame sect for the next few days. They knew that the Di family would definitely not let this matter rest. If they went out now, what awaited them would definitely be an ambush. However, the truth was just as they had expected. Yan Xiangming and the other two started to think of ways to find fault with them after they returned. "Wang Yanhan, what kind of ability do you think you have by being so cowardly? Do you think you can do it with Steward Wu's protection?" Yan Xiangming was also filled with anger at the moment. Ever since the incident that day, he had felt extremely aggrieved during this period of time. Ever since he had joined the Blazing Flame sect, he had never been so sullen. This feeling was simply unbearable and almost drove him crazy. Now that the reinforcements had finally arrived, he could not take action. One could imagine how sullen he felt. In the face of Yan Xiangming's anger, Wang Yanhan was extremely calm. "That's right. We have Steward Wu's protection. Why? Are you not convinced? What kind of ability are you hiding here? If you have the ability, then follow me outside," Yan Xiangming said angrily. Yi Haomia chuckled. "Why would I go outside with you? One-on-one, if you want to fight me one-on-one, you don't have to go outside. We can fight here, however, if you want us to lure the Di family out, I'm sorry, but we're not that stupid." As he spoke, Yi Haomiao couldn't help but look at Wang Yanhan. His eyes were filled with speechlessness. In the past, I only felt that this guy, Di Wentao, was stupid and annoying. Now, it seems that he's the most enlightened in this group. Yan Xiangming listened to their conversation in a daze, but he didn't even have the chance to talk back. I don't believe that you can stay here forever. I don't believe that the Di family can keep waiting outside. Anyway, we are not in a hurry. Let's see how patient they are. Wang Yanhan's gaze was cold. This was originally a tug-of-war. They wanted to see who would lose their patience first. However, he believed that the Di family would be the ones who couldn't take it. After Di Sudong and the rest returned from Qingzhonghao's place, they stayed in the inn. They couldn't understand what had happened today, so everyone seemed to have a lot on their minds. Second uncle, what Master Qing said can't be true, right? No matter how I look at it, that girl doesn't look like an inscription master. DeVos couldn't help but say. Di Sudong's face darkened. Actually, Qing Da's analysis is very reasonable. In today's situation, Wu Wenfeng indeed has no need to deceive us. However, since Master Qing said that he will check it out, we will just stay here and wait for the news. If Master Qing's judgment is right and that girl is really an inscription master, then what should we do? DeVos' face turned ugly. Are we just going to let this matter go and not avenge Wen Tao? Hearing this, Di Sudong also fell into deep thought. However, his gaze gradually sharpened. Wen Tao's revenge must be avenged. Even if she is really an inscription master, we must take advantage of the fact that she has yet to gain a firm foothold here and get rid of her as soon as possible. DeVos, who was originally a little depressed, looked better after hearing this. He immediately nodded solemnly, okay. Just now, Yan Xiangming and the rest have already gone back to think of a way. I don't know if we can lure them out. Just as DeVos was speaking, Yan Xiangming and the other two had already returned. However, after hearing the situation from Yan Xiangming and the other two, DeVos couldn't hold back his temper anymore. Are you all stupid pigs? How can they come out with such a method? Why don't you use your brains and think about it? Just by thinking about it, you know that all of this is simply impossible. Yan Xiangming and the other two shrunk their heads. Facing DeVos' reprimand, they could only endure it. Forget it, you all go back first. I will think of a way. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but shake her head after learning about Yan Xiangming and the other two's actions. These three guys are really stupid. Even if they want to lure us out, they should find a smarter excuse. Only a fool would agree to this kind of clamor. Actually, the three of them really don't have brains. If they had brains, they wouldn't be like this now. Yi Hamiao spread out his hands. His seemingly helpless expression was full of mockery. Maybe it's because they're stupid enough that they've always been loyal to Di Wentao. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. However, with their IQ, I don't think we need to worry. Just as they were talking, an unfamiliar disciple of the Blazing Flame School knocked on her door. Bailey Hongzhuang, I'm here to deliver a message. The man looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two with fear in his eyes. In fact, the three Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were known to be existences not to be trifled with. What's the message? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Master Qing is looking for you. He wants to invite you out for a chat. The man's eyes were filled with excitement. He's the only inscription master in Rong'an City. Being invited by him is something that everyone is looking forward to the most. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown. Then, she replied with 2 words, I'm not going. Hearing this, the man couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at her as if he was looking at a monster. I'm not going. Bailey Hongzhuang spoke again, repeating her previous answer. The man stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in a daze. He stood rooted to the ground as if he couldn't believe what he had heard. Didn't you hear what I said? Bailey Hongzhuang asked with a frown. The man was stunned before he nodded. I heard you. Aren't you going to report back? Oh, I'll go right away. After the man left, Wang Yanhan and Yi Hamiao couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Little junior sister, Master Qing is an extremely powerful inscription master. How could you reject his invitation? I don't know him, so why should I go? Besides, he didn't invite me earlier or later. Why did he invite me now? Don't you think it's strange? Bailey Hongzhuang retorted. That's true. Perhaps this is a scheme the D family came up with to lure us out and defeat us one by one. Xianxia revealed a look of amazement. This move is much stronger than what Yan Xiangming and the others used before. Wang Yanhan nodded. In that case, it's indeed better not to go. After all, it's better to be careful. In my opinion, we shouldn't think about it no matter what news we hear. We should just stay quietly in the Raging Flame sect. As long as we stay here, the D family won't be able to find trouble with us. Xianxia sat on the chair nonchalantly. He looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. He had already made up his mind. Chung Zonghao couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that Bailey Hongzhuang had rejected his invitation. He hadn't expected that Bailey Hongzhuang would actually reject his invitation. Master Chung, Bailey Hongzhuang doesn't know what's good for her. It's already her great fortune that you're willing to invite her. She actually rejected your invitation. How despicable. Chung Zonghao raised his right hand slightly and smiled faintly. It's okay. It's not strange. Master, your temper is too good. I think she doesn't know how to appreciate favors. I think she might have taken my invitation as a cover for the D family. Given the current situation, it is indeed possible for her to think that way. Then should this subordinate go over again and explain to her? Chung Zonghao waved his hand. No need. Next time, I'll go to the Raging Flame school personally. This little girl is indeed very interesting. When his subordinates heard that Chung Zonghao was going to the Raging Flames gate to see Bailey Hongzhuang, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The other party was just a young girl. She was actually able to make his master personally meet her. Wasn't this a little too much face? In comparison, Chung Zonghao didn't think so. He only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang might have really mastered a very powerful method, otherwise Wu Wenfeng would not be so protective of her. When he thought about how the method that he hadn't been able to decipher for so many years might be in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands, he felt somewhat conflicted. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Wang Yanhan were about to return to the house after their discussion, another lady suddenly came looking for them. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown. What's the matter? Miss Bailey, there's a man outside who wants to see you. I'm not going to see him. No matter who he is, please help me answer that I'm not seeing him. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand, a wave of annoyance in her heart. The D family's people had already failed once, and now they were using the same trick again. It was too boring. Xianxia's eyes lit up with curiosity when he heard the woman's words. This is interesting. What kind of person is so confident that you'll definitely go out and meet him once he says his name? What did that man say his name was? Tell us about it. Bailey Hongzhuang stopped in her tracks. She had not even gone out when the D family had mentioned Chung Zonghao's name. Now, she was so confident. This was indeed strange. After all, she had only been in the upper realm for a short period of time. Apart from Wang Yanhan and Xianxia, she had not interacted with anyone else. It would be very difficult to get hold of her weakness. When she saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were starting to get interested again, she could not help but whisper, he said his name is Bewitching. As the woman's voice fell, Wang Yanhan couldn't help but be taken aback. His eyes flashed with deep astonishment. He was no stranger to this name. Bewitching? Xianxia frowned. Who is that? I've never heard of him before. However, just as Xianxia turned his head, he found that Bailey Hongzhuang's figure had disappeared. He couldn't help but be stunned and turned to look at Wang Yanhan. Wang Yanhan, what's going on? Wang Yanhan glanced at Xianxia and said, Bewitching is Junior's sister's husband. Xianxia was dumbfounded when he heard this. His face was full of astonishment. Is this true? Didn't Miss Bailey say that her husband was in the lower realm? How did he suddenly find this place? I don't know. Wang Yanhan shook his head. Perhaps he knew that Junior's sister had come to the upper realm, so he came here. Then let's go out and take a look. Let's go. Outside the Raging Flame sect. A white figure stood there for a long time. The man was tall and his back was straight. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a high nose bridge. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows seemed to be carefully carved by the heavens. They were perfect and flawless. A few koi fish were woven with silver thread at the end of his long white robe. It was otherworldly and elegant. He just stood there quietly, looking into the raging flame sect. Clearly, he was waiting for someone. At this moment, a group of people had already gathered around the white-robed man. Numerous gazes of surprise and curiosity landed on him. There were even quite a few women standing to the side who had already blushed. What a handsome young master. I have never seen such a handsome man before. He must have just arrived in Rongan City. Otherwise, we would have heard of such a handsome man. From the looks of it, he must have come to our House of Raging Flames to look for someone. I wonder who he is looking for. I really envy the woman who helped to pass on the message just now. At least she could say a few words to him. I do hope that he's a new disciple who came to report to the Blazing Flame School. There have been many new disciples who have come to report to the Blazing Flame School. Everyone whispered to each other, but they all stopped on the spot. Obviously, they wanted to know who this handsome man was waiting for. Of course, almost all the women hoped that he was waiting for a man. That way, they would have hope. When Bailey Hongzhuang heard the name Bewitching, she quickly ran out of the House of Raging Flames. Her elegant and refined face was filled with anticipation. Her beautiful eyes flickered with ecstasy. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang had arrived in the upper realm, she had been burdened with anxiety. On one hand, she was worried that Bewitching would not know that she was still alive and would fall into agony because of this. On the other hand, she was worried that Bewitching would not be able to find her after arriving in the upper realm. In this vast upper realm, if the other party did not know of her existence, then the chances of them meeting was very slim. She wanted to find out where the D family was, but she realized that it was extremely difficult to reach that level. With all these situations stacked together, one could imagine how complicated her feelings were. She did not want to be separated from Bewitching just like this. She might not even be able to see him again for the rest of her life. However, she did not expect to suddenly hear the news that Bewitching had come to look for her today. She was simply overjoyed. After hearing this news, the three beasts' eyes were filled with joy. I never thought that Bewitching would be able to find Master so quickly. It seems that he's extraordinarily capable. Xiaohei's eyes sparkled with excitement. She could not help but clap her hands. Bewitching has always been very smart. It's not surprising that he would be able to find Master. However, I'm still surprised that he was able to find her so quickly. Xiaobai smiled. That's great. Master has been depressed because of this matter all this time. Now that Bewitching is here, Master doesn't have to be sad anymore. Baisher could not help but sigh in relief. His biggest wish was for his master to be happy. Although his master usually did not express anything in front of them, Baisher had followed his master for so long that he understood his master's character very well. He could even see his master's current emotions from her small, unintentional movements. Bailey Hongzhuang rushed to the entrance of the Blazing Flame sect as fast as the wind. As expected, she saw a familiar tall figure from afar. With just a glance, Bailey Hongzhuang recognized the familiar figure. At that moment, her eyes suddenly became sour, and her bright eyes gradually became moist. Bailey Hongzhuang's footsteps could not help but slow down. Staring at the charming figure, thousands of emotions flashed through her mind. As if feeling the gaze behind him, Bewitching turned around at the same time. When he saw that familiar figure, the curve of his lips couldn't help but gradually widen. His already extraordinarily handsome face became even more enchanting and charming. An indescribable warmth radiated from her body, as warm and enchanting as the winter sun. Even if the face in front of him was not the one he was familiar with, as long as he looked at the familiar figure, he could be sure that this person was his wife. Wife. His deep and magnetic voice was filled with longing and joy. Bewitching stepped forward. His long and narrow eyes were overflowing with color. It was as if his entire world had lit up the moment he saw Bailey Hongzhuang. During this period of time, he had been rushing about in search of Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, the worry in his heart had never lessened. At the time, Bailey Hongzhuang had entered the upper realm while being surrounded by everyone. He had never known the situation of Bailey Hongzhuang, so during this period of time, he had been worried that she might have met with some mishap. Hearing that familiar voice, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart skipped a beat. The smile on her lips became even more radiant. Then, she took a step forward and ran towards Bewitching. The smile on Bewitching's face became even more affectionate. He opened his arms and pulled Bailey Hongzhuang into his embrace. Beichen. Bailey Hongzhuang called out softly. She hugged Bewitching tightly, feeling his familiar temperature, smell, and even heartbeat. Her heart, which had been floating around for the past few days, seemed to settle down in an instant. Wife, I'm here. Bewitching slowly said in Bailey Hongzhuang's ear. His deep voice was a little hoarse, but it couldn't hide the longing it contained. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly in Bewitching's embrace. Her little face was pressed against Bewitching's chest. Only when her emotions calmed down did she slowly raise her little face and look at Bewitching's handsome face. After taking a closer look, she discovered that Bewitching's eyelids were slightly green. His clothes were also covered in dust. It was obvious that he had been running around for the past few days and hadn't had a good rest. Beichen, you've been working hard these days, haven't you? Bailey Hongzhuang asked with concern. Beichen held Bailey Hongzhuang's soft and boneless hands and shook his head with a smile. As long as I can see you, nothing else matters. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. A sweet feeling spread in her heart. Did you come alone? I came alone. Beichen nodded. When Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao arrived outside the gate of raging flames, they saw the two figures hugging each other. They couldn't help but look at each other. Their expressions changed a little, and a trace of joy surged in their hearts. Is he Miss Bailey's husband? Yi Haomiao's eyes flashed with amazement. Even though he was a man, he was still shocked the moment he saw Beichen. Previously, he had always thought that since Bailey Hongzhuang was so outstanding, her husband should also be extremely outstanding. Otherwise, he would not be worthy of her. However, after meeting Beichen, he felt that such a man was really rare in the world. Usually, he still had some confidence in himself. But facing a man like Beichen, he couldn't help but feel inferior. I think so. Actually, I haven't seen him before. But thinking about it, only a man like him is worthy of Junior's sister. Wan Yanhan smiled as he recalled how Bailey Hongzhuang always missed Beichen. In the past, he still had some doubts, but after seeing her today, the doubts in his heart completely disappeared. The two of them were really a match made in heaven. Aside from them, Beichen was probably not suitable for anyone else. Yi Haomiao's expression was rather complicated as he stared at the two figures hugging each other. To be honest, based on appearance alone, he felt that Beichen seemed to be more outstanding than Bailey Hongzhuang. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that since Bailey Hongzhuang was so outstanding, it wouldn't be bad to make up for it. Beichen was originally surrounded by a group of cultivators. Everyone was curious as to who he was waiting for. When they saw Bailey Hongzhuang appear, they couldn't help but be stunned. Many possibilities flashed across their minds, but they never thought that the person who had come would be Bailey Hongzhuang. This woman had only joined the Blazing Flames Order for a few days, but she was exceptionally eye-catching. Heavens, I never thought that it would be her. Where did this woman come from? Why is everything that has happened recently related to her? Even Steward Wu is protecting her. It's really strange. This man is so handsome. How did he fall for Bailey Hongzhuang? Look, their appearances are clearly not compatible. The group of women could not help but sigh. Looking at Beichen's incomparably handsome appearance, they felt that no one was worthy of him. However, the way Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang now was so obvious with the gentleness and adoration in his eyes. It was obvious that he had placed all his thoughts on her. This is too much of a blow. Did you guys hear what he called Bailey Hongzhuang just now? He actually called Bailey Hongzhuang his wife. Doesn't this mean that they're already married? This is unreasonable. Then isn't there no hope for us? For a moment, the area around Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen was filled with wails and howls. The sound of hearts breaking rose and fell one after another. Then, the group of women hugged each other for warmth and left. However, there were still many women who refused to give up until all hope was lost. They were unwilling to shift their gazes away from Beichen. Beichen, why did you come here alone? Didn't Ding Ying and the others come? Bailey Hongzhuang's face was filled with anticipation. Until now, she was still unwilling to believe that Ying and the others might have fallen. At this moment, the reunion had left her with too many doubts. There were countless questions in her heart and she only wanted to clarify them one by one. Previously, when I came out of the ruins, I heard the sound of your bomb. I immediately rushed over to look for you, but I was still one step too late. Later on, when I was looking for you, I found your hairpin at the side of the road. I was certain that you must have come to the upper realm, so I didn't have time to greet them and came here alone. However, when I entered the passage, I heard Xiren's voice. He must have come to look for us. Bewitching spoke slowly. At that time, he had left in a hurry, but he still clearly remembered hearing Xiren's call. If he had slowed down a little, he would have been able to exchange a few words with Xiren and the others. However, since things had come to this, he was not too worried. Xiren and Xianxia knew that they had come to the upper realm. They would probably come here after they broke through to the Starlight Realm. Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang. And I thought you didn't know that I had come to the upper realm. 2. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, she had lost a hairpin. After coming to the upper realm, she also realized this, but she didn't know where her hairpin had fallen. She didn't expect it to fall at the entrance to the upper realm from the lower realm and leave such a message for Bewitching. Otherwise, she really didn't know how long it would have taken for her to reunite with Bewitching. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but think of the white dragon's figure. The reason why she was able to resolve the crisis was entirely because of the white dragon. Maybe the white dragon deliberately left the hairpin there. After all, it was too much of a coincidence. Wife, I still don't know what happened after I went to accept the inheritance. How did you end up like this? The situation back then was beyond our expectations as well. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed emotionally. Even though the incident had happened a long time ago, she could not help but sigh when she recalled it all. After you had received the inheritance from the ruins, we stayed in the ruins and waited for you to reappear. However, as we were waiting, I suddenly found a strange stone room and was separated from everyone else. However, we never thought that the cultivators from the Crimson Moon sect would return and attack Xiren and the others. By the time I emerged from the stone room, there was no one left in the ruins. Later on, I fell into their ambush. I see. It was only at this moment that Bewitching understood everything. His deep, dark eyes suddenly darkened. I never thought that the members of the Crimson Moon sect would be so despicable. Things had turned out this way. However, at this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang could not care less about this. Bewitching, are you sure that you heard Xiren's voice? Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but ask. When I emerged from the ruins, the members of the Crimson Moon sect told me that Ying and the others had fallen. Her pitch-black, phoenix-like eyes flickered with a fervent and nervous light. This was undoubtedly the most unbearable thing for her. When she had first heard this news, she had felt her heart clench. She had long gotten used to living with Ying and the others. When she thought about how they would never appear in front of her again, she felt an emptiness in her heart. When he saw how concerned Bailey Hongzhuang was, Bewitching could not help but reach out and stroke her head. He smiled and said, I did hear it. Don't worry, I didn't hear wrongly. That's good. Bailey Hongzhuang heaved a sigh of relief. The sadness and depression that had gathered in her heart was completely relieved at this moment. Xianxia Ying and the others were still alive. Bewitching had also returned to her side. All of this made her feel extremely happy. When everyone saw how intimate Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were, their eyes flashed with envy. For a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang had become the object of envy of the female disciples of the Blazing Flame School. When Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Yi Haomiao's excitement, they were too embarrassed to disturb them. After all, they had been separated for such a long time. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Needless to say, they were overjoyed. When they saw that the two of them had calmed down, they slowly walked over. Little junior sister, Wan Yanhan said tentatively, afraid that his appearance would disturb their warmth. After seeing Wan Yanhan, Bailey Hongzhuang also revealed a smile. Senior brother, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Bewitching. Nice to meet you. Wan Yanhan's smile was full of joy. I have long heard of your name from little junior sister. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Speaking of which, you are my junior brother. I am so happy to see you in the upper world. After hearing Wang Yanhan's words, Di Beichen's handsome eyes flashed with a faint doubt. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's next words quickly resolved his doubts. Beichen, this is senior brother Wang Yanhan. He is the elder brother of senior brother Wang Yanling in our Punlai palace. Di Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise. Wife, you are so lucky. You met the senior brother of our family when you first came to the upper world. Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled brightly. When I first came to the upper world, I was already in a coma. Fortunately, I met senior brother and he saved me. Later, when I found out that senior brother was also from Punlai Palace, I also felt that it was too much of a coincidence. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Di Beichen's eyes suddenly focused. Although Bailey Hongzhuang said it lightly, he heard the key word. Coma. When Bailey Hongzhuang first came to the upper world, she was actually in a coma. However, at that time, she was forced to come to the upper world by herself. That situation was not beyond his expectations. Fortunately, his wife met a senior brother of his family and did not meet any bad people. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Senior brother Wang Yan, thank you for saving Hongzhuang. Di Beichen's eyes were serious and sincere. If you need my help in the future, just tell me and I will do my best. Saving Bailey Hongzhuang was a great kindness to him. Looking at Di Beichen's serious look, Wang Yanhan was also a little surprised, but the other party's performance also made him more aware of the importance Bailey Hongzhuang had in Di Beichen's heart. No wonder Bailey Hongzhuang had been thinking about Di Beichen after coming to the upper world alone. Now it seemed that Di Beichen's affection for Bailey Hongzhuang and Bailey Hongzhuang had only increased. As a man, he understood the weight of Di Beichen's words and also understood his gratitude. Junior brother Di, you are too polite. Since junior sister is my junior sister, it is my duty to take care of her. Moreover, junior sister has actually helped me a lot during this period of time. If it wasn't for junior sister's help, I might be in a different situation right now. Wang Yanhan's words were also very sincere. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance waking him up, he would definitely still be being pressured by Di Wentao. Back then, Di Wentao had already gone more and more overboard. In fact, he knew in his heart that even if he tolerated Di Wentao, he wouldn't be able to endure for too long. Di Wentao would definitely attack him. Without the inscriptions given to him by little junior sister, he and Yi Haomiao wouldn't be a match for Di Wentao's group at all. At that time, the person who would die would not be Di Wentao, but himself. Di Beichen glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang. He didn't find Wang Yanhan's words strange. His wife was originally very capable, and it was expected that she would be able to help others. After all, he understood Bailey Hongzhuang. She didn't like to take advantage of others. If others helped her, she would definitely find a way to return the favor. By the way, Beichen, this is senior brother Wang Yan's good brother, Yi Haomiao. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. By the way, Beichen, how did you find me? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen curiously. Even if he knew that she had come to the upper realm, it wasn't an easy thing to find her. Junior brother Di, did you also happen to be transported to Rongan City? Wang Yanhan was also a little curious. He had always wanted to meet Wang Yanling. Since Di Beichen could find Bailey Hongzhuang so quickly, maybe he would be able to meet his brother soon in the future. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were stunned. They didn't expect Di Beichen to have gone to so many cities. Then how did you know that junior sister was here? Wang Yanhan looked at Di Beichen in surprise. It was too difficult to find Bailey Hongzhuang in so many places. How did Di Beichen find her so quickly? After I arrived, I asked around for information about my wife. When I couldn't find any clues, I went to the next city. However, when I came to Rongan City, many people said that she was a disciple of the Blazing Flame sect when I mentioned her name. That's why I came to the Blazing Flame sect. Di Beichen's lips curled up slightly. Speaking of which, I'm really glad that my wife is able to cause a stir wherever she goes. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for me to find her. After all, it was too difficult to find a person in a sea of people. However, if the person was very famous, it would be different. It would be very easy to find her. Bailey Hongzhuang had never been a low-key person. Bewitching believed that as long as Hong Zhuang was around, she would definitely spread some news. This didn't mean that Hong Zhuang liked to cause trouble. It was just that gold would always shine. She was destined to be extraordinary. Sure enough, after arriving at Rongan City, he only needed to ask around to get the relevant information. When he first heard the news, he was extremely surprised. After searching for so long, he finally found Hong Zhuang. I see. Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao couldn't help but look at Bewitching. They thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would be very uncomfortable with so many things happening these days. However, after hearing Bewitching's explanation and recalling Bailey Hongzhuang's calm appearance, they suddenly felt that they might have been worrying too much. Bailey Hongzhuang was clearly very calm about these situations. No wonder Miss Bailey is so young but not afraid of what has happened these days. It turns out that she's already used to it. Yi Haomiao sighed as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. He had previously admired Bailey Hongzhuang's calmness. Even he was frightened by Bailey Hongzhuang. It turned out that Bailey Hongzhuang was already experienced. Feeling Yi Haomiao and Yi Haomiao's gazes, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but shrug. Actually, I don't know what's going on. I wanted to keep a low profile. Devout's group stayed in the inn, thinking about how to lure Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two out. This was the only way they could think of now. However, when they found out that Bailey Hongzhuang had actually rejected Qing Zhonghao's invitation, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. If they heard that someone had rejected Qing Zhonghao's invitation, they would definitely think that person was crazy. However, Bailey Hongzhuang actually had the guts to reject Qing Zhonghao's invitation. They also felt helpless. This Bailey Hongzhuang is really unmoved by force or persuasion. Devout's frowned. He didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be so difficult to deal with. He also felt extremely helpless. Now even Master Cheng's invitation is useless. Brother Wu Zhe, I'm afraid it's really difficult to get them out. Yan Xiangming was also at his wit's end. In the past, he didn't think that Wang Yanhan and the others were so difficult to deal with. Upon seeing Devout's anger, Yan Xiangming nodded repeatedly and said, yes, we will definitely think of a way. You idiot. Hurry up and think. Devout's reached out and patted Yan Xiangming's head. I'm starting to suspect that Wen Tao's death has something to do with you guys. Yan Xiangming and the others could not help but be stunned when they heard Devout's words. They looked at Devout in horror. Could he have discovered something? You guys are so stupid. You can't help Wen Tao come up with a plan by following him around. You might have come up with some useless ideas, which is why Wen Tao ended up in such a state. Upon hearing Devout's words, Yan Xiangming and the others could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not Devout who had received other news and did not suspect them. However, their reaction did not escape Di Sudong's eyes. Suddenly, a trace of suspicion flashed across his eyes. He had never suspected these three guys before. According to Wen Tao's description, they had always been loyal and devoted to him. There was no need to suspect them at all. However, their expressions just now were too strange. It was obvious that they were guilty. Could there be a hidden story behind this matter? Di Sudong frowned. For a moment, he could not determine what the problem was. However, at that moment, hurried footsteps were heard. Then, a cultivator from the Di family quickly appeared in front of everyone. Good news. The gazes of Di Wuze and the others all landed on this cultivator. They only wanted to know what good news he had brought back. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others have already left the Fiery Flame sect and are standing outside the Fiery Flame sect. Upon hearing this, Devout immediately stood up, his face full of excitement. Is what you said true? Is there a mistake? I guarantee that the news is absolutely true. There is absolutely no mistake. That's great. Devout clapped his hands. I thought they were going to stay in the Blazing Flame school for a while. I didn't expect them to come out so soon. They really walked right into the trap. Just as Devout was about to rush out, Di Sudong asked again, have you figured out why they came out? In this situation, they clearly know that they will face our attacks as soon as they come out, yet they still dare to come out. Could this be a trap? Devout also stopped in his tracks. In the current situation, the other party's actions were indeed a little strange. Yeah, why is that? It seems that a cultivator went to look for them. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately rushed out after hearing the news. They are now standing outside the gate of raging flames to acknowledge each other. Second uncle, I'll go take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, DeVos couldn't help but rush outside. He had finally caught such a good opportunity, so he definitely couldn't miss it. Otherwise, he didn't know when Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two would come out again. Today, he had suffered a loss at the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. Now, he just wanted to get back at them as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be too unpleasant. When DeVos arrived outside the Blazing Flame sect, he indeed found Bailey Hongzhuang and the others chatting outside. After noticing the man beside Bailey Hongzhuang, his eyes could not help but flash with a hint of surprise. Many names quickly flashed through his mind, but after confirming that none of the young talents could match the man in front of him, he relaxed. Oh no, DeVos is here. DeVos' sudden appearance stunned the surrounding cultivators. They had not expected him to receive news so quickly. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had only come out for a short while, but he had already arrived. At the same time, Yan Xiangming and the other two did not delay either. They followed closely behind DeVos and appeared here. Wan Yanhan, didn't you plan to hide in the Blazing Flame sect like cowards? Why did you run out after such a short while? DeVos' lips curled into a ferocious and mocking smile. He looked at the four people in front of him with disdain. In his eyes, the four of them were just insignificant dregs. However, they thought that they were great after having Wu Wenfeng's protection. They actually dared to be arrogant in front of him. He had to teach them a lesson personally. Only then would they understand the difference between them. DeVos is really well informed. We just came out, but he found us so quickly. Wan Yanhan frowned. This was not the situation they wanted to see. However, DeVos had suddenly run over. For a moment, they did not know what to do. Although the people from the D family are not good people, it is undeniable that they are very powerful. We are no match for them. Let's avoid them for the time being. Yi Hemia's expression was solemn. He had already understood DeVos' strength. Based on their current situation, they were indeed no match for DeVos. This was not the Blazing Flame sect. There was absolutely no benefit for them to clash head-on with DeVos. It would not be worth it if they lost their lives. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Let's go in first. DeVos' strength had reached Star Radiance Stage 8. Even if the three of them worked together, wanting to deal with DeVos was extremely difficult. Moreover, Yan Xiangming and the other two were not far away. The other cultivators of the D family must be nearby as well, so there was no time to waste. Bewitching looked at DeVos, who was clamoring at the side. A cold light flashed in his dark eyes as he asked in a deep voice, "Who is he?" It's a long story. In short, they are our opponents. Bailey Hongzhuang said, the other party can be considered to have power and influence in the upper realm. We are no match for him. Bewitching's eyes flashed with a contemplative light, but after thinking about it carefully, he understood that this person in front of him was probably related to the news he had heard before. Let's go. Wan Yanhan ignored DeVos' mockery and immediately gestured for everyone to leave together. After noticing Wan Yanhan's movements, Yan Xiangming and the others hurriedly reminded him, "Big brother Wan Yanhan, they want to hide inside." Diwu's eyes narrowed. His footsteps suddenly quickened as he said, "It's useless even if you hide inside. It's true that I can't attack you in the Raging Flame sect, but I can't protect this fellow." DeVos pointed at Bewitching, who was beside Bailey Hongzhuang. The Blazing Flame sect does have a rule that I can't attack its disciples, but this guy shouldn't be from the Blazing Flame sect, right? As DeVos finished speaking, Yan Xiangming and the other two couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Their faces shone with excitement. Big brother Wu Zhe is so smart. Wan Yanhan and the others are at their wits' end. Judging from the closeness between that man and Bailey Hongzhuang, he's most likely her lover. As long as we kill this man, Wan Yanhan and the others won't be able to hold back. If they take the initiative to attack Big Brother Wu Zhe, then it won't be a problem for Big Brother Wu Zhe to take action. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' expressions couldn't help but become unsightly. They really hadn't expected this to happen. It could only be said that DeVos and the others were too fast and didn't give them any time to recover. What should we do? I'm afraid it's too late to find Steward Wu now. Yi Haomiao looked anxious. If they take action, Once DeVos and the others took action, Bewitching's life would definitely be in danger if they didn't take action. However, if they took action, they wouldn't be a match for DeVos either. Based on the current situation, victory was completely in DeVos' hands. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was also complicated. Previously, she had been immersed in the joy of reuniting with Bewitching and had temporarily forgotten about these annoying fellows from the D family. Now that these annoying fellows had appeared again, it was indeed somewhat troublesome. Wan Yanhan's expression was also unsightly. Bailey Hongzhuang had finally reunited with Bewitching after much difficulty. At this time, no danger could be allowed to occur. Otherwise, he would be letting Bailey Hongzhuang down. Bewitching, let's run first. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching and gave him a meaningful glance. Bewitching already understood her meaning. As long as they escaped a certain distance, they could directly escape into the chaos ring. In this way, the other party naturally wouldn't be able to find them. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's worried expression, Bewitching nodded slightly. Okay. Senior brother, Bewitching, and I will run out first. You guys go back to the Raging Flame sect first. Don't worry about us. Bailey Hongzhuang spoke up. Hearing this, Wan Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He then shook his head nervously and said, "How can we do that? The two of you are really too dangerous. Don't worry, we'll be fine." After saying that, Bewitching's eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. D's up SSS, SSSSSS of, he's He. Out TSSSSSTTSS, he's T, S, was undoubtedly SSSSSS as long as he captured Bewitching, they wouldn't have to be afraid that he wouldn't capture them. Hence, after noticing Bailey Hongzhuang's SSSSS, DeVos immediately rushed towards them. Trying to run? DeVos stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. No way. Yan Xiangming and the other two immediately rushed over and blocked Bailey Hongzhuang's escape route. DeVos, what are you trying to do? Bailey Hongzhuang asked coldly. It would be fine if this guy came looking for trouble with her. Now that Bewitching had finally returned, he actually came looking for trouble with Bewitching. Anger surged in her heart. End of chapter 4287. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.